Humph! Yixuan humphed, her eyes darkening. A powerful force greeted the captain, pushing him back a few steps. His blood churned madly. With a grunt, he finally steadied himself. His subordinates worriedly supported him, then all aimed their tridents at Yixuan's party. The captain raised an arm, blocking them. He eyed Yixuan coldly, gritting his teeth. "I don't know what god feather you speak of. Just because you don't doesn't mean your king doesn't," Yixuan said impatiently. "If you're going to pay our kindness with mistreatment, I'm not going to bother holding back." The mermaid captain's expression paled, then greened. He gritted his teeth, eyeing Yixuan for some time before responding coldly, "Wait here. I will report to the king." The squadron hurriedly swam back to the city. This time, the captain responded quickly, his expression serious as he hurried to them. He looked at Yixuan. "Benefactor, please follow me into the city." "But the king said only you can enter." Yixuan and Lang Lingyun wanted to say something, but Yixuan turned to them and said, "Wait for me here." She did not leave any room for argument. Everyone could only wait. Yixuan rode the aquafician beast, following the captain into the vibrant city. Xiao Chuxin worriedly watched Yixuan's leaving figure. "Yixuan should be fine, right? That mermaid king shouldn't do anything strange, right?" "Most likely." Dong Fengho was also watching Yixuan's back. "If there is some kind of problem, the aquafician beast will immediately inform me. If the king dares to do anything strange, I will destroy the place." Yixuan clenched a fist. Shi Shaoqi and Shi Shaoxi rolled their eyes. If something actually went wrong, would young Master Feng even have to bother? The miss alone was enough to raze the place to the ground. The merman race should be more worried than the miss. As she followed the captain into the city, the erect soldiers on each side of the city gates watched Yixuan warily, the apprehension evident in their eyes. After passing through the gates, they were inside the immense underwater city. The city was not much different from a human city, with wide avenues and roads everywhere. All the passers-by mermaids would stop to see human. Everyone knew what had happened and understood that the human behind the captain must have saved their brethren. However, their gazes continued to be unfavorable. After all, humanity had already left a deeply rooted, nasty impression. Yixuan didn't have the time to appreciate the environment or architecture, following the captain on the thick avenue, passing through a large plaza to arrive before the tallest, most gorgeous building. "Please follow me." Though unwilling, the captain still treated Yixuan respectfully, leading her up a long path of stairs. At the top, past a large gateway, they arrived before a large shrine. In the middle of the shrine stood armed mermen. Two mermaids sat atop a luxurious throne. One was tall, robust, with a long, black tail trailing on the ground, his expression lofty, wearing a dazzling, golden crown. Clearly, this was the king. Beside him was a gentle beauty who was wrapped in soft seagrass. She had a long silver tail, wearing a small and exquisite golden crown. This was the queen. "Your Majesty, the human has arrived." The captain bowed respectfully, then withdrew to the side. All eyes landed on Yixuan. "Are you the human who saved my people?" The mermaid king watched Yixuan from above, aloof. He was also fluent in the human language. "You must know what I want." Yixuan did not feel like beating around the bush with the arrogant mermaids. The mermaid king frowned with displeasure. This rude human did not even bow when they met him. Now, the human even ignored his question and was asking for upfront payment. Everyone stirred at Yixuan's words. A few mermaids who understood the human language translated for the others. Everyone watched Yixuan disapproving gazes. The moment the king said the word, they would immediately expel Yixuan from the city. "I cannot give you what you want. It is a special treasure. You should choose something else." The mermaid king clapped. A few mermaids carried out multiple trunks with exhaustion. At the Mermaid King's signal, the mermaids opened the trunks. Dazzling light shot out, glimmering in all colors of the rainbow. It was clear they were priceless treasures. "Human, you can take all of these. This is the thank you gift for saving our people." The queen smiled as she indicated for the mermaids to carry the trunks over to Yixuan. The trunks were not filled with simply silver or gold, but was each worth half a country. The king and queen exchanged a glance, certain. They doubted the human would not be moved by these treasures. But who knew that the next moment, Yixuan would smash the trunks to pieces with a wave of her hand. The treasures inside spilled out. Yixuan did not even bat an eye at the priceless treasures, frowning even more deeply instead. "Did you not hear what I said?" Their insufferable domineering attitude had driven Yixuan's patience over the edge. Her plan had been to take it by force if necessary, which had not changed. Now that their attitude was so insufferable, Yixuan had even less qualms. "You dare!" The king's expression finally changed. He immediately slapped the chair arm of the throne, angrily staring at Yixuan. All the mermaids in the shrine aimed their tridents at Yixuan. The moment their king gave the order, they would turn this arrogant human into a porcupine. Seeing their positions, Yixuan laughed coldly. "Is this the true nature of the mermaids? To treat their benefactors as enemies? You saved our mermaids, but you were just another human who wanted something from us." The queen's beautiful face was also angry. "Regardless, I still saved your brethren and safely returned them. Otherwise they would still be having their tails cut off to be replaced with legs, their eyes plucked out for pearls, and their corpses turned into wax. I am your benefactor, this is unquestionable," Yixuan declared coldly. "You!" The queen shook angrily. She had never met such a shameless human. Actually saying such shameless things so righteously. But thinking of how cruelly they had been treated, she trembled. The armed mermaids all glared at Yixuan, gnashing their teeth, as if Yixuan was the one who had mistreated the mermaids. "You merfolk sure are ridiculous. Look at your expressions, as if I mistreated your brethren, when I was in fact the one who saved them." Yixuan laughed coldly, seeing their fiery gazes. Her voice was full of derision. The Mermaid King's eyes filled with loathing. It was the first time a human dared to look down on him this way. His mood was evident. It was the day the proud mermaid race was being looked down upon by a human. The Mermaid King was still a king though. Gradually, he cooled down. He motioned for the armed mermaids to lower their weapons. No matter what the intentions of this human was, the human had still saved their fellow mermaids. Cough, cough, the Mermaid King coughed to cover up the awkward atmosphere. "Benefactor, we are very grateful you have saved our brethren. Please our impulsive rudeness. However, we cannot give you what you have asked for. Please request something else. I already said, I came for only one thing. I don't need anything else." Yixuan eyed the Mermaid King coldly. There was no indication of backing down. "You! Don't be unreasonable. Where do you think you are? This is our mermaid kingdom. Your very feet rests on our territory." The queen stood up angrily. That a mere human would dare to continue disobey their authority. "Grab him. Send him away with some jewels and treasure." The Mermaid King watched on with narrowed eyes, tacitly agreeing with the queen's order. The human youth had been too ruthless, continuously crushing their pride, his pride. The mermaid soldiers in the shrine had long disliked the human before them. The youth was simply asking for a beating. Giving him riches was already a great gift, but the human continuously provoked them. The mermaid soldiers gripped their tridents tightly, starting to march forward. Humph! Yixuan had a completely ice-cold expression. With a thought, she raised a terrifying force. The mermaids only heard a boom, as if their heads were about to explode. Then, they started to fly back without their control, landing heavily onto the shrine walls. The entire shrine shook. The next moment, none of the mermaid soldiers could stand up, all lying on the ground. Only Yixuan stood in the center of the shrine, coldly regarding the king and queen. They shivered at his cold countenance. The mermaid king stood up abruptly, shocked at the youth. His lips moved, but not a single word came out. The mermaid queen was even more shocked, her beautiful eyes filled with terror. She did not think that the delicate-looking youth would actually have such power. I'll only repeat myself once. I want the god feather. Yixuan's eyes were now piercingly chilling. An indescribable incorporeal power shone out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 193. The entire shrine trembled violently. The king started to pale. It wasn't an illusion, the shrine was actually shaking. The queen gripped her armrest, face paling, watching the human incredulously. She never imagined that the youth would have such terrifying strength. She finally realized that even if the youth had not saved their brethren, the youth still had the power to forcibly take what he wanted anyways. Benefactor, please stay your hand, the mermaid king said hastily. He finally understood their true circumstances. Yixuan's expression remained icy. The mermaid king still had not said he would hand over the god feather. Benefactor, please stop. It is not that we do not want to hand over the god feather, but that it is currently not in our possession. A few years ago, it was stolen. The mermaid king finally could do nothing but reveal the truth. What? Yixuan was shocked. She finally stopped the tremors, eyeing the king coldly as she said, "Who stole it?" Yixuan finally realized why the mermaid king had not been willing to hand it over. This was the mermaid race's so-called pride? Who stole it? Yixuan coldly regarded the unsightly king. The mermaid king hesitated, gritting his teeth. Well, he had already lost face anyways. It was another human. The king's expression grew more unsightly. Named Shuai. He would remember this name even after he died. It was this insolent who had stolen away the relic piece, but he hated this human for something else. All of you, leave. The queen motioned for the poor mermaid soldiers to withdraw. The mermaid soldiers all watched Yixuan with trepidation as they silently withdrew. In the blink of an eye, only the king, queen, and Yixuan were left in the shrine. Speak. What happened? Seeing the king's clenched teeth, she knew the situation was not simply just that. The relic weapon was stolen by a human? Actually, we are fully aware of the spiritual relic weapon. Unless they are combined, the parts are mere ornaments. We are also sure that the weapon would never be assembled, so we gave the golden tiara to our daughter. The mermaid's king now filled with anger. For a moment, he did not speak. The queen sighed. I should tell it instead. One day, our daughter recklessly decided to swim in the open ocean with the tiara, then met a human. That human was Shuai. He took away our daughter along with the golden tiara. The person stole away your daughter? Did he fall for her good looks? Yixuan questioned. The king and queen suddenly flushed with embarrassment. After a long time, the two said weakly, that unfilial daughter, she abandoned us, abandoned our entire race to follow that man. We won't acknowledge such an unfilial daughter. Yixuan immediately understood. The human man must have been too charming, that even the mermaid princess could not resist his charms, so she willingly left with the man. It was a cruel joke. Who is Shuai? Yixuan raised a brow. One of Swerther's city lords. Vile, nasty, ugly man. He goes around collecting beautiful women. His city is at an island. The surrounding 18 islands are all under his jurisdiction. The queen fumed with anger. Yixuan knew that the queen's words were not totally true. If Shui Longfei really fit the queen's description, would the mermaid princess really fall for him and follow him? Now that she knew where the relic piece was, there was no need to stay here. Once they found the princess, they would find the relic piece. What does your daughter look like? Yixuan asked faintly. And where is the city? Her portrait is inside here. The queen took off a necklace from her neck and walked over to Yixuan from the throne to show her. The city is called the City of Unruly. East of here is an archipelago. You will know once you ask. Yixuan looked and saw a smiling, devastatingly beautiful woman. She wore a small, exquisite tiara. This must be the relic piece. Though the painting was underwater, it remained clear, evidently enchanted with magic. To phrase it differently, the mermaid princess had eloped, leaving with the relic piece, not actually stolen away. This was why the king and queen's attitude was so strange. Got it. Yixuan handed the pendant back to the queen, but the queen stopped her. Benefactor, if you find this unfilial daughter, please give this pendant to her, tell her we have no more relations. Yixuan looked down at the pendant, then looked at the queen. Her eyes were filled with deep grief. Suddenly, Yixuan was reminded of Catherine's final moment, her gently, tenderly smile. She gripped the pendant, then said coldly, if that is the case, why don't I kill this unfilial daughter for you? Yixuan turned, about to propel the aquafission beast forward. Wait! The queen said frantically. What is it? Yixuan stopped, but did not turn around. She continued to say coldly, does your highness want me to bring back her corpse? That's too much of a hassle. You should send people over at the time, I will throw her into the sea for you. No, the queen cried out. Yixuan sighed in her heart. Motherly love. Mothers were always worried. No, don't hurt her. The queen raced over, face full of worry and grief. Don't worry, I will bring her back to you safe and sound, and am delighted to do so. Yixuan said faintly, then left on the aquafission beast. Shui Longfei, what kind of person was he? Even a stately mermaid princess fell in love with him at first sight, then abandoned her parents and clan to live with him on land. The queen watched Yixuan's leading figure blankly, vacant for a long time. For some reason, she believed Yixuan's words. A thought surfaced, this human would definitely bring back her daughter. Yixuan left the mermaid kingdom unimpeded. Once everyone saw Yixuan appear at the entrance, they all let out a sigh of relief. Yixuan, what happened? Did you get the relic piece? Xiao Chuxin asked quickly. Yixuan let out a sigh. She turned to Dong Fengho. Let's talk after entering Mumu Cao. Dong Fengho instructed Mumu Cao to swallow them all again. After entering, everyone dismounted from their aquafission beast. Dong Fengho sent back the aquafission beasts and trumpet beasts. Everyone watched Yixuan expectantly, waiting for her response. They did not have the relic piece. The mermaid princess has it, but she eloped with a human. Yixuan spoke calmly. She showed everyone the pendant. This is the mermaid princess. We just need to find her to find the relic piece. Eloped? Everyone was shocked, then looked at each other in dismay. What kind of person would the mermaid princess elope with? The person she eloped with is called Shui Longfei. The mermaid queen said he is one of Swerther's city lords, his city located on an island. Let's go, we need to find him, Yixuan said faintly. Shui Longfei? Long Lingyun frowned. Though the Temple of Light did not have much influence in Swerther, Long Lingyun still knew one or two things about this country. Do you know this person? Feng Yixuan asked. I've heard of him. Long Lingyun spoke in a low voice. This person, Lung Lingyun, frowned. Looking at the pendant that Shi Shaoqi was currently holding, he frowned. What is it? Shi Aoshuang said. This person is versed in both pen and sword. He is very popular in Swerther. His city of Unruly is thriving under his administration. It is said that, Lung Lingyun paused hesitantly. It is said that he is extremely handsome and powerful, but he is a typical playboy. He has a large number of concubines and there are still countless women after him. This description was very different from the queen's. It seemed the mermaid queen hated humans so much, she deliberately defamed him. Ah, young Master Lang, since when did you engage in gossip? Why do you know this so clearly? Shi Shaoqi asked jokingly. It was very strange that Lang Lingyun knew this. These were written in the Temple of Light records. Lang Lingyun's expression changed. That the Temple of Light had bothered to record so extensively on one person showed how much power and influence he must have in Swerther. Everyone's expressions also changed at these words. They all assumed pensive looks. A playboy? Even a Grand Mermaid princess was swayed into leaving, so he was definitely not simple. Shi Shaoqi passed back the pendant to Qi Aoshuang. This person is definitely no ordinary man. We want to keep the situation as minimal as possible. If our identities are revealed, the Black Lightning will be after us. Qi Aoshuang frowned. Exactly how powerful was the organization? Just go to the east, Dong Fengho, Qi Aoshuang instructed. Yes, Dong Fengho responded, then told Mumu Cao. Shui Longfei. Qi Aoshuang's gaze darkened. What kind of person was he? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 194. Unruly Island, moderate sunny weather. The pier was bustling with activity. It was another beautiful morning for the city of Unruly. Why is it me? Dong Fengho's beautiful face looked wronged. He was currently a peerless beauty. The effects of the gender-changing potion had worn off, so everyone was waiting inside an inn for them to bring news back. Currently, Qi Aoshuang and Dong Fengho were quietly sitting in front of a fountain in the plaza. Like everyone else, they were feeding the seagulls pieces of bread. Because the effects of the gender-changing potion had worn off, Qi Aoshuang was currently wearing a golden wig. Without Cliff's magic to change their appearances, this was the best they could do. Because you are the prettiest, Qi Aoshuang responded. I would rather not be pretty, Dong Fengho scowled. Why was he acting as the honey trap again? He was fundamentally a genuine male. Making him disguise himself as a woman and wait here to attract Shui Longfei, why? Wait here. In a moment, Shui Longfei will pass by. Qi Aoshuang stood up, patting her clothes. You just need to infiltrate and figure out where the mermaid princess is. Qi Aoshuang already had a very bad impression of Shui Longfei. Last night, she planned on asking where the mermaid princess was at the city manor, but was shocked speechless by the giant harem. The courtyards were all decorated the exact same, so finding the princess would be a huge task. Damn Shui Longfei giving every concubine an entire courtyard. It was said that Shui Longfei's harem was completely harmonious. If Dong Fengho infiltrated and asked, it should be easy. Seeing Qi Aoshuang about to leave, Dong Fengho hastily stood up. What if he does something to me? What should I do? Don't worry, Shui Longfei has never forced himself onto women, Qi Aoshuang said casually, about to leave. Dong Fengho watched Qi Aoshuang's leaving figure with puppy eyes, feeling very tortured. Qi Aoshuang turned, about to leave, but then a figure flashed in front of her, blocking her path. How quick! Qi Aoshuang was shocked by their speed. Pretty girl, could I have the honor of having a cup of tea with you? A gentle voice said. Qi Aoshuang looked up to see who it was. Her eyes flashed with shock. What a universally shocking face. His eyes were like stars, his golden hair supple, his lips luscious and wet. Such a beautiful appearance belonged to a man, what a pity. Seeing his luxurious clothes and exceptional face, along with his casual pickup line, Xiaoshuang immediately understood who it was. He was the lord of the city of Unruly, Shui Longfei. However, he was not talking to Dong Fengho, but to Xiaoshuang. Seeing the man smile was like being bathed in spring wind. Xiaoshuang could not help but admit that the man was worthy. He was extremely attractive. Perhaps the mermaid princess had been entranced by his smile alone. Xiaoshuang did not respond, but Shui Longfei smiled and said something that shocked her. "Weren't you waiting for me this whole time? Why aren't you saying anything right now?" Xiaoshuang's heart sunk. She recoiled a few steps back, eyeing the smiling Shui Longfei coldly. She had underestimated him. Claire Hill. This is our first meeting. I have been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Let me introduce myself. I am Shui Longfei. Shui Longfei watched the girl intensely. This was the girl the Temple of Light was trying to kill no matter the cost? Xiaoshuang's eyes darkened. He already knew her identity? Shui Longfei laughed calmly. You must be curious how I knew who you are. Ha, your friends in the inn must already be confronting people of the Temple of Light and Black Lightning. Only our fight has yet to start. His eyes flashed with a sliver of glee. Claire Hill. Originally, he had no interest in her, but after she battled with the temple, he took notice of her. The girl who originally chased after men was now a genius that others chased, the star of Parkland, even a priest of the Temple of Light. However, she later defeated the temple's pope and 12 archbishops. Her strength remained on the back of his mind ever since. He wanted to have a fight with her. Xiaoshuang glanced to see Dong Fengho was currently being chased away by a girl like a mouse running from a cat. What was going on? Wasn't Dong Fengho a skilled summoner? Why was he having such difficulty? That girl is a summoner's natural enemy. He is unable to summon any magic beasts. Shui Longfei's indifferent explanation dispelled her doubts. TCH. She clicked her tongue with annoyance, regarding the man coldly. Shui Longfei had been prepared from the start. He was indeed unordinary. Currently, the commoners had already disappeared from the plaza. They all left, but were not far away. Many people watched from high buildings. Many more were surrounding the plaza to spectate. City Lord is unparalleled. Go, City Lord. City Lord is the best. Suddenly, the plaza began to bustle with noise. Cheers came from the left and right. Shui Longfei squinted and raised a hand in response, as if this was a familiar situation. This guy was not only a playboy, he was narcissist. And from the commoner's response, it seemed it was very common for Shui Longfei to duel, and he enjoyed them watching him win to boost his ego. Their love and respect for their city lord was even more evident. Come, Claire Hill. Let me see if you are strong as the rumors say, Shui Longfei said in a low voice. His smile instantly vanished as he started to emit an indescribably terrifying pressure. Slowly, he raised his hand. A golden sword materialized. He stood there silently. Xiaoshuang raised a brow at his imposing manner. Shui Longfei. A master. As expected of Swerther's pride. Merely 27 years old, yet already so powerful and achieved. She narrowed her eyes, smiling coldly. The azure ripple blade materialized silently in her hand. Seeing the azure ripple blade, Shui Longfei raised a brow. What a good sword! Sea gusts blew, tousling their hair. Their clothes flapped in the wind. The two's gazes suddenly intensified. An incorporeal power started to burst forth. The seagulls that had been eating scraps suddenly all started to fly away, leaving a whirl of white feathers that floated around the two. In that instant, the fight could have gone either way. Qiaoshuang and Shui Longfei eyed each other coldly. The two both controlled their strength so that their terrifying auras would not affect the nearby commoners. Shui Longfei's eyes gleamed imperceptibly. His theory strengthened. City Lord is unmatched under the sky. Ah! City Lord! It was the shriek of fangirls. The City Lord was invincible in their hearts. Nothing was infeasible for their City Lord. Cheers! It was as if time stopped. Suddenly, the two leapt back at the same time, their swords glinting so brightly that it was hard to see. Two destructive figures clashed in the air. A loud explosion. The entire plaza seemed to shake. No! The entire island seemed to shake. The spectators covered their ears, the deafening sound ringing in their ears. The trembling land struck fear in their hearts. In the air, the deadly figures separated. The two landed in their original positions. Qiaoshuang watched the man coldly. Shui Longfei eyed the girl without change in expression. Evenly matched? The spectators watched with wide eyes, deathly silent. This girl was evenly matched with their city lord? Everyone exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. How could that be? The next moment, the loftily standing girl's golden wig flew to the ground, revealing her luscious black hair. There were evident traces of slashes in the wig. Clamor. Suddenly, there were deafening cheers. City Lord! City Lord! Invincible! The commoners cheering enveloped the entire plaza. However, the next moment, Shui Longfei coughed up blood, then started to sway, about to collapse. He struck his sword into the ground to steady himself. The deafening cheers trailed to a stop. The plaza was now silent, fearful. Everyone could not believe that their unparalleled city lord could be reduced to such a state. The city lord lost? Their eternally invincible city lord lost. To that girl? Everyone's eyes were on the black-haired girl. A gust of wind gently blew, her hair fluttering in the wind. Her refined face was icy and aloof. She merely stood there silently, but everyone felt a terrifying pressure. You are strong, but not enough. Qiaoshuang's ice-cold voice spoke quietly. However, to all the spectators, it was nightmarish. You are indeed strong. Shui Longfei wiped away the blood on his mouth. Life or death? Qiaoshuang coldly regarded the man. His expression had not changed. Of course, life. Unexpectedly, Shui Longfei revealed a toothy grin. With a snap of his fingers, the girl who had been chasing Dong Fengho stopped and obediently ran over to Shui Longfei. Life is so beautiful. How could I die before experiencing everything? Qiaoshuang frowned, seeing his brilliant smile. Suddenly, she was suspicious. What exactly was this fellow planning? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 195. Alright, everyone disperse. Get back to business. Shui Longfei ordered the spectators. They all glared at Qiaoshuang, but still dispersed. Dong Fengho hurriedly ran over to Qiaoshuang as if his butt was on fire. Aoshuang, I am going back to the inn. Shuxin is still there. Dong Fengho had overheard Shui Longfei say that the Temple of Light and Black Lightning already had the inn surrounded. Let's go. Qiaoshuang nodded, frowning. Her gaze had not shifted from Shui Longfei, who was still smiling brightly, evidently cautious. Dong Fengho madly hastened to the inn. No one stopped them, which made Qiaoshuang even more suspicious of Shui Longfei. Why did you approach me? Shui Longfei walked over casually, motioning for the girl beside him to leave. Qiaoshuang watched him carefully, but did not sense any malice. I don't care about your relationship with those religious fools. I only wanted to have a fight with you. The results are already out. You are stronger than me, he said plainly as he sheathed his sword. The mermaid princess. Yixuan also sheathed her sword, coldly announcing her objective. One thing was certain, Shui Longfei would not act based on common sense. She was a little surprised at his free spirit, even a little envious. Ah? You're looking for Qianer asterisk? Shui Longfei stroked his chin thoughtfully, then said coldly. Did you fall for her good looks? Are you into women? Asterisk adding to the end of a first name is a form of endearment, like a cute nickname. Xiaoshuang's expression turned frosty, azure ripple blade already in hand. I was joking. Shui Longfei took a few steps back, his hands raised in surrender. Don't be hasty, I was just joking. Humph. Xiaoshuang humphed coldly, retracting the azure ripple blade. But why are you looking for Qianer? Shui Longfei still did not understand. We are after her tiara, and want to bring her back to her parents' side. As Xiaoshuang finished speaking, she could already see that Shui Longfei's expression was different from usual. Oi, don't look at me that way. I didn't kidnap her, she stubbornly wanted to follow no matter what. Shui Longfei seemed somewhat unsatisfied. He did a hair flip, then sighed. It was just my luck that I was born with such good looks. Xiaoshuang immediately felt a burst of disdain, but didn't say a word. She only eyed him coldly. First, you should go help your friends. We'll meet at the Easter Pier. My boat is there. I will bring you what you want and tell Qianer to return to her clan. Shui Longfei shrugged. Xiaoshuang frowned, watching Shui Longfei skeptically. What exactly was he planning? Let's go. Your friends must be amidst a difficult battle currently, Shui Longfei advised. How strong are the people they are fighting compared to you? Xiaoshuang gave no indication of leaving. Of course weaker than me. As the strongest one, I was reserved to fight you. Shui Longfei raised a brow playfully. Oh, then it's nothing. I'll just wait here for them. Xiaoshuang walked over to the fountain and sat down calmly. What? Shui Longfei's eyes widened, watching the expressionless Xiaoshuang. Did she not care about her companions? Or did she have confidence in them? It seemed to be the latter. He couldn't help but doubt. Were her friends really that strong? Xiaoshuang did not say a word, continuing to sit calmly. What are you up to? Shui Longfei sat down right next to her, chatting naturally. I don't like those religious hypocrites who spew lies all day either. Originally, they had a branch here, but I secretly eliminated them. They have told me to watch out for the perpetrator ever since. What a joke. Why would I hand myself over? Shui Longfei chatted freely without any precautions. Destroy the temple, Xiaoshuang answered simply. She looked up at the sky, calculating when they would wrap up at the inn. She secretly sighed in her heart. Shui Longfei was truly unruly beyond belief. The city of unruly, what a name that befitted him. Oh, really? Ah, good idea. Shui Longfei raised a brow excitedly. Then he frowned. But right now you're being chased down by the temple. How can you destroy it? Xiaoshuang regarded him coldly. Do you think your phrasing is correct? Oh, haha. It's more like the temple is eating your dust. Shui Longfei laughed, correcting his mistake. Xiaoshuang frowned. Why did you decide to help me? Were you not assisting the temple? Xiaoshuang did not care for the Temple of Light, but the Goddess of Light was another story. The goddess's terrifying strength remained fresh in her memory. Therefore, though she did not care for the temple itself, it was best not to face them directly. Shui Longfei smoothed back his hair, adopting a relaxed posture. No reason. I do what I want. Yixuan was silent. His words and posture fit his personality perfectly. All right, Claire, Shui Longfei started to say, looking at her black hair. Yixuan broke him off. Call me Yixuan. The name Claire died with someone else. Oh, Yixuan, is there a person of the Feng merchant clan among your comrades? Shui Longfei changed to a different topic. He had noticed the nearly imperceptible trace of grief in Yixuan's eyes. The person she spoke of was probably her mother. Naturally, he did not believe the girl before him would cruelly kill her own mother. It must have been another good deed of the religious hypocrites. She was aware the Feng trade union was renowned throughout the entire Ceylon continent, but did not understand why he would suddenly ask such a question. Suddenly, there came the sound of thundering footsteps. Yes, the one with red hair. He is the Feng clan's Feng Yixuan, the son of the president of the Feng trade union. Yixuan indicated at the hurriedly running Feng Yixuan. Feng Yixuan and Lang Lingyun arrived, followed closely by the Shi brothers along with Xiao Chuxin and Dong Fengho. Once they saw Yixuan and the gorgeously dressed man was sitting together peacefully, they were all shocked. Dong Fengho's chin was about to dislocate. Before he had left, Yixuan was still coldly affront him, sparks flying. How were they now harmonious? Oh. You must be from the Feng clan, one of the people wanted by the Temple of Light and Empire of Amparkland. Shui Longfei watching Feng Yixuan with a whimsical. Feng Yixuan's expression changed, about to flare up. But Shui Longfei said something that struck him heavily. For you, the Temple of Light and Empire of Amparkland has put the Feng clan under heavy pressure. Are you not going to return? Everyone froze at his words. Feng Yixuan was dumbstruck, staring at Shui Longfei blankly, but Shui Longfei's gaze was firm. He appeared entirely truthful. Something happened to the Feng clan? Yixuan stood up promptly. Though he was smiling whimsically, his eyes were serious. If I can figure out your identity, you think others can't? The ones you have faced on your journey are greenhorns. Shui Longfei shrugged heedlessly. The Temple of Light must be gathering talents who rival your strength besides I to kill you. You should take care of yourselves. What exactly happened to the Feng clan? Yixuan's heart sunk. And Lisha's bright smile appeared in her mind's eye. To Yixuan, she was already a special existence. Though she appeared fiery, she was tender on the inside. At the time, it was she who had brought Yixuan to the Foam Island and asked the Astral Wind Elder to block the lightning strikes. When Yixuan was at her lowest point, it was she who sheltered her. Feng Yixuan was currently unusually calm. He said coldly, "What happened to the Feng clan? Please tell me." Shui Longfei's expression shifted slightly. Though the aura of the red-haired youth before him was like that of a calm lake, he sensed an indescribable pressure. The pressure was even more dreadful compared to Yixuan's. A terrifying thought flashed in his mind. This youth was even stronger than Yixuan? Was this why Yixuan confidently sat down, calmly waiting for them? Please tell me. Feng Yixuan's voice was clear-cut, tranquil, yet spine-chilling. The Feng clan is currently being pressured. Many branches have been suppressed, and Amparkland keeps on provoking lag-arc, Shui Longfei said grimly. I suggest you return. Though he had already sensed Feng Yixuan's power, he still advised him. Feng Yixuan's eyes were already filled with hellfire. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 196. Did you finish off the men the temple and Black Lightning sent? Shui Longfei looked behind them. Without waiting for anyone's response, Shui Longfei snapped his fingers. Instantly, fully armored guards appeared in the plaza. Do you have any orders, sire? Evidently, this guard was trained well, his aura reserved, his posture steady. Go and see if any of the Temple of Light or Black Lightning organizations survived, Shui Longfei ordered indifferently. If there are, finish them off. Take care of the bodies. Yes, sir. The guards left the plaza, not even blinking at the command. Shui Longfei beckoned at the girl who had just been chasing Dong Fengho. She walked over obediently. Go. Tell Qian'er to give me her tiara. Send it to the boat docked at the eastern pier. Shui Longfei spoke softly, yet in a manner that could not be questioned. Yes. The girl nodded, turned, and left speedily. Dong Fengho watched the girl leave with lingering fears. He was bewildered. Under the girl's attack, he was unable to focus enough spiritual power to summon magic beasts. The moment he made a spiritual connection, it would be interrupted. Who exactly was she? Go. This is not a good place to talk. Shui Longfei stood up and led them away. Shi Aoshuang followed without hesitation. Everyone else followed suit. Feng Yixuan was quiet, not saying a word. He led them to eastern part of the city until they reached the pier. When the bustling people saw Shui Longfei, they all prepared to bow, but Shui Longfei only waved offhandedly. They immediately stopped and continued with what they were doing. Shi Aoshuang was shocked. The loyalty these commoners had towards Shui Longfei was abnormal. Who exactly was Shui Longfei? Naturally, the most luxurious boat docked there was Shui Longfei's. The moment they saw how elaborately designed it was, they knew. Shui Longfei led them without any change in expression. After entering the boat, everyone sat down. Currently, no one was in the mood to admire the boat's beauty. Feng Yixuan, the son of the president of the Feng Trade Union, Shui Longfei said after sitting down, pointing at Feng Yixuan. He paused, then looked at Long Lingyun. You, the divine prince tricked by the witch, Long Lingyun. Everyone frowned, but did not say anything, all waiting for Shui Longfei to finish speaking. And you, the archer who follows Claire, Xiao Chuxin. His gaze shifted to Xiao Chuxin. Then he looked at Dong Fengho. The summoner who follows Claire. Shi Aoshuang's expression darkened. Shui Longfei knew everything. And you two are the twin dark magicians. Shui Longfei continued, looking at Shi Shaoqi and Shi Shaoxi. What are you trying to say? Shi Shaoqi said unhappily. What do you think? Your disguises can trick normal people, but do you think it can trick the Temple of Light or Black Lightning? Do you really believe you could disappear into a crowd? Shui Longfei laughed profoundly. Do you think you look so ordinary? Everyone was silent, their expression unsightly. After a long time, Shi Aoshuang let out a sigh. She slowly closed her eyes. She then opened her eyes, her gaze serious. Shi Shaoqi, Shi Shaoxi. Return to Yuwasili and help Long Susi. Now. Shi Aoshuang had an unopposable aura. Shi Shaoqi and Shi Shaoxi shared a glance, their expressions also serious. They stood up, looking at Shi Aoshuang intensely. Divine Princess, if it is your command, we will set out immediately. I command you. Be careful on your way back. Shi Aoshuang gave a slight nod. I'll send men to send you out this ocean area and send back Qian'er at the same time, Shui Longfei said, pleased with his idea. The seas here are all under my jurisdiction. No one dares to challenge me here. Shi Aoshuang gave him a nod. Thank you. Want to thank me? Shui Longfei sized up Shi Aoshuang pervertedly. If you thank me wholeheartedly in 5 years' time, I definitely won't refuse. Sensing their change in expression, he said hastily, I was just joking. The cold gazes told him that his joke was not funny at all. Yixuan, suddenly, Shi Aoshuang turned to Feng Yixuan who had been silent. It was the first time Shi Aoshuang called him by his first name. Feng Yixuan looked up and was met with Shi Aoshuang's pitch-black eyes. The two locked gazes, not saying a word, but understood each other. Just as Qi Aoshuang was about to speak, Feng Yixuan said, "Aoshuang, I understand. First return. Don't let Anton be hurt." Qi Aoshuang's heart settled down. "You must return to Yuwusili safely." Feng Yixuan looked at Qi Aoshuang deeply. "I will." Qi Aoshuang revealed a smile, nodding. Lan Lingyun's eyes flashed with loneliness, but it quickly disappeared. "Shuxin, Dong Fengho, we will separate here." Qi Aoshuang faced them. "Why?" "No, we just met up a short moment ago." "I don't want to leave you." Xiao Chuxin stood up emotionally. Dong Fengho pulled on her sleeve. "Chuxin, it will be more dangerous if we stay together. The chances of being exposed will be higher. It is better if we split up to find what we're looking for." Because Shui Longfei was present, Dong Fengho did not specify what they were looking for. This, however, piqued his interest. What exactly was Qi Aoshuang looking for? Only then did Xiao Chuxin understand. She bit her lip, then said with difficulty, Then we'll split up. Dong Fengho and I will help you find the other stuff." Qi Aoshuang froze. She had not planned on Xiao Chuxing and Dong Fengho endangering themselves for her. Originally, she was going to tell them to continue traveling or return to Yuwusili where the Temple of Darkness had influence. On deck, there came the sound of footsteps. Shui Longfei looked up at the noise. "You guys can continue talking. I'll go out first." The tiara must have been sent. Then he left, leaving them alone. "Chuxin and I will look for the Beast Clan. I understand their language and likes and dislikes. I will definitely get their artifact." Dong Fengho had an unusually staunch expression, his tone of voice also difficult to oppose. Right. "Aoshuang, Dongho and I will help you look for the artifact. If we separate, our identities won't be exposed so easily. There are archers everywhere." Xiao Chuxin nodded hurriedly. Seeing Dong Fengho and Xiao Chuxin's staunch expressions, she could not say, "I am not worthy you endangering yourselves for me." "Okay, we'll do what you said. After we find the Beast Clan, we'll find the dwarves." Xiao Chuxin nodded. "There are still artifacts in the hands of the goblins asterisk, the Fae, and the dragons," Lung Lingyun said in a low voice. Asterisk earth spirits changed to goblins. When he mentioned the dragons, everyone thought of Ben at the same time. That clumsy dragon, has he avenged himself yet? "I will visit the dragon clan with Lang Lingyun." "If we find Ben, it will be much easier," Qi Aoshuang decided. Ben's strength was evident. Most importantly, he could fly. This would make it much easier for them to act. "Good. We'll do what we planned." Xiao Chuxin nodded seriously. She gripped Qi Aoshuang's hand. "Aoshuang, you must be careful." Qi Aoshuang's eyes flashed with complex emotions. She stole the words right out of her mouth. "You must also be careful." Qi Aoshuang gripped Xiao Chuxin's hand in turn. "Don't worry, no one will suspect our identity. I will take care of Xiao Chuxin." Dong Fengho smiled sheepishly. "Even if we can't beat them, we can run away." TCH. Xiao Chuxin rolled her eyes, dissatisfied with his cowardly words. "Run if you can't beat them." "Chuxin, I hope nothing bad happens to you," Qi Aoshuang said seriously. Xiao Chuxin froze, then nodded obediently. "Don't worry, I won't be that dumb. I will return alive." "Good." Qi Aoshuang nodded. With everything decided, the atmosphere in the boat grew heavy. No one knew what to say. "Everyone, come in." Shui Longfei's voice came from outside. The next moment, he came in with a triumphant smile, an exquisite wooden box in hand. Qi Aoshuang. This is what you wanted." Shui Longfei handed over the box. "Don't worry, I am delighted to send Xian'er back to the mermaids. Xiao Shuang opened the box. It was the tiara depicted in the pendant. This was a part of the god feather? Besides looking ornate, she could not tell what was special about it. It did not even emit magic ripples. Perhaps just like the god of darkness said, by itself, it had no power. Only together would they emit grand, terrifying power. Thank you, Xiao Shuang thanked sincerely. No matter what motives he had when doing all this, he had still helped her. If you want to thank me, Shui Longfei laughed vulgarly. Everyone swiveled to give him an icy stare, stopping him in mid-sentence. Please give this to the mermaid princess. Tell her her mother misses her. Xiao Shuang handed over the pendant the queen had given her. She was not worried anymore whether or not the mermaid princess would return anymore. She had handed over the precious tiara just because Shui Longfei told her to. Clearly, she would listen to anything Shui Longfei said. Alright, no problem. Shui Longfei put away the pendant. And so, everyone departed. Shui Longfei sent men to accompany them on ships. He himself accompanied Qi Aoshuan and Lang Lingyun personally. Before leaving, Feng Yixuan did not say a word, only gazing at Qi Aoshuan intensely. Silent, unspoken words were exchanged. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 197. Xiao Shuang stood at the prow of the ship, the wind gently brushing her face. Lang Lingyun stood to the side, silent. Shui Longfei viewed the wide expanse of oceans, arms crossed. He broke into a candid smile. If I did not have the city of Unruly holding me back, I would have liked to join you. As long as I stayed with you, exciting things would be sure to happen. Shui Longfei said his true intentions. You're better off staying here to protect your people. Now that you've let me go, the Temple of Light is sure to investigate. Qi Aoshuang frowned. She was thinking about the innocent Feng clan that had been unfairly implicated. The Feng clan trade union has great, widespread influence, allowing it to be suppressed in multiple areas. I am different. My unruly island is out in deep waters and centralized. It is not easy to travel there either. For the Temple of Light to suppress me is fundamentally impossible. Shui Longfei said confidently, then laughed. I sure am looking forward to the day you topple the Temple of Light, double black girl. Shui Longfei had also heard of this legend. In the past, he brushed it aside, but now, he was willing to believe in it. The day will come. Oh, also, your appearances attract too much attention. Shui Longfei stroked his chin, looking at Qi Aoshuan, then looking at Lang Lingyun. Although you both are not as attractive as I, both of you are very noticeable. I do have a way to change your appearances, however. Qi Aoshuan cast a sidelong glance. Lang Lingyun and her appearances were indeed trouble, especially Lang Lingyun's. His silver hair and violet eyes were too distinctive. If you eat this fruit, you will look like a commoner, perhaps even look ugly. Shui Longfei fished out two gray, wrinkled fruits from his robe. What is that? Lang Lingyun frowned upon the two little fruits. This is a treasure one of my concubines gave me. I originally had 10, now I have 3 left. Shui Longfei gazed at the fruits longingly. What did you use it for? Qi Aoshuang had no qualms and grabbed the fruit. Shui Longfei eyed the fruits. Sometimes, I'm handsome to a fault. When I need to do business, some things I will be forced to change my appearance, otherwise, I'll rouse attention everywhere I go. Qi Aoshuang had no words. If you want to change back, eat these. Shui Longfei fished out another 2 wrinkled leaves. These leaves come from the same plant as the fruits. Qi Aoshuang stared at Shui Longfei, unable to find words to say. They were merely strangers who had crossed paths by accident, yet he had given them such a huge favor. Without a doubt, These items were extremely valuable, but Shui Longfei gifted them to them. She found herself somewhat moved, almost. Qi Aoshuang did not immediately take the leaves. Instead, she looked Shui Longfei into the eye. Shui Longfei, I will engrave this favor into my memories. If the day comes when you need my assistance, I will help you with all my might. Knowing you, your words alone are enough. Shui Longfei smiled brightly. He handed the 2 leaves over. Eat it now and see. Qi Aoshuang handed one of the fruits to Long Lingyun. He looked at the ugly fruits, then swallowed it in one bite. Under Qi Aoshuang's incredulous gaze, Lang Lingyun's appearance was changing rapidly. His alluring, violet eyes gradually faded into gray. His elegant, long silver hair turned brown. His facial features also gradually changed. In an instant, standing before Qi Aoshuang was not Yi Yin anymore. It was a man with beady eyes and brown hair who could not look more ordinary. Come, take a look for yourself. Shui Longfei handed a refined mirror to Long Lingyun. Of course the narcissistic Shui Longfei would carry a mirror. When Long Lingyun saw himself in the mirror, the person reflected was shocked. The person in the mirror and him were as different as could be. Absolutely no one could recognize you. Shui Longfei said, pleased. Chirp chirp. Peep peep. Hidden in Lang Lingyun's cloak, White Emperor and Black Feather crawled out onto Long Lingyun's shoulder. Their round, little eyes were filled with shock. Ha, and you need to watch over these 2 little pets carefully. They have already become symbols of your identity. Shui Longfei stroked his chin, looking at the 2 strange organisms thoughtfully. What kind of magic beasts are these? I cannot recognize them. To think that there were magic beasts that I could not recognize, how astounding. It cannot be, how could I not recognize them? He felt a blow to his confidence. Qi Aoshuang then swallowed her fruit and felt her features changing. She looked at White Emperor and Black Feather. Perhaps they do not come from this world. This is not their true appearance either. Ah? Then what exactly are they? His interest was piqued. I do not know, Qi Aoshuang replied honestly. Although White Emperor and Black Feather had assumed human forms before, Qi Aoshuang still to this day did not know their true identities. She only knew that the god of darkness and goddess of light recognized them, so they were definitely unordinary. Ha, if anyone could recognize you now, I'd eat my hat. Shui Longfei was immensely pleased. A trace of shock flashed through Long Lingyun's eyes. He handed over the mirror to Qi Aoshuang. When she took a look, she saw a head of green hair. Her eyes were still large, now a common blue color. Her nose was covered in freckles. She nodded, pleased. Indeed, no one would be able to recognize her. A few days later, Qi Aoshuang and Lang Lingyun arrived at a dock near the border. Shui Longfei then departed. As the sun started to set, Qi Aoshuang watched as the gorgeous vessel left, silent. Aoshuang, let's go, Long Lingyun said quietly. Qi Aoshuang nodded, and then they left. Their journey was smooth as expected. No one took notice of Qi Aoshuang and Lang Lingyun now. And so, the 2 smoothly passed Uwusali's border and through the hazy swamp, heading to Dragon Valley. Dragon Valley was between wide expanses of steep mountains. It was a forbidden area. Who knew how many had been able to make it out alive? Just as they entered the mountain range, Qi Aoshuang and Lang Lingyun sensed an incorporeal pressure. The next moment, they saw black. A giant figure appeared overhead, throat rumbling, then descended before them. Humans, if you want to live, leave immediately. You are in dragon territory, a thunderous voice said abruptly. Qi Aoshuang and Lang Lingyun looked up to see a giant dragon crouched before them, eyeing them disdainfully. He was likely a dragon guarding the entrance. Qi Aoshuang and Lang Lingyun exchanged glances. We are looking for Ben Berna Alexa Betla Buetfade, Qi Aoshuang started to recite from memory. She had remarkable memory, able to remember Ben's long family name from that one time he had introduced himself. "Cease your talking. Lowly human, how could you utter our king's name so wantonly?" The giant dragon abruptly burst into anger, about to spit out fire. Yixuan was elated. She had bet correctly. Ben had been able to clear his name and regain what was rightfully his, becoming the Dragon King. If this was true, then it was too easy. However, this guard was just a little too thick. Is the dragon race really this thick? Could any human know the Dragon King's name? "Tell Ben Claire Hill is here." Yixuan humphed. The guarding dragon froze. He looked at the small human, suspicious. The dragons were a proud race and would not give away their names to anyone? But his king's true name had indeed been said by this human. Everyone knew that their king had been framed before, and they all knew some kind of human had saved their king. However, the human was famous for their golden hair and fair appearance. The tiny human did not seem to fit the description. "Human, are you really Claire Hill?" Claire Hills is known for her golden hair and jade eyes. The dragon crouched down to look at her carefully to ascertain he was not wrong. Whether it was her hair or eyes, they all did not match the description. "I used a secret method to change my appearance," Yixuan explained. "If you bring us to meet your king, the truth shall be revealed. But our king is currently in seclusion, receiving the Dragon King inheritance." Although the human seemed different from what their king described, she was able to utter his name. Perhaps she was really Claire Hill in disguise? Dragon King inheritance? Yixuan understood. After becoming the Dragon King, he would receive the Dragon God's bestowal and obtain gold power. Only then would he become the true Dragon King. Thus, we will have to wait. Yixuan smiled at the guard dragon. "Don't worry, we will leave the Dragon Valley and wait outside. Once your king's ceremony ends, please inform him." "Of course. The moment he leaves seclusion, I will inform him immediately." The dragon nodded hurriedly. If the human before him was truly the king's savior, he could not afford to offend them accidentally. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 198. Yixuan and Lang Lingyun took set-up camp outside Dragon Valley. Lang Lingyun pitched tents, while Yixuan stacked up firewood, preparing their bonfire for the night. Black Feather and White Emperor bounced around Lang Lingyun, waiting expectantly for Lang Lingyun to cook meat for them. At this moment, a group of people was at the mouth of the ravine. Leading them was a charming, lavishly dressed woman followed by a well-dressed young man. The young man had a beautiful sword at his waist, his boots of the highest quality. His clothes were embroidered elegantly, showing his high status. Behind them were armed knights. At the very back was someone dressed completely differently from them, wearing pure white clothes. He maintained a certain distance, not lagging behind, but not following closely either. "Young master, Dragon Valley is right ahead. We should stop now," a middle-aged man leading the knights said earnestly. He cursed inwardly. This foolish price, persuaded just because of that woman to come to this dangerous place. It was Dragon Valley, a place where even some magic beasts wouldn't appear. Although they had a disciple of the hidden sect following to protect them, if they entered Dragon Valley and actually angered dragons, it would be strange if they weren't swallowed whole. Their horses were already unsettled at merely the mouth of the ravine. They could only leave 2 people behind to look after the horses as everyone else continued forward. "Shut up, useless fool," the lavishly dressed man angrily chided. He was losing face in front of the beauty because of the old man. The young man was the 3rd prince of Belric, Banis. He had been completely enamored by the beauty in a chance meeting. The captain gnashed his teeth bitterly. Useless? Could humans win against dragons? The captain shot a hateful glance at the beautiful woman. It was all because of this bimbo's fault that they were forced to follow this brainless prince here. The disciple of the hidden sect was only responsible for protecting the prince's safety. At a critical juncture, they would be screwed. Though the hidden sect did not interfere with common life, they were still humans, they still needed to eat. All their money came from a handful of imperial families. As payment, they would dispatch some of their disciples to protect royal family members. The captain cast a glance at the hidden sect disciple. The disciple followed unhurriedly, calm and composed. He had never spoken a word with them. The captain sighed. Hopefully, their prince was wise enough to not continue forward. Dear, the alluring woman turned to speak to Prince Banis coquettishly. What is it, baby? Banis asked cautiously with a fawning smile. The sky is darkening. We should set up camp at the end of the ravine and enter tomorrow, okay? The woman's charming voice nearly melted Prince Banis. All right, no problem. Baby, tomorrow we enter Dragon Valley. Prince Banis gazed at the beauty tenderly. Will there be any problems? The beauty asked sweetly. How could that be? These nights are Belrek's greatest nights. We even have a disciple of the hidden sect. No fair, that disciple is only responsible for your safety, the beauty pouted cutely. Her eyes flashed profoundly with something unclear that disappeared instantly. No one noticed. Oh silly you are my everything. How could he not protect you, he comforted her. But although he said this, he was also unsettled. The disciple had only exchanged words with him 3 times. He was very dissatisfied with the disciple's attitude. The way he always seemed to be looking down on him always made him feel prickled. Dear, you're the best. The alluring woman clung onto Banis's shoulder, her large chest rubbing against him. Instantly, Banis was elated. Watching from behind them, the captain was indignant. He had been watching everything that had happened calmly. A cold laugh surfaced in his heart. Once they reached the end of the ravine, night had already descended. Ha! There's light. Banis frowned, seeing a flickering bonfire in the distance. Someone's there. The alluring woman was shocked. Someone was actually camping there? Let's go and see. Banis started to walk over, wanting to impress the woman with his manliness. The captain, on the other hand, frowned. Anyone who could set up camp here could be no ordinary person. He prayed the brainless prince wouldn't cause more trouble. Once the group got close, they froze at the scene. 2 ordinary-looking people sat in front of a bonfire. The young man was roasting meat, while the freckled girl was making tea? Yes, they did not see wrong. The freckled girl was making tea. She had a cheap tea set and was waiting for the water in the kettle to boil over the bonfire. A pair of lovers on a date? Pah! Everyone discarded the thought immediately. How in their right mind would come here for a date? How many people were as dumb as their prince, who had came here just to show off to a girl? Dear, who are these 2? The alluring woman assumed a curious appearance. Prince Banis also frowned. I don't know either. But of course, Banis could not say these words out loud. They should be lost commoners, Banis said indifferently. He had no interest in the ordinary-looking people. But the ravine is a straight path, the woman said coyly. Prince Banis's face reddened. He shrugged her off. Who cares what they're doing? We're going over there. He then walked away. The 2 looked very ordinary, but even though Banis would often forget himself, even he knew that those who could come here were unordinary. It was best not to stir up trouble. Oh, the charming woman pouted her lips, dissatisfied. She followed the prince. Banis then instructed his underlings to set up camp. Meanwhile, he and the woman flirted. Not far away, the hidden sect disciple stood quietly. His gaze lingered on Yixuan and Yun. These two individuals were definitely out of the ordinary. Xiaoshuang and Lang Lingyun had of course sensed the people before they were in view. Currently, they could sense the person's gaze on them. Xiaoshuang cast a glance, then raised a brow. What a coincidence, it was the person she had met right outside Fenghua City. His name was, Carter? She was only able to remember his name vaguely because it sounded similar to Camille. He was still dressed in white. At the time, Xiaoshuang had felt it was very familiar, but now she realized that it was the same type of clothes Elder Hua had worn. So he was a disciple of the hidden sect. But why was he following these group of idiots? It seemed he was protecting the ostentatiously dressed young man? What is it? Lang Lingyun sensed Xiaoshuang seemed to be in thought. What do you suppose those people came here for? Xiaoshuang kept her voice low. The lavishly dressed man is a prince of Belric, Banis. He has poor character. I do not recognize the woman next to him. It's very strange that he is here. It couldn't be that he is here to pick a fight with the dragon race. As the previous divine prince, Lang Lingyun had met many royal family members and had an exceptional memory. Don't you think that woman is attractive? Xiaoshuang suddenly asked. Lang Lingyun froze. He paused for a moment to look at Xiaoshuang. After a while, he said, I think you are more attractive than her. Xiaoshuang also froze. She looked at Lang Lingyun blankly for a brief moment before returning to her senses. She said a little embarrassedly, I wasn't asking about that. It just seems she used a beautifying potion. Ah. Only then did Lang Lingyun understanding her intentions. His eyes flashed with a trace of embarrassment upon realization. He cast a glance over at the woman who was currently flirting with Prince Banis. His expression changed slightly. If that woman was using a beautifying potion to approach Prince Banis, then the reason why they were here would be in large part due to her. If this woman had convinced them to come to Dragon Valley, what was her motive? Now do you understand? Xiaoshuang lifted off the teapot that hung over the bonfire and poured herself a cup of tea. Indeed. Lang Lingyun nodded as he rotated the meat over the bonfire to cook it evenly. As the two pondered, Carter suddenly did something. He started to walk over to Xiaoshuang and Lang Lingyun. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 199. Prince Banis and the alluring woman looked over at Carter, not understanding what he was doing. Xiaoshuang and Lang Lingyun also eyed him as he approached. Good evening. Could I borrow a bit of your fire? Carter's icy face revealed a trace of a smile. Prince Banis blinked. Had he seen wrong? The stone-faced man could smile? The knights were even more shocked. It was the first time they had seen this powerful person take the initiative to talk to someone else, especially to strangers. The alluring woman's eyes also darkened, watching with narrowed eyes. Xiaoshuang's response left Carter stiff. No. I'm sorry, there's not enough room, Xiaoshuang responded heedlessly. She took a sip of her cup, not even giving Carter so much as a glance. But isn't there a lot of room? Carter then did something that shocked Prince Banis and the rest even more. He smiled as he plopped down next to Lang Lingyun. How shameless! Xiaoshuang was annoyed. She did not want to have any connections to this person. He was definitely difficult to deal with. This was her intuition. She did not want problems to arise. Carter eyed Xiaoshuang fixedly. What he said next made Xiaoshuang shiver. Young lady, your voice is very similar to a person I know. He watched Xiaoshuang intensely to see her reaction. But Xiaoshuang showed no change in expression. What? I've never met someone like you before. She paused, then said venomously, it takes a certain level of skill to flatter others. Carter's expression. He examined Shi Aoshuang's expression more closely, but was not able to discern any clues. He was certain that this ordinary-looking girl's voice was the exact same as the person who had been seeking to battle, Claire. Claire Hill was like fireworks, falling after displaying her peak splendor. Naturally, he did not believe she had committed matricide in order to ingratiate herself with the temple. Was this ordinary-looking girl the previously shining Claire? He inspected her face with rapt attention, but was disappointed to see no similarities. Her every freckle was so realistic, there was no way she was using some kind of disguise. There was no traces of uses of potions either. It seems he had made a mistake. I must have mistaken you for someone else, my mistake. Carter smiled, standing up to bow apologetically, then left. Shi Aoshuang and Lang Lingyun did not respond, continuing to make tea and roast meat. Right now, all they needed to do was wait for Ben to come out of his reclusive training. Prince Banis's party and Shi Aoshuang and Lang Lingyun lodged on each side of the ravine, mutually ignoring the other. The night passed by peacefully. As day broke, the sun rays filled the entire ravine. The crisp bird calls could be heard. Prince Banis left his tent a little gloomily. Just as before, the captivating women did not let him do anything to her. Dear, Prince Banis's hand was pulled tenderly. Are you still mad? I already said as long as you fulfill this wish of mine, I'll become yours. Feeling the soft sensation on his elbow, Banis discarded his floomy thoughts. He wrapped his arm around her curvy waist, nodding. All right, baby. You promised me. Of course, darling, the flirtatious woman responded coyly. Her eyes flashed with loathing, but it disappeared in a wink. Inwardly, she cursed, this disgusting pig. Did he think she was some kind of playing? If he wasn't born a prince, he would be a nobody. She just needed the cretin to attract the dragon race's attention for a moment. Humph. Whether he lived or died did not matter to her, as long as she could get that thing. Everyone, get up. Get ready to leave. Banis coldly commanded. Young master, where are we going? The captain asked, unsettled. Was their idiot prince really that dumb? Of course into Dragon Valley, Banis replied haughtily. The captain's mouth dropped, staring at the prince incredulously. Wasn't that certain death? All just for that woman? We'll just take a look, Banis urged impatiently. Although he was perverted, he was not a fool. He knew how strong dragons were, but the beauty only wished to witness a dragon, that was all. It couldn't be that difficult. They would just enter to take a look, then leave immediately. Just take a look? That simple? A trace of doubt flashed in the captain's eyes. That bimbo only wanted to take a look? Perhaps it was so. After waking up and eating, they saw Shi Aoshuang and Lang Lingyun had lazily just come out of their tents. Baby, let's go. You'll finally be able to meet a dragon. However, we must be careful. Banis smiled, pulling the alluring beauty's waist close to him. Yes, dear. The alluring woman smiled charmingly. Banis nearly swooned. Carter, you must protect my baby, okay? Banis turned to face the cold-faced Carter. Carter's face remained impassive. I am only responsible for your safety. His meaning was clear, he would not protect the woman. You! Prince Banis's face darkened, about to explode into anger. But the alluring woman pulled him back, smiling. Dear, you just need to protect me. Baby, I'll definitely protect you. Prince Banis nodded repeatedly, infatuated. The beauty gave him a lovely smile, but inwardly, she was disgusted with the arrogant prince. As her gaze passed by Carter, her eyes flashed venomously. She laughed in her heart. No matter, she had not planned on relying on them to protect her from the start. They only needed to attract the dragon's attention for a moment, that way she could infiltrate and steal that thing. Yixuan watched as they packed up their stuff. As they started to walk to Dragon Valley, she frowned. "Yixuan, what do you think?" Long Lingyun asked softly. "That brainless prince was persuaded to enter Dragon Valley, but I can't tell what that woman's intentions are." Yixuan took a bite of bread that Long Lingyun had handed her. White Emperor and Black Feather were jumping around in the tent. They had been hiding there since last night so that none of Bannis's men could see them. Long Lingyun crouched down, passing a piece of bread into the flap of the tent so that the two little things would settle down. "Want to follow them to see what happens?" Long Lingyun stood up. "No need to be hasty. Let's first wait and see." Yixuan watched as their figures disappeared out of the ravine. Carter also followed, clothed in pure white. Yixuan's eyes lingered on his figure the longest. "It'll be quite tragic, I imagine." Long Lingyun responded indifferently. Yixuan smiled. "Did I just detect dark humor in the venerable divine prince's voice?" "Really?" Long Lingyun responded with the exact same tone. But then something strange happened. Roar! There came the sound of an angered dragon from the end of the ravine. Long Lingyun followed Yixuan's suggestion to wait and see. The result was pitiful, as expected. The entrance of Dragon Valley. The patrolling dragon angrily roared, the sound reverberating in their ears. "Damn humans, pay for your idiocy!" The dragon roared. Terrifying dragon breath started to descend upon them. "Please let me explain, venerable dragon," Bonnie started to say, large beads of sweat on his forehead. As his group entered Dragon Valley, they suddenly ran into the dragon just as Yixuan had and was being berated. He originally thought that after fulfilling the beauty's request to see the dragon, they could return safely. However, the woman suddenly attacked the dragon with magic. It was only a small fireball, but it hit the dragon's nostril accurately. It was clearly provocative, hitting a sensitive spot. Then the woman ducked behind him, declaring he had forced her to do so. After successfully angering the dragon, she slipped away. Prince Bannis realized he had been completely manipulated, but there was no point in explaining anything now. "Idiot," Carter cursed silently. He stepped forward, gripped Bannis under one arm, then quickly ran out the mouth of the valley. This all happened in a matter of seconds. The dragon was mighty, but with Carter's strength, running away was not anything difficult. Unfortunately, the remaining knights took the brunt of the dragon's anger. Dragon breath blasted. Soon, knights became scorched earth. The surviving knights lost the will to fight, all running towards the mouth of the valley with all their might. No one noticed the alluring woman with her cold grin. She was concealed behind a large tree expertly. Yixuan and Lang Lingyun watched as Carter ran out with the previously arrogant prince pinned under his arm, while behind him, knights ran as hard as they could with looks of terror. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 200. Stop, you ants! The dragon roared in pursuit. Yixuan narrowed her eyes. As she suspected, the alluring woman was nowhere to be found. Naturally, Long Lingyun noticed as well. The two shared a glance, understanding what had happened. The guard flew after them for a while, but returned in the end. Evidently, he had not been able to catch up to Carter. Once the dragon returned to the ravine, he saw Yixuan and Lang Lingyun. Currently angry, he was unwilling to acknowledge them. He merely gave a nod. But Yixuan spoke. "These people were only here to attract your attention. That woman must have slipped in." The dragon froze. He recalled what just happened. Thinking carefully, his expression changed. He immediately flew back. Why did that woman go in? Lun Lingyun frowned, watching as the dragon left. It's hard to say. Qi Aoshuang also frowned. Using beautifying potion to attract the brainless Prince Banis and using his squadron to attract the dragon's attention to slip in. Naturally, that woman could not directly fight the dragons. What was she trying to do in secret? It was unrelated to her, but Ben was the current Dragon King. She could not just sit still and watch. No matter what that woman was planning, one thing was certain, it definitely would not benefit the dragon race. Qi Aoshuang and Lang Lingyun did not enter Dragon Valley. Warning the guarding dragon was already enough. Because they could not be identified, hastily entering was not necessarily the right choice. The best decision was to wait until Ben came out of seclusion. Nearly 2 days later, after Ben left seclusion, after hearing the report by his underling, he immediately went to the ravine. Ben was like a completely new person. The Ben before them had elegant, flowy hair with profound eyes as cold as the night sky. His handsome face emanated a firm, domineering aura. He gave off the air of a king. 2 people in gray followed behind him, or more accurately, 2 dragons in human form. Once he saw the ordinary 2 people, he paused for a moment, then asking cautiously, "Claire?" Qi Aoshuang smiled. Before she could say anything, White Emperor and Black Feather suddenly bounced out, jumping onto Ben's shoulders. "Ah! It's really you!" he exclaimed happily. Qi Aoshuang nodded. Ben then looked at Long Lingyun suspiciously. "Then who are you?" "Lung Lingyun," he said quietly. "How come you guys look like that?" "You're almost ugly, huh?" Ben was back to his old ways, still that uncultured black dragon. It was just now, he was not a prince anymore, but the Dragon King. Clearly, Ben had not heard what had happened. Of course, living in Dragon Valley, the dragons would not interact with humans, and Ben had been receiving his inheritance, so naturally, he would not know what had happened to Qi Aoshuang. We'll talk about that later. There is another pressing matter at hand. A woman infiltrated Dragon Valley, have you found her? Her motives are unknown. That happened? Ben frowned, then turned to look at the 2 people in gray behind him. They had terrified expressions. Did you find the woman yet? Ben did not ask if there was a woman who infiltrated, but if they had found the woman or not. He would never doubt Qi Aoshuang's words. The 2 people in gray were a little surprised at their king's faith in the human. "Your Highness, that woman is currently," one of them started to say apprehensively, then trailed off. "Just say if you found her." Ben was already a little angry, his eyes flashing coldly. "Forgive me, Your Majesty. We have already hastened the search," they said fearfully. "Ben, that woman is no ordinary person. She used a beautifying potion to use a group of people as bait to attract attention, and then slipped in. Think carefully, what could it be that she wants?" Qi Aoshuang could see from Ben's intense gaze that he was now truly the dragon kind. Suddenly, Ben had a strange expression on his face. "Summer." "Summer?" Qi Aoshuang frowned, but then suddenly said, "The AI Luo clan. That woman must be from the AI Luo clan, so she is after dragon teeth. She is a thief." Ben was currently calm. He ordered the 2 in gray, "Immediately send people to the Dragon Hollow. Bring that woman to me the moment you find her." "Yes, Your Majesty." The 2 in gray immediately turned and left. The Dragon Hollow was the burial ground of the dragons and was not to be disturbed. "Claire, come to my palace." Ben revealed a toothy grin, delighted with himself. Qi Aoshuang nodded. Ben muttered something, transforming back into his true form, then started to fly. Qi Aoshuang smiled, unfurling her golden wings. Long Lingyun also flew on his own. The 2 followed Ben from behind. Entering with Ben, naturally they were not obstructed. When the guarding dragon saw Qi Aoshuang and Lang Lingyun flying behind Ben, he stared blankly, his mouth wide open. Inwardly, he thought to himself, luckily he had not rashly offended the king's friends. Yixuan surveyed the entire valley from her vantage point. The long mountain range was covered with dense forest. Once in a while, she would spot dragons atop mountains. Deep in the mountain range, there was a lake with dark green waters, a few dragons lounging next to it. Even further in, a grand palace appeared before them. It appeared to be made of pure white, lustrous jade. The palace was much larger than human ones. Ben, do you dragons typically live in your dragon forms or in your human forms? Yixuan was curious. Once a dragon matures, they can assume a human form. Of course, it is their choice which form they choose. However, you must assume your human form to enter the palace. Ben sighed gloomily. Although the dragon race is proud and looks down on humans, they can only assume the human form once they mature. To be forced to assume the human form in the palace is a bit ironic. Perhaps, the dragon god deeply wishes for dragons to coexist with humans, Lang Lingyun uttered in a low voice. Indeed. When they reached the palace, Ben descended, instantly assuming his human form as he did. Yixuan and Lang Lingyun also descended. Immediately, two beautiful maids appeared. Your Majesty. The two beauties bowed respectfully. Their eyes were filled with unconcealable reverence. To dragons, strength equated to law. Ben nodded offhandedly. Prepare 2 rooms for my friends. Yes, Your Majesty. The two maids bowed, then withdrew. Ben led Yixuan and Lang Lingyun to the main hall, then through a corridor to arrive at a small palace hall. Another beautiful maid came to offer the 3 fresh water, then left. The dragon race did not enjoy tea, all choosing to drink underground fresh water. Ben, I came here to ask you for something, Yixuan said solemnly after getting seated. What is it? Seeing that Yixuan had a serious expression, he too became serious. Do you know what the God Feather Heaven Slayer is? Yixuan asked in response. Relic weapon? Ben asked probingly. Yixuan nodded. We do have what you want, but, Ben rubbed his temples. But who knows which nook or cranny it fell into? It will be difficult to find. I think it was a pair of wrist guards. Yixuan started to sweat. She hadn't expected the dragon race to treat it like nothing. At the very least, the mermaids had given it to their princess as a gift. The dragons, on the other hand, didn't even know where they put it. Claire, what do you want it for? Don't the sprites treat theirs like some kind of offering from their god? Ben asked, not understanding. Ben, my name is now Yixuan, she said quietly. Her eyes flashed through a myriad of emotions, grief, heartbroken, anger, hate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 3. Chapter 201. What do you mean? Ben frowned. Seeing Yixuan's expression, an ominous feeling arose in his heart. Let me explain, Lang Lingyun interjected. He did not want Yixuan to recount her sorrowful experiences once again. As Lang Lingyun explained everything quietly, Ben's eyes filled with more and more hatred. He unconsciously squeezed his armrest into pieces. I'll destroy the capital of Amparkland and raze the lowly Temple of Light to the ground. Ben stood up, about to explode. Ben! Yixuan stood up to stop him. What? Ben gnashed his teeth. The dragon race cannot attack humans without reason, especially not a human city. Did you forget your dragon god's rules? Seeing Ben's rage, she added, you think I don't have the capability to destroy the Temple of Light? I can. Then why do you not take revenge? Ben was stunned, completely not understanding. Even if the Temple of Light was destroyed, they will still live in the hearts of the people. They can always rebuild. On the other hand, instead of clearing my name, I will become the enemy of all believers of the Temple of Light. Do you know how many people in Amparkland are followers of the Temple of Light? Or the entire continent? Will they believe my side of the story? Or will they believe the excuses of the Temple of Light that they have always believed in? Xiaoshuang's face was ice cold, emphasizing on every word. Ben's face darkened. He sat down slowly, frowning, contemplating her words. Now, he was not the brash prince from before who would have ran in impulsively without thinking of the consequences. After a long time, he finally sighed. Yes, it would only be a shallow attack that would not root out the main problem. Ben's face was unprecedentedly calm and serious. Then what do you plan to do? Ben asked solemnly. Expose the temple's true colors step by step. Overthrow her image in people's hearts, and change their faith. Then, I will personally kill her. Xiaoshuang's eyes flashed coldly with terrifying determination. Good. I will help you find the remaining artifacts, Ben promised. The sprites race are closest to us. Although they have never developed a relationship with the dragon race, they have always treated us politely. We will ask them first. With Ben's impatient personality, he was in a hurry to avenge Xiaoshuang. He stood up abruptly. Let's go right now. Seeing how hurried Ben was, Xiaoshuang felt touched. She recalled the first time she had met Ben. At that time, she had only wanted to take advantage of the dumb, impulsive fellow, but somehow, without realizing it, they had changed from people exploiting each other to comrades in battle. Xiaoshuang did not say anything for a long time. Suddenly, there came the sound of hurried footsteps from the door. Your Highness, we caught the human girl. A voice said at the door. Bring them in, Ben said coldly. The door was opened. Two men in gray coldly brought in a battered woman. She shuddered, her face pale, terrifying. From her clothes, they could tell she was the one who had fooled Prince Banis. However, her appearance had changed. Just as Xiaoshuang had suspected, she had been using a beautifying potion. Her current appearance was her true self. Her face could be considered pretty, somewhat similar to Summer's delicate and refined features. However, this woman's moral disposition and scheming was despicable. This was clear from how she had used her beauty to exploit Prince Banis and his men. Your name? Xiaoshuang coldly regarded the woman. If she was really Summer's relative, it would be hard to explain to Summer if they killed her. The terrified woman shivered as she looked up to see the owner of the voice, then froze. Human? This ordinary woman was the one she had seen at the mouth of the ravine? The man was beside her also. What was going on? She was acquaintances with the dragon race? Name? What did she want her name for? The woman suddenly had hope. Perhaps she could live. She knew that anyone who disturbed the spirits at Dragon Hollow were doomed to die if caught, but seeing this woman ask this question, she felt there was hope she could survive. Kimura Ilua, she responded hastily. She looked up at Xiaoshuang and said cautiously. Miss, are you friends with the dragons? Please save me. I will definitely repay you. Xiaoshuang's expression did not change. She only shared a glance with Ben. As they had expected. Do you know Summer Ilua? Xiaoshuang already knew, but she still waited for the woman's response. She is. Kimura looked at Xiaoshuang's expression, then looked at the intense man with black hair nervously. Was he the Dragon King? Dragons could be this handsome? Answer her question. Ben narrowed his eyes, his voice low. She's my little sister. Kimura resolutely made her decision. It was a gamble. She could not say that she did not know Summer. She just made a bet that the ordinary-looking human knew Summer and would maybe save her. You came to steal dragon teeth to pass the test. Xiaoshuang still did not show her intentions. She then frowned. If you are her older sister, why have you still not passed the test? Kimura's face paled even more. She knew that this human really knew Summer now. Her eyes flashed with unwillingness and hatred. Qi Aoshuang smiled coldly, understanding. Kimura was indeed Summer's older sister, but was not as talented as Summer. This was why she still had not passed the test. From the hatred in her eyes, it seemed she did not have good relations with Summer. With this woman's venomous personality, perhaps she would even pose a threat to Summer. The thought of killing her flashed across Qi Aoshuang's mind. Seeds of dissent must be destroyed before they sprout. However, before Qi Aoshuang could make up her mind, Ben spoke. Get out. We'll spare your life this time, but don't set foot in Dragon Valley ever again. He directed the two soldiers. Throw her out. If she tries to approach Dragon Valley, kill her. The two soldiers did not question their king's decision. They only nodded deferentially, then left, dragging Kimura away. Kimura turned around to stare at Ben. Even as the doors closed, she still did not withdraw her gaze. Why did you let her go? Qi Aoshuang's voice was steady. Because she is Summer's sister, Ben said quietly. Qi Aoshuang sighed quietly. Ben had fallen for Summer, which was why he did not want to take the life of that woman. That woman had not done anything to harm Summer yet. If Summer knew that Ben killed her sister, perhaps it would evolve into something more complex. Did I do something wrong? Ben could see that Qi Aoshuang's face was somewhat dark. Qi Aoshuang did not know how to explain to him either. Humans had complex emotions. Their crafty deceit was not something dragons could compare to. Qi Aoshuang kept feeling the woman who had just been spared was not so simple. It's nothing. You just need to be more careful in the future. That woman is very calculative. Don't let her near Summer, Qi Aoshuang said quietly. What? Isn't she Summer's older sister? Ben frowned, confused. Weren't you also betrayed by your older sibling? Qi Aoshuang deflected with annoyance. Ben's expression changed, at a loss for words. Then. I'll keep it in mind. If anyone dares to harm Summer, I'll fry them to crisp. Ben's eyes filled with a terrifying ruthlessness. Qi Aoshuang sighed in her heart. It would be too late to take revenge if she was already harmed. However, as a dragon, Ben did not seem to understand the complex heart of humans. Whatever, she would teach him later. He would not understand if she tried to explain. Most importantly, Kimura still had not necessarily done anything wrong. It was all merely Qi Aoshuang's own musings. Speaking of Summer, where is she? Ben asked. She went traveling, but we don't know where she is now, Qi Aoshuang said faintly. She is currently with Shui Wenma. Xiao Chuxin and Dong Fengho went to the Beast Clan to help collect their artifact. We must hurry then. After finding the wrist guards in the treasury, we'll immediately go visit the sprites. Ben wasted no time, standing up, ready to go. Let's go. I can't wait another minute. Seeing Ben's impatient appearance, Qi Aoshuang's heart warmed. She nodded. They flew to the end of an immense mountain range, then slowly descended. Two dragons at the foot of the mountain stood up to bow once they saw Ben, but Ben motioned for them to stop. With a slight nod of his head, he said, I need to find something. Yes, Your Majesty. The two dragons' gazes shifted to Qi Aoshuang and Lang Lingyun. Understanding they were their king's friend, they did not ask anything. Ben led the two inside a giant cavern. The further they went in, the thinner the rays of light from the entrance became. However, it became more and more bright. Once Qi Aoshuang and Lang Lingyun saw the mountain-high pile of treasures, they took a deep intake of breath. So much. Stunning, dazzling, resplendent. Qi Aoshuang and Lang Lingyun ran out of words to describe how amazing it was. To find a pair of wrist guards among all this. Yixuan took out the refined tiara from her interspatial ring. If Ben is right and the wrist guards are here, they should have designs similar to this tiara. Ben took a look at the tiara. I just know that the dragons have it. All dragon kings knew. We just have to look for it. And so, true to his word, he started looking. After a length of time, they finally found the pair of wrist guards in some nook or cranny, collecting dust. All the while, White Emperor and Black Feather bounced around happily in the pile of treasures. Yixuan wiped the wrist guards clean, then compared them to the tiara. Sure enough, they had the same mysterious design. They're the right ones. Next, we get the Sprite Clan's artifact. Ben nodded his head enthusiastically. Yixuan carefully put the tiara and wrist guards into her interspatial ring. She looked up at Ben and said seriously, "Ben, thank you." "What are you thanking me for?" "We're friends." Ben grinned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 202. After informing the Dragon Elders, Ben led Yixuan and Langlingyun out Dragon Valley. Only once they were a distance away did Ben turn to Yixuan, who was flying next to him, and say, "You can climb on my back now. It will be faster if I bring you to the Sprite Forest myself." Yixuan and Langlingyun smiled, understanding Ben's good intentions. In Dragon Valley, Ben absolutely could not allow them to ride on his back. He was the Dragon King, the leader of the prideful dragons. How could he let humans ride on his back before them? Now that they were far from Dragon Valley, Yixuan and Langlingyun sat comfortably on Ben's back. With a deep breath, Ben took off with a sudden flap of his wings, flying rapidly. Below them, the scenery flitted by. In half a day's time, they arrived at the fringe of an endless forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. Ben descended. "We've arrived. This is the fringe of Sprite Forest. All of it is considered their territory." Yixuan looked up at the dense forest. As she concentrated her gaze, she noticed there was a faint barrier. This barrier was constructed by the god of sprites to protect his people. Ben took a few steps forward and placed his hand on the barrier. A hole wide enough for a person to enter appeared. "Let's go. We'll explain afterwards." Yixuan entered first, then Langlingyun and Ben. Behind them, the barrier fused together back into its original appearance. "We are out the outer edges. Normally, no sprites roam here," Ben explained. But then he scratched his head with vexation. "Unfortunately, the sprites hate humans the most. They'll capture you the moment they see you, don't even think about asking them for the artifact." As a matter of fact, they worshipped the artifact like a treasure. Yixuan frowned. "We'll see after we meet them. The dragons and sprites have never been hostile. You are the Dragon King, after all. It might be best for you not to appear. It doesn't matter. Worst case, I'll mask my face when I help you steal it." Ben chuckled. He was about to tear off a piece of cloth to cover his face. Just as Yixuan was about to laugh and say something, they heard slight movement. Someone was there. They all changed their expressions, their eyes narrowed as they watched ahead. The rustling noise came closer and closer. Yixuan was on high alert. The sound came not just from in front of them, but all around them. The next moment, there was a blur of shadowy figures. The sound of rustling went on continuously as the three felt their feet first constricted, then their wrists, then their waists. Yixuan looked at her ankles and wrists with alarm. Tree vines. Green tree vines were attacking them from every direction, immediately entwining their arms and legs tightly. Ben took a breath, about to forcefully snap the green vines. "Wait! Don't move!" Yixuan stopped Ben. Langlingyun did the same as Yixuan. None of them had moved an inch, letting the vines wrap around their entire body. Ben snorted. Then, he remembered. The sprites loved peace, a good and honest race. What they loved the most was nature, cherishing plants and animals. However, he had never heard of them being able to control plants. Filthy humans, you do not belong here. Leave now, a cold voice said. His voice was filled with faint arrogance, annoying Ben. Is this how sprites treat their visitors? Ben's old habits resurfaced. In an instant, he released dragon might. There was a collective gasp in the forest. The cold voice spoke again, this time more politely. Dragons? Honorable guest, please withdraw your dragon pressure. The next moment, the vines slowly withdrew. The sprites and dragons did not have any formal agreements, but in order to enter Sprite Forest, one must first pass through Dragon Valley. It could be said that dragons were the sprites' protectors. This was why the sprites were polite towards the dragons. Ben humped, retracting his dragon pressure. The hidden sprites in the forest all released a breath. After all, Ben was the current king, his pressure would not be easy to bear. Is one of you Claire Hill, if I may ask? The cold voice spoke again. This time, the faint arrogance was back. It is I, Shi Aoshuang responded. Inwardly, she was surprised. Why would the sprites know her name? It was as if they knew she was going to come. Since they were only at the periphery of Sprite Forest, like Ben said, normally sprites were not here. However, there were quite a few hidden around them. The moment they entered, the sprites had appeared. Clearly, they had been waiting for them. Your appearance does not seem to match. The cold voice had no trace of warmth. They still did not show themselves. If you used something to change your appearance, is there any other way to prove your identity? Before Qi Aoshuang could respond, White Emperor and Black Feather bounced out of her cloak, crouching on her shoulders. They started go, chirp chirp, peep peep. The forest quieted. The sprites emerged from their hiding places. There were at least 20 or 30. Qi Aoshuang raised a brow. As rumored, the sprites had handsome appearances. The allure of so many appearing at once could be imagined. Some of them carried exquisitely designed bows, others with refined magic staffs, because they were mostly archers and magicians. The sprite standing at the front was especially remarkable. He had a slender body, with supple, light blue hair. His handsome face was incomparably cold. One eye was blue, while the other was golden. His pure white clothing only enhanced his allure. He did not have a bow nor magic staff in hand, so they could not tell if he was an archer or magician. However, the disdain he had when regarding Qi Aoshuang was clear. Evidently, like all the sprites, he hated humans. Miss Claire Hill, our king is waiting for you. Follow me. The leading sprite beckoned politely. However, his tone was still disdainful. Have you been waiting for us? Qi Aoshuang frowned. Not bad, the leading sprite responded. Follow me. My king is waiting. Do you know what my intentions are? Qi Aoshuang still had not budged. She looked straight at the arrogant, handsome sprite. I know, the sprite said faintly, then started walking away. Qi Aoshuang and Lang Lingyun shared a glance. They chose to follow the arrogant sprite quietly. Ben rolled his eyes and also followed. The remaining sprites also followed from behind. Countless thoughts flitted across Qi Aoshuang's mind. How did the sprites know her? Why did they know that she would come, and what her motives were? Suddenly, Qi Aoshuang recalled her conversation with the god of darkness. The god of sprites had lost a bet against him. This meant that the two gods had a good relationship. Perhaps the god of darkness asked the god of sprites for a back door? The entire way there, it was silent. The prideful, leading sprite advanced without a word. Shi Aoshuan, Ben, and Lang Lingyun all noticed a strange phenomenon. Originally, there had been no road. This branches and grasses covered the entire forest. However, whenever the sprite before them took a step, the branches and weeds would give way to a path. Shi Aoshuan and Lang Lingyun shared a glance, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. Inwardly, Ben was also surprised. The sprite had just been manipulating the plants. Who would have thought such a genius would appear among the sprites? He vaguely recalled his father telling him that a couple hundred or thousand of years ago, such a rare genius had appeared before. Who would have thought that he would meet one today? The prideful sprite walked quickly to the depths of the forest. It was always dim, as the tall trees blocked much of the light. As they continued, gradually, there was more light. The light came from the vegetation around them. The flower petals on tree flickered with dewdrops, which released gentle, faint rays. There were many different kinds, so many that it illuminated their surroundings. Ben curiously reached out to touch one of the dewdrops. The dewdrop slowly lost its light and became an ordinary dewdrop. "What is it?" Ben turned and asked a nearby sprite. "It is our spring water of life. Because these trees are close to our spring water of life, they have absorbed much of the water, which is the permeating dewdrops are like so." Although the sprite regarded Shi Aoshuan and Lang Lingyun with loathing, he was very polite towards Ben. As it became brighter and brighter, the air became more and more moist and refreshing. "Honorable guest of the dragon race, look, there is our spring water of life." The sprite next to Ben pointed. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 203. The sound of water became louder and louder. As they approached, a silver lake emerged, sparkling intensely under the sun rays. In the middle of the lake was a giant tree. There was a strange formation in it where silver water flowed out continuously into the lake, a steady, endless stream. This must be their tree of life and spring water of life. "Very pretty," Shi Aoshuan said genuinely. "Humph." The cold elf leading them sneered, as if the praise was to be expected. "Over here, please." The tone of the leading elf was still faintly haughty. Following his gesture, Shi Aoshuan saw numerous beautiful elves who were on guard. Behind them were their homes, all designed exquisitely. Straight ahead was a large temple, its huge, wooden door already open. 2 soldier elves with bows stood in each side. All the elves regarded Shi Aoshuan and Lang Lingyun coldly. Shi Aoshuan and Lang Lingyun did not care for the cold gazes, following the haughty elf into the large doorway expressionlessly. Everything was made from nature. The walls, chairs, and even the candle holders were all made of tree vines. On top of the candle holder was a beautiful piece of gemstone. Sitting atop a throne in the temple was a beautiful female elf. She donned a plain green dress, a refined golden crown atop her head, facing them with dignity. This was the elf queen. Once she spotted Shi Aoshuan and the rest, her expression did not change. "Mother, Claire Hill has arrived." Only then did Shi Aoshuan and the rest realize his true identity. So he was the prince of the elves. This would explain his ostentatious manner and loathing towards humans. "I have been waiting for you, Claire Hill." The dignified and beautiful queen spoke softly, yet everyone heard her words clearly. "Venerable Highness, greetings." Shi Aoshuan also spoke courteously. "May I ask why you have been waiting for me?" "I know you are here for the Heaven Slayer." The elf queen smiled graciously, her eyes fixed on Shi Aoshuan, who remained calm. The queen's eyes flickered with hidden admiration. What a powerful human. Perhaps the god of elves had a basis for his instructions. Shi Aoshuan did not say a word, quietly waiting for the elf queen's words. "Originally, I would not give you such a valuable treasure." The queen smiled as gracefully as spring wind, pausing before continuing, "But now, as long as you agree to a condition, I will give you the Heaven Slayer." Please state your condition, Xiaoshuang said seriously. Please allow my son Oscar to stay with you until you complete your task. The elf queen smiled as she delivered the shocking condition to Xiaoshuang. Oscar? The haughty elf prince's name? What a joke! Bringing an elf with them? Oh please, she did not want to be gawked at by pedestrians or invite trouble. What was the elf queen thinking? Did she dislike them so much to force the elf prince onto them? If only the prince's attitude were more bearable. The whole way there, he had his nose to the sky. Trying to get along with such a person would shorten her life. Your Highness, do you know what I intend to do? Xiaoshuang smiled. Before the queen could respond, she continued, Does your Highness know of my current status? I am now a fugitive, a wanted criminal for Ram Parkland and the Temple of Light. Do you really think it is a good idea to let your son accompany me? Oscar's expression also changed. He glanced at Xiaoshuang's ordinary face from the corner of his eyes filled with faint disdainful from their depths. The elves loved beauty, but Oscar was displeased with Xiaoshuang's almost ugly face. Now that he heard that she was a wanted criminal, he was even more displeased with her. If it weren't for the fact that Mother's words were the god of elves' order, he would never leave with this filthy human. But the queen immediately resumed her dignified smile. I doubt my son cannot protect himself. He will definitely be of great assistance. I do not care for your status. But I care very much about the prince's status. Now, Claire was not so courteous, her voice cold. I attract attention wherever I go, which was why I intentionally disguised myself. The elf prince's appearance and pointed ears are too conspicuous, so he will be too much of a burden. You! Oscar immediately flared up. That someone would not value him. He, who had been superior his entire life, was being disdained. He then looked at Xiaoshuang's face, secretly thinking, this person changed her appearance? What did she truly look like? Everything I said is true. Xiaoshuang ignored the distraught elf prince, looking fixedly at the queen, waiting for her response. The elf queen continued smiling in her dignified manner. I will find a way to conceal his ears. He can wear a hat to hid his face. I believe there are no more problems? And I imagine you have enough power to handle any trouble. Xiaoshuang watched the smiling queen. Suddenly, she had a thought. This queen was not as gentle as she appeared. Do not judge a book by its cover. Now that the queen had compromised, what more could Xiaoshuang say? She needed the Heaven Slayer at any cost. I understand. I'll do as you say. Xiaoshuang nodded, finally accepting. It would be a problem if the queen resolutely denied giving them the Heaven Slayer. It was fine to have a powerful elf at her side, even if his personality was very XX. She would think of a way to restrain him. The elf queen's eyes glimmered, as if everything happened according to plan. Noticing this, Xiaoshuang shuddered. If that is the case, I shall hand the Heaven Slayer to you. The elf queen smiled. She turned to an elf standing beside her. Go, fetch the Heaven Slayer. Xiaoshuang vaguely frowned. The god of darkness sure worked quickly. The god of elves had arranged everything well beforehand, it seemed. Although the god of darkness was craven and shameless, fleeing the moment he saw the goddess of light, he was not terrible at everything. This also meant that the god of sprites was no good person. Like attracts like. For him to be on such good terms with the god of darkness, how virtuous could he be? However, Xiaoshuang could not say this out loud before all these elves. She did not want to be pierced by all their arrows into a hedgehog. Two elves solemnly brought forth a silver pike. At the entrance of the temple, many elves watched on with interest, their eyes all on the silver pike. When the two brought the silver pike before the queen, they appeared even more dignified and divine. The elf queen slowly stood up, grasping the pike with both hands. The two elves withdrew. The queen then slowly walked over to Yixuan. Once you finish, I hope you will return the Heaven Slayer to us intact. I will. Yixuan also grasped the Heaven Slayer with both hands solemnly, her voice exceptionally earnest. The elf queen smiled. I leave Oscar in your hands. Yixuan put away the Heaven Slayer. She glanced at the clearly displeased elf prince from the corner of her eye, feeling annoyance herself. The elf queen sure was cunning, leave such a rude elf prince at her side to learn from experience. Why did she feel that this was the focal point? He would even learn for free, how shameless. Meanwhile, the elf queen continued to smile gently and composed. Miss Claire, if you may please rest here for 2 days before setting off. Thank you, Your Highness, for your hospitality. Yixuan lowered her head courteously. The elf queen quietly clapped. Immediately, an elven maid appeared. Malika, please lead our honored guests to their resting place, the queen instructed. Yes, Your Majesty. The maid Malika bowed, then walked over to Yixuan gracefully, speaking quietly. Please follow me. Elves loved the quiet, and faced with humans, which they disliked, they naturally would not hold a banquet to welcome them. They followed. Inside the temple, Oscar had a face full of displeasure. He did not go. Oscar, you don't understand, do you? The elf queen smiled at her haughty son. She could not help but admit this child was arrogant. However, he could not become the elf king with such an immature attitude, which was why she made the decision for him to follow Yixuan. I don't understand. Mother, why did you do that? We already gave them the Heaven Slayer like our God decreed. After she finishes, she is to return it. There was no need to send someone to accompany them. Mother, why are you making me go with them? Oscar was completely unhappy. Oscar, travel with the girl. In the future, you will understand my decision. The elf queen understood her son very well. No matter what she said now, he would not be convinced. Only through experiencing it himself would he be convinced him. Oscar opened his mouth to speak, but the queen stopped him and said, I'm now tired and will take my leave. The day they leave, you will follow them. The queen raised her hand. A ray of silvery white light spilled forth onto Oscar's ear. Soon, his pointed ears became rounded like humans. Now, Oscar simply looked like an exceptionally handsome human with fair skin. After casting this magic, she walked away gracefully, leaving Oscar standing alone in the temple, lost in thought. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 204. At night, Yixuan discussed with Lang Lingyun and Ben that they would leave tomorrow morning. After returning to the room the elves lent them, Yixuan was just about to lie down when she heard a knock at the door. She was slightly surprised, but got up to open the door. Standing at the doorway was a beautiful, mature female elf. Do you have business with me? Or is Her Highness summoning me? The elf was dressed differently from the maids, green designs on the bottom of her white dress. She appeared gentle, standing motionlessly at the door for some time. Yixuan frowned, about to question her, when the elf quietly said, Can I come in? Yixuan was somewhat puzzled, but she still allowed the elf in. After closing the door, the elf smiled and introduced herself. Hello, Miss Claire. I am a Grand Elder of the Elves, Mona. Hello. Yixuan gave a nod politely. Is the Queen giving us an explanation? Oh, no, it's not that. Mona waved her hands hastily, her expression becoming somewhat unnatural. Then what is it? Yixuan was now even more perplexed. Didn't elves hate humans? What did this elf come this late for? Mona seemed a little apprehensive and embarrassed. Seeing Yixuan's questioning gaze, she said, I wanted to ask you about a human. Oh? Qi Aoshuang's curiosity was piqued even more now. She raised a brow. Who? Cliff, the elf said shyly. Mm? When she heard this, Qi Aoshuang raised her brow again. Gossip. The word appeared in Qi Aoshuang's mind. Seeing the elf's bashful expression, Qi Aoshuang immediately recalled that her master once told her he had saved an elf before and escorted her to the forest of elves before. Was it this elf? Seeing Qi Aoshuang's strange expression, Mona shrinked back a little. Excuse my rudeness. There are so many humans, there's no way you. No. Grand Elder, you found just the right person to ask. Cliff was my master. He told me that he once saved an elf and escorted her to the forest of elves. Watching the beautiful elf, Qi Aoshuang sighed inwardly. Humans and elves were too different. Compared to the elven lifespan of hundreds of years, human lives that merely spanned over decades were fleeting. The elf before her still had such a beautiful, youthful appearance, but her master had aged into an old man, even if he was a cute old man. Qi Aoshuang frowned. Where was Master now? Right before the incident, Master had disappeared from the city. Clearly, the Temple of Light had intervened. She missed the cute old man. Ah? Really? Mona stood up eagerly, her face flushing red. Qi Aoshuang nodded. Their relationship was definitely not so simple, seeing her reaction. Is he well? Mona lowered her head to hide her emotions and sat down. He is very well. Qi Aoshuang nodded, although she sighed in her heart. Master, where are you now? Such a huge thing had happened to her, her master should be aware by now. So what was Master doing now? Good, Mona muttered. She slowly raised her head, her beautiful face smiling bitterly. With difficulty, she said, he should be married now. Does he have a son now? Seeing the elf's anguished appearance, she shook her head lightly. No. Master has never married his entire life. How could he have a child? What? Mona's expression changed again. He really did not marry? He really still has not. Qi Aoshuang now understood that Master and this elf must have made some kind of promise, which was why he had never married. Yes. Master must have someone in his heart. Seeing the elf's immediate look of disappointment, Qi Aoshuang continued, that person must be you, Grand Elder Mona. Mon froze. After a long time, she finally uttered, what a fool, a true fool. It's already been years. Master believes it is worth it. Now, the elf had a look of despair. Qi Aoshuang sighed lightly. Why did you separate from Master? The elf's face darkened. After a long period of silence, she slowly began to speak. Humans can only live for several decades, while I will live for several hundred years. I do not wish to see the day he leaves this world. How could a human and an elf ever be together? Qi Aoshuang regarded Mona silently. Every person has the power to make their own decisions. You know that he is fine, and has been thinking of you all this time. Is that enough? Yes, I am satisfied. Mona smiled. She removed her necklace and handed it to Qi Aoshuang. Please deliver this to him. Tell him, he shall forever remain in my heart. As Qi Aoshuang accepted the necklace, she raised a brow. For a reserved elf to say such a bold statement, it seemed that Master had a special place in her heart. I will. Qi Aoshuang put the necklace away carefully. I will deliver your words to Master. Everyone makes decisions. Why Cliff and this elf made such decisions, Qi Aoshuang did not understand. However, she respected their decisions. Thank you. I will be indebted to you for all of eternity. Mona stood up to bow, but was stopped by Qi Aoshuang. Qi Aoshuang smiled impishly. I do not deserve such courtesy. If Master knew, he would skin me alive. Mona's face reddened. Yixuan pondered for a moment. Oh right, these are for you. She took out the 3 gifts her master had first given her. Mona looked down at the items curiously, then looked at Yixuan with a puzzled expression. Yixuan laughed. Master made all of these. I don't need these anymore, so you can have them as a keepsake. He made them himself? Mona looked at them happily. Yixuan nodded. Take care of them. In the future, if Master learns I gave them to you, he will definitely praise me. Perhaps he might teach me all the incantations and spells he knows. Yixuan smiled. Mona looked at the items wistfully, stroking them gently. Watching this, Yixuan sighed again. In the end, Mona left with a smile on her face. Yixuan closed the door and lied down, but she couldn't sleep. People's face flashed in her mind. Where was Master now? What was Summer doing? What about Jean, that person who had vowed to stay by her side forever? After the incident, would he still be able to say those words resolutely? He was Duke Gordon's subordinate, after all. Yixuan felt her heart freeze. Duke Gordon! She would never let him go. That person who would sacrifice everything for power. The capital of Ampar clan. In the silent night, Lashia sat quietly meditating in the headmaster Mozart's office. Lashia, Mozart quietly knocked on the door. Enter. Lashia's voice was ice cold. Mozart slowly opened the door. Seeing Lashia sitting silently on the bed, his heart tightened. After the incident, Lashia left Hill Manor, never stepping foot in it ever since, cultivating at his place ever since, cultivating unflinchingly, as if she did not know how to feel tired. She had changed from a lively, smiling little girl to always regarding everyone coldly. Tender pain flickered from the depth of Mozart's eyes. He loved his talented, clever disciple from the bottom of his heart. Now that Lashia was like this, how could he not be pained? This child seemed as if she had closed off her heart. Lashia, it is already very late. Sleep early, cultivate tomorrow, Mozart said softly. Yes, I know. Thank you, Master. Lashia's voice was without a trace of warmth. Despite her words, she did not move. Mozart sighed, then turned and left, closing the door behind him. He knew that no matter how many times he said this, it would be to no avail. He did not mention any of the words that Duke Gordon had repeatedly sent. Despite how many people Duke Gordon had sent to tell her to return, Lashia would always turn a blind eye, never talking to Duke Gordon or the people he sent. She would only leave one reply. Cultivation in seclusion. No one can see her. Lashia watched as the door closed, then slowly closed her eyes. I know you will definitely come back, sister. I'll wait for you. Tears flowed from the corner of her eyes, glistening silently before they trickled down her face and disappeared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 205. Hill Manor. In the study, Duke Gordon stood before the window, his brows furrowed. His hands were behind his back, the one was a strangely pearly white. It had been destroyed by Yixuan. The hand was made of a special type of ore, sent to him by the Pope. The Pope too had one made of the same material for his leg. This one, however, was created by the goddess of light. Of course, Yixuan was to blame for all this. Duke Gordon currently had an unsightly expression, extremely dark. Roger, that trash, resented him for a mere woman's death, living at the frontier far away from the capital. It was said that he would drink away his sorrows every day. There was never a moment when he had a clear mind. Reports said that he was haggard, poor in health. This was fine. So what if a piece of trash died? Lashia, on the other hand. Duke Gordon sighed. She was still in her rebellious phase. Hopefully, after time passed, she would understand. However, there was still no news of the black-eyed, black-haired Claire. This left him unsettled, extremely unsettled. Those pair of black eyes filled with hatred he saw right before he lost consciousness was etched deeply into his memory. She would definitely return for revenge. Duke Gordon was very certain, growing even more disturbed. He urged the Pope to kill her many times. At first the Pope was patient, but then he grew annoyed and started to ignore him. It could not continue like this. Duke Gordon paced back and forth in the study worriedly. He must do something. Claire was a terrifying danger that had to be exterminated as soon as possible. He could not allow her to return. In the Forest of Elves, the morning was peaceful with golden rays shining down. Yixuan and her party left after saying farewell to the king. This time, there was one more person, Oscar. He had an arrogant expression the entire time, not even giving Yixuan and Lang Lingyun so much as a glance. The only person he was willing to acknowledge was Ben, because he was a dragon. Yixuan did not care for him either. She thought to herself, as long as this arrogant fellow didn't cause any trouble, just a bystander, it would be fine. After exiting the Forest of Elves, Ben assumed his original form and allowed everyone on his back. If it were not for the fact that Yixuan was in a hurry, Ben definitely would not allow Oscar to sit on his back. Oscar, on the other hand, was shocked. The prideful dragon was willing to return to his true form to allow humans to ride on his back? Ben extended his wings and started to fly. Wind whistled past their ears. Oscar was shocked at Yixuan's calm expression, thinking to himself, what kind of relationship did this human have with this dragon for him to lower his pride to be her mount? However, he was even more amazed at what happened next. Just as they were about to arrive at Dragon Valley, Ben returned to his human form, and they passed through Dragon Valley on foot. Oscar was stunned to find that none of the dragons questioned them, all bowing respectfully instead, all saying Your Highness. They were definitely not talking to him. He was an elf, at most, they would call him Princeling. Calling Yixuan or the human man Your Highness was even more out of the question. There was only one possibility. The dragon who had just allowed them on his back was the Dragon King. Oscar looked at Ben, then Yixuan incredulously. He was definitely not dreaming. His gaze remained fixated on Yixuan. Who exactly was this human? After they exited Dragon Valley, Ben turned to Yixuan. Yixuan, where are we going? Xushin and Dong Fengho went to find the Beast Clan and Dwarf Clan. We'll go visit the goblins, Yixuan said in a low voice. She looked at Ben and continued, You should be tired now. Let's go to nearest village to rest for the night. All right, Ben agreed. Suddenly, Oscar murmured, There are many humans stationed ahead. How did you know? Ben asked immediately. The wind told me. Oscar raised his head, looking into the distance. They have light aura. Light aura? Lang Lingyun frowned, regarding Oscar suspiciously. The wind told you? Whether you believe me or not is up to you. Evidently, Oscar was annoyed at Lang Lingyun's suspicion. No one had ever doubted his capabilities before, but today, he was doubted by a mere human. Naturally, he had an ugly expression. Ben stroked his chin, regarding Oscar with a raised brow. It seemed this elf princeling was quite capable, able to hear the voice of the wind. Although he could use wind magic, he was definitely unable to hear the wind's voice. Few elves were able to reach such a realm. This elf princeling was a genius. Yixuan raised a brow, smiling coldly. So the Temple of Light had caught up to them, but did not dare to continue because the Dragon Valley was ahead. Were they waiting for her? The fact that Shui Lungfei had assisted her must have been exposed already. Hopefully he was not in some kind of trouble. However, for her whereabouts to be exposed, who leaked the information? The Temple of Light knew of her relationship with Ben, but they didn't know Ben's identity. At the time, many people had been splashed with Ben's saliva, including the dignified Pope. Did that Prince Bannis expose them, or was it Chimera? It was that woman. Long Lingyun said coldly. Prince Bannis did not see us enter, nor does he know of our relationship with Ben. But that woman saw everything. The first person the Temple of Light could think of to have such a close relationship with a dragon was you. They would rather kill 1,000 innocents than let one guilty go. It was clear what had happened. With the Temple of Light's way of doing things, as long as there was a possibility, they would not rule it out. Humph. Yixuan humped coldly. They're just sending people to their deaths. Oscar frowned. Wasn't this woman a little too violent? I'll get rid of them. Ben's innate power was already surfacing. He excitedly clenched his fists. Did you forget the agreement between the dragon god and goddess of light? Yixuan burst his bubble. Gah, Ben cried with annoyance. Just help us if we're in trouble. Yixuan was a little amused. It was as if she had stolen a toy from a child. Ben agreed reluctantly. We still haven't killed the goddess of light yet, so the agreement between the dragon god and goddess of light still exists. You are the dragon king, you still need to think of the dragon race. Lang Lingyun advised, seeing Ben's disappointment. Yes, Ben's head drooped defeatedly. Yixuan, Lang Lingyun suddenly said in a low voice. Last time, the Temple of Light suffered greatly. They won't come unprepared. So? The people who come this time will not be ordinary, Lang Lingyun continued in a low voice. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, the Pope and Archbishops are the strongest people in the Temple of Light. Is that not so? Ben frowned. Of course not. Lang Lingyun shook his head. In the Temple of Light, there are powerful individuals who do not seek fame or fortune. They enjoy simple, peaceful lives. However, whenever the temple is in danger, they will come to the forefront. TSK, then I will definitely have to act. Ben took out a piece of black cloth and used it to cover his face. What are you doing? Yixuan frowned at his crude action. I will get rid of them with my face hidden. Ben chuckled, pleased with himself. You are a dragon. They will definitely be strong enough to tell. Lang Lingyun said, feeling a headache. What are you afraid of? It's not like they can see my face. Ben shrugged and said self-righteously. So what if they know I'm a dragon? Also, with my current strength, concealing my aura is no big deal. If they recognize you're a dragon, they will report to the goddess of light, and the dragon god will be in an uncomfortable position, Lang Lingyun said. I just won't admit it was me. With my face hidden, who can tell it was me? Ben said shamelessly. I'll even complain that someone is trying to frame me to ruin the relationship between the dragon god and goddess of light. Lang Lingyun was speechless. The pure and honest elf Prince Oscar's mouth was wide open. He stared at the shameless Ben, unable to return to his senses. This extraordinarily shameful man was really one of the incomparably prideful dragons? Really the venerable dragon race's king? Yixuan's mouth twitched. Watching the shameless Ben, she was a little saddened. Before, Ben was honest and impulsive. Now, he had become like this. Yixuan watched Ben with his mask, unable to finish her words. She knew that Ben had become this way all because of her. Even if it wasn't totally because of her, it was in large part due to her. Just be careful. Lang Lingyun said seriously. These people do not care for fame or profit, so although they may not have any position in the Temple of Light, their strength is not to be looked down upon. How many of them are there? Ben said in a muffled voice with the mask on. I don't know. I just know they exist. Lang Lingyun shook his head. Although he was previously the Divine Prince, this did not mean he knew all the Temple of Light's secrets. Whatever, I'll just kill them all. Ben clenched his fists, cracking his knuckles. His eyes were full of eagerness. It seemed he had not fought in a while. Violent, shameless Dragon King. Completely unlike the grandiose Dragon Clan. This was Oscar's conclusion. Long Lingyun sighed. A normal kid was turned into this because of Qi Aoshuang. But he was not so bad this way either. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 206. Let's go. Qi Aoshuang felt a little headache seeing Ben so impatient. Don't be like Xuxin, unable to differentiate between friend or foe when excited. Make sure you look at who you're attacking before you attack. I know. How could I make that kind of mistake? Ben excitedly ran forward. Qi Aoshuang shook her head, materializing her wings and following. Long Lingyun also started to fly. With a wave of his finger, a mighty wind enveloped Oscar and he too started to fly gracefully, following them. Ahead of them, Ben suddenly halted. Behind him, Qi Aoshuang and Lang Lingyun also stopped, not understanding what Ben was doing. How can I just beat them up randomly? That doesn't seem very fair, Ben muttered. Ah! Qi Aoshuang and Lang Lingyun gawked at Ben. What was he saying? The next moment, they understood what Ben wanted to do. Shameless. So shameless it was hair-raising. Ben asked Qi Aoshuang for a mantle, draping it on, covering his entire body. Then, he pulled the black cloth as high as possible, only exposing his pair of pitch-black eyes and black hair, then crouched down, reducing his height. He ran forward sneakily. At a first glance, with this height and their body hidden with the mantle, they really could not tell his gender. Ben already was aware of how the Temple of Light treasured girls with black hair and black eyes. He also knew that Qi Aoshuang's true appearance was with black hair and black eyes. However, Oscar did not know. So when Oscar witnessed this scene, he almost fell from the sky. That was the Dragon King? Really the leader of the venerable Dragon Clan? Was he pretending to be a woman? Why? Exactly why? Why on earth? Oscar had 1,000 questions, but none of them could be answered. Long Lingyun watched Ben blankly, then shared a glance with Qi Aoshuang. Qi Aoshuang shrugged and said innocently, I swear, I never taught him this. Oscar could tell from Qi Aoshuang and Lang Lingyun's interaction that they knew what Ben was going to do, but his pride would not allow him to ask. He simply followed at a distance silently. Just wait a moment. Ben shuffled forward quickly. His strange posture was extremely suspicious. Indeed, it was rude to strike without notice. However, if they attacked first and Ben defended himself, it would be different. Qi Aoshuang and the rest followed at a distance, watching Ben shuffle forward. As expected, a number of people were camped at the opening of the ravine. They did not appear to only be members of the Temple of Light. Black lightning? Of course, when they saw Ben so suspicious, they surrounded him immediately. Black hair, black eyes. And coming out of Dragon Valley. It was a match to Claire's description. Halt! A voice said coldly. Ben acted as if he didn't hear. He was hoping they would stop him. But, as a true and blue disciple of Qi Aoshuang, Ben naturally did not stop. Instead, he humped and increased his speed. They were now even more suspicious of him now. Some even said confidently, it's Claire Hill. It's not her, an old man with white hairs inside one of the tents said. He regarded Ben coldly. The Temple of Light had gone out of their way to specially invite this man. He wore ordinary clothing of clergyman, but was clearly of unordinary strength. If Ben had not received the inheritance of Dragon King, the old man would have been able to immediately perceive he did not have a human aura and stopped any of the temple's men from acting. However, Ben was exceedingly powerful, concealing his aura perfectly. The temple also would kill 1,000 innocents to kill one guilty. Although the old man said Ben was not the person they were looking for, he would not stop the underlings from taking action. Thus, the current situation. Magic flames blossomed around Ben. He had never thought flame magic could be so beautiful until now. He grinned from ear to ear. Dragons could not attack humans, especially in human establishments, but right now, they were in his territory, and they attacked first. Petty humans, you dared to attack me, a noble dragon. Ben tore off his mask and mantle and howled at the sky. At the same time, he released dragon pressure, causing the temple's men to green. Their internal organs were getting damaged, their limbs about to be dismembered. Meanwhile, the white-haired old man was wide-eyed, in shock. A dragon? How could that be? Dragons never left Dragon Valley. How was this happening? Impossible. The other men were scared witless, their legs trembling under the weight of the dragon pressure. The one before them was not a human, but a dragon. And he was not female, but a male. You must pay for your impetuous behavior. The situation had developed just as he had planned. Without giving them time to explain themselves, Ben exploded forth with wind, fire, and water. Many were slain instantly. Venerable dragon, although the white-haired old man was powerful, more powerful than even the Pope, how could he face a dragon? He spoke in an attempt to stop Ben, but how could Ben give him the chance to speak? A giant flame ball shot towards him. The old man immediately ascended into the air to avoid the fierce attack. He could feel the intense heat below him. The tent where he once stood in was not ashes with the faint smell of scorched earth. Watching from far away, Xiao Shuang and Lang Lingyun's expressions did not change. Although Oscar appeared to have a calm expression, awe surfaced from the bottom of his eyes. Even though he had grown up in the pure land of the elves, Oscar understood one thing. The Dragon King had tricked these humans. Yes, the grandiose Dragon King had done such a petty thing. The old man was one of the hidden cards of the Temple of Light, with strength that even the Pope would admire. But today, he would die a dog's death. Too miserable. Xiao Shuang almost felt a little pity seeing the gruesome events. Yes, quite cruel. Lang Lingyun shook his head and sighed. Oscar froze. He looked at Xiao Shuang and Lang Lingyun, but their expressions did not seem to match their words. Xiao Shuang and Lang Lingyun did not move, knowing that Ben had been stifled for a long time now. He had not fought in a long time, but now he had a rare opportunity to attack without restraint. Naturally, he would treasure the moment, occasionally casting warning glances at Xiao Shuang and Lang Lingyun to not get involved, then look back to chase the fleeing Temple of Light and Black Lightning members. Xiao Shuang felt sympathy for the panicked escapees. Actually, these people were quite strong, especially the white-haired old man. He had an intense aura, more powerful than that of the Pope's. If he had chanced upon an ordinary dragon, perhaps he would have an even fight. But unfortunately for him, he was facing Ben, the dragon who could strangely use 3 elements and had already received the Dragon King inheritance. Just when the old man was prepared to risk his life for escape, the sky suddenly started to become overcast. A giant shadow shrouded everyone. As everyone looked up to look, their expressions became more despairing. Another dragon. Xiao Shuang froze. Her gaze was fixed on the person riding the dragon, a figure she could not be more familiar with. Jean. Jean stood on the dragon's back loftily, surveying the circumstances below. His gaze landed on the fleeing people, then slowly shifted to the perpetrator of the event. Black hair, black eyes, black clothes. Chilling appearance, terrifying aura. Ben. Jean's eyes widened. If he was here, where was she? Jean's expression changed sharply. He scanned the ground rapidly, searching for the person he had been worried about all this time. Roar! Ben howled at the dragon in the sky. As overbearing dragon pressure descended, leaving many unable to move. The sound left them in a state of shock, their heads about to explode. Vermilion shuddered with dread and descended. She lay sprawled on the ground facing Ben. It was a dragon, one who was much stronger than her. Terrified at his strength, she did not dare to move. Jean was too preoccupied to pay attention to Vermilion. However, he was not focused on Ben, his gaze instead on the aloof person a distance away. The refined figure calmly floated in midair, quietly watching. Although she was far away, Jean was already far stronger than before. He could see everything in detail from this distance. Jean stood silently, watching the ordinary-looking girl. Green hair, blue eyes, face spotted with freckles. However, her gaze was so familiar. It was her. The ordinary-looking girl was her. Jean clenched his fist, staring at the person he had been searching for this whole time. His heart seemed to stop beating, nothing existing in the world except for him and the girl. His gaze did not move an inch away from Yixuan's face. He did not pay attention to anything else, walking slowly towards Yixuan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 207. Yixuan stared back as Jean approached her slowly. A strange feeling that she did not understand arose in her heart as she stared at him blankly. Long Lingyun narrowed his eyes, not saying anything. Jean stood before them. Yixuan lowered her head, silent. "Miss, I've returned." His voice was drawn out, as if filled with too many emotions. Jean knelt down on one knee, his right fist clenched before his left chest. It was the most formal night bow. 1,000 words could not contain the meaning of these words. "Miss, I've returned." While Ben was spewing angry fire, they were silent. With her head lowered, Yixuan watched as he kneeled. Jean gave Yixuan a deep, long look. The two peered into each other's eyes silently. Neither moved nor spoke. Finally, Yixuan lowered her gaze. Jean silently watched her, still kneeling. "You've returned." Yixuan broke into a bright smile, her voice quiet and gentle. Jean slowly stood up. He stared profoundly at the person he had been chasing after all this time. Gradually, his handsome face also revealed a smile. He nodded. "Yes. Miss, I've returned." Chirp chirp. Peep peep. White Emperor and Black Feather called out intimately, shooting out of Yixuan's cloak like little cannonballs into Jean's embrace. Of the people Yixuan was friends with, White Emperor and Black Feather liked Jean the most. Now that they saw Jean, they were naturally excited. Before they finished their reunion, Ben was finished with his fight. They had all died a dog's death unjustly. They originally came after her, but before they could even get a glimpse of her, not to mention attack her, they were wiped out. "Oh? Jean, how did you find us?" Ben smiled contently, rotating his shoulder relaxedly. "I heard what happened to Miss and had been searching for her ever since. Later, I heard that the temple had stationed many people here, so I came. Because you were there, I predicted Miss would come to find you," Jean explained. "Haha, not bad. You're pretty smart. I remember you were one of the Hill Clan's people. Have you not thought of returning with her head?" Ben narrowed his eyes glinting with an imperceivable cold light. If Jean's response was unsatisfactory in any way, he would strike. "I said long ago that the Miss is my religion. No matter what she has done, I will stand at her side. Even if everything the Temple of Light claims is true." Jean spoke faintly. "Oh?" Ben raised a brow, his eyes narrowed. "You really believe in your Miss? Although, right now, she is not a Miss anymore. Her name is now Yixuan." Yixuan? Jean paused slightly, murmuring the complex characters to himself, then looked at Yixuan resolutely. I believe in Miss, I always have. I don't need an explanation. Seeing Jean's staunch gaze, Yixuan's heart warmed. Originally, Jean was one of Duke Gordon's people, but now, he chose to stand at her side unwaveringly. Thank you, Yixuan said softly. It was all she could say. Is that you, Mount? Suddenly, Ben shot a vicious glare at Vermilion, who was trembling slightly. Yes. Jean nodded. All right, don't be such a bully. Yixuan knew that Ben hated dragons who accepted humans as masters. Although he could allow Yixuan to ride him, they were two different matters. Come over here. Ben coldly ordered. Vermilion was still sprawled on the ground. She shuddered, her eyes flashing. Then, she transformed into a girl in red clothes and walked over shyly. You just became an adult? Ben watched Vermilion with narrowed eyes. She watched his frightfully. Vermilion nodded, not daring to speak. Do you know what I am? Ben said coldly. Vermilion shook her head hesitantly. She knew that the young man with black hair before her was a dragon many times more powerful than her, but she did not know who he was. All right, Ben, stop being so mean. Yixuan tried to stop him. I am the Dragon King. In the future, you will be our mount. Because Ben heard Yixuan speak, his tone softened a bit. Ah! Vermilion froze, staring at Ben, both terrified and amazed. Dragon King. The Dragon King was with that woman. Vermilion glanced at Jean, but saw that Jean's gaze had never left Yixuan. Her heart started to dim. Master forever only had that woman in his heart. Vermilion pouted, lowering her head. She said to Ben deferentially, Yes, Your Highness. Vermilion has grown up outside of Dragon Valley. When I found her, she still had not hatched from her egg, Jean interceded. Ben frowned. Yixuan naturally understood what he meant, adding, So Vermilion did not destroy the honor of the Dragon Clan when she became Jean's mount, understand, Ben? In the future, don't be so mean to her. Fine, Ben gritted his teeth and said reluctantly. Vermilion lowered her head, her eyes filled with unwillingness and humiliation. That woman was speaking up for her. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. But no one noticed this. All right, Jean, guess who this ugly man is? Ben was now smiling boyishly. He pointed at Long Lingyun. But contrary to his expectations, Jean replied calmly, His Divine Highness. TCH. Ben curled his lip with dissatisfaction. This boring fellow. I am not the Divine Prince anymore. Long Lingyun smiled. This is the princeling of the elves, Oscar, Ben introduced. Oscar, this is Yixuan's knight, Jean. The two nodded in greeting without a word. Oscar was not disrespectful now. The man before him had a dragon as a mount, but was this woman's knight? How many secrets did this woman have? Miss, where do we go to next? We should not stay here for long. Jean turned around, looking pointedly at the disastrous leftovers of Ben's fight. We were planning finding the goblins. Yixuan frowned at the dreary landscape. Let's first leave this place. Miss, why are you looking for the goblins? Jean did not understand. I want their deity relic. It is a part of the god feather, Yixuan replied faintly. With the Heaven Slayer, we can kill the goddess of light. I understand now. Jean nodded, then turned to Vermilion. Vermilion, let's go. When Vermilion heard Yixuan's words, her heart tightened. Just as she was immersed in thought, Jean called her back to her senses. Master, where do we go? With a slight huff, Vermilion resumed her original form. A giant dragon appeared before them. First, let's leave this place, Jean said quietly. Everyone got onto Vermilion's back. When Xiaoshuang got on, Vermilion's eyes flashed darkly for a moment, but it disappeared as quickly as it came. After everyone got on, with a slight grunt, Vermilion took off into the open sky. Jean, what have you been doing all this time? Ben asked, his eyes narrowed. Suddenly, he laughed naughtily. You are much stronger than before. How about we have a practice duel sometime? You seem to have forgotten how you almost accidentally killed Xiaoshuan last time. Jean is stronger, but you are stronger too, Lung Lingyun suddenly said. Ben smiled embarrassedly. Indeed, last time, it was also a practice duel, but he had accidentally used his full strength. Xiaoshuan smiled, not saying anything. Oh right, do you know anything about Master Cliff or Walter? Ben stroked his chin. If you were able to hear that Xiaoshuan might be at Dragon Valley, did you hear anything about the others? Master Cliff, Jean's voice trailed to a stop. What happened? Xiaoshuan hurriedly turned around and asked. She could hear the hesitation in his voice. After we find a place to set up camp, I'll explain. Jean sighed, reaching down to pat Vermilion. Vermilion, find a remote place in the woods to land. Vermilion flapped her wings, flying rapidly. Xiaoshuan's face darkened. Master, how are you? Did something happen to you? As if he could read her mind, Jean said, Miss, please don't worry. Nothing bad happened to Master Cliff. The wind whistled past their ears. Though Jean said not to worry, Xiaoshuang had a serious expression. When they finally landed, Xiaoshuang asked immediately. Jean looked at Xiaoshuang's anxious expression, then looked at Jean. He sighed. A few days before Madame Catherine's trial, Master Cliff left, so he never knew that you had returned. The reason why he had left hurriedly was because he heard you were in critical danger, so he left to save you. At that time, I had already secretly returned to the capital. Xiaoshuang frowned. Feelings of restlessness and regret arose in her heart. If she had found Master earlier, they wouldn't have missed each other. The person who informed Master Cliff you were in trouble was Master Lawrence. Jean saw that Lung Lingyun's always calm expression finally changed. Jean sighed again, this time in his mind. Master? Lung Lingyun's expression became exceptionally unsightly. Master tricked Master Cliff away? Yes. Jean nodded. When Master Cliff realized what happened, he injured Master Lawrence heavily, then left alone. He swore he would find Mississippi. He also said to Master Lawrence he would never see him again. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 208. Where is Master now? This was what Xiaoshuang was worried about. I do not know. Jean shook his head. After Master Cliff disappeared, he was never to be seen again. Xiaoshuang frowned, looking down dejectedly. She knew very well how Master felt towards Lawrence. Lawrence was Master's only friend, the only person he treated genuinely as a friend, but because of her, this had happened. Lung Lingyun closed his eyes, not saying a word. However, his grief was evident. Perhaps Parkland regrets becoming enemies with you now, Ben said disdainfully, now that they've witnessed you heavily wound the Temple of Light and lost both Master Cliff and the Dragon Knight Jean, yet they haven't even caught a glimpse of you. Everyone was silent. Enough. What are you guys doing? Ben was annoyed. You masters didn't die or anything, Aoshuang, you're not dead either. Once your master finds you, you can just destroy the root of the problem and everything will be resolved, right? Aoshuang sighed quietly. Yes. I don't want Master to lose his only friend because of me. Then we just have to work faster. Ben raised his fist eagerly. Have you heard anything about Walter? Yixuan suddenly remembered the person who was so cowardly and fearful of death, yet refused to abandon her. Walter, Jean shook his head. I did not hear anything. As a dark magician, he won't expose his whereabouts so easily. But he definitely knows what happened to you. Perhaps he is even looking for you. Yixuan took a moment to think, but did not say anything. Let's rest here tonight. We have a long journey ahead of us tomorrow morning. Jean looked at Vermilion, who sat not far away. Gently, he said, Vermilion is also tired. Everyone agreed and started setting up camp. Yixuan, you seem to be much stronger than before. When can we spar? Ben laughed. Yixuan ignored Ben's mischievous smile, preparing the firewood with Jean instead. Ben continued to chatter despite her disregard. Meanwhile, Oscar sat silently to the side. Jean stood up. I'll go catch some hares. Go. Get some fat ones. Ben laughed. Jean walked over to Vermilion and said quietly, Vermilion, let's go. Master? Vermilion was a little surprised that Jean would approach her. To catch some hares. Jean did not say another word. Vermilion didn't say anything either, following Jean silently. And so, the human and dragon walked into the forest, not silent the entire way. Once they were a distance away, Jean said quietly, Vermilion? Master? Vermilion blinked. Jean turned around and stared at Vermilion. Vermilion, you don't like miss, he said calmly. Vermilion's expression shifted. She stared back at Jean blankly. Never had she imagined Jean could be so direct. She was even more surprised by the fact that Jean would able to see through her. Vermilion lowered her head, biting her lip, silent. Jean did not speak either, only waiting quietly. After a while, Vermilion finally exploded. Yes. I hate her. She raised her head, facing Jean directly. I do hate her. Why? Why does Master treat her so well? But she doesn't care about you at all. Master, has she ever repaid your kindness? Vermilion, she is very important to me. Jean was unexpectedly calm. No one can replace her in my heart. Vermilion felt as if she had been stabbed in the heart. Tears started to roll down uncontrollably. Of course, no one can replace you in my heart either, Vermilion, Jean consoled her gently. Vermilion is unique. But. Master, you treat her so well, but Vermilion started to shake. You also treat me very well. Have you ever wished I would repay your kindness? Jean asked quietly. No, of course not. Vermilion shook head violently, so fast that her tears flew, sparkling and pure. She said hastily, I am always delighted to help you. Master's wishes are my wishes. I have never wished for Miss to repay me either. I only wish to stay by her side forever. To watch her live happily is good enough for me, Jean said gently. He reached out and patted Vermilion's head, smiling. Do you understand? And have you ever thought what I would do if you harmed the miss? Do you think I would just ignore her? Vermilion's mouth opened wide. She looked at Jean's handsome face, considering his words. Suddenly, she was filled with fear. If she really did something to her, then Master definitely would not just leave her alone, but punish her severely. Maybe, he would even abandon her. The more she thought, the more afraid she was. Vermilion finally started to cry. She dove into Jean's bosom. Master, I understand. I'm sorry. I was just jealous of her. She can receive your care and protection. I wish Master would look after me more, care for me. Tears streamed down her face. Jean smiled gently. He patted Vermilion's head. It was I who was at fault. I hurt you. Vermilion started to cry even harder. Jean didn't move, letting her continue to weep. Actually, Jean was aware of Vermilion's negative feelings long ago, but he didn't expect her to care more and more. If he let it go, perhaps something might transpire. Vermilion was still immature, technically speaking a young dragon. If her innocent self became twisted from jealousy and she ended up harming Yixuan, Jean definitely would not forgive himself or Vermilion. So, before this girl could do anything, he pulled her aside. I want to stay by Master's side too. I know that Master and I cannot ever have a romantic relationship. But I can't help being envious of her. I wish I could drop her from my back while I'm flying. Vermilion sobbed even harder after confessing. At the same time, she felt much lighter. Indeed, she had this thought before, childishly wanting to drop her from the air. Now, she was really happy that she had only thought of it, never doing it for real. Otherwise, Master would be furious. He might even do something to her. Jean was a little shocked. This foolish girl, she really thought she could hurt the mist this way? Wah, Master, I'm sorry. Aren't I a terrible person? Vermilion sobbed. Seeing Jean's blank expression, she felt even more uneasy. Vermilion, did you forget that the mist can fly? Jean was amused. Fortunately, she realized her wrongs and had not actually done anything. Vermilion stopped crying, looking at Jean blankly. I really forgot. You can't have such thoughts in the future. Jean rubbed her head, smiling. I'll never do it again. Vermilion nodded obediently. Let's hunt game now. I appreciate your hard work for the past few days, flying so many people. Jean cared for Vermilion genuinely. After all, she had always stayed at his side. No, it's not hard at all. Vermilion had already stopped crying and was smiling. Once she had thought things through, her heart had become much more light. Jean started to smile. Vermilion was a dragon indeed, seeing things in black and white. Even if she hated someone, she wouldn't be like scheme like humans. This was the difference between humans and dragons. Once Jean and Vermilion returned, bringing back all sorts of wildlife, Yixuan was a little shocked by Vermilion's change in attitude. She was visibly more intimate, clinging to her, chatting constantly. Yixuan sent Jean a suspicious glance, but Jean only smiled without a word. Wow, pretty good. You got it done so easily, Ben murmured to Jean in a low voice. I wouldn't want Vermilion to be killed by you, charred until not even ashes remain. Jean humphed, curling his lip. Good thing you knew. Ben took a bite of fruit. How could Ben not tell that foolish dragon harbored intentions towards Yixuan? She just hadn't done anything. The moment she did anything foolish to Yixuan, Ben would immediately kill her. He had learned how to be sinister from Yixuan. Don't be so tough on Vermilion in the future, Jean said coldly. Jean had seen through Ben perfectly. Although Vermilion had not dishonored the dragons, Ben was dissatisfied with her. He was dissatisfied with any dragons that had accepted humans as masters. He had originally planned to give her a tough time during the journey ahead, but not that Jean had exposed him, it would be too embarrassing to continue to doing so. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 209. The next day, Vermilion flew everyone to the place on Yixuan's map. Goblins are greedy dealmakers, also lovers of architecture. They are stout and ugly, but their intellect could not be looked down upon. They lived underground in a myriad of confusing tunnels. Their underground palace was even more magnificent. If they wanted to obtain the deity weapon, it would be a little difficult. Even if they entered, the maze-like passageways would trap them. From this forest onward is all goblin territory. Ben squinted as he peered into the tree. Goblins never interact with other races. Because they're unscrupulous businessmen and ugly, Lung Lingyun said quietly. Huh, you sure know a lot, Ben laughed. It was recorded in the Temple of Light's library. Long ago, when the different species still intermingled, the beast and dwarf races made business deals with the goblins, but they would always suffer losses. Later, something happened that made all the races retreat back their own territories. Everyone now guards their own territory, never making contact with other races, Lung Lingyun said faintly. The Temple of Light's library recorded this? Ben was a little surprised. I secretly read it from the secret library, Lung Lingyun said a little embarrassedly. Ben gave him an admiring look. Let's go. Qi Aoshuang walked ahead. Just as she entered the forest, there was the sound of rustling all around them. Everyone's gazes changed. It seems that the forest had some goblins on guard. As expected, the sound grew louder and louder. One by one, green creatures appeared. A group of fully armed goblins riding wolves surrounded them with weapons pointed at them. The goblins had wrinkled faces, green skin, long, tapered ears, and round eyes. Currently, they were cautiously regarding Qi Aoshuang's group. Humans, stop. We cannot permit you to advance any further, the leading goblin said coldly. I have business with your king, Qi Aoshuang said to him calmly. The goblin frowned. He sized up Qi Aoshuang, then inspected the other people. Then timely released slight dragon aura. Dragon? The goblins all paled with fright. The wolves all uniformly crouched down and shivered. Qi Aoshuang smiled ever so slightly. Having a dragon by her side sure was convenient. Before the goblins could respond, a ray of bright light shot down from the sky, trapping the goblins within. Before they could cry out, they all turned to dust, then dissipated. In an instant, all their lives had been taken away. It was a frightening scene. Enemy attack? They all retreated back, alertly watching the mass of white light. The Temple of Light's power. Slowly, the white light dissipated. A few figures emerged from within. Angels. They were led by an angel with 8 wings. Behind him stood 4 cold-faced angels with 6 wings. The 5 angels all had white clothes, white wings, and supple blonde hair and deep blue eyes. They all held a pure white blade. Qi Aoshuang's gaze darkened. Was the goddess of light finally about to make her move? Indeed, she had already collected 3 parts of the god Feather Heaven Slayer. The goddess should have sensed it already. She could not descend in the human world for long, so she sent these angels to take her place instead. Lung Lingyun's expression had also changed. Before them were true and blue angels. Normally, angels could not descend to the human world easily. Even if they forcibly descended, their strength would be greatly reduced, but these angels had terrifying strength. In other words, the goddess had found a way for them to descend without reducing their strength. Holy fuck! Actual angels. Ben was gleefully about to attack. Dragon King. Suddenly, before he could attack, the leading 8-winged angel pointed his sword at Ben and said coldly, "Did you forget the agreement between the goddess and your dragon god?" "What are you talking about? I'm no Dragon King," Ben lied without a trace of embarrassment. Humph. However, the 8-winged angel smiled coldly. He faced the sky and gave a long whistle. The shrill sound was as loud as thunder, ear-splitting. Qi Aoshuang and everyone else's expressions changed greatly. The angel's strength was definitely unordinary, completely different from the angels that had descended and possessed the Pope and Archbishop's bodies. After the long whistle, there was a rumbling sound coming from the horizon. Ben's expression turned incomparably ugly. Only he recognized what the pressure and rumbling sound signified. The dragon god was descending. The rumbling was deafening. A rainbow cloud appeared in the sky and approached. Ben's face was already beet red. Naturally, he knew what the dragon god would appear here for. Seeing the angel's delighted expressions and Ben's unsightly expression, Xiaoshuang immediately understood what was going on. Dragon King, let's see if you'll still interfere. You violated the treaty between the goddess of light and the dragon god, so the dragon god will punish you. Humph. The eight-winged angel smiled coldly, his sword pointed at Ben. His voice was filled with clear glee and faint malice. Fuck. Ben's face darkened. He looked up at the rapidly approaching rainbow cloud, his heart sinking. Before Xiaoshuang and everyone else could react, the multicolored cloud was already overhead. A rope descended. Ben's expression changed. He turned, wanting to run, but as if the rope had eyes, it chased after Ben. Ben could not even have the chance to resist as the rope wound around him. In a flash, he was wrapped up tightly. With his mouth covered, he gave muffled grunts. Xiaoshuang's mouth was wide. It was not that Ben did not want to resist, but that he did not even have the chance to. In front of the dragon god, he was powerless. Xiaoshuang instantly shot a bolt of flame at the end of the string that bound Ben, but it had not effect. They could only watch on helplessly as Ben was taken into the sky. Ben struggled with all his might, looking like a wriggling caterpillar, but it was no use. Although it was amusing to see, their current situation was no joke. Xiaoshuang was about to attack again. Ben shot her a warning look, telling her to stop. Their current situation was already critical. In order to face the five angels, she could not waste her strength. Furthermore, she was facing the profound dragon god. Xiaoshuang knew better than anyone else how large the gap between humans and gods was. Seeing Ben's gaze, Xiaoshuang understood and stopped everyone else from attacking. Soon, Ben was dragged away in the cloud. Vermilion shivered, hiding behind Jean. She was afraid the dragon god was going to capture her. Clearly, Ben had been taken away because he was about to interfere. I'll take away this lil bastard, a resonant voice said from the sky. The voice was filled with imposing aura, inconsistent with his choice of words. Lil bastard. Then, the multicolored cloud floated away. The sound of Ben's muffled grunts gradually disappeared along with it. Humph. Lowly human, today you'll pay the price for uselessly provoking the venerable goddess's might. The leading eight-winged angel coldly humphed. He raised his blade. In the light, it shimmered. Xiaoshuang snorted. With a flick of her wrist, the azure ripple blade was already in hand. With ringing sound, Jean pulled out his sword. Long Lingyun's face darkened. He coldly regarded the arrogant angels. Meanwhile, Oscar had his arms crossed. He stood to the side quietly. As promised, he was a spectator. Xiaoshuang had never expected for him to help anyways. Elf? The eight-winged angel looked at Oscar in surprise. Is the elf race going to interfere? One of the six-winged angels said angrily. Oscar frowned with annoyance. Were they stupid? Couldn't they see that he had no intention of doing so? If you think I'm going to, then why don't I? Oscar smiled coldly, getting up. Idiot. The eight-winged angel swiveled back and berated. Did he not have eyes? Clearly he had no intentions of doing anything, but now, because of the six-winged angel's words, the elf was going to join the fray. The elf definitely was powerful. However, elves, who were regarded as peaceful and elegant, could be this irritable. Aside from anger, the eight-winged angel was also a little confused. It was not just the eight-winged angel who was confused. Xiaoshuang was surprised as well. She frowned. Oscar sure behaved strangely. He attacked whenever he wanted to, and his reason to do so was simple too. Aren't you afraid of bringing trouble to your elf god? The eight-winged angel's objective was to kill Xiaoshuang and destroy her soul, not this elf. Does the elf god and your god have an agreement? Oscar said heedlessly, smiling. The eight-winged angel froze. Indeed, the elf god and goddess of light did not have any agreement. Because the elves loved peace and hated humans, there had never been a need to make such an agreement. Even if there isn't, aren't you afraid of being punished by the elf god? The eight-winged angel persisted. Oscar chuckled and didn't say anything. Evidently, he did not take the angel's word to heart. The eight-winged angel's expression changed. What these arrogant angels hated the most wasn't people cursing at them, but completely disregarding them. Oscar's haughty actions were a resounding slap in the face. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 210. If you must insist, die. I will report to the goddess the mistaken act of the elves. The eight-winged angel humphed. When he opened his mouth to speak again, he was stopped by an abrupt sword thrust. Alarmed, the eight-winged angel raised his blade to block. His sword started to hum, his hand trembling. Yixuan raised a brow, a bemused smile on her lips. Were they looking down on them? Lowly human. The angel's face ashened. He gripped his sword more tightly so that it did not shake. However, contrary to his words, he was overwhelmed with shock. A trifling human could be this strong? No wonder the goddess was so vested this time. Yixuan smiled derisively. This birdman asterisk, he only knew how to talk big. Asterisk, the Chinese phrase birdman can mean like fucker. Yixuan absolutely would not give the eight-winged angel any slack, her sword flitting rapidly. It was a terrifying sight to behold that emanated the aura of death. Panic flashed across the eight-winged angel's eyes. He hastily raised his sword to parry. Meanwhile, Jean, Lung Lingyun, and Oscar started to engage the remaining six-winged angels. With every clash in mid-air between Yixuan's azure ripple blade and the eight-winged angel's sword, there was a thunderous clang. Yixuan frowned. As expected, the eight-winged angel was powerful. As the two were in deadlock, Yixuan and the eight-winged angels assumed serious expressions. Secretly, the eight-winged angel was apprehensive. This human's power was actually equal to his own. Or maybe even stronger? The eight-winged angel shivered at the thought. He struck with more force. He could not lose to this heretical human. Just as the eight-winged angel struck with more force, he heard her faint, distinct voice. Did they send fighter-type birdmen this time? The eight-winged angel did not detect the hidden ridicule in the voice. Birdman? The eight-winged angel was stunned. Only then did he realize what she meant. Lowly human, you must pay for your ignorant words. The eight-winged angel seethed with anger. Eyeing her alertly, his entire body started to emit bright light. You seem to have forgotten I am a magician as well. Yixuan raised a brow, smiling. Before the eight-winged angel could come back to his senses, an intensely hot blade emerged from her palm, then erupted into golden flames. This was the supreme golden flame. The exceedingly hot flame immediately enveloped the eight-winged angel. Ah! The eight-winged angel cried out, rapidly retreating. The golden flame soon extinguished, revealing the eight-winged angel's body. The eight-winged angel's supple blonde hair was now a mass, faintly fuming foully. His clothes were in even poorer condition, hanging in strands. His snow-white wings were now burnt black. He did not carry himself so proudly now. Smells like burnt chicken. Yixuan sneered. The eight-winged angel was so angered, he almost spat blood. Sinister, cunning human. The eight-winged angel was visibly angry, shouting at Yixuan with his sword raised. Suddenly, he saw something behind Yixuan and started to smile malevolently. Why don't you take a good look at your companions? Not a single one of you shall escape today. The angel appeared pleased. Yixuan frowned as she cast a glance over. Two six-winged angels currently had Oscar surrounded while Jean and Lang Lingyun each faced one six-winged angel. Vermilion stood to the side nervously, wanting to help, but unable to, crying instead. What Vermilion feared the most was leaving Jean, but the threat of being taken away was still fresh in her memory. White Emperor and Black Feather crouched on each side of her shoulder, chirping and peeping, as if to say don't do anything. They were not flustered at all. To them, these angels weren't a threat to Qi Aoshuang in them. Oscar was currently enveloped in a hazy aura. Whenever an angel attacked, the moment their sword was about to approach, the sword would automatically diverge and brush past Oscar. Oscar was not injured in the slightest. Oscar would calmly evade, but he did not attack. He merely held them up so that they could not help their other angels. Lang Lingyun was a bit more strained. After all, he was a healer first, a magician second. Just as Qi Aoshuang was thinking what to do, a sharp attack shot towards her. "Where are you looking?" the eight-winged angel said coldly. Qi Aoshuang raised her sword to deflect. She turned her attention back to the eight-winged angel, losing her derisive attitude. She knew that she had to finish off this eight-winged angel as soon as possible. Lang Lingyun would not be able to hold on for long, and although Jean appeared to be evenly matched with the angel, if this continued, Jean would be at the disadvantage. Vermilion stood to the side, her hands in fists as she nervously watched the circumstances, unable to get involved. Who knows how close the dragon god was? If the eight-winged angel summoned again, she was doomed. Lang Lingyun's situation was most dire. The moment the angel saw he was using light magic, the angel became even more enraged. He knew that this person was the one who had betrayed the temple, betrayed the goddess, the holy prince. His attacks became even more vicious. The eight-winged angel seemed to know what Qi Aoshuang was thinking. He chuckled coldly, attacking once more. This time, he did not attack with all his power. Qi Aoshuang was in a position where she could not move now. As time passed, Qi Aoshuang became more tense. It seemed she still could not kill him off. Although she had given him multiple wounds, she had never been able to give the fatal blow. It was as if he was a cockroach. Whenever Qi Aoshuang turned around, wanting to help the people behind her, the eight-winged angel would attack with renewed strength. In such an endless cycle, Qi Aoshuang couldn't help but feel vexed. Jean and Lang Lingyun already appeared weary. "You damn human, how dare you cause the goddess problems?" The eight-winged angel pinned down Qi Aoshuang's blade strenuously, gritting his teeth. His eyes were now cold and smiling. "Did you think it was only we who descended? Did you think we would let you succeed in collecting all the pieces of the God Feather Heaven Slayer? Do you think your other companions are still alive?" Qi Aoshuang's eyes widened. Xu Xin and Dong Fengho were in danger. Seeing Qi Aoshuang's expression darken, the eight-winged angel became even more delighted. "Ha, perhaps not even their bodies remain." The eight-winged angel howled with laughter. His devious expression became even more warped as he smiled malevolently. "You," Qi Aoshuang lowered her gaze. No one could see her expression. She only spat out this word. Suddenly, her body exploded with icy, cold aura. "What? Are you sad? Worried?" The eight-winged angel laughed loudly, thinking that Qi Aoshuang had suffered a great blow. The best time to strike was now, when she was at her weakest. Thus, he madly brandished his sword as he charged to attack Qi Aoshuang. But Qi Aoshuang did not move. She only calmly raised her sword to easily block the attack the eight-winged angel had put so much strength into. "Ha!" The eight-winged angel couldn't help but stare blankly. Suddenly, a dense, murderous aura enveloped him. His heart tightened, and he instinctively wanted to back away. "Humph!" Qi Aoshuang leveled her gaze now. Her eyes were like cold vortexes, emitting terrifying, cold light. The eight-winged angel was stunned. This was because he had seen Qi Aoshuang's eyes glint with red light. Red light? The eight-winged angel blinked. He wanted to take a better look to see if Yaoshuang's eyes had turned red, but the next moment, all he could see was redness. It was his own blood. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 211. The intense pain almost made him stop breathing. Yaoshuang's sword had pierced through his right chest. Birdmen have red blood too? Yaoshuang smiled coldly, then pulled out her sword viciously. The eight-winged angel howled with pain. His blood spurted out like fountain water. He retreated as fast as he could, to get as far away from Yaoshuang as possible. When the 4 six-winged angels saw the circumstances, they all stopped what they were doing and rushed over to the eight-winged angel's side. They all made the same symbol with their left hand. A barrier appeared before Yaoshuang, stopping her from advancing. The 5 angels then raised their right hands at the same time. Just as Yaoshuang was about to strike through the barrier, there made a simple hand gesture. Instantly, dazzling white light enveloped them. Then, they disappeared. A portal. Lung Lingyun said quietly, coughing as he approached. Portal? Jin sheathed his sword. He stared ahead at the empty cavity, frowning. Only with 5 angels can they use it. They are teleported to the nearest source of light power. It should be the closest temple, Long Lingyun explained. He waved his hand to cast healing magic. White light enveloped Yaoshuang, healing her wounds instantly. Jin fell silent, because Lang Lingyun's wounds were visible more serious than Yaoshuang's. Master! Vermilion flew over, tears in her eyes. She carefully inspected Jin to see if he was wounded at all, sobbing as she said, "Sorry, master, I could not help you. I was afraid the dragon god would take me away. But, master, if they were to, I would have intervened no matter what." "I understand." Jin patted Vermilion's head kindly. "You were good. We're perfectly fine. If you were taken away, we would have been much slower." Vermilion continued to sob. Oscar nonchalantly stood to the side, arms crossed as he regarded Yaoshuang without a word. Yaoshuang was dark-faced, also silent. Xu and Dong Fengho are in danger, Yaoshuang managed to squeeze out. "What?" Everyone was alarmed. Only Oscar remained aloof. The goddess has finally started to make her move. Yaoshuang's expression was exceptionally unsightly. She needed an entire set of deity weapons to kill the goddess of light, but so long as the goddess stole away a single one, all of her efforts would be for nothing. Right now, what was most worrying was Chao Chuxin and Dong Fengho were completely not those angels' match. They had only sent 5 angels after them, even one that was 8-winged. What about Dong Fengho and Chao Chuxin? Even a 6-winged angel would be hard for them to fight. We need to find them immediately. Yaoshuang did not care for anything else. Even if the goblins were right ahead, the deity weapon almost in reach, Yaoshuang was currently complete fixated on Chao Chuxin and Dong Fengho's safety. No one objected. They all knew what was most important. Vermilion immediately assumed her dragon form, carrying everyone up into the clouds in one huff. They soon reached the beastmen race. Dong Fengho and Chao Chuxin's first stop was there. Based off of their calculations, they still had not arrived yet. At this time, Ben was all wrapped up on the rainbow cloud. Sitting next to him emanating red light was a mysterious old man. This was the dragon god. Ben was still writhing around pointlessly. The dragon god looked down upon Ben. Suddenly, he reached out and jabbed Ben. Ben opened his eyes wide, struggling even more now. "Shut the hell up." Ben felt as if thunder struck. His voice was resonant and dignified, yet he said such words. He had been all wrapped up and struggling with all his might at the time the Dragon King said "Lil bastard," so he hadn't heard him. MMPH. Ben wriggled, even more loud. How could you be so dumb? Always making trouble for me. The dragon god stood up, anger rising. He raised his foot and started to step on Ben. Ben howled miserably. You caused so much trouble, and even provoked the goddess of light, that wench. Your identity was even found out. Are you a dragon or a pig? The dragon god's face had been fuming red, but now, even his ears and neck were starting to flow red. Whether it was anger or excitement was indiscernible. Ben realized something was strange. It seemed like he didn't care about provoking the goddess of light. You don't know how to wipe up after your shit? You're a dragon, not a pig. Use your brain. The dragon god started stepping on Ben again. With each step, he was more stirred up. Ben was pummeled into a. He wanted to cry but couldn't. Finally, the dragon god was finished. He withdrew his foot, then sat down, finally satisfied. With a flick of his finger, he loosened Ben's bounds. Ben desperately held on for dear life, gasping for breath. I originally wanted to see you bring down that treacherous, idiotic Dragon King. Just when I was about to praise you, you got into this mess. How could you get into such bullshit? The goddess of light, that wench, came knocking on the door. The longer the dragon god spoke, the more angry he became. He was prepared to give Ben another beating. At this time, Ben unlocked his hidden potential, rolling away, avoiding the dragon god's claws. Ben now understood one thing very clearly. The dragon god they revered had bad character. He was a shameless, two-faced bastard. Venerable Dr. Dragon God, just when Ben started to speak, he was met with ringing pain. Don't try to act all nice. I know you're secretly cursing me. The dragon god gave Ben a warning smile. Yes. So what, you damn old man? Why did you take me away? Are we dragons afraid of the goddess of light? Ben finally understood the Dragon King's personality, blurting out cheeky words. Ben stared at the dark-faced old man. When the Dragon King heard his words, he was so angry, he was going to give Ben another beating. You favor the strong and bully the weak. Ben ducked to avoid the attack. You pighead, you know what that means? HM? If you know what it means, why do you ask? Are you an idiot? The dragon god was even more angry. He gave Ben a thorough beating. What do you mean? Ben hugged his head, crying out. Is it because you hate people calling you that way, so you? Oh, you've made progress. You've changed from a bastard to a fool. The dragon gold stopped his attacks. He said disdainfully, you finally realized. Dragons are so much stronger than humans, so how could the goddess of light, that wench, be someone I care about? But if others say I bully the weak, then it would be bad. The old dragon god sat down cross-legged and said seriously. Ha? Ben was shocked. Who would have thought the dragon god would be so shameless, two-faced, and care so much about face? It's like that? Ben's expression was still filled with shock. Of course. The dragon god assumed a grandiose appearance. If not for that wench pretending to be so pitiful, asking me to sign a pact, Pa. You think I'd care? The dragon god's mouth twitched. Suddenly, he seemed to say to himself, that old wench is too shrewd, I don't like her. This time, Ben heard everything clearly. He felt like that dragon goddess had grabbed hold of his weakness of hating losing face. She had tricked him into signing the agreement that dragons could not attack humans heedlessly. If you don't like that wench, then let me go help my friends. I'll just conceal myself everywhere we go, Ben frowned and said, breaking the dragon god's train of thought. The dragon god flew into a fury. He pointed straight at Ben's nose. You idiot, they already know who you are. How the hell would you be able to help them? Don't cause me more trouble. He rolled his eyes, then looked into the sky, silent. Now one knew what he was thinking. Ben now was proficient at reading expressions. Thus, he crouched obediently, waiting for the dragon god's next words. "Lil bastard, how come I never noticed you were so scheming? You're so treacherous and deceitful, how come I never noticed before?" The dragon god suddenly asked. Ben's mouth went wide. "Are you complimenting me or insulting me?" "You can think of it as a compliment." The dragon god nodded earnestly. "It was my human friend who taught me. At her side, I learned many things. Only then was I able to think of an idea to kick that previous dragon king off the throne." Ben sensed this is what the dragon god liked. Not bad, not bad." The dragon god nodded, smiling. "That woman has piqued my interest. So can I go help her?" Ben smiled, trying to curry favor. "When did I say you could?" The dragon god's face darkened, his voice low. Ben was about to ready himself for another beating, but before he could, the dragon god started to laugh, his eyes darting around. "If we can't do this blatantly, then we'll do it secretly. That wench had been rubbing TME the wrong way for some time now. Getting rid of her should be a good idea. Ben. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 212. Stunning Edge C212. Bullshit. The dragon god put on an air of arrogance. If that little bitch had not come up to me with a pitiful look, begging me to sign a deal, I'll take care of this bird thing? The dragon god's lips twitched, and then he seemed to be talking to himself. That little bitch were too scheming, and I really disliked her. The black dragon had finally figured out everything from this. It was probably because the goddess of light had grasped the weakness of the face-saving dragon god, so she went to pretend pity and signed a contract with the powerful dragons that they couldn't casually attack a human being and that could not invade their territory. "Since you don't like that little bitch, let me go to help my friend. I'll help them in the dark." The black dragon frowned and interrupted the dragon god's thoughts. "You stupid pig, your identity has been recognized. Help, fuck help. Don't teach me any more lessons." The dragon god was furious hearing this. He pointed at Black Dragon's nose and began cursing. After cursing, he rolled his eyes, looking at the sky and didn't say anything. What he was thinking about is unknown. The black dragon was already very observant, so it obediently sat on the cloud, waiting for the dragon god's words. "Little bastard, why didn't I find out that you were in the dragon clan? You are so cunning and deceitful, I should have discovered you long ago. Why haven't I noticed it before?" Dragon god has suddenly changed the topic. The black dragon opened its mouth wide. "Are you praising me or insulting me?" "You could take it as praise." The dragon god nodded seriously. "My human friend taught me, and I learned so much from her. Only then will I be able to kick the former dragon king off the stage." Seeing the dragon god's attitude, the black dragon had understood the old man's preference, so he calmly told it to him. "And good, good." The dragon god nodded with a smile on his face. "I like her." "Then you mean I can go help her?" The black dragon laughed in a sycophantic manner. "When did I say okay?" The dragon god's face darkened as he said in a deep voice. The black dragon didn't have the time to pull a long face. Then the dragon god rolled his eyes and chuckled. "We can't directly help her, but we can do in the dark. I've already seen the bitch disagreeable, and it's better to drag it down sooner," Black Dragon said. At the same time, Judy carried the crowd rushing toward to the orc clan. Without Xiao Shuang's asking about directions, Judy said she knew it and continued to fly in that direction. Judy never stopped flying even in the night. She knew that if she slowed down a little bit, perhaps her master's two friends would be dead. "Thank you, Judy." Jin Yan sat in the front seat and gently patted Judy's head with his hand, comforting her in light voice. Judy gritted her teeth and didn't speak. She was afraid that she would let go of her strength if she spoke. She kept fluttering her wings and flight on. Yixuan felt anxious. She felt guilty towards Judy, who was exhausted, but she couldn't stop now. If she stopped, everything would be too late. After flying for 2 days and nights, Judy finally arrived at the orc clan. In front was the orcs' territory, and Judy could no longer hold herself back. She let out a wail and fell down. Her huge body straightly fell down. Judy! Jin Yan's expression changed and he urgently called out. However, Judy had completely exhausted her stamina by this time. She was completely exhausted and lost consciousness as she could not control her massive body. Yixuan immediately spread her golden wings and flew up to cast layers of barrier of enchantment to catch Judy's body. At this time, Aosta floated up to the sky. Without waiting for everyone to make a move, he began chanting a complex mantra. A strong wind blew under Judy's body, slowing down her speed of descent. After that, a small green ball appeared from an Aosta's hand, and in an instant, it became a huge, soft green bed, which held Judy's already slowed-down body steadily. Jin Yan sighed in relief. He then checked to see if Judy had been injured, and Lang Lingyun also helped him. Yixuan and Aosta were still in the air. Yixuan looked at Aosta and said softly, "Thanks." "It wasn't for you I saved her," he said coldly and then flew down to join the crowd. Yixuan also flew down, neglecting Aosta's arrogance. She secretly sighed in her heart about the amazing power of Aosta. "Judy, are you okay?" Yixuan immediately asked anxiously when she landed. "She is okay, she is just tired," Lang Lingyun whispered. Jin Yan stood by Judy's neck and gently stroked her neck. Judy's heavy breathing and throat were rising and falling, her eyes still closed. Yixuan gently flew over and looked at the distressed Jin Yan. "Jin Yan. Miss, it's fine." It was as if Jin Yan knew what Yixuan wanted to say and stopped her. Yixuan bit her lips and said, "You take care of Judy here, I'll go in with them. If Chu Xian and Dong Fengho weren't here, it would be better if you were here." Jin Yan opened his mouth to say something but nothing come out of his mouth. He knew Yixuan's thoughts. She want him to take care of Judy here. It was an excuse to stop Chao Chuxin and Dong Fengho. However, he could not find a reason to refute this excuse. Jin Yan finally nodded in agreement. Yixuan and Lang Lingyun flew up toward the territory of the orc clan. Just as they were about to reach the edge of the orc clan's territory, a cloud of dust rose up ahead of them. A group of crowd were approaching. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 213. Stunning Edge, C213. Yixuan's group halted their flight and silently floated in the air, waiting for the group to approach. The sound grew louder and louder, and the rumbling sound was full of momentum. A troop of cavalry. The beasts for riding were a herd of elephants, with a pack of werewolves sitting on them. The one in the front was a werewolf in black clothes. On his shoulder was a prominent badge, and a golden tassel fluttered about. The werewolves were the vanguard of the orc clan's army, and they robust and fast-speed werewolves were also responsible for the patrol of the orc clan. All the orc men stopped right in front of Yixuan's group. "Human beings, we know what you're coming for." Without waiting for Yixuan to speak, the leader of the werewolves spoke in rugged voice. Yixuan was slightly surprised. The other party knew what we come for? Could it be? Yixuan's expression changed and his eyes sank. Could Chu Xing and Dong Fengho have encountered danger? Our prophet told us to give this to you, and you will go away. The leader of the werewolves took out something in his arms and threw it to Yixuan. Yixuan gazed at it, a crystal ball? After she held it, she looked at the exquisite crystal ball in her hand and was a little shocked. Is it the memory crystal? A prophet? Long Lingyun was also shocked. The prophet was the most powerful of the orc clan. Even the king of the orc clan didn't have a high status as a prophet. The prophet can always help the orc clan with his wisdom and his knowledge. Now it seemed that the prophet had predicted that their group would come. Please watch the record inside. The leader of the werewolves urged Yixuan, and all the werewolves did not leave. Without any hesitation, Yixuan immediately injected the magic power into the crystal ball to see the recorded scenes inside. Her heart sank as she saw the blinding white wings appeared in the image. What was recorded inside was that the eight-winged angel had come here and taken the artifact that in the hands of the orc clan. Without even the slightest bit of effort, the orcs didn't resist and handed the artifact to the eight-winged angel. After all, that thing didn't really help them much. If they resist, they will be wounded. Lang Lingyun's expression also turned dark. This meant that the Sky Slaughter Divine Feathers couldn't gather together anymore. What they had done was in vain. Yixuan's face was as dark as water. She slowly raised her head to look at the leader of the wolves. Thank you for your advice, but I wonder if I have friends here? No, you are the human beings here for the first time in years, he said. The werewolf answered coldly. His eyes were clear without deception. He said loudly, since you have seen it now, can you leave now? Yixuan was both elated and disappointed. Knowing that Xiao Chuxin and Dong Fengho were all right, her heart settled down. It was dejected that the Sky Slaughter Divine Feathers could no longer gather together. What these orcs did was normal. They didn't want to interfere with the goddess of light, so they would naturally hand over the useless divine artifact. Thanks. We will leave now. Yixuan nodded towards the leader of the werewolf. His face was completely calm and collected. The werewolves didn't move at all. They watched as Yixuan's group turned around and left. Only after they disappeared did they turn around and run away. Yixuan's group returned to where were Judy and Jin Yan. When he saw them coming back so quickly, Jin Yan was shocked when he saw Yixuan's face. He stood up and looked nervously at the crowd. Is that Xiao Chuxin and Dong Fengho? No, they have not been here yet. Lang Lingyun lightly shook his head and smiled wryly, but the orc's divine artifact has been taken away by the angels. Jin Yan suddenly turned to look at Yixuan. Although his eyes were filled with disbelief, when he saw Yixuan's calm but somewhat dejected face, Jin Yan understood that what Lang Lingyun had said was true. So everything's in vain? Miss, Jin Yan struggled to speak. Yixuan exhaled a long breath and turned to look at Jin Yan. She revealed a brilliant smile and said, nothing. Even if the divine artifacts couldn't gather together, there must be other ways. I want to increase my own strength and keep on increasing. Yixuan then sat down on his butt. We will wait for Chuxin and the Dong Fengho here. We will return to Yuzari after they arrive. Jin Yan looked at Yixuan, who was smiling brilliantly, a little bit stunned. He then came to himself. On his handsome face there was a smile as he lightly nodded. Yes, Miss, I will follow you all the time. Lang Lingyun's originally worried heart relaxed a little at this moment. He looked at Yixuan's expression and smiled faintly. Aosta raised his eyebrows slightly. He had thought that this girl would be despair and would always be depressed. He didn't expect that she could adjust so quickly. Aosta, suddenly, Yixuan's voice sounded in Aosta's ears. He turned around and looked at Yixuan with some surprise. This is for you, the Sky Slaughter Divine Feathers can't gather together. The Sky Slaughter is back to you. Yixuan took out the Sky Slaughter space ring and handed it to Aosta. Aosta silently looked at the Sky Slaughter in Yixuan's hands, but he did not reach out to take it. If he took it, it meant that he should be back in the Elvish forest. You take it first, I don't have anywhere to put it. Even without the sky slaughter divine feather, you can still pull the goddess of light down? Aosta lied through his teeth. As prince of the elvish clan, how could he have no space to put the ring? He didn't want to leave like that, not wanting to leave this mysterious girl. He felt that as long as he stayed by her side, there would be many unimaginable things. Yes, Xiaoshuang's gaze turned cold, but her gaze was extremely firm. Then I'll personally witness that day and I'll go back then and return me the sky slaughter. Without waiting for Xiaoshuang to reply, Aosta left. Xiaoshuang was slightly taken aback, but still, she withdrew the sky slaughter. Judy had been unconscious, and after 5 days here, Judy had woken up, and Xiao Chuxin and Dong Fengho also arrived in haste. You idiot! Didn't you say you knew the way? So many unnecessary long ways. Xiao Chuxin's angry voice came from ahead. The two figures got closer and closer. They rode together on a magical beast, while Xiao Chuxin, who was sitting in the back, held the ear of Dong Fengho, scolding. Xiaoshuang looked at them as they got closer and smiled knowingly. Now you can go back to Yuzari. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 214. Stunning Edge, C214. Xiao Chuxin and the Dong Fengho were getting closer together on a same magical beast. From afar, Xiao Chuxin's reprimanding voice can be heard. You idiot, you still have the nerve to say that you know the path to the Orc clan. If you're wrong this time, wait and see how I will deal with you. This time, it will be right. I'm sure, definitely. The howls of Dong Fengho's begging for mercy could also be heard as Xiao Chuxin was pulling his ears. Xiaoshuang's face revealed a smile. Although Dong Fengho was speaking more clearly than before, he was still that muddled. If it was not for the wrong way Dong Fengho had chosen, they would be in danger. If they were to face the 8-winged angel, no matter how powerful magical beasts Dong Fengho could summon, they wouldn't be able to defeat the 8-winged angel. And Chuxin wouldn't be a match for it too. What? Aoshuang. Xiao Chuxin saw Xiaoshuang's figure from afar, and her voice was filled with surprise. He flicked the bottom of the magical beast and it quickly ran over. Xiaoshuang smiled as she stood in place, waiting for them. Aoshuang, why are you here? Before the magical beast stopped moving, Xiao Chuxin's heart throbbed and she hugged Xiaoshuang. Things have changed. Let's go back to Yuzari together, right? Xiaoshuang said softly, smiling. What? What's wrong? Xiao Chuxin's complexion slightly changed. What did Aoshuang mean by this? Something wrong? Sit down first, have a rest. I'll tell you about it. Xiaoshuang said calmly. They were naturally somewhat exhausted on the journey. Xiao Chuxin sat down uneasily, feeling ominous. Dong Fengho summoned the magical beast and sat beside Xiao Chuxin. He took out a water bag and handed it to Xiao Chuxin. Xiao Chuxin pushed it away and looked anxiously at Xiaoshuang, waiting for Xiaoshuang to speak. When Xiao Chuxin and Dong Fengho heard what Xiaoshuang said, the two of them were stunned. It means, we can't collect divine artifact? We could not revenge? Xiao Chuxin stuttered when he asked. The disappointment in his eyes was clear. There's no need to be so pessimistic. There must be a way. Xiaoshuang had a smile on her face, not showing any signs of fear. Yeah, there's definitely a way. Xiao Chuxin quickly nodded, trying to comfort Xiaoshuang. When she raised her head, she saw Xiaoshuang's determined expression. She could not say anything. She tried to comfort Xiaoshuang, but it turned out that Aoshuang comforted her. Then it was time to return to Yuzari. This time, it didn't have to rush so much as before, so Judy would rest when she felt exhausted, and they stopped and continued going. Aoshuang, look, that valley is where we separated from Summer. There's a very powerful magical beast. Xiao Chuxin suddenly saw something from the sky downward and pointed at a mountain ridge below. Ah! What does that magical beast like? Qi Aoshuang asked. So tall, his body is covered with fire. However, it moves quickly, Xiao Chuxin said with a frown. She still had lingering fear in her heart when she thought of that monster. Xiao Chuxin saw Qi Aoshuang's thoughtful expression and said in haste, "Don't go down. It's too dangerous. That monster is really powerful." Qi Aoshuang nodded and didn't say anything else. She carefully checked the terrain below and memorized the location. A few days later, they finally reached Qingshuan town, which was located on the border of Yuzari. The town was still calm. Everyone was scattered in the corners of the only bar in the town. When night fell, Qi Aoshuang brought everyone to the front of an ordinary room. When the door opened, Luya was shocked when he saw the group of people standing in front of him. "Can I help you?" Luya looked at the strangers in front of him and couldn't help but be alert. However, he still asked politely in confusion. Qi Aoshuang remembered that her appearance hadn't recovered yet. She didn't have to hide anything now. Qi Aoshuang took out one leaf which could help recover appearances and swallowed it. She threw another one to Long Lingyun. Luya frowned slightly and looked at Qi Aoshuang in confusion. He didn't understand what the girl in front of him was doing. "It's me, Luya," the familiar voice rang, and the girl's appearance slowly recovered. It was their holy maiden. "Come on in," Luya whispered and moved aside to let the group in. Such a large group of people had been standing outside for a long time. If anyone noticed, it would be terrible. After everyone entered the room, Luya respectfully said, "Lord, you've returned. The Lord of Bishop and Master Shi have been waiting for you." "The Lord of Bishop?" Qi Aoshuang was puzzled. Where did the Lord of Bishop come from? The position of the Dark Temple, after the Holy Maiden, is the Black Bishop. The Lord has sent him to help you. They should be in the hall at this time. When Luya said this, he did not dare to look at Qi Aoshuang. It was because the Lord of Bishop was truly. Aosta looked at Qi Aoshuang and Lang Lingyun from the corner of his eyes. The two had recovered their appearances. Lang Lingyun was dazzlingly handsome with silver hairs and mauve eyes. Qi Aoshuang's complexion was exquisite, her hair as dark as satin and her eyes gleaming radiance like gems, which made Aosta stunned. This is her real face? So beautiful. The crowd followed Qi Aoshuang through the secret passageway to the huge secret room underground. "Lord Bishop, you cannot be so shameless." "I agree. Stop talking rubbish." The voice was very familiar. When the group of Qi Aoshuang stepped into the hall, they saw the anxious Shi Shaoqi and Shi Shaoxi, while the person sitting between them was looking impatient. "Ah, Lord, you're back." Among the three people in the hall who didn't know what to do, Shi Shaoxi was the first to react. He happily shouted out when he raised his head and saw Qi Aoshuang. Shi Shaoqi also raised his head, revealing a happy expression. The man who was sitting between them was frozen in place. He was sitting there, staring at Qi Aoshuang. Although he knew that she was the Holy Maiden of the Dark Temple, he knew that her name was Qi Aoshuang. He knew that she had suffered a great injustice. He knew she was in bitterness. But when she stood before him, he did not know what to say. Will she know that he had been looking for her, and he had been waiting for her when he heard the news? Will she know that he had always been worried about her? Qi Aoshuang looked at the dazed person and smiled. "Waldo, the Holy Maiden is coming. Come over here quickly." Waldo's lips quivered slightly as he looked deeply at the girl standing at the entrance. Her black hair, her dark eyes, and her appearance were completely different, but the determination in her eyes was quite familiar. No one but she would have that. Waldo opened his mouth, not knowing what to address the person in front of him. "Qi Aoshuang? Claire? Waldo? What are you doing there? Where did you go?" Qi Aoshuang walked over and sat down casually. Everyone sat down while Waldo was still staring. Ao Aoshuang, after a long time, Waldo spat out several words. But his mind seemed still blank. Shaoxi, make the tea. Shi Aoshuang summoned Shi Shaoxi, and at this moment, Shi Aoshuang missed Camille. She recalled the tea of Camille, to be exact. Your Excellency, Commander, I'm willing to serve you. However, just as Shi Aoshuang had finished speaking, a ghostly voice suddenly sounded. A person appeared behind Shi Aoshuang, as silent and ghost-like as before. There was only one person who could possess such skill. The fragrance-scented tea immediately filled the entire hall. The familiar scent made Shi Aoshuang's eyes bloom. Camille, why you are here? Shi Aoshuang couldn't care about anything else as she suddenly stood up and turned to look at Camille, who was standing by her side and gracefully making tea for her. She asked in surprise. Camille didn't answer, but her face was still with that gentle smile, gracefully pouring tea for Shi Aoshuang. After that, she tossed the teapot on the table and said softly, "Brat, go pour some tea for others." Shi Shaoxi felt a chill on his back as he looked at Camille's gentle smiling face. It was a dangerous sign. Shi Shaoxi quickly picked up the teapot and went to pour tea for the rest. You came with Waldo? How did you get here? Shi Aoshuang asked excitedly. The enemy of the enemy is friend. Camille smiled gently and pulled up the stool next to Shi Aoshuang and sat down. I didn't stay in the Imperial City during the time you were in trouble. I made a deal and went afar. When I learned what happened, I went to look for you. But it was not easy to find you. Camille picked up the empty cup gracefully, then Shi Shaoxi ran over carefully to pour tea for Camille, and continued to pour tea for others. The enemies of the Light Temple were naturally the Dark Temple. Shi Aoshuang had been set up by the Light Temple. So they had the same enemies as the Dark Temple. Camille found the Dark Temple with this common sense, and of course he found Waldo, who was also looking for Shi Aoshuang. Aosta sniffed at the tea in the cup and looked at Camille in somewhat surprise. This human being who was full of sunshine could actually make such a sweet tea? Moreover, his attitude, he only poured tea for Shi Aoshuang and he did not care about others. There was not a trace of fluctuations of magic elemental energy in his body, but the dark necromancer was so afraid of him. Aoshuang Waldo finally came back to himself at this moment and ran over to hug Shi Aoshuang within agitation and sobbing. Camille elegantly stomped on his but with an agile and skilled movement, keeping him away from Shi Aoshuang. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 215. Stunning Edge, C215. Waldo was kicked to the ground by Camille's elegant movement of foot. What you do? Waldo turned around his head on the floor and looked at Camille with hatred. Tell me what is the matter if I hug Aoshuang to express my excitement. Oh, what's the matter if I kicked you? Camille spoke the words, smiling. Waldo shivered. The cold light in Camille's beautiful eyes didn't not only mean what was the matter as he kicked him, but more like what was the matter if I dabbed at your neck with a knife at night? Waldo wisely ran to the seat on the other side of Shi Aoshuang and squeezed Shi Shaoxi off the seat. Shi Shaoxi's face was full of bitterness, but he didn't dare to speak. Waldo has a higher position than them, and he was also stronger. Every time Camille bullies him, he would vent his anger on the two brothers. He was the type of person who would bully the weak but fear the strong. Aoshuang, I'm telling you, Waldo became eloquent. He began to boast about his travels and how his strengths improved. He talked about the branch halls he had sneak attacked. However, he didn't mention how he was chased after and trapped by many experts. Shi Aoshuang smiled and didn't interrupt, waiting for Waldo to chatter on. Finally, Waldo was tired, and Shi Aoshuang introduced the others. When she introduced that Judy who was dressed in red was actually a dragon, Camille's eyes flashed an unnoticeable light. What caused everyone to be shocked was the existence of Aosta, who was actually the prince of the Elvish clan. After introductions, Waldo bounced to the side of Dong Fengho and asked him aside to inquire why he had changed. Shi Shaoxi told Qiao Shuang about the things after they had returned. Yu's reputation in Yuzari is high. Of course, it's not for his former identity, but his current identity. People called him a swashbuckler. They don't even know his identity. And now, the emperor had sent soldiers to encircle and annihilate them more than once. Shi Shaoxi reported seriously. Nonsense, the emperor also realizes that there is a threat. Shi Shaoqi hummed. Good. Now all we have to do is to take back everything Yuzes deserves. Qi Aoshuan smiled. With Yuzes support, the first thing needed to do was to eliminate all the forces of light in Yuzari. That means to go to the capital city of Yuzari. Shi Shaoqi felt happily as he had something interesting to do finally. There is a branch hall of the Light Temple in the capital of Yuzari. Camille tapped the table gently, his voice was soft. The temple will intervene in a coup like this. Qi Aoshuang nodded gently. Dong Fengho, Waldo, and the Shi brothers, you guys bring people to take apart the palace. I will go with Long Lingyun to the palace. Camille took out a map and spread it out on the table. He was clearly prepared. Look, the layout of the shrine is like this. There are only 2 cardinal in the temple. The archbishop had died in the confrontation with Aoshuan last time. The new archbishop had not been voted yet. Camille's long white fingers moved on the map. It's not necessary to look at the layout. Now these trees or bullshit bishops aren't even my opponent now. Waldo's nostrils flared with cold air as he said disdainfully. Pig heads. Camille gracefully smiled. He said the words in a clear and gentle voice. Waldo's face turned red because of anger, but before he could speak, he heard Qi Aoshuang snorted coldly. Waldo's arrogance subsided and went aside and became silent. Sir, please continue, honorable captain. Qi Aoshuang smiled at Camille. Camille fiddled with his bangs on his forehead and posed a graceful and perfect pose and continued. It's not difficult to destroy the temple, but after we destroy it, there will be a lot of people willing to fund it. Even they will be bankrupt, those people are willing. Camille continued blandly. The temple had penetrated deep into the hearts of those people as the personification of tolerance, purity, greatness, and justice. So, what we need to do is to break this illusion. The 2 cardinal don't like each other because they both want to be the archbishop. Camille had apparently found out all these out, and there is a secret compartment behind the bookshelves in their study, where books are kept. The records on these account books cannot be seen by the public. After saying that, Camille looked meaningfully at the stunned Waldo. Do you understand what you need to do now? How do you know it clearly? Could it be that you went missing a short while ago? Waldo looked at Camille in surprise. Camille was the king of assassins. No one could stop him where he wanted to go. Qi Aoshuan was also shocked. Camille did such a dangerous thing for her. Did he know that if he chose to stand on her side, he was to be the enemy of many people? Camille looked at Qi Aoshuan, who was stunned. He smiled. The expression in his eyes was obvious. This was his choice. Memory crystals could be of great help. Camille squinted, his eyes flashing with cold light. When the time comes, we'll have to record it in detail, and the account book, send it to everyone later. Camille's voice was soft, but it sounded eerie in the ears of the crowd. This technique was ruthless. You and Lang Lingyun go to the palace, can you make it? Waldo finally caught the chance to satirize. Lang Lingyun was no longer the noble son of the Holy Light Temple. How could he safely enter the palace and carry out their plans? Was it that easy to start a coup? Of course, not only us. There is also Jin Yen. Camille smiled and looked at Jin Yen, then raised his eyebrows slightly. Jin Yen, are you now a knight of the kingdom of Ampegland, or a knight of Aoshuan's? Everyone was slightly surprised. Even Qi Aoshuang was stunned. They didn't understand what Camille meant by that. However, Jin Yen did not hesitate. He indifferently said, "Naturally, I am a knight for Mississippi." His voice was soft, but his tone was very firm. "Ah, that's good." Camille smiled like a spring breeze and gracefully picked up a teacup and softly said, "Do you have a dragon knight in Yuzari?" After said this, Camille sipped tea, no more words. Everyone immediately understood what Camille intended to say. There was no dragon knight in poor Yuzari. If the dragon knight, Jin Yen, appeared in the imperial capital and the emperor, no matter how debauched this emperor was, he would know the importance of dragon knight. Then the emperor will try to win him over. Then it was not that Camille's group cannot enter the palace, but the emperor would come to ask them if they would like to enter. So what? Waldo spoke the words and stopped. So, when the time comes? Camille smiled, gathering the ministers, finally let the emperor and the queen told the story back then. With Judy, all resistance is nil. How can the emperor and queen tell the things happened before obediently? Waldo grunted, his mouth twitching. I have a way. Camille smiled. Without spiritual control, I can make them tell the truth all back then. Is it so magical? Waldo mumbled, his eyes tilted, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. And there's something more miraculous. I can make you sleep forever after you go asleep tonight. Camille squinted, smiling brightly. Waldo shuddered and said nothing. He realized again how unwise it would be to retort Camille. Qi Aoshuang frowned slightly as she listened to Camille's arrangement. She felt that something was not right. But what was wrong? Where is Aoshuang? Waldo suddenly recalled something. Qi Aoshuang finally understood what was wrong with the plan. She was not in Camille's plan. That's the key point. Camille stopped smiling and looked at Qi Aoshuang and said, Aoshuang, what will you do if Laga and the Ampegland begin to fight? What? Everyone in the hall looked at Camille in shock. The Light Temple is now greatly injured. The remaining forces have been put on you. Ampegland is looking for excuses. Things had already grown even more intense as they had been suppressing the Chamber of Commerce of the Feng family. The Chamber of Commerce of the Feng family has been a mainstay of the Laga's economy. The Emperor of Laga was greedy, this time it only hastened the outbreak of conflict between the two countries. Camille looked at Qi Aoshuang with a burning gaze. He spoke clearly, the temple and Ampegland jointly suppressed the Chamber of Commerce of the Feng family. Feng Yixuan's appearance has temporarily changed the situation. But this is only for the time being. A war between the two countries is a matter of time. Qi Aoshuang quietly looked at Camille's serious face. After a long silence, she finally said, How is the Li family of the four families of Laga now? They are actively preparing for battle. Camille said blandly, There's a reason for it, taking revenge for your mother. Qi Aoshuang froze for a moment as she stared at Camille, something flickering in her eyes. The target there is very large. Camille said gently, Give me half a year. No, 3 months, I will make Yuzari support you and wipe out all the forces of light in Yuzari. You can do what you want to do during this period of time. Of course, these fellows must stay to help me. Camille squinted at the crowd in the hall. Everyone immediately understood Camille. Shi Shaoqi and Shi Shaoxi clenched their fists in excitement. This kind of thing was very exciting to hear. Qi Aoshuang was clear what the large target Camille mentioned meant. They were afraid that the temple would send angels to interfere in the two countries' war. She was not sure how many angels will descend this time. At present, it seemed like there were 2 8-winged angels. If these angels attacked the Li family or the Feng family, the consequences would be unimaginable. What you need to do is to improve your strength. All schemes are useless in front of absolute power. Camille lifted his cup and peeped at Shi Shaoxi. Shi Shaoxi felt a chill on his back looking at Camille's gentle gaze. He went to pour tea for Camille. Camille's eyes glanced at the cup in front of Qi Yaoshuang. Shi Shaoxi immediately understood and quickly poured tea for Qi Yaoshuang. Qi Yaoshuang looked deeply at Camille, unable to say a word. This man was always so profound and unpredictable. What kind of person he was? Why did he do so much for her? Qi Yaoshuang knew clearly in her heart that what Camille had just said was definitely not bragging. He had the strength to do such things. What do you think about it? If you have any objections, you can withdraw right now. This time, it's not just against Ampedland, but also the Light Temple. Camille asked, smiling with squinting eyes. However, there wasn't the slightest temperature or bit of ripples in his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 216. Stunning Edge, C216. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then they all began to laugh silently. Follow the lead of Deputy Regimental Commander. Waldo pouted his lips, feeling a little annoyed. Now he could tell that Camille would lead them to snatch usury. Qi Yaoshuang would not participate, but to increase her strength. Finally, the two nations would jointly launch battles against Ampedland. That's good, very good. If he could avenge Yaoshuang, he would be able to eradicate the hypocritical Divine Light Temple. Waldo's heart was not happy, because he had only seen Qi Yaoshuang before he was about to part. Waldo thought silently in his heart. Alright, I'll endure this for the time being in order to get Yaoshuang's revenge as soon as possible and clear her grievances. Xiao Chuxin frowned. Ah. Then, you mean Yaoshuang go to Laga? No. I have to go too. I don't want to part with Yaoshuang. After saying that, Xiao Chuxin was about to rush over and wrap Qi Yaoshuang's arms. You will encumber her. You are weak now, not weak. I don't want her to go to Laga, but to train her and to improve her strength. Camille's words successfully stopped Xiao Chuxin, who looked at Camille and knew that Camille was speaking the truth. Although her strength was much stronger than an ordinary archer, she was still weaker than Qi Yaoshuang. Experience? Where? Not only was Qi Yaoshuang confused, but everyone present was puzzled. You don't need to worry about that. You just need to stay and help me. No objections? Camille took a comfortable sip of tea and looked at Lang Lingyun before looking back at Jin Yen. Everyone's expressions were complex, but no one objected. Only Aosta looked at Qi Yaoshuang and said faintly, I will watch. Camille shrugged his shoulders and said, do as you like, Camille does not count this elf in. Camille analyzed the situation and arranged things. Such a quick and decisive method made everyone feel a little uncomfortable and more surprised. You, take everyone down to have a rest. Camille softly instructed Shi Shaoxi. Shi Shaoxi immediately bounced up and smiled at everyone. Everyone, please follow me to your bedroom for a hot bath, then come out for dinner. Aosta was the first to stand up. Loving cleanliness was the nature of all the elves. The others also stood up and followed after Shi Shaoxi. Shi Shaofeng also led the way for the crowd and allocate rooms for them. In the blink of an eye, only Camille and Qi Yaoshuang were left in the hall. The surrounding was completely silent. After a long time, Qi Yaoshuang slowly turned her head to look at Camille. She gently opened her mouth and closed it again. Her heart was filled with complex emotions. Why would he help me? Qi Yaoshuang suddenly realized that she didn't understand Camille. Shouldn't he be very cool? Why would he spend so much efforts to help her this time? Why would he be opponent of Ampedland and the Light Temple? Camille had joined the mercenary group on a whim, and Qi Yaoshuang could not find a reason for Camille to do this. Camille laughed, still smiling gently. He stood up and rubbed Qi Yaoshuang's small head, saying, don't think about the reason why I'm going to do this. You just need to know I will remove your pain and wash away your grievances. If you really feel puzzled, you can think in the way that I'm too bored to find something to do. Xiao Shuang recalled that the same reason Camille had joined her mercenary group was because he was too bored, so he found something to do. You're telling me to improve my strength? Xiao Shuang asked doubtfully, her lips gently lifted. I will tell you. Now go to rest, take a hot bath, I have a lot to explain after dinner. Camille withdrew his hand and smiled and left. Xiao Shuang sat there dumbfounded and slowly stretched out her hand to feel her head. It was very warm. Camille's big hand was warm when he put it there. Not only there, but also inside the heart. This kind of feeling made Xiao Shuang recall a lot of things. The warmth that had been absent for a long time had made Xiao Shuang think of Catherine. She also remembered a person long time ago, who had a gentle smile like Catherine's. Her real mother. After a long time, Xiao Shuang slowly stood up and went back to her room to take a shower. Dinner was unusually luxurious. All kinds of delicious delicacies filled the table, and there was even a roast pig in the middle of the long table. In front of Iosta were elegant vegetables, for peace-loving elves did not eat meat. Luya withdrew after he poured fragrant wine for everyone. Carmen, Waldo had just opened his mouth to call Camille, and his words had changed. Wise Deputy Regimental Commander, I would like to ask, where will Aoshuan go? Camille lifted his glass and smiled faintly, you don't need to care about that. Everyone looked at each other with complicated expressions. Camille was still smiling like a spring breeze, gracefully sipping the wine. What did Camille want? What a mystery. All you have to do is cooperate with me to take down Yuzari, he said. Camille squinted at the people in the hall and said slowly, of course, you can retreat now if you don't believe me. There was a moment of silence in the hall, and Camille's earlier plans made them impossible to fault. Xiao Shuang also slightly frowned and didn't say anything. At this moment, Camille was unfamiliar, completely different from before. What is different? It seemed that under that perfect smile, there was a faint anger. Ampagland, Light Temple. Camille raised his glass, and they all raised their glasses. Camille slowly sipped the wine in his cup, and a faint, terrifying cold light flashed through his eyes. Ampagland, Light Temple, are you prepared to bear my anger? In the dead of night. Lun Lingyun lay quietly on the bed, thinking about what Camille had said today, and the arrangements he made. He had a question. Was Camille really just a famous scholar and killer? Was that all? He was an assassin who always did what he wanted to do. The number one assassin, he would be so careful to help Aoshuang. What was his purpose? Jean Yen and Waldo were also thinking about this question. They were all equally unable to think of why Camille would be doing this to help Xiao Shuang. But no matter what his purpose was, what he was doing was helping Xiao Shuang. It was enough. If he was going to do something to harm Xiao Shuang, they would never let him off. Xiao Shuang sat cross-legged on the bed at this moment. The White Emperor and Black Feather were resting on their soft pillows, their eyes squinting comfortably. Lotus Classics, she remembered that Conlin had said that he would appear when she was at the 12th level of practice. However, it seemed that she had reached a bottleneck, and she couldn't break through. Just as Xiao Shuang was frowning and thinking, a light knock came from the door. Come in. Xiao Shuang looked at the bedroom door and said faintly. She had already heard the footsteps. Camille. Camille pushed the door open and came in smiling. What's up, wise regimental commander, it is so late. Xiao Shuang tilted her head and looked at Camille, who had closed the door and walked over. Aoshuan, do you remember that I said that I would let you experience and increase your strength? Camille sat on the edge of the bed and asked, smiling. You told me tonight, I wouldn't be so forgetful. Xiao Shuang rolled her eyes at Camille and said unpleasantly. Aoshuan, do you know how many dimensions this world has? Camille suddenly stopped smiling. Mortal, demonic world, demon realm, God realm. Yixuan answered. Camille smiled. You're half right. What's that? Yixuan frowned slightly. The Camille in front of her gave off this strange feeling again. However, Camille's face once again revealed the gentle smile that Yixuan was familiar with. The place I sent you to is very dangerous, but the risk and profits are the same. There are treasures that can raise your strength. You can only fight against an 8-winged angel right now. You need to increase your strength as soon as possible. Camille knew very well that Yixuan could only fight against an 8-winged angel. If the two 8-winged angels attacked her at the same time, she would probably be in danger. Luckily, the highest position of angels who can descend to the mortal world were 8-winged angel. The archangels of the 10 wings and 12 wings cannot descend. What? Yixuan was shocked. You have the Sky Slaughter, right? Camille smiled. Take it out, I can save a lot of energy. Yixuan's mind was filled with questions, but she still took out the Sky Slaughter. Ha! It haven't opened it yet as I expected. Don't these people know it is the spatial key? Camille took the Sky Slaughter, smiling, and said those words softly, but Yixuan's expression changed drastically. Camille? Who was he? Go to the deep valley to the west and read this spell when you get the Heart of Fire. Camille leaned close to Yixuan's ear and murmured a short spell. Remember, you need to recite a spell when you get it. I will bring you out. That place isn't something you can stay for a long time. Yixuan looked at Camille in shock, while Camille placed the Sky Slaughter into the air, and it quietly floated up. Road to the chaotic world, open. Camille's eyes narrowed slightly, and his fingers gently pointed. The Sky Slaughter slowly spun around in the air, then turned around and stopped. The traces of it transformed into a faint ring of light which didn't fade away. Go, Yixuan, remember, you're not allowed to die there. Camille turned his head and looked at Yixuan, who was in shock. He said with a domineering tone and smiled faintly. He placed a gentle kiss on Yixuan's forehead, and Yixuan was pulled up into the light ring before she came back to herself. Before the White Emperor and Black Feather awake, Camille grabbed them in his hands and threw them into the light ring. Yixuan's final expression was quite astonished because Yixuan could clearly see that Camille's blue eyes had a strange glow. If she didn't see wrongly, a black light appeared in Camille's one eye, while the other was red. Who's Camille? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 217. Stunning Edge, C217. Yixuan, White Emperor, and Black Feather disappeared into the faint light ring. Camille smiled as he put the Sky Slaughter away, his eyes restored to the original blue color. Camille's wrist flashed and the Sky Slaughter suddenly disappeared. My beloved toys, how can I let others destroy it recklessly? Camille's lips curled up in a sinister smile, and he looked at the messy bed of Yixuan. Camille stood silently for a few seconds, then went up to tidy the bed for Yixuan. Yixuan felt the world spin at this moment. The surroundings were all gray, and she could feel nothing. Chirp chirp. Ho ho! The two familiar sounds brought Yixuan back to earth. She subconsciously reached out and grasped the claws of the two little things in her hand. At last there was a light in front of them, and then it grew brighter. Yixuan went out of the light, and finally, her feet finally landed. Land! Before she could look around, she suddenly felt that the touch in her hands was a bit strange. Yixuan squeezed her hands, then frowned and looked down at her hands. She realized that she was holding a large hand. Yixuan looked up numbly and looked to the left. Her hair was like snow, her eyes were like the moon. An immaculate smile was imperceptibly beautiful. A human-shaped White Emperor. Yixuan looked to the right again, her hair was like ink, and her eyes were like stars. The corners of his mouth were with a charming smile as he stared at Yixuan decisively. It's a human black feather. And one of their hands was now in her hands. Yixuan quickly withdrew her hand and was astonished. Why do you guys turn back to human form? Because it's a special world, she said. White Emperor looked around and softly said, Yo, it's filled with power. Hajo, Black Feather stretched his waist and narrowed his beautiful eyes as he said contentedly, If I don't move, my bones will rust. Where is it? Yixuan looked at the surroundings and asked in astonishment. The air was very fresh and full of green, endless fields, and a range of hills and bottoms of the floor. The large flowers were abnormally fragrant, and the grass in the distance was half a person tall. The air is exceptionally fresh, and the front is full of verdant hills. The flowers are particularly fragrant, and the grass was so half-person high in the distance. The chaotic world. The White Emperor raised his head and looked at the sky. Chaotic world? Yixuan raised her head and stared in the direction that White Emperor was pointing at. The sun was in the sky, while the other half had a bright moon. The world seemed to be divided into two parts. One was a bright world, and the other side was darkness. Night and day coexist here, the Black Feather smiled sinisterly as he lowered his head to the side of Yixuan's ear. This world has all sorts of races. It's full of power, and that's how we get back to the human shape. Humans are very dangerous here. Oh, you need to stay close to me. Don't let the demons eat you. Black Feather laughed softly. The hot air was blown beside Yixuan's ear, and he suddenly moved closer to him, ready to kiss Yixuan's ear. Yixuan did not notice Black Feather's intent. It did not mean that the White Emperor didn't notice. The White Emperor had a cold expression on his face, and his eyes had no ripples. His actions were not vague. With a light flick of his finger, a small bolt of lightning struck Black Feather's head. With a snap, the Black Feather was caught off guard by the attack. The dark hair was scorched. Black Feather twitched his mouth and prepared to attack. Do you want to attract others? The White Emperor said coldly. Black Feather glanced at the Yixuan and finally suppressed the rage in his heart. If they met a stronger one from this world, even in their heyday, they could only barely escape. It would be best to leave this place as soon as that annoying Camille said that they should leave after they help Yixuan get to the core of fire. Thinking up to this point, Black Feather suddenly frowned and asked seriously, Yixuan, who exactly is Camille? Yixuan was stunned. What kind of place was this place? She had seen the strength of the human-shaped White Emperor and Black Feather. But now that they had regained their human form, they were so careful. The creatures in this world were even more powerful? Chaotic world? Why hadn't she heard it before? After hearing Black Feather's question, the White Emperor turned his head to look at Yixuan. His eyes also had a serious look. Camille said the Sky Slaughter was the key to the spatial realm, and it could be used more easily. What was his identity? Yixuan frowned and said, I don't know. At first he was just a scholar, and he surpassed the #1 scholar in the Imperial City. Later, I knew he was a killer and a very powerful killer. We know all that. Black Feather continued to say, this guy seemed very strong. How unpleasant. Black Feather rolled his eyes and mumbled. After we get the core of fire, we will go and ask him. The White Emperor's words were concise. Let's find the core of fire and return immediately. This place isn't something that we can stay for long. The White Emperor frowned slightly. If they were to in full time, it would be better. At present, they were not in their heyday and they were with Yixuan. If they encountered any problems, they would really be unable to retreat. That boy made me feel bad. Black Feather said. Yixuan remained silent. In her mind was the color in Camille's eyes which changed when she saw his last sight. Camille's eyes were originally blue, but in the end, one became black, one was red. Was he really just a human? Let's go, Yixuan, go to the valley to the west as soon as possible. Camille said the core of fire should be there. The White Emperor spoke in a low tone. Okay. Xiao Shuang nodded and was about to take a step forward when a young voice sounded out in Xiao Shuang's mind. Mom, Mom. The Golden Lotus? Xiao Shuang stopped his steps. Where is this place? Why is it so powerful? Ha, what a great place. I can exchange the form of a person here. At this moment, the Golden Lotus suddenly woke up. She turned into a beautiful boy in front of Xiao Shuang and the other two. The young boy was only 3 to 4 years old with a jade eyeball, blonde hair and eyebrows. His clothes was also golden, which was elegant. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Xiao Shuang's shirt. Mom, hug me. The little boy grinned, his cherubic smile even more charming. Golden Lotus? Xiao Shuang yelled out tentatively. The voice belonged to Golden Lotus, but the appearance was not like. The Golden Lotus's tone seemed at least a teenager. But it was a chubby, cute and tender child. Mom, it's me. I want to hug you. Golden Lotus chuckled, stretching out his hands. You little wolf. In the next moment, the small body of Golden Lotus was picked up by Black Feather. You little wolf. Nonsense. Golden Lotus's face turned red as she snorted coldly. Before she could even finish her words, a tender voice sounded. Let go of my husband. What? Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at the little girl in white clothes. This little girl looked no more than 5 years old. She wore a snow-white dress, and her chubby cheeks were full of anger. She looked at Black Feather, her big eyes were full of anger, her red lips curled up. And it's a very beautiful little kid. Hubby? Black Feather looked at the little girl in surprise, who had suddenly appeared. He turned around and looked at the Golden Lotus in his hands. The Golden Lotus just now was still showing off its strength, but now it hung its head and pretended to not exist. Your husband? This one? Black Feather was so shocked that his mouth opened wide. When did the kids become so precocious? One who knew how to take advantage of the situation, and one was addressing hubby. Nonsense, my husband is not him, is it you? The little girl clenched her fist in anger as she raised her hand up. Black Feather. Lu Li Yen? Xiao Shuang had seen this little girl before. She was the treasure that had trapped them in the small town of the desert. In the end, she became her treasure. I've seen Nanny, who knew that the little girl would actually bow down to Xiao Shuang. Phew! Everyone sprayed out their spittle. Xiao Shuang let out a cold look, and the corner of Black Feather's mouth twitched non-stop. Even White Emperor, who had a straight face, slightly twitched his mouth. I met Grandma. Oh. Xiao Shuang suddenly felt that her brain was a little suspicious. It seemed like this child should call her master? Don't scream. I haven't promised to marry you yet. Golden Lotus raised her head and snapped her claws, blowing cold air. I'll marry you. The girl in white grinned, revealing her snow-white teeth. She was so cute. Black Feather let go of his hand. Golden Lotus didn't even react because she was still in shock and sat down straightly on the ground. Oh, my arse, the little girl went up to knead for Golden Lotus. Golden Lotus was frightened as it circled the three of them, and the little girl followed him. One hiding, one chasing. It seems that not only will we be able to recover our human form in this world, so do they. White Emperor said solemnly. That's right. Black Feather looked down at the two little kids who were spinning around them, grinning. Mom, I'm going to run first. I can't stand her anymore. After saying that, a golden light flashed and disappeared. Grandma, Luli will go first. The little girl hurriedly stomped her feet as well, and disappeared. Yixuan gulped and looked up at the sky. She couldn't help exclaiming that this world was really crazy. All right, let's hurry. White Emperor frowned slightly. Okay. Yixuan nodded, and the three of them quickly walked west. The place they were was a hillside, with half-person tall grass growing on the hillside. The tall grass will swing in the wind. Black Feather walked in front and opened the road. Below the hill was a dense forest, and out of the forest was ranges of mountains while the western valley was their destination. To be honest, I'm curious. Why does Camille know about the core of fire in the West Valley? Black Feather said in a low voice. In any case, he's not human, said White Emperor coldly. No matter what, it seemed like he wouldn't do harm to Yixuan at the moment. Let's find the core of the fire to help Yixuan and gain a high level of strength. Black Feather was silent as he walked more quickly ahead. Yixuan walked in the middle while White Emperor followed behind him. The three of them walked down the hill and into the thick woods. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 218. Stunning Edge, C218. Be careful, he said. The White Emperor frowned slightly as he warned Black Feather. I know, said Black Feather. Strangely enough, Black Feather, who had been displaying his rebellious tone with Emperor White, immediately agreed. However, his tone was not very good. There were hidden dangers everywhere. Every step should be careful. Just as Black Feather was about to finish his words, he stepped on something, and a piercing sound was heard. Black Feather turned around and threw Yixuan to the ground without thinking. The whiz sound was followed by the sound of tuk-tuk. 3 steel needles, about 30 centimeters long, were inserted into the tree trunk above their heads. The steel needle actually glowed with green light, which obviously contained poison. Somebody ambush? Yixuan had thought of this first. She was horrified because she didn't feel anyone was around. Watch your step. White Emperor stood up, looking at the spot where Black Feather had stepped on, and coldly said. Black Feather purred and said, How should I know that this bad flower's roots can grow for so long? Yixuan was slightly taken aback. What did he mean? Was it not human that attacked them? It is poison needle flowers. White Emperor looked at Yixuan's puzzled expression and explained, This flower will not attack anyone. Unless someone attacks it, it will counterattack. That idiot Black Feather stepped on the roots of the poison needle blossom which was exposed outside. Yixuan turned around to look. Sure enough, she saw a naked root where Black Feather was standing. Looking along the long roots, and she saw a black flower that looked as big as a wash basin. Be careful, this flower isn't something. A lot of unremarkable small animals and little plants are even more frightening. The White Emperor helped Yixuan to his feet as he softly warned her. Black Feather frowned in annoyance. Being lectured by the White Emperor was even more painful than being killed. Then you go ahead, and shit. Black Feather and the White Emperor changed their positions and walked behind Yixuan. The White Emperor didn't waste any more words as he carefully walked ahead. If this place could not apply magic, he would not apply it. It would be terrible if it attracted unnecessary trouble. There were no rules in this world, the strongest was the king. No need for any reason to kill and steal. Be cautious and careful. The White Emperor was obviously much more careful, and he carefully led Yixuan and Black Feather in the forest. There was no danger. Just before the end of the woods, a strange thing happened. Meow, a soft, cat-like sound was heard among the crowd. The White Emperor carefully stopped and looked at the surroundings with vigilance. What is it? Black Feather also looked alert. Yixuan did not say anything and searched for the origin of the sound. The meowing voice came from behind a tree. Then, a snowy white kitten walked out from that tree. The kitten was only the size of a fist, and it was snow white, with no motley hair on it. Its amber eyes were round and big, and it looked curiously at Qiao Shuang and the rest. This. Could it be? White Emperor shouted. It should be. But she should have a master. Blackie's complexion sank. He turned around and looked around, sensing if there were others around. No one. White Emperor frowned and asked, Is it wild? It have no master? What is this animal? Xiaoshuan looked at the two of them seriously and naturally understood that the little animal before him was definitely not simple. It was not as simple as a kitten. It's a treasure cat. It's also called treasure hunting cat. It's a treasure hunting beast. The White Emperor didn't dare to relax in the slightest. He continued to sense the surroundings. Although he had sensed that no one existed, he didn't exclude the fact that there were people who were far superior to them. One had to know that it was basically impossible for such a rare animal to have no owner. Treasure hunting cat? Xiaoshuan was slightly stunned. Does that mean it would look for treasures? Yup. She can find treasures within a radius of 1,000 miles, and she can be said to be a treasure lover. The White Emperor nodded. She should have a master. Perhaps when its master didn't notice, it slipped out. Let's go. The person who can have the treasure cats is not immortal. Xiaoshuan looked at White Emperor's serious attitude, and didn't say anything further. She followed White Emperor and continued walking forward. Meow. They didn't know although they wanted to leave, but the kitten didn't want to let them go. The treasure cat meowed, then squatted on Xiaoshuan's shoulders. How speedy! She didn't even see the cat's movements when it was squatting on Xiaoshuan's shoulder. Xiaoshuang froze. She looked at the treasure cat from the corner of her eyes. The treasure cat crouched on Xiaoshuang's shoulder and stretched out its claws to lick it first. Then, it looked at Xiaoshuang with green eyes. In fact, the cat's eyes didn't actually let out a green light, but they were still amber. However, in Xiaoshuan's eyes, it seemed like the cat was looking at her with green eyes, as if she was looking at a treasure that it liked. Crap, did you have any treasures she liked? Black Feather frowned as he looked at the surroundings anxiously. If this treasure cat's owner appeared, it would be bad. A treasure? Xiaoshuan thought for a moment before asking, Only the Lilian is a treasure, right? Then hand it over. I'll spare you. Suddenly, a sonorous voice rang out in the air, shaking their ears. Who's that? Black Feather's heart sank. There was someone talking, but they couldn't sense his presence. That meant that he was an expert. They weren't his match. Black Feather cursed silently in his heart. He was really unlucky. He actually met such a terrifying expert from the beginning. Xiaoshuang frowned slightly. Lilian was not a thing to be handed over casually? You must be joking. That cute little girl just now was still happily calling her mother-in-law. How could it be delivered like this? If you don't hand it to me, then I'll take it myself. There was a hint of anger in that loud voice. The next moment, a terrifying atmosphere covered Xiaoshuang's body. Xiaoshuang suddenly felt weak all over her body and her breathing became difficult. The White Emperor and Black Feather were about to make some moves when the treasure cat mewed in a panicked voice. The terrifying pressure that had enveloped Xiaoshuang in that moment was lost. Xiaoshuang felt a wave of shock in her heart as if she had been reborn. She didn't have the ability to fight back and nearly died, but she didn't even know what the other party was like. Sweetie, come over here. I won't kill them all. There was actually a hint of ingratiation in that resonating voice, and the anger from before was missing. With a whoosh, Lilian, who was in Xiaoshuang's embrace, drifted out of her embrace, floating in the air, and then slowly approached the treasure cat that was squatting on Xiaoshuang's shoulder. Grandma, save me. Whoa, I don't want to part from my husband. Lilian's crying came to Xiaoshuang's mind. Xiaoshuang wanted to reach out to grab Lilian, but she found that she could not move. Meow. The treasure cat that crouched on Qi Aoshuan's shoulder only meowed in disdain. It turned his head and looked at Lu Liyan. His eyes were still green as he looked at Qi Aoshuan. Sweetie, don't you want this? What do you want? That sonorous voice has a hint of doubt. Meow. The treasure cat waved its paw and grabbed Qi Aoshuan's hair. What treasures do you have? Hand it over to me quickly, I can spare you all from dying. The sonorous voice sounded again, and Lilian, who was now losing control and fell to the ground. In the next moment, Qi Aoshuan's body became lighter and she could move. Qi Aoshuan squatted down and put Lilian back into her bosom. Then, she said to the air in front of her, "You've heard what we just said. I have no other treasures besides this." Shit. Why, my sweetie, follow you if you have no treasures? The sonorous voice became angry again. How should I know? Qi Aoshuan retorted without any hesitation. The White Emperor and Black Feather exchanged a look, their eyes uneasy. They were definitely no match for this person. If they annoyed him, they wouldn't be able to save their own lives, not even to say getting the core of the fire. Hey, you brat, you're still angry. The resonant voice did not contain any trace of anger at this moment. Then, the air in front of him began to flow slightly. A human figure slowly appeared before everyone. The man in front of him had long, flowing hair, and his moon-colored robe showed off his slender body. His thin, sensual lips and his pair of eyes were squinting at Qi Aoshuan. But such a charming man is bursting with anger. It's really hard to imagine. Sweetie, come over here. The charming man reached out his hand and waved towards the treasure cat which was squatting on Qi Aoshuan's shoulder. But the treasure cat actually ignored the beckoning of the charming man, but instead looked at Qi Aoshuan with a green light in its eyes. Hand over your treasure, he said. Seeing the treasure cat ignore him, the charming man became even more furious. He shouted at Qi Aoshuan, "If you don't hand it over, I'll kill you and take the spatial ring." Meow. When the treasure cat heard his master's words, it raised its claws angrily. The next moment, it appeared on the face of the man and scratched the face of the charming man mercilessly. A few bloody marks appeared on that beautiful face. Qi Aoshuan and the other two were dumbfounded. This pet was so rude to his own master. However, that charming man's attitude was even unexpectedly gentle. He lifted the treasure cat that was lying on his face and asked in an ingratiating manner, "Then what do you want, sweetie? I will not kill her, okay?" Crack. Qi Aoshuan's group were flabbergasted. A few streaks of blood remained on the flawless face, but the beautiful face still had a flattering smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 219. Stunning Edge, C219. Meow. The treasure cat scurried back onto Qi Aoshuan's shoulder and crouched down. The charming man scowled, looking at Qi Aoshuan and the others who hadn't returned to their senses. "You little brat, my sweetie actually likes you. What are you doing with these two goblins?" The charming man was enraged in his heart. What was it as he could not kill but his sweetie will not come over to him? "I've come to find the core of the fire." Qi Aoshuan regained her consciousness and replied, looking at the white kitten sitting on her shoulder. She knew that they were all saved because of this little thing. The strength of this man in front of them was truly unfathomable. To kill them, it would be effortless for him. However, she didn't know why he would give in to this kitten. Just because this kitten was a treasure cat that could find treasures? Was it really just that? "Oh, how did you come in?" the charming man said blandly. It seemed he had deemed they were from the outside world long since. "A friend of mine sent us in," Qi Aoshuan replied cooperatively. "Ha?" The charming man frowned slightly. His face was filled with uncertainty, what he was thinking was unknown. Yixuan and the other two did not move as they waited quietly. "You will go back when you found the stuff?" The charming man asked the crucial question. "Yes." Yixuan nodded. "Good." The charming man's eyes revealed a hint of a smile. "When this annoying kid left, my sweetie will came back to me," as he thought to himself. "Help them find what they were looking for and they will get lost." Down in the West Canyon, Yixuan observed the charming man and she had suddenly understood something. She turned around to look at the lazy-looking treasure cat squatting on her shoulder. She thought to herself, "I haven't thought of that this cat would be so important to this man." "Come with me," he said. The charming man stared at the treasure cat on Yixuan's shoulder and he was still puzzled and asked again, "You really don't have any treasure? Why does my sweetie like you so much? This is impossible." Yixuan tried her best to recall, then she lightly shook her head. "I have no treasures right now." "I wonder what your treasure is asking for." "Treasures are rare treasures. No other requirements." The charming man stared at Yixuan and walked ahead of him. He floated ahead of them, to be exact. Yixuan looked at the charming man in front of him. He didn't even walk with his feet, but floating on the ground with an air of detachment. "Be quick. After you get the core of the fire and get out of here." The charming man turned his head and shouted towards Yixuan's group. White Emperor and Black Feather looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. They had both experienced the power of this charming man ahead of them, but they didn't expect him to help them get the core of the fire. With a strong, charming man, everything was very simple. Those living creatures that were in the way, which intended to attack them, were all blown to bits by the charming men. It was worth mentioning that these were all objects without thoughts. Thinking animals did not dare to approach. On the way, they had encountered a demon race and 2 goblin races. However, from afar, when they could see the charming man, they ran faster away. And the strengths of the demons and goblin races were far above Yixuan and her company. Yixuan and the other two were wondering who was this man. What about his strength? What was this world? The night and day coexisted here, so one could not sense the time. They didn't know how long they had been walking for. Yixuan and her company were able to hold on and the charming man also didn't have any signs of fatigue. But among them, a little thing was tired. The treasure cat, who was squatting on Yixuan's shoulder, yawned and narrowed its eyes. "Have a rest, get some sleep and continue." The charming man stopped as he would not care about if Yixuan and her company would disagree. Yixuan, White Emperor, and Black Feather looked at each other and didn't say anything. They stopped. They had entered the world at night, and after walking for a long time, they were indeed a bit tired. The charming man leaned against a tree and watched as Yixuan and her company set up a tent to start a bonfire to roast meat. "Fizz, it's good. How long has it been since I've eaten cooked food?" The charming man came up to them and frowned as he recalled. "Meow?" The treasure cat's eyes opened wide and its eyes widened as it looked at the meat in Yixuan's hands. It then kept meowing. "Not yet, I'll give it to you later." Yixuan looked at the treasure cat who was standing on her shoulder with wide eyes and said with a smile. This cute little cat, Yixuan liked it very much, even though its master didn't like her. "Meow, meow, meow," the treasure cat licked its tongue. The charming man waved his hand in the air, and a delicate cushion appeared in his hands. He carefully laid the cushion beside him. The treasure cat meowed in satisfaction. Then, it jumped off Yixuan's shoulder, then curled up into a ball and then lay down on the cushion. Yixuan was roasting meat while White Emperor and Black Feather were adding firewood and stewing soup. All 3 of them were silent. Are you sure you don't have any treasures?" The charming man rubbed his chin, as he didn't give up and asked, "My sweetie had never made a mistake." Yixuan raised her head to look at the charming man, then continued to speak out a sentence, "I definitely have no treasures with me." I poured everything out of the spatial ring, you can check. No, as long as your consciousness and mine work together, then I can check. The charming man extended his hand and placed it on Qi Aoshuang's forehead. Don't resist my consciousness, be on the same level with my consciousness, relax. White Emperor and Black Feather frowned as they were about to speak. Qi Aoshuang used her eyes to stop them. The charming man didn't have the killing intent, he wouldn't harm himself. Qi Aoshuang twitched her mouth in annoyance, but she knew that if she didn't let this guy make it clear, he would still ask her. She could only follow the consciousness which slowly entered his mind. A moment later, the charming man withdrew his hand. He rubbed his beautiful chin and continued to frown as he looked at Qi Aoshuang. He muttered, "There's nothing left. That's weird. Why my sweetie follows you?" Qi Aoshuang ignored the charming man and continued to apply the sesame oil on the roast meat. The fragrant scent permeated the air. The roasted meat crackled in the air, causing people's appetite to increase greatly. Qi Aoshuang's heart was filled with shock. This person could actually control the consciousness of others and observe the contents of other people's spatial rings. What a terrible man! Meow. The treasure cat stared at the roasted meat in Qi Aoshuang's hands and did not look away. It purred as if urging Qi Aoshuang to be faster. When the meat was finally ready, Qi Aoshuang tore off a piece and handed it to the treasure cat. The kitten used its claws to hold the fragrant roasted meat. It snuffled when it ate in satisfaction. Qi Aoshuang couldn't help but laugh as she looked at the kitten's innocent and bewitching manner. Me too. The charming man spat out a sentence as he stared at Qi Aoshuang. Due to his identity, he did not want to snatch away foods from Qi Aoshuang's hands. Seizing treasures and robbing food was completely different. Qi Aoshuang glanced at the charming man askance. Without a word, she divided the roast meat into 4 parts. She handed the smallest portion to him, and the other 3 factions were separated to White Emperor, Black Feather, and herself. The charming man looked at the smallest portion of the grilled meat in his hands. He cursed silently in his heart, villains hold sway. Wasn't it for my sweetie who like you? I'll tear you all to pieces when it don't like you. While the charming man was angry, there was some movement in the corner of his shirt. Lowering his head, he saw his sweetie was rubbing her greasy paws on the corner of his coat. When it finished, it patted his bulging belly with its little paw and fell asleep on the mat. Lovely little kitten. Qi Aoshuang looked at the treasure cat which was sleeping on his back and smiled. The charming man didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he looked at his greasy clothes. His eyes turned soft when he turned to look at the treasure cat. The charming man ate the roast meat and grabbed the soup made by Black Feathers. He took a sip and said, "It's been a long time since anyone from the outside world has come to this world. Oh, no human being has been here and exist for a long time, to be exact." What does that mean? Qi Aoshuang suspected. Where are you from? Oh, where the hell are you from, these 2 goblins, they must have come from the goblin world. The charming man chewed on his meat in satisfaction. Goblin. Qi Aoshuang looked at White Emperor and Black Feather. Previously, this charming man had said that White Emperor and Black Feather were goblins, and they belonged to the goblin race? The appearance of the goblins was in proportion to their strength, and the more beautiful they were, the stronger their strength will be. So the White Emperor and Black Feather were high-grade goblins, so she was unable to learn their identities from the beginning. She had even mistook them as magical beasts. I am from the Ceylon continent, Qi Aoshuang answered. Ha, I hope you can come to this world with your own strength in the future. The charming man said this significant sentence. What's that? Qi Aoshuang asked puzzledly. You'll know in the future. The charming man was perfunctory and chewed on his meat. Qi Aoshuang looked at White Emperor and Black Feather, wanting to know the answer from them. However, the 2 of them were surprisingly tacit at this moment. They shook their heads and whispered, "You'll know in the future. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 220. Stunning Edge, C220. Yixuan rolled her eyes. Okay. Then I will learn it later. Now, go to sleep. Yixuan climbed into the tent and fell down to sleep. In any case, there was a very powerful and beautiful man standing guard at the front door. She had nothing to fear. When she woke up, Yixuan felt much better. She crawled out of the tent and saw the charming man still sitting motionless beside the treasure cat. His eyes were closed, but he was not asleep. The treasure cat was still sleeping on the ground upon his back. It was only after White Emperor and Blackie got up that the treasure cat crawled up. As soon as it got up, it immediately jumped onto Yixuan's shoulder and squatted down. That posture seemed as if it was protecting some of the most valuable treasures, which upset the charming man. Along the way, they stopped and walked according to the treasure cat's timetable. Luckily, the treasure cat's timetable seemed to be in the same pace with Yixuan's group. The reason why they didn't fly all the way was simple: because the treasure cat didn't like the wind. After walking for about 7 to 8 days, they finally arrived at the western gorge. The scenery around them changed as soon as they entered the gorge. The original lush green forest disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by fiery red plants, and even the occasional squirrels that had been jumping in front of them was covered in red. All of their bodies were emitting elements of fire. The attribute of you little brat is fire attribute. No wonder you want to come to get the core of the fire. This item is indeed the most suitable thing for you to improve your strength right now. The charming man squinted his eyes as he looked at Yixuan casually. Yixuan was a bit surprised at the tone of his voice, which meant that the core of the fire was not a treasure for him. Let's go. The charming man was in a hurry. Yixuan was a plague to him. He didn't know why his sweetie cat clung to her so much, so he really felt depressed. When they marched into the gorge, the temperature became more and more higher. Gradually, beads of sweat appeared on the foreheads of Yixuan, White Emperor, and Black Feather, and they felt boiling hot. However, the charming man continued to walk forward as if nothing happened to him. Meow! The treasure cat cried out in displeasure. The charming man quickly turned around and gave the treasure cat a cool enchantment barrier. Yixuan wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked at the canyon that seemed to be endless. She was thinking about how she would spend the time. With Chi Field? Or an enchantment barrier? While Yixuan was thinking about the method she could use, a faint enchantment barrier appeared on her body, and it quickly became cooler. Turning her head, she saw that it was Black Feather who had created the barrier for her. Thank you, Yixuan whispered. Thanks for what? Don't forget, we're your contractors. Black Feather shrugged his shoulders and turned his face away aside uneasily. Walk faster, stop rambling. The charming man in front turned his head impatiently. Yixuan and his group quickened their steps and followed after him. They didn't know how long they had been walking, until the treasure cat started to doze off and they finally arrived at the end of the valley. At the end of the canyon was a cliff made of red crystal. Under the sunshine, it emitted a bright red light. The core of fire is in the middle there, go and get it out. Your physique attribute belongs to fire, so I'll form an absolute defense enchantment barrier for you and you go to take it. The charming man yawned and waved his finger. Yixuan's entire body was enveloped in a faint azure light. The charming man continued to mutter, the person who called you here is very accurate. This item will be born once every 500 years. It looks like it has only been formed for a few days. Only for a few days. That was to say, the core of the fire hadn't grown when they first entered this world? Was Camille's timing so accurate? Quick! Even though this thing is not very good, it doesn't mean that no one else do not want it. The charming man urged. Actually, he was thinking that Yixuan should hurry up and grab the items and get away, then his sweetie treasure cat will return back to him. Yixuan slowly walked forward. The closer she got to it, the stronger she could feel its heat. If it hadn't been for the enchantment barrier the charming man had formed, she would have been burnt to the ground. Camille just told her to come and get it, but he didn't tell her how to take it. If it hadn't been for the charming man, it would take more effort. In the middle of the fiery cliff, there was a crystal of heart shape. It must be the core of fire. The core of the fire was red, and it was blackish. The closer she got to it, the more elemental fluctuations were. The power and strength seemed to be concealed within it as if it could gush out the next moment. Yixuan spread out the flame wings and flew up to the core of the fire. She finally managed to stop right in front of the core of the fire. She slowly reached out her hand and extended it to the core of the red fire. Her hand miraculously passed through the surface of the red crystal, and just as Yixuan's hand nearly touched the core of the fire, something suddenly happened. Yixuan's hand miraculously passed through the surface of the red crystal. Just as Yixuan's hand was about to touch the core of the fire, it suddenly changed. The blackish-red core of fire began to tremble slightly. Then, as if it had a life, it slowly moved to Yixuan's hands. A wave of heat spread throughout her body from Yixuan's hand. Meow? The treasure cat was still squatting on Yixuan's shoulder as it turned to look at Yixuan with puzzle. Even if she had the enchantment barrier that the charming man had made for her, she still felt the heat. "Sweetie, come back," the charming man called out. Confused, the treasure cat looked at Yixuan and then at the charming man. This time, it obeyed and flew up to the charming man's shoulder. The charming man took off the treasure cat on his shoulder with a beaming smile and hugged it joyfully. "Yixuan! Yixuan!" White Emperor and Black Feather cried out at the same time, nervously staring at the hovering Yixuan. Because the situation at this moment was too strange. Yixuan's entire body was surrounded by red flames, but her clothes were intact. She did not reveal anything unusual. Slowly, Yixuan's body turned crimson red. The core of fire in her hand slowly entered her palm. An unbelievable heat trapped Yixuan, and the flames burned unrestrainedly on her body. Yixuan quietly floated in the air without moving. White Emperor and Black Feather looked anxiously at Yixuan in the air. They were unable to judge whether she was safe or in danger at this moment. "Meow, meow." Confused, the treasure cat touched the clothes on the man's chest with its paw. The charming man squinted his eyes as he looked at Yixuan, ignoring his sweetie cat. "Meow." The treasure cat was a bit angry. It stretched its claws and started scratching the charming man's chest. In an instant, his moonwhite robe was torn into strips, revealing his robust chest. "Ah, my little honey, don't be emotional." It was the core of the fire which was merging with her. The core of fire is something that has spirits and its own consciousness. It is testing whether she's a qualified fusion person. The charming man saw his sweetie cat getting angry, he hastily explained. In fact, he was angry as his sweetie cat had never worried for anyone like this except himself. He was so angry as it worried so much for this strange kid. When the charming man's words finished, the treasure cat quieted down, staring at Yixuan, who was floating in midair with its amber beautiful eyes. White Emperor and Black Feather also felt a bit reassured after they heard the words of the charming man, but their eyes didn't move from Yixuan. The charming man was right, Yixuan was currently undergoing a test. A beautiful woman in red appeared before her. The woman's black hair fluttered, and she wore a blood-red dress. She stood in the midst of a group of flowers and smiled at Yixuan. "What do you want my strength for?" The woman in red smiled and slowly lowered her head. She picked a flaming red flower and asked. Yixuan was slightly startled and she immediately returned to her senses. The scene before her was caused by this woman. This woman was probably the core of the fire. What was the purpose of acquiring the core of fire? Before Yixuan could reply, the air in front of her seemed to flow, and the surrounding scene changed once again. The person standing in front of Qi Aoshuang appeared again. It was the Duke of Guttun. This was an illusion. Qi Aoshuang understood it clearly. However, Qi Aoshuang stretched out her hand expressionlessly. With a light flick of her wrist, a gigantic flame sword appeared in Qi Aoshuang's hands. "Crare, you finally came back. Listen to me," Duke Guttun was in a hurry and said. What answered him was Qi Aoshuang's fierce attack, which cut him into two. The vision of the Duke of Guttun disappeared. "Crare, you little bitch, you seduced my Lingyun. I will never forgive you." Needless to say, it was Lu Xueyin who would use these words. Qi Aoshuang swung out her sword to dispose the illusion expressionlessly. "The great goddess of light has always been with us. Please help us," a hall man in a white robe was praying. He hadn't finished speaking until he was killed by Qi Aoshuang's sword. Qi Aoshuang stood motionlessly on the spot coldly. Suddenly, the figure of the woman in red appeared before her eyes. The woman in red held a sharp sword in her hand as she stabbed at Qi Aoshuang. Qi Aoshuang didn't move, letting the sharp sword move towards her throat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 221. Stunning Edge, C221. The sword came to a stop an inch from Qi Aoshuang's throat. Qi Aoshuang continued looking at the astonished woman in red with an expressionless face. The woman in red took the sword back. After standing still, she asked curiously, "Why did you kill the three people in front of you without dodging my attack? The first two are my enemies. Even if it's an illusion, I won't be merciful." Qi Aoshuang said passively. "What about the third person? It's not your enemy anymore, is it?" The woman in red frowned as she asked this question. Her heart was filled with doubt. "I don't like him. It's that simple," Qi Aoshuang said indifferently. "Eh?" The woman in red was stunned by Qi Aoshuang's honest words. She then asked anxiously, "Then why didn't you dodge my attack and instead of attacking me?" "Because I want your power, I cannot offend you." Qi Aoshuang's words were even more straightforward. The woman in red's heart was already spurting blood. However, she forcefully held it in on the surface. You really are an interesting person, very honest." The woman in red smiled. "I'll give you the core of fire this time." After the woman in red finished speaking, she disappeared. As for Qi Aoshuang, she returned to reality once again. Before her eyes was a bright red crystal cliff face, and she was still floating in midair. She slowly lowered her head and saw a fiery red line quickly extending from her palm to her arm. The core of fire had disappeared. Her entire body felt totally comfortable. "Yo, little brat, your luck is pretty good. You actually absorbed all the power of the fire." The man looked at Qi Aoshuang, who was floating in the air, and spoke while narrowing his eyes. "The core of the fire has been formed for 500 years, and not everyone can completely absorb it. If the soul of the fire is not satisfied, the only thing that can be obtained is a crystal without any power, and a better one can absorb 70%. This little brat was actually able to absorb all of it. Could it be that the core of the fire is a man? Did she seduce him?" Meow. The fortune cat mewed unhappily. "I was joking. Ah, Bao, look, she's still just a little brat. Which blind man would fall for her?" The man laughed. "Achoo!" Far away in Raga, Yixuan ferociously sneezed. "Young master, what's wrong? Have you caught a cold?" The people beside him asked with concern. "Nope." Yixuan shook his head and then stared viciously at the sky. "I wonder which bastard is speaking ill of me." Achoo! Achoo! Yixuan wasn't the only one who sneezed. White Emperor and Black Feather's hearts were at ease when they heard the man's words. It looked like this time, Yixuan could successfully absorb the power of the core of fire. She would be able to raise her strength to a higher level. As for Yixuan, she was still feeling the burning sensation surging through her body. Hot, very hot, very hot. Yixuan slowly frowned. Her body felt like it was on fire. It can't be? The man looked at the still floating Yixuan and twitched his mouth. Huahan actually likes her so much? Huahan is definitely a man. White Emperor and Black Feather didn't know what was going on. They anxiously looked at Yixuan floating in the air, while their ears pricked up to listen to the man's next words. It was not bad to have a treasure cat. In order to make the kitten happy, the man explained Yixuan's situation in detail. Look, Bao, is the color of the flames on the little brat changing? The man placed the fortune cat on his shoulder. The cat widened its amber eyes as it watched the changes on Yixuan's body. The flames changed from red to gold, then white, then navy, then blue. Meow? The fortune cat stared blankly at the flames on Yixuan's body. It turned black in the end. The King of Flame has come out. The man slightly raised his eyebrows. Although he did not care about these things, they were all different for the little brat. The King of Flame. White Emperor and Black Feather looked at each other in horror. What many people didn't know was that flames also had a king. The black flame was the King of Flame. When the other colors of the flame met the black one, it was not an attack, but a worship. If two flame mages were to fight, the person who possessed the King of Flame would positively win because no one would challenge him. Is the King of Flame very powerful? Black Feather asked in a low voice. No. The man squinted his eyes and smiled. It never do anyone any harm. What? Black Feather was confused, and White Emperor also frowned slightly. They had heard of the King of Flame before, but had never actually seen one before. The King of Flame doesn't have any attack power at all, the man squinted his eyes and smiled, but every other flame has to bow to him and dodge him. Ah? White Emperor and Black Feather's mouth slightly twitched. A king doesn't need to do anything. Just as the man was excitedly explaining, a shocking change happened to Yixuan. A long sigh came out of Yixuan's mouth, as if it came from the distant horizon, causing people's hearts to be deeply shocked. Yixuan's entire body was enveloped in a golden flame, and on her back was a pair of golden flaming wings. Her eyes were completely empty. Her black hair suddenly grew longer in an instant before reaching her ankles. After that, it began to wildly flutter about. Oh. It's interesting. The man said. Whoosh. Yixuan slowly turned around, looking at the few people below with an indifferent expression. Under everyone's astonished gazes, the wings on Yixuan's back grew bigger and the color changed. In the blink of an eye, the wings on her back turned black, and their length also tripled. The flames covering her body also turned from gold to black. Black hair, black eyes, black wings, black flames. It was an extremely beautiful, breathtaking beauty. White Emperor suddenly sensed the abnormality in his surroundings. The surroundings had been scorching hot magical essence, but now the red color of the canyon was fading, or more accurately speaking, it was all gathering towards the direction of Yixuan. The heat under their feet slowly disappeared, and the red ground under their feet gradually returned to its original color. The red color of the flowers, plants, and small animals slowly faded. Mad elemental undulations, immense power, and boundless energy flooded towards Yixuan like a flood breaking through a dam. She slowly descended and stretched out her arms. She raised her head and closed her eyes. A red pillar of light suddenly appeared in front of her, dyeing half the sky red immediately. The pillar of light gathered together and flew above Yixuan's head before pouring down. As soon as it fell down on Yixuan's body, it disappeared completely, fusing together with her. White Emperor and Black Feather stared at the scene in front of them in surprise. The treasure cat didn't even blink. It became cool around, and all the redness faded away. Only the crystal cliff face at the end of the ravine was still red, but its color was much lighter. Yixuan gave a slight sigh of relief. At this moment, it felt like 10,000 horses were galloping forward and a raging storm was brewing inside her body. The black flame covering her body slowly retreated, and her wings slowly retracted. She suddenly opened her eyes, frowned and said in a low voice, "Advanced." All she could do was to wait quietly. Suddenly, a puzzled voice came from the sky, "Where is the core of fire?" Yixuan looked up and saw a woman dressed in fiery red clothes floating. The woman was beautiful, but her blood-red lips and exaggerated hair ornaments looked weird. The large jeweled bracelets and necklaces made her too flashy. Huahun was also dressed in red. But they are essentially different in temperament. The woman in red noticed Yixuan. She slowly flew in front of her, raising her chin and disdainfully asked, "Hey, do you know who took the core of fire?" Yixuan did not answer. She coldly stared at the red monkey fart in front of her. She had to admit that she was still no match for her opponent. There was an extremely berserk elemental wave coming from the woman in red. The fire elementals circled around her in an exaggerated manner. Why did someone with such strength still want to find the core of fire? "I'm asking you something, you don't understand, do you?" The woman felt despised. She pointed a finger at Yixuan's nose and shouted angrily, "Meow." The treasure cat in Yixuan's arms reached out its paws rapidly towards the woman in red. "Ah!" The woman in red screamed and quickly withdrew her hand. A few bloody wounds had already appeared on the back of her hand, and blood was oozing out. "Little bastard!" The woman in red roared and was about to attack, but she swallowed the words when she saw the treasure cat's look in Yixuan's arms. The woman quickly took a few steps back as if she had seen a ghost, and her words was no longer arrogant. "Why is she here? What's going on? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 222. C222. Yixuan was stunned, looking curiously at the fortune cat who was rubbing its paws on her clothes, feeling that it was a little dirty to grab that woman in red's hands, and was wiping its paws on Yixuan's clothes. Yixuan looked at the flustered woman in red, then at the fortune cat in her arms. Was she afraid of Abao or that man behind Abao? What does it have to do with you? Yixuan rubbed the little head of the fortune cat and coldly spat out a sentence at the woman in red. She understood that she was no match for her. Moreover, White Emperor and Black Feather didn't seem to have woken up yet. So, it wasn't wise to fight against her. Naturally, the best way was to make the opponent confused. He's here too? The woman in red looked around in panic, but all she saw was White Emperor and Black Feather. She did not dare to act rashly. Based on that person's strength, as long as he didn't want others to see him, others wouldn't be able to detect it. Now Yixuan understood who the woman in red was referring to. It must be Heaven Breaker. Who would have thought that Heaven Breaker would have such influence? Just what kind of status did he have in this world? What does he have to do with you? Yixuan gave a cold humph. The woman in red bit her lips and looked at the faint color of the crystal cliff face and the completely faded red valley. Her face was unsettled, as if she was thinking of something. Yixuan did not move, still maintaining her composure. "Humph. You're lucky." The woman in red narrowed her eyes at Yixuan before flying into the air and leaving quickly. Finally, she left. Yixuan breathed a sigh of relief. The woman in red's strength was extraordinary, yet she was so afraid of Heaven Breaker. This world was truly unfathomable. Yixuan patiently waited for White Emperor and Black Feather to release their seals. As soon as they were released, she would immediately chant the spell, letting Camille bring them out safely. After a long time, the fog surrounding White Emperor and Black Feather slowly disappeared. When the two of them opened their eyes, they were both sharp and threatening. Yixuan could sense that they had undergone a tremendous change. White Emperor and Black Feather both walked towards Yixuan. They spoke at the same time. The seal has been lifted. Now can you tell me your true identities? Yixuan tilted her head and looked at the two who had recovered their strength. She knew they had changed, but she couldn't tell what exactly it was. Just like Heaven Breaker said, we came from the demon sector. White Emperor said in a deep voice. However, we are not a high-level demon clan. Black Feather spat disdainfully. We are generals. What? Yixuan was at a loss. The demon world is also divided into levels, White Emperor explained. The Demon Clan, High-Level Demon Clan, Demon General, Demon Lord, Demon King, and Great Demon King. We are the left and right arms of the Great Demon King, the two generals by his side. Black Feather snorted. Forget it, what's the use of saying such trivial things in the past? Black Feather stopped here. It seemed like what happened afterwards wasn't a good memory. However, Yixuan understood a lot from these words. It turned out that their identities were actually so noble. They were two generals just because they didn't want to be the Great Demon King? Alright, let's go back. This time, nothing is suspenseful. White Emperor said in a deep voice. No shit. The Radiant Temple has nothing left. A bloodthirsty light flashed in Black Feather's eyes. Well, I'll have Camille pick us up. Yixuan nodded, and was about to chant an incantation. However, a sharp piercing sound came from the sky. Do. 3 fiery arrows were nailed to the ground beside Yixuan's feet. The nearest leg was a centimeter away from her feet. White Emperor and Black Feather's faces darkened as they looked towards the sky. Yixuan frowned as she looked up, only to see the lady returning. She was holding a huge bow and arrow that was emitting flames, and it was actually a flame. Leave the treasure cat here or I'll kill you. The woman in red sneered as she arrogantly shouted. It turned out she hadn't gone too far away. She'd been observing to see if Heaven Breaker was nearby. He didn't show up. This was too unusual. Heaven Breaker was extremely fond of his treasure cat, but he wasn't here. There must be a reason. No matter what, she could snatch away the treasure cat first, then use it to find some treasures. She didn't know these people's relationship with Heaven Breaker, so she should try her best not to hurt them. If Heaven Breaker showed up, she could just give the cat back to him, explaining that she took the cat from those people out of kindness. He would spare her for her master's sake. But the treasure car was truly in the girl's arms, not theirs. Thinking over and over, the woman in red finally decided to give priority to threats. Ah, Bao hates you. Yixuan laughed coldly and spat out these words. Do you want to die? The woman in red was infuriated, and her eyes couldn't help but land on the back of her hands scratched by the treasure cat's claws. The wound had already disappeared, but the burning pain was still vivid in her mind. She still didn't make a move. The relationship between Heaven Breaker and the girl who could make the treasure cat stay so quiet in her arms should not be shallow. Killing people for treasures, this could only be done to those who had no power or influence. However, this black-haired girl in front of her was impossible to see through, so she didn't dare to rashly attack. Yixuan didn't want to stay in this world any longer. She started chanting the spell that Camille told her. Very quickly, a faint light appeared in front of Yixuan. The space gate. The woman in red's complexion changed. Now she was even more certain that these people weren't from the chaos world. They want to take away the treasure cat? The woman in red couldn't care about anything else. She only had one thought in her mind. A rare divine animal like the treasure cat absolutely couldn't be taken away. Let's go. Yixuan took the lead and walked into the circle of light. You're not allowed to leave. The woman in red shouted angrily, and the bow in her hands was already released with full force. With a flick of his finger, White Emperor appeared behind them, easily blocking the incoming fiery arrow. He disappeared into the circle of light. TCH. Black Feather laughed sinisterly. Although the people in this world were very powerful, it didn't mean that everyone was stronger than them. The woman in red in front of him should be one of the lowest of the bunch. Black Feather's eyes turned cold, and he turned to face the floating woman in red. He wasn't as easy to deal with as White Emperor. A huge pitch-black sickle appeared in his hand. If Yixuan saw this, she would definitely be shocked. Why did Black Feather's weapon look so much like the scythe of the legendary Grim Reaper? The massive sickle in Black Feather's hand exuded a cold aura of death. As the woman in red stood there stunned, Black Feather raised his massive black sickle and lightly waved it. An invisible force cut through the air, directly attacking the woman in red. Black Feather let out a cold laugh and no longer looked at the woman in red. He lowered his head and disappeared into the light. The light also slowly disappeared. In midair, the woman in red hurriedly raised the bow in her hands to block this terrifying power. With a cracking sound, the arrow in the woman in red's hand was split in half. In the next moment, she was cut into two halves. The fresh blood that filled the sky was drained away. The woman in red's body fell down. That body didn't fall to the ground, but was firmly held by a distant light. Master. The woman in red did not immediately die. She weakly called out two words. However, her heart was at ease. It seemed that she had been saved. Her last thought before she lost consciousness was revenge. After deeply engraving the faces of Yixuan and the rest into her mind, she fainted. By this time, Yixuan and the rest had already left the space gate, and the moment they came out, they saw the smiling Camille. Where is this? Yixuan looked around curiously. They were in an unusually luxurious big bedroom. The curtains were drawn tightly. The carved four-poster bed, the floor covered with a fine carpet, and the ceiling hung with expensive crystal lamps. This is the palace of Azari. Camille replied with a smile. He looked at White Emperor and Black Feather behind Yixuan without the slightest bit of surprise. With a gentle smile, he said, White Emperor, Black Feather, congratulations on unlocking your seal. You can tell that we were sealed before? Who the hell are you? White Emperor slightly frowned and asked in a serious tone. Yes, I can tell. You don't have to know who I am, and now is not the time to tell you. In short, you only need to know that I will not harm my little Yixuan. Camille reached out a hand, smiling, and rubbed the side of Yixuan's head. Hair's so long, it's already dragging on the floor. It should be a side effect of fusing with the core of fire. Come, let me help you cultivate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 223. After Camille finished speaking, he pulled Yixuan to sit in front of the mirror. He found a pair of scissors and a comb in the drawer of the dresser, and was about to cut her overly long hair. You, Black Feather only said one word, but White Emperor lightly nudged him with his hand. Black Feather turned to look at White Emperor, who shook his head slightly. Humph. Black Feather understood what he meant and grunted unhappily. Camille, you know our power is sealed. Can you help us unseal it? Sure. Camille answered with a beaming smile, but he didn't turn back to look at White Emperor and Black Feather. Instead, he continued to gently help Yixuan straighten her hair. Damn! Then why don't you help us now? Black Feather asked angrily. You didn't ask me to. Camille said casually. Black Feather was so angry he almost spit out blood. If it wasn't for White Emperor stopping him, he would have charged at Camille to fight him to the death. This is the palace of Azari, which is to say that Azari has now succeeded in the coup, and the king is Ramses? Yixuan hugged the fortune cat in her arms and asked softly, "Have so many things happened in the past 10 days that we've been inside?" "Too many things have happened, little Yixuan. You guys have been inside for 10 days, but it's already been 3 months here." Camille carefully combs Yixuan's hair, trimming it to the length of only knees. 3 months? Yixuan turned to look at Camille in shock. "It's been so long already? Don't move, this place is still a little unrepaired. It's already autumn." Camille smiled and said softly, "It's autumn." Yixuan was speechless. It's been almost a year. It had been almost a year since her birthday. Little Yixuan is growing up. "What do you want for your 10th birthday?" Camille combed Yixuan's hair and nodded his head in satisfaction. He had already completely ignored White Emperor and Black Feather in the room. Yixuan was slightly stunned. She had never thought of such a thing before. "What is the current situation like?" White Emperor spoke at this time in a deep voice. "Just like my design." Camille leaned gracefully on the dressing table, looking at the hair on Yixuan's head with a smile. "Emperorland intends to declare war against Raga. Azari will be allied with Raga. The Radiant Temple is going to intervene, because Azari has already wiped out all of the Radiant Temple's forces." "What do we need to do?" Black Feather grunted. "Massacre." Camille's smile was like a spring breeze as he lightly spat out 2 words. "All you have to do is kill the high-ranking members of the Radiant Temple, including, of course, those angels with wings who fly around all day." "Yes. Letting humans deal with the winged angels and the 8 winged angels is quite a loss." White Emperor nodded slightly. "You guys go rest first. Then we'll take action." Camille ran a comb through his blonde hair, sighing, "Oh, my hair is still so smooth." White Emperor. Black Feather. Yixuan slightly frowned, and suddenly said in a deep voice, "Is there any news of my master? What about Summer? And the others?" "Your master is currently sleeping in a bedroom in the palace waiting for your return. Before you came back, he was the fiercest one. He blew up one palace after another in Azari. Summer and Shui Wanma are now in Raga helping Feng Yixuan. Summer knew you were okay. The others, of course, were shining under my leadership." Camille lightly smooths his hair in front of his forehead and says narcissistically, "How are they shining under your leadership?" Black Feather curled his lips and asked, "The branches of the Radiant Temple have all disappeared in Azari. Our Order Temple has taken over." Camille reaches out a hand to rub Yixuan's head. "It's impossible for them to believe in the God of Darkness all of a sudden, so I created a Temple of Order. It has the similar system with the Dark Temple, but people had to pay the same price to get whatever they wanted. Everything is equivalent." "The Order Temple?" White Emperor repeated in a low voice, "Very true, this is much better than the Radiant Temple's verbal promise." "Of course, don't you see who I am?" Camille's handsome face broke into a triumphant smile. Yixuan looked at Camille's smile and slightly opened her mouth, wanting to say something but didn't say anything. "Oh, my! The treasure cat!" Camille suddenly saw the cat sleeping in the arms of Yixuan and let out a cry. "You know him?" Yixuan looked down at the lazy sleeping cat and asked curiously. "A good thing." "Ha!" Camille laughed, "Serve her well, and she will bring you good luck. Well, I'll have you taken to bed, and the supper will be brought to your rooms. We will celebrate your return tomorrow. Don't tell those guys for now, or you won't be able to rest tonight." "What are you doing in Azari?" Black Feather frowned and asked. "Prime Minister." Camille narrowed his eyes and smiled, "Remember, in the future, call me Prime Minister." Black Feather, "Just forget what I said." Camille said with a gentle smile, "All right, you can all go and rest. We'll talk about it tomorrow." "Wait." Black Feather suddenly thought of a crucial question. "What is it?" Camille replied, Since you have the ability to open the space gate and unseal our seal, does that mean you can resist the 8-winged angels or even higher-ranked angels? Why didn't you just kill them in the beginning? Blackfeather frowned and asked curiously. What are you talking about? Camille rubbed his white and slender fingers in displeasure and said with slight disgust, That's so crude and without any sense of beauty, how could I possibly do that kind of thing? What I like is the feeling of putting cold daggers on a person's neck. A boar like you will never be able to experience that extreme cold beauty. Blackfeather's face turned green. Camille flicks his fingers at this moment, removing the barrier that surrounds the bedroom. Guard! Camille gracefully clapped his hands and a guard opened the door. When he saw that there were 3 more people in the bedroom, he was stunned. When did they enter the Prime Minister's bedroom? They had never left the room. All right, stop looking. They are my friends. Take them down to rest. Give the young lady the best dinner. Camille looked at the dazed guard and ordered. Yes, Prime Minister. The guard nodded respectfully. Everyone, please follow me. When they arrived in front of the bedroom that was prepared for Yixuan, Blackfeather was about to follow her. He then looked into her cold eyes. I forgot. Blackfeather smiled embarrassedly, then stepped back and stood beside White Emperor. Humph. Yixuan closed the door with a bang, feeling extremely unhappy. Although their IQ wasn't high, they shouldn't have forgotten who they were. What a huge loss. She had slept with these 2 fellows for so long. White Emperor narrowed his eyes at Blackfeather, walking in front of him, shameless rogue. Damn! Who are you talking about? Blackfeather's face turned green again. You think you are a good person? So what did you do with Yixuan every night? He almost said it out loud, only then did he realize that something was wrong with his mouth and swallowed the latter words back down. Not long after Yixuan and the treasure cat took a bath together, dinner arrived. The treasure cat was indeed different from other kittens. She liked water very much, and cooperated with Yixuan very well. From her front paws and back paws, until her tail, she let Yixuan wash her entire body with a look of enjoyment. In the end, Yixuan dried her fur, then she hid in Yixuan's arms and refused to come out. At dinner, the treasure car was indeed very picky, as Heaven Breaker had said. All the vegetables on the plate had been scraped aside with her front paws, and she only ate meat. After she finished all the meat, she wiped her paws on the white napkin and looked at Yixuan before looking at the fruit. Yixuan smiled and cut the fruit into small pieces. Only then did the cat start chewing with satisfaction. When she was full, she jumped on the bed, and slept on the exquisite mattress that Yixuan prepared for her. All of these caused the maid who was waiting at the side to be completely stupefied. She had not seen such a cute, human little kitten. The maid slowly moved towards the bed. She really wanted to touch it. She slowly reached out her hand. Don't! Yixuan turned her head and shouted. It was too late. The treasure cat suddenly opened its eyes. Its amber eyes suddenly shot out a strange golden light. It instantly flipped over and let out a hissing roar. Dash! The maid cried out in fear. Her body was pushed back by a powerful force, and was about to heavily smash into the wall behind her. With a flick of Yixuan's finger, a soft barrier was formed behind the maid, catching her. The maid was still in shock as she looked at the treasure cat on the bed in fear. She breathed rapidly and her heart could not calm down. Yixuan narrowed her eyes, her gaze instantly sinking as she said coldly, Don't you know what courtesy is? Sorry. The maid lowered her head in an apologetic manner. She was wrong to have touched someone's pet without the permission of her master. The maid was astonished. But what exactly was this pet? It was definitely not an ordinary kitten. Could it be a magical beast that looked like a kitten? Thinking of this, the maid became even more afraid. It was all his fault for being so rash. She had nearly lost her life. All right, you may leave now. Yixuan turned around and walked to the bed. She gently hugged the treasure cat and caressed her small, furry head to comfort her. In her heart, she was surprised to see the treasure cat explode. It seemed that her strength was not as simple as searching for treasures. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 224. The maid hurriedly packed up the tableware and quickly left the room. Yixuan laid down on the bed while hugging the treasure cat, but she was not too sleepy. She stared at the window curtain while her thoughts flew far away. The vows she made that day were still fresh in her mind. I will come back, I will definitely come back. The Radiant Temple, the Duke of Gutun, are you prepared for my return? Early next morning, a huge knock on the door woke Yixuan up. She almost jumped up from her bed. Yixuan. Open the door. Yixuan. Get up. My apprentice, come out and let me take a good look at you. Yixuan quickly put on her clothes. The treasure cat was very dissatisfied. She stretched out her meaty front paws and pressed down on her fluffy ears, arched her body, stuck out her little butt and went back to sleep. As soon as Yixuan opened the door, the people outside rushed towards her. The first one was Chao Chushin, then Cliff, then Waldo. They pushed up, pressing her down. Yixuan, you're finally back. Chao Chushin held her tightly. You just disappeared without a word. I thought Camille kidnapped you. My dear Yixuan, I found you, I finally found you. Cliff tore off Chao Chushin's hand and pushed Waldo aside. Yixuan hugged him and started howling. Yixuan, you suffered. Master will help you get it back. Waldo stamped his feet in anger. There stood his Yixuan, but the old fellow pushed him away. Master, I'm fine, right? Only then did Yixuan come back to her senses. She patted Cliff's back to comfort him, but her heart was warm. Long Lingyun and Jean stood at the door quietly, looking at Yixuan without saying anything. However, there was an indescribable emotion in their eyes. Oscar stood behind them, with his arms folded across his chest. It had only been 3 months since they last saw each other, but the girl's strength had increased and she seemed to have become even more beautiful. Dong Fengho stood beside Oscar, still at a loss. Camille was at the very back, yawning. White Emperor and Black Feather hadn't woken up yet. The breakfast was a lively affair. When Yixuan introduced White Emperor and Black Feather, who had returned to their human form, everyone was extremely surprised. They could not believe these two super beauties were White Emperor and Black Feather. As the host, Ronzes was present as well. At this time, Ronzes was already the noble king of Azari. He wore luxurious clothing, a glittering crown on his head, and a gorgeous tattoo on his waist. His mannerism revealed his domineering and confident bearing. After dispersing the guards and maids, Ronzes and the others all took their seats. The long table was full of all sorts of things. Ronzes thanked Yixuan wholeheartedly, and toasted her with a cup of milk tea instead of a cup of wine. Miss Ji, thank you for your strong support. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be here today. He raised his glass. All of this belongs to your majesty. Yixuan smiled. Her tone was different from before. The person standing in front of her was no longer the desert whirlwind Ronzes, but the king of Azari. All right, there's no need for that, your majesty. We still have many things to discuss after breakfast. Camille interrupted them with a smile. He smiled and nodded. After breakfast, everyone gathered in the study room. Seated in front of his desk, Ronzes looked at Camille, who was sitting next to him, and said, Prime Minister, the intervention of the Radiant Temple will probably cause Raga's army to waver? The Radiant Temple has not made an explicit decision to side with Amperland, but once the battle begins, the Radiant Temple should not hesitate at all to choose him. We don't need to worry about their strength. With Aoshuang and the rest here, even angels aren't our match, Camille said in a deep voice. The problem is, the will of the people of Raga, Rongzes said with a grave expression. You also know that in our country, even if the forces of light are the least penetrated, they still make many civilians fear and revere them. You know better than I do how much effort you have put into changing this situation. Even now, that belief has not been completely removed from people's hearts. I understand. Camille nodded, then continued calmly, the Radiant Temple isn't something that can stand out in the hearts of the commoners. First, they did many fake good deeds on the surface, and second, they are powerful. In the hearts of many, the Radiant Temple was invincible. Camille took his time. What if we have more power to support us? Rongzes frowned as he looked at Qi Aoshuang and her men. He said softly, I can't deny that Miss Qi and her people are very strong, but not convincing enough. Camille spoke the rest of the words that Rongzes had to say. Even if Qi Aoshuang and her men were very strong, how much did the world know about them? In short, there was no deterrent. What about this? Camille suddenly stood up and walked to the window. He abruptly pulled open the curtain, opened the window, looked at the sky and softly said, Ben, that's enough. Xiao Aoshuang stood up in shock and looked out the window. Ben? Wasn't he captured by the dragon god? Camille's words had just ended when a series of dragon roars could be heard from afar. It was as deafening as thunder. This morning, the capital of Azari was peaceful. People woke up and ate as they usually do every morning, then opened their doors to do business. However, deafening roars rang out one after another, and then the sky darkened. Rongzes stood up quickly and walked to the window. He almost sat down on the floor when he saw what was going on outside. As for the people outside the palace, they all directly sat down, gaping at the sky with their mouths wide open. Some people even fainted on the ground. Many people began to run for their lives, screaming. The entire city was in chaos. Dragons! Dragons are flying in the sky. Thousands of dragons! The huge dragons flapped their wings, creating gusts of wind that almost made people unable to open their eyes. The dragon with 3 heads flew at the front and let out a long roar as it circled above the palace. Qi Aoshuang couldn't say a word. The scene in front of them was beyond everyone's imagination. The sky above the city was filled with dragons, which turned daylight into night. What's going on? Rongzak stammered. Everyone in the study room stood by the window, staring at the scene in front of them in shock, unable to say a word. Are they strong enough? Camille asked with a gentle smile. Rongzes felt that his heart was beating incredibly fast, and his mind was completely blank. Weren't Ben captured by the dragon god? Jean asked doubtfully. Why were there so many dragons in front of him? They were probably the greater half of the race. Qi Aoshuang did not understand what was going on. According to the dragon god's tone, the dragon race could not interfere with the affairs of humans. Why were they here? The huge dragons circled above the city for a while before descending outside the city. At the same time, the black dragon landed in the palace and returned to its human form. It broke through the window and arrived in front of Rongzes and Camille. Rongzes could no longer bear the thrill. He retreated in panic and crashed into the desk. He put his hand on his sword, but then he suddenly remembered how ridiculous his move was in front of the powerful dragons. He quickly put down the hand and tried to calm himself. Hurry up and tell your civilians not to panic. We are just passing by, or perhaps it should be more accurate to say, we are here for a sightseeing tour. We won't do any harm to them. The black dragon looked at the crown on Rongzes' head and coldly said, Now, go. Yes, sir. Cold sweat broke out on Rongzes' back. The pressure from the black-haired man in front of him almost made him unable to stand up. He hurried to open the door to deal with it. The black dragon looked at Camille, then at Yixuan, and laughed. What's going on? Yixuan was confused. Aren't the dragons unable to intervene in this matter? The last time you... Stop. Ben raised his hand to stop Yixuan's words, then he walked over to a chair and sat down, yawning as he said, I didn't say that we were going to intervene in this matter. Didn't you hear what I just said? That's right, Ben and his civilians are just passing by and enjoying the scenery. Camille, smiling like a spring breeze, turned and sat down. The people in the study room were all dumbfounded, and Rongza stared at them when he heard what they were saying. Had the Dragon Clan really come for a sightseeing tour? How could this be possible? Your Majesty, come. Camille looked at Rongza's and waved him over. Rongza's walked over with a blank look on his face. Your Majesty, you said that with so many dragons here, you can let your civilians feel at ease, right? Camille smiled, but it was a dangerous smile. Rongza's nodded numbly, unable to say anything. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 225. Yixuan was speechless. She stared blankly at Camille, then looked at the black dragon, saying, Don't tell me, you were the one who came up with this idea? How is that possible? Camille looked innocent and said, This has nothing to do with me. Ben came to me on his own initiative. Yixuan's eyes shifted to the black dragon, who squinted his eyes, looking dizzy. Who came up with the idea? Yixuan frowned and asked. Me. Ben shook its head and said with a smile. Yixuan walked closer to the black dragon and whispered in his ear, Stop bullshitting, your IQ has not reached this level yet. Wah! You attacked me personally. The black dragon was even more aggrieved than Camille. So, who is it? Looking at the originally erratic eyes of the black dragon, and thinking of how the dragon god had taken him away, and how he was now able to appear here, a thought emerged in her mind. Could it be that the dragon god had come up with this idea? No way. Why did he do this? Looks like you've already guessed it. The old man said he liked you very much, and then, well, he didn't like that woman. However, we will still abide by the agreement and will not act against humans, nor will we act against human buildings. We are here for sightseeing. Half of the dragons stay here, while the others go to Raga for sightseeing. The black dragon laughed like a thief. How vicious. The dragon god was a top-grade talent. Yixuan came to a conclusion. Just the momentum was enough to make people tremble. What need was there to move their hands? The dragon god was too cunning. He could even name himself as a tourist. Letting the Dragon King lead a large dragon to guard Azari and Raga was a disguised form of support. Such a terrifying deterrent had far exceeded the power of the Radiant Temple. It's much easier now, isn't it? Camille smiles warmly and said, Yixuan, you and Ben go sightseeing in Raga. Soon there would be a war, and Raga and Amperland would meet directly. Now, you can go and clear the forces of light in Raga. I believe no one will have any objections. Camille added with a smile. Cold sweat broke out on Rongza's forehead. In his eyes, Camille's smile was the smile of a demon. His eyes slowly shifted to Yixuan, with his heart full of fear. Who exactly is this girl? Why were there so many people around her? Why was it that even such a powerful and terrifying power like the dragon race was standing behind her? He finally came to understand that the young lady before him had been persecuted by the Radiant Temple and Amperland. Now, if they knew how things were going to turn out like this, would they feel regret? Lingyun, you and Yixuan set off today. Are you clear what you are going to do? Camille asked with a smile. All right. Lingyun said indifferently, the secret records of the Radiant Temple, the records of the massacre of humans, I will write them out as soon as possible. You can take care of the rest when the time comes. I'll have someone copy it and distribute it everywhere. You'd better write down the time, the address, and the reason." Camille nodded gently, with a smile as bright as a peach blossom. "I wonder how they will feel when they see this. Those fools wouldn't believe it at all." Waldo found a chance to fight Camille. "No need for them to believe. I only need them to suspect it. That's enough." Camille looked at Waldo with a smile and said, "This kind of psychological warfare will never be understood by a superficial person like you." Waldo was so angry that his teeth itched. He stared at Camille with his hands trembling, but he was unable to utter a single word. There were only a few people who understood Camille's strategy. At this moment, Ronzes understood Camille's plan, and he was extremely shocked. Indeed, the golden-haired, blue-eyed man in front of him was probably the person in this room who was most proficient in politics. Xiao Aoshuan was also very surprised. That is the human nature and the dark side. Camille was actually able to grasp it so clearly. "By the way, do you know who the founder of the Xilan continent is?" Camille adjusted his smooth blonde hair and asked. Xiao Xuan's eyes shifted to Jin's sword. "The Sword of Death. It belonged to the founder of the Xilan continent. Back in the Devil Domain, the young master led her to an enormous underground palace." Was that the Emperor's palace? But why did Camille suddenly mention this? Jin subconsciously touched the sword he wore on his waist. "Of course I know. Emperor Leo's a true hero. He lives in the hearts of men forever. It is he who fight for the survival of humanity. It is he who has unified the entire continent. That's right. He's a true hero." Camille continued, "However, do you know how he ended up?" "What do you mean?" Ronzes recognized Camille's words. "This Emperor Leo is the hero in everyone's heart. However, if they were to know that their hero was being persecuted endlessly by the Radiant Temple, would they still stand firmly on their side?" Camille said as he walked to the side of the table and gracefully poured 2 cups of scented tea. He handed a cup to Qi Aoshuan before picking up the other and gently drank it. Camille was in no hurry, but the people in that room were getting impatient. The palace of Emperor Leo vanished overnight, and so did he and the 8 knights who had followed him. Who did this? The Radiant Temple. They wanted to develop their own forces, and Leo was the biggest obstacle. It just happened. Everything disappeared completely in one night. Camille sniffed his tea. As his words fell, everyone's faces changed. So, the legends are true. They disappeared overnight. The news was so shocking that he even forgot to ask Camille how he knew about it. Camille noted indifferently. Could it be that the underground palace in the Devil Domain is really the palace of the Emperor Leo? Qi Aoshuan murmured. "Oh, you have been there?" Camille asked. Qi Aoshuan nodded. She had been there looking for Cliff. In the Devil Domain? Ronzes looked at Xiao Aoshuang in disbelief, hatred and resentment rising up in his heart. Emperor Leo was the one who ended the endless war and made the human race live a peaceful life. The later generations had speculated about many things about the mysterious disappearance of such a great hero, but no one could have guessed that the Radiant Temple was the Black Hand behind him. How do you know all this?" Ronzes looked at Camille. How many more secrets did this man in front of him have? Ronzes did not doubt Camille's words at all. In his eyes, there was nothing that Camille could not do. "You don't have to know how I know. Just let it out." Camille smiled, "The same plan, no need for people to believe. Just make them doubt it." Qi Aoshuang sank into deep thought. She had already confirmed the identity of those bones. That huge elegant palace, the sword in the palace, and those white bones. It sure was the palace of Emperor Leo. According to the style of the Radiant Temple, it was possible for them to do so. At that time, the royal power was like a mountain blocking the divine power. Finally, Camille had brought out all of these. Waldo patted his chest with some lingering fear. He's a terrible man. Waldo swallowed. Luckily, this person was on their side. If he is not, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone in the room had the same question in their minds. Camille, who was he? How many more secrets does he have? Shishausi will be responsible for the work in Raga. Distribute the information that Long Lingyun wrote down. Camille ordered. Yes. Shishausi nodded solemnly. I should make posters flying like snow, right? You are much smarter than your leader. Camille complimented him. Waldo almost broke his teeth. He was the head of both Shishausi and Shishauchi. Who else could Camille be compared to? Bastard. Camille. Remember this. Of course, these words could only roar in his heart. Alright, in order to prepare for this tense war, let's relax and give a dinner to welcome Yixuan. We'll have a picnic today. Camille put down his cup and clapped his hands. Where are we going for a picnic? It's a chaos outside. Waldo didn't dare to say it out loud. He mumbled under his breath. If you want to have a picnic outside, I won't object. A dangerous cold light shined from Camille's beautiful pupils, making Waldo shrink his neck. Everybody, just relax today. Sorry, I can't accompany you. There are too many things that I need to take care of. Ronzes said. Camille smiled and nodded. After Ronzes left, Camille magically took out a space transfer scroll. Where are we going? Everyone was puzzled. Come over here, this scroll can transfer as many as 25 people. Camille beckoned to everyone. I can't leave her alone. Yixuan walked over with the treasure cat in her arms. Isn't it a picnic? Aren't you preparing something? Waldo asked, frowning. They're ready. Camille opened the scroll. An intense white light flashed and everyone in the room disappeared. When Yixuan opened her eyes, she saw a face that was so familiar that it couldn't be any more familiar. His handsome face was full of surprise, ecstasy, and excitement. It was Feng Yixuan. They were at the Wind Island now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 226. Chapter 226. At this time, there was a light knock on the door. Yixuan came back to her senses and looked towards the door. From the footsteps, she could tell it was Cliff. Come in, master. The door was pushed open, and it was Cliff. Master, I'm looking for you. Yixuan said with a smile. Ha, you're looking for me? Yixuan nodded and said softly, someone asked me to bring you something, but I couldn't find a chance to give it to you. Who asked you? Yixuan didn't reply immediately, instead she said, close the door first, please. Cliff closed the door and came over and sat down. Yixuan took out the necklace Mona gave her. She handed it to Cliff. Do you remember this? Cliff suddenly lost his composure and stood up. He looked excitedly at the necklace, snatching it and asked urgently, where did you get this from? Why is it in your hands? Cliff was so excited that his entire body was trembling, and his face was flushed red. There was a beautiful elf who told me that her heart would always belong to a man named Cliff, and that she would never get married. Cliff's hands trembled as he held the necklace. He sat down and stared at it in silence. Yixuan waited quietly. The room was silent. Cliff's eyes were filled with sadness, as if he could see the distant past. After a while, 2 tears rolled out of his eyes and dripped onto the necklace in his hand. Mona! Cliff called out faintly, full of yearning and longing. Master, Mona misses you. Cliff took a deep breath, how is she doing? She is okay, except for the pain of love. I gave the 3 gifts you gave me as a souvenir to her. She was very happy when she heard that you did it yourself. Was she? Cliff's expression was extremely complicated, full of joy, worry, and sadness. The room fell silent once more. Cliff didn't say anything, and Yixuan did not disturb him anymore. After a long time, Cliff looked up at Yixuan. Thank you so much. What are you thanking me for? This is what I should do. Master, why are you looking for me? Oh. Cliff finally understood and his face darkened slightly. This time, I know you'll be in a direct confrontation with the Radiant Temple. I also know that your strength is no longer what it used to be. I just want you to promise me one thing. Master? Yixuan could not help but be puzzled as she looked at Cliff's expression. If you meet Raoul, I hope you will let him live. Even though he lied to me, making me lose my chance to rescue you, but he is my only friend after all. I don't want. Master, you don't have to say that. Before Cliff could finish his words, Yixuan interrupted him. Actually, Master Raoul cares about you. He only cares about you because he doesn't want you to get involved in this. He doesn't want you to become enemies with the Radiant Temple, and doesn't want you to suffer any harm. I think he thought of the consequences before he lied to you. After all, he's the one who knows you best. However, he still chose to do so. You can see how sincere he is towards you. Yixuan said slowly. Cliff's expression was unsettled. Finally, he let out a long sigh. Even so, I still can't forgive him immediately. Let's just let time smooth things out. Master, I understand you. Don't worry, I will not let anyone harm Master Raoul. You'd better go rest now. Cliff stood up, looking very tired. He nodded slightly and said, "And you rest well, too. There are a lot of things you need to do. And, Master, don't worry. I will take care of it." Yixuan sent Cliff off. 2 days later, the dragons went on a tour of Raga under the guidance of Ben. The wind blew wildly. Standing on the back of the black dragon, Yixuan stared ahead, her thoughts complex. Everything that had happened in the past appeared as if they happened just yesterday: the tragic death of Master Yuri, the disappearance of his mother. Black Feather and White Emperor stood quietly behind Yixuan, while the treasure cat hid in her arms. Lang Lingyun also stood at the back, looking at her silently. When a large group of dragons arrived at Raga, it caused a huge sensation. However, the crowd didn't panic. Yixuan and his group had already arranged everything beforehand. They naturally garnered the attention of the Radiant Temple. The huge dragons descended and rested around the capital of Raga. The black dragon took human form and descended with the others, preparing to enter the city. Yixuan and his group were already waiting outside to welcome them. The people of the Radiant Temple rushed over as fast as they could. The Archbishop, who wore a white robe, appeared in front of everyone in a split second, along with 2 winged angels and an 8-winged angel. Dragon King! You brought so many dragons into the human territory. What do you want? Have you forgotten the agreement between the Dragon God and our great goddess of light? The leading 8-winged angel shouted angrily at the black dragon. The response he got was a sharp and terrifying force. The powerful force directly struck his chest, and in an instant, the 8-winged angel hurriedly retreated a few steps back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. 2 winged angels behind him quickly moved to support him. You! The 8-winged angel's face was pale white, and he stretched out his hand to point at the black dragon in disbelief. He could not believe that he would actually dare to openly attack. Who do you think you are? A lowly angel dares to point fingers at me? The black dragon let out an arrogant sneer and said disdainfully, "Remember your identity, you're just one of the many lackeys by the side of the goddess of light. As for me, I am the noble Dragon King. Be careful when you talk to me." Otherwise, it would only make people laugh at the disrespect of the goddess men, understand? Behind the black dragon, the crowd burst into laughter. Yixuan also couldn't help but smile. The impulsive, simple-minded fellow no longer existed. Now he was a shrewd and shameless guy. Summer covered her mouth and laughed. After regaining his footing, the eight-winged angel was furious, but he still understood that he was no match for the Dragon King. After exhaling a long breath, his tone became extremely courteous. "Your Majesty, may I ask why you are bringing the dragons here at this time?" The dragon god and the goddess of light had an agreement. The dragon race could not easily act against humans and their cities. "Are you human?" Ben sneered. "You aren't human at all. I only attacked you to teach you how to be courteous." "When did I break the agreement?" "Exactly." "A birdman." Summer whispered. This nickname was taught by Yixuan. She thought it was appropriate indeed. "Shut up. Lowly human, it's not up to you to talk here." The winged angel behind the eight-winged angel let out an angry curse and was about to attack. "Humph." The black dragon let out a cold shout, and an even more terrifying force struck at the winged angel, causing it to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Dragon King! Why are you doing this?" Yixuan and the rest of the group were ready for the show. "Listen up, first of all, I didn't violate the agreement between the dragon god and the goddess of light. Our dragon race has only come here for sightseeing. When have you ever seen our dragons attack a human or a human city? Instead, it is you who are truly untruthful. You said you are always the protectors of humanity. But you are treating them as ants. As for that birdman behind you, he insulted my fiancée, so I taught him a lesson. I could have taken his life." He held Summer in his arms. Everyone was stunned, including Yixuan and Shui Wenma. "When did I become your fiancé?" Summer whispered, but did not break away from Ben's embrace. "Just now." The black dragon laughed, making Summer even tighter. Yixuan sighed in her heart, with both happiness and sorrow. He finally punctured this layer of paper, and from the reactions of Summer, it seemed that she did not hate the black dragon. Perhaps she still liked him. However, he is a dragon while she is a human girl. Can they get married? Shui Wenma's eyes were full of pain. He stared straight at Ben and Summer. His fists clenched tightly, his fingernails sinking deep into the flesh. Blood flowed through the gaps between his fingers, dripping onto the ground, but he did not feel any pain at all. Suddenly, a hand gently placed on his shoulder. Shui Wenma turned around and saw Fengixuan's worried face. He lowered his head in silence and did not say another word. The love had already ended so suddenly without even a start. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 227. Chapter 227. Dragon King. The eight-winged angel was already trembling with anger, but he didn't dare to do anything to the Dragon King. He knew very well that he wasn't a match for him. But the eight-winged angel wasn't stupid. He wasn't a reckless person. He stabilized his emotions and said in a deep voice, "They won't interfere in the war between humans? They are just here for sightseeing?" "That's right." The black dragon nodded. That devilish smile on his handsome face made the eight-winged angel's heart shudder. The eight-winged angel knew very well that even if the dragon race didn't participate, as the Dragon King had said, the existence of these enormous dragons alone was already enough to intimidate them. The war between the two countries had already started. Just the fact that these huge dragons stood on Raga's side was enough to cause the other side's morale to be unstable, to the point of breaking down. How hateful! The eight-winged angel gnashed his teeth in anger. If it weren't for the fact that the goddess was preparing for the holy war and didn't have the time to think too much, the situation on this side wouldn't have turned out this way. Then, Dragon King, Are you saying that even if we attack them, you will not interfere? The eight-winged angel drew his greatsword and pointed it at Qi Aoshuang and the rest as he asked coldly. Ben laughed and moved to the side holding Summer in his arms, happily saying, "We will be bystanders." He actually took out 2 stools from his space ring and gave one of them to Summer. Summer looked worried. She was about to say something, but Ben grabbed her hand and shook his head at her. As this scene fell into Shui Wenma's eyes, his heart ached as if it had been twisted by a knife. "Shu Xin, come. Let's watch the show together." A playful smile appeared on Dong Fengho's devilish face. With a gentle move of his fingers, beautiful vines grew from the ground. On the vines, there were also 5 colored flowers blooming, and the 2 vines quickly formed 2 beautiful large rattan chairs. Dong Fengho pulled Xiao Chuxin to sit on the rattan chair. What was even more exaggerated was that Dong Fengho had summoned another 2 small teacups. He handed one to Xiao Chuxin and carefully explained, "The honey in here can maintain your beauty. It's only been secreted once every 50 years. Xiao Chuxin was worried about Qi Aoshuang, but Dong Fengho said, "Don't worry, Aoshuang's strength has already changed. We can't help her, why don't we just sit by and watch? We won't drag them down." That's a good, powerful reason, and it's the truth. At this moment, their strength would only drag down Qi Aoshuang and the rest. Qi Aoshuang skimmed her lips. These people trusted her too much. They were just watching the show. As for the Radiant Temple, they got furious. These lowly humans were actually making fun of them, looking down on them. Unforgivable. Go to hell. The 8-winged angel brandished its huge sword and fiercely hacked at Xiao Chuxin's chest. With a clear clang, Dong Fengho instantly summoned a huge beast covered in steel armor to block this fatal attack. Then, he turned around and urgently said to Qi Aoshuang, "Go on, we will support you." Cold sweat trickled down the back of Qi Aoshuang's head. Alas! All these people are being led astray by you. Black Feather's voice came from behind, filled with sorrow. Qi Aoshuang could not refute. "Cut the crap." Just like that, White Emperor's cold voice rang out. The next moment, a white shadow flashed out from behind Qi Aoshuang. Black Feather shrugged his shoulders, and a black afterimage flashed out as well. Terrible screams rang out. 2 of the winged angels and 1 of the 8-winged angels were cut in half and laid there. A large amount of blood stained the ground beneath them. The crowd didn't even see White Emperor and Black Feather had made their move. There were only 3 people who could see clearly: Black Dragon, Qi Aoshuang, and Feng Yixuan. White Emperor's weapon was a snow-white sword, and Black Feather's was a shiny and black sickle. After killing them, the 2 quickly retrieved their weapons. No one had thought that the reincarnated White Emperor and Black Feather would have such terrifying strength. The Archbishop stood there blankly as he looked at the scene in front of him. In his hearts, the angels were invincible. But they were easily wiped out just like that. Things quieted down and all around was still. The people behind Qi Aoshuang couldn't believe it. That was it? The wind gently blew past, blowing away the fallen leaves. The autumn wind was not very cold, but the Archbishop seemed to be standing in an icehouse, stopping all his actions and words. Qi Aoshuang finally broke the silence. She looked at the Archbishop. "Shall we continue?" Before the Archbishop could run away, Black Feather had raised his sickle. But Long Lingyun stopped him. "Don't kill him. Catch him." The Archbishop was easily brought back by Black Feather. He waved the Archbishop in his hand, causing his internal organs to nearly burst out. "Keep him." His words are more persuasive than anyone else's. "What do you want?" "I won't betray the goddess." The Archbishop was trembling, but his tone was resolute. "TCH." Shi Shaoxi snorted, "I know you are loyal, but what we want is your identity, your body, not your unshakable loyalty." A look of despair appeared on the Archbishop's face, and in the next moment, he fainted when Qi Aoshuang flicked her finger. When he opened his eyes again, his attitude had completely changed. "What can I do for you?" the archbishop politely asked. "You're good," Dong Fengho said to Qiao Shuang. Mental control was amazing. Amongst this group of people, no one owed more spiritual force than him except Qiao Shuang. So what followed was a completely one-sided secret massacre. Under the guidance of the archbishop, the group entered the Radiant Temple. The rest of the 8 winged angels and winged angels were all found and killed. There were a few angels left in Amperland. Camille's plan went unusually smoothly. Although the followers of Raga's Radiant Temple did not believe what was written on the paper, but, just as Camille had said, there was no need for them to believe. Faith is a solid thing. You can't change it overnight. As for the military, they were the defenders of royal authority. From the beginning to the end, they did not believe in the Radiant Temple. The Radiant Temple's forces had been secretly wiped clean. It became an empty hall. The huge dragons were crouching around the capital. The Emperor of Raga offered them food and water. He was the one who had benefited the most from this affair. At this moment, he couldn't even close his mouth when he smiled at Anissa in the palace. "Ha, Anissa, ha ha." The Emperor squinted his eyes and laughed, unable to finish his words. "We no longer have to watch those divine staffs swindle and cheat in our territory, wasting our time. Ha, with the dragon race's help, ha, it's certain that we will win." "The dragons won't help you." Anissa splashed cold water. "They won't. As long as they appear in the sky, we could win. What can Amperland do?" "You are truly vindictive. They've directly killed them." Anissa's mouth twitched. "Don't say that. Ha, it's really all thanks to your daughter-in-law. The dragon race's support is because of her. Furthermore, her strength has advanced by leaps and bounds, and the people around her all possess terrifying strength." Anissa fell silent and did not say anything else. The Emperor looked at her and frowned. "What's wrong? Is there a problem? You know the grievances and suffering of that child. This time, she is going to face those people head-on. I don't know what exactly would happen. But I don't want those people to make her suffer anymore." Anissa sighed. "That's no problem. We'll destroy the Hill Mansion. They won't meet. Your daughter-in-law doesn't need to face the past." "No." Anissa shook her head slightly. "You don't know that child. Let her deal with it herself." Anissa said softly. "That's fine. After the army advances, I will make sure that no one moves against the Hill Mansion." The king spoke seriously. Qiao Shuang stayed in Li's house. She locked herself in her room. No one bothered her. Everyone understood that it was best to leave her in peace. The night was cold. Qiao Shuang was lying quietly on bed, holding the treasure cat. The kitten yawned, rubbed its face with its paws, and arched its body in Qiao Shuang's arms, looking for a comfortable place to sleep. "Ah Bao, what do you care about the most?" "Meow." The kitten stared at Qiao Shuang with wide eyes before mewing again. "It's Heaven Breaker, right?" Qiao Shuang looked at it and laughed. "Meow." The kitten nodded. "You miss him?" Qiao Shuang smiled as she rubbed her little head. The treasure cat nodded again. Although there were many delicious foods in this world, she only misses that person. "When the matter is settled, I'll send you back, okay?" The kitten returned to Qiao Shuang's embrace. Suddenly, Qiao Shuang raised her head. The light movement from the window did not escape her sense. She put down the kitten, stood up and walked to the window, gently pushed it open, then snappily smiled and said, "It's so late, why are you sneaking around here? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 228. Stunning Edge, C228. As soon as Qiao Shuang said that, a figure jumped in. It was Feng Yixuan. I want to accompany you, Feng Yixuan said hesitantly after he flipped over. Qiao Shuang looked at him but didn't say anything for a while. A trace of inexplicable emotion flashed in the depths of her eyes. A warm feeling spread out from the bottom of her heart. War is about to break out. You were originally a subject of Amperland, but this time, you stood in opposition. I know that you must be in a bad mood. Feng Yixuan's voice became softer and softer. Qiao Shuang lowered her gaze and sighed softly. She closed the window before sitting down on the bed and patting the seat beside her. Come and sit. Feng Yixuan was stunned. He quickly walked over and sat down. At this moment, Qiao Shuang gave him a strange, unfamiliar, and sad feeling, as well as a sense of loneliness. Do you know how many planes there are in this world? Qiao Shuang said softly. Yes. The demon world, the devil domain, the god world. Feng Yixuan replied. Anything else? Qiao Shuang let out a long breath. Different from these planes, another world. Feng Yixuan was stunned for a moment before he looked at Qiao Shuang and said, I don't know, but I believe that there is another world. Yes, I am from another world. Qiao Shuang smiled as she looked at Feng Yixuan. Feng Yixuan was only a little surprised, but he didn't respond. He quietly waited for Qiao Shuang to continue. He knew that what he needed to do now was to listen, not to question. I don't belong to this world. A bitter smile appeared on Qiao Shuang's face. I come from another world. The original Claire Hill died in an accident, and my spirit came through and attached itself to her, so... Therefore, the young miss who was originally silly changed overnight and eventually became the shining star. Not until Qiao Shuang finished her words, she fell into a warm embrace. Feng Yixuan hugged her tightly and said with determination, no matter where you come from, you are who you are. You belong here now, to us. You are Qiao Shuang, a friend of all of us. You are the one we care about, the one we cherish. Qiao Shuang was stunned. She stared blankly ahead, feeling the warm embrace of Feng Yixuan. After a long time, she slowly closed her eyes and gently leaned on Feng Yixuan's shoulder. Thank you. With a soft and faint voice, 2 drops of sparkling tears slid past the corners of her eyes. Shuang, I will always be with you. If there's something that separates us, I'll go looking for you. I'll keep looking until I find you. Feng Yixuan's voice was filled with determination and affection. Feng Yixuan, Qiao Shuang was stunned. All this time, Qiao Shuang had never faced up to Feng Yixuan's feelings for her, but now. Cousin. At this moment, the door was abruptly pushed open, revealing Li Yuewen's beautiful face. When she saw the situation clearly, she immediately flew into a rage. You little bastard! What do you want to do by sneaking into my cousin's bedroom in the middle of the night? You perverted pervert! Li Yuewen cursed as she brandished her dagger and quickly charged forward. With a start, Feng Yixuan loosened his grip on Qiao Shuang and fled out of the window in a sorry state, while Li Yuewen chased closely behind him. Qiao Shuang stood at the window, watching the silhouettes of the two as they gradually faded away. A smile appeared on her face. However, that night, a person dressed in black appeared in Lang Lingyun's bedroom. No one noticed his sudden appearance. His tone was cold. Think about it. Whether she lives or dies is up to you. Lang Lingyun remained silent, and a faint smile appeared on his face. However, there was an endless sadness and longing in it. I want her to live. Then let's go. Give me some more time. I think I'll finish it with her. Lang Lingyun said these words with difficulty. All right. The man in black answered straightforwardly. The next moment, he disappeared from the bedroom. The war broke out all at once. Raga's army had sneakily ambushed the border of Amperland without a sound. This was indeed the style of the current emperor. It was impossible for him to declare war after they had agreed on a time and place. So Amperland was beat unawares. However, it was a powerful country after all. It took them a while to regain their senses. They immediately took up defensive positions, and the reinforcements behind them also quickly moved forward. This battle had been very tough. The border was finally broken, and Raga's army threatened the territory of Amperland. A nervous atmosphere broke out in the palace of Amperland. The king's face was dark as a sheet as he listened to the article that was being reported to him from the front, and he quickly made his countermeasure at the same time. On the other side, however, Azari had declared war on Amperland and had sent troops to attack the border cities. Azari has always been a laggard, which Amperland does not take seriously. Just a while ago, when Azari had expelled the powers of the Radiant Temple in its country, the Pope of the Radiant Temple had come to see the Emperor and had made him pay attention to this matter. However, the Emperor didn't think much of it because he was happy to see the Radiant Temple being weakened. Unexpectedly, Azari declared war on them as well. Worse was yet to come. Unexpectedly, Raga and Azari's army was accompanied by a large number of huge dragons. Although the dragons didn't make a move, it made the army of Amperland scatter. Some of the other cities directly opened their gates and surrendered, but only on the condition that the enemies would not harm their subjects, and that the dragons would not destroy their cities. Existence is deterrence. The army of Raga and Azari understood this point and made full use of this advantage. They made a quick threat to the capital with the smallest casualties. Along the way, what Xiao Shuang and her company did was to stand on the back of the huge dragons and watch the battle. This was the smallest casualty in history, and many people surrendered without fighting. After all, everyone was terrified by these dragons. They thought resistance was futile. Only the divine staffs of the Radiant Temple continued to pray, praying that their goddess would appear to quell this incredible sight. However, how could they know that the goddess was busy with the holy war and had no time to worry about this lower plane? There was no suspense in this war. The prosperous and powerful Amperland was insignificant in front of the dragon race. Seeing so many dragons, the only thing the two dragon knights of Amperland wanted to do was to run away. They did not want their rides to be torn to pieces because the dragon race hated the dragons who had become human mounts. There was no need to even mention the griffin team. When griffins saw the huge dragons, they didn't dare to make a move. No matter how much they tried, they did not dare to take a single step forward. In just 7 days, Amperland lost a large part of its territory within 7 days. Raga's army marched all the way to the gate of the capital. The remaining 4 8-winged angels and 8-winged angels encountered Xiao Shuang's group outside the capital. They were easily killed by White Emperor and Black Feather except one 8-winged angel. They saved him for Xiao Shuang. She wielded a huge fiery sword in her hands, killed the angel with a single strike while her black hair dancing in the air. Just like that, the army entered the capital of Amperland without any hindrances. Xiao Shuang jumped off the huge dragon's back and slowly walked down the street, heading in the direction of the Radiant Temple. The emperor stood at the tallest tower of the palace. He stared at the army of Raga. Beside him stood the empress, whose stomach had already begun to bulge. The empress was already 4 months pregnant. Behind the queen stood the second prince, Nancy, Princess Maris. His day had gone and no one could save it. The emperor slowly closed his eyes and opened them again, looking at the once bustling capital. It was defeated just like that, and then mysteriously disappeared. In the sky, there were still huge dragons circling around. The long dragon roar reverberated in the sky, causing people to shudder in fear. Why? The emperor sighed. He wondered why so many dragons had appeared, why they had stood on the side of Raga and Azari. Why would the dragon race intervene in human affairs? What was all this about? Was it really because of that girl? The talented young lady of the Hill family, Claire. How is that possible? Could a mere human really use such a large amount of power? Raga had always been opposed to Amperland, and war was only a matter of time. However, there was no need to fear them. But what about the dragons and Azari? Was it really only because of that young girl? The Empress stood behind the Emperor, gently stroking her stomach. Here, a small life was growing. But where is the road ahead? Nancy, the second prince, was lost in thought as he looked at the army on the street. His thoughts returned to a distant place. Clare Hill, the name that had always been on his mind, the name that had always hurt him. If he had not chosen to use Catherine, would the situation have changed? She wouldn't have been framed by the Radiant Temple. She would not have suffered such injustice and pain. This was all his own doing. He slowly closed his eyes and sighed. Everything in front of him was his own fault. Maris stood there quietly, looking at the street, a subtle smile on her lips. Sorrow could be seen in the depths of her eyes. You're back, you're finally back. I know you'll be back. It's time for everything to end. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 229. Stunning Edge, C229. The palace had long been in a state of chaos. The female attendants screamed as they fled. It was a mess. The Emperor turned around slowly and looked at Nancy. He smiled and took off his crown. He put it on Nancy's head and said in a deep voice, "Nancy, I will crown you now. You are Amperland's 35th successor." After the Emperor put the crown on Nancy's head, he kneeled down and said in a deep voice, "We greet the Emperor." The Empress and Maris were stunned for a moment before their expressions returned to normal. The Empress led her skirt and greeted gracefully, "We pay our respects to His Majesty." With a grave expression, Maris held her skirts in a standard salute. "We greet His Majesty." Nancy looked at the people in front of him. She felt confused, but she couldn't say anything. "Go, Amperland shall last forever." The Emperor took out a scroll and thrust it into Nancy's hands. "As the new Emperor, please lead your last subjects away from here. Remember, Amperland will live forever." Nancy's tears rolled down his face, the Queen sobbed through her teeth, and Maris closed her eyes, letting the 2 tears wash over her beautiful face. They all had a firm belief in themselves. Amperland will not die. Amperland, forever. The Emperor stood up and quietly stood in front of the window, looking at the street outside. Nancy stood with the Empress and Princess Maris behind her. Nancy tore the scroll open and disappeared in a flash of white light. The Emperor smiled and slowly raised his head. He drew the sword from his waist and elegantly stabbed the sword into his chest. At the last moment, the only thought that came to the Emperor's mind was how good it would have been if he hadn't joined hands with the Radiant Temple to frame Claire. However, there was no if in this world. The Emperor of died. Later on, the second prince, Nancy, returned to the country, but Amper was no longer as powerful as it used to be. The Radiant Temple was completely calm. No one was panicking. The people in this main hall were the most loyal followers of the Goddess of Light. In other words, they were people who had their brains brainwashed. Naturally, they had to live and die with the Radiant Temple. As soon as they stepped into the Radiant Temple, Waldo and the others didn't hesitate at all. He had always been on the arrest warrant of the Radiant Temple. This time, they had finally made a comeback. How could they possibly show any mercy? Waldo led the people of the Dark Temple like a storm. Cliff went to find Raoul. Xiaoshuan, Langlingyun, Fomishuan, Jean, White Emperor and Black Feather walked towards the inner hall with calm expressions. Xiaoshuan had been to this place before, and Langlingyun was even more familiar with it. The group arrived in front of the Pope's study room. Xiaoshuan slowly opened the door, and there were 2 people in the study room. One of them was the Pope with a calm face, while the other one was Lu Shueching with a worried expression. Lu Shueching actually didn't escape. She was not a kind person, and her appearance here was quite surprising. Pushing the door open, the Pope and Yixuan stared at each other. The Pope's expression was abnormally calm as he looked at the cold expression on Yixuan's face. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he said, "You are indeed the legendary black-hearted woman who can overturn the light." In the end, the Pope looked disappointed. He had tried everything to stop her, but the result was the same. Was the light still going to end? Yixuan stared at the Pope coldly. His broken leg looked no different from a normal person, because the robe was blocking his leg, which was made of special jade. It was this very person who had brutally killed her respected teacher Yuri. Lang Lingyun's cold voice rang out at this moment, faint, but with a hint of ridicule. "She originally wasn't a black-hearted woman, but you all forced her to this step by step. She didn't intend to overturn the light. You've always forced her to do this. Yes, you bunch of idiots, did not find the right cause." Yixuan sneered and coldly said, "Think about it, why does all things develop into this?" The Pope was stunned. With his mouth wide open, he looked at the group of people. His body staggered, and Lu Shueqing, who was behind him, quickly held him up. The Pope's lips trembled, but he didn't say a word for a long time. The shock and pain in his eyes almost drowned him. Was it really all because of the temple itself? Was he wrong from the start? Now that he thought about it, it was the temple that had attacked the girl in front of him first. And her black hair and black eyes were caused by them. If you hadn't treated her mother like that, would things have turned out like this? Yixuan's face was frosty, and his tone was bone-chilling. If it wasn't for this bastard, how could Yixuan suffer such grievances and pain? Even if the person in front of him died 100 times, it wouldn't be enough. The Pope stared at the cold face of Yixuan, unable to say anything. Could it be that the goddess decree was wrong? No. How could this be possible? How could the goddess decree be wrong? This was impossible. Impossible. Lu Shueqing turned around and looked at Lang Lingyun. She had been missing this man for many days and nights. She was going crazy. Today, she finally saw him, but under such circumstances. Lu Shueqing's eyes flashed a trace of self-mockery and pain in her heart. She could only see him under these circumstances. With her strength, she could leave everything and run for her life before these people entered the city. She wasn't as loyal to the goddess of light as those people were. But she didn't want to go. She wanted to stay and see the person she had been missing. Even if this was the last time she would see him, it was enough. The great Pope, Yixuan's lips curved up slightly, a deadly enticing and charming smile on her face. The Pope did not move. His pupils had lost their focus. At this moment, he was immersed in endless thinking. He kept asking himself, the goddess could never be wrong, but what was going on with the temple? Why did the goddess still not descend, and why did she not extend her benevolent hands to save them? In the rear hall, in front of the statue of the goddess of light, knelt a green-haired woman. It was the temple's highest astrologer, Octavia. She knelt there devoutly, holding her hands together in front of her chest and unceasingly praying. However, the goddess had no reaction at all. 2 streams of blood slowly fell from her eyes, but she remained kneeling on the ground without moving. Did the goddess really abandon us? Octavia frowned. She gradually felt a sense of despair. However, she was still unwilling to give up on this last bit of effort. She hoped that the miracle that would never happen would appear. Cliff had found Raoul, who was sitting calmly in the room. When Raoul saw him, a tired but relieved smile appeared on his face. The shrine no longer exists. There is no longer any need for you to act as a peacemaker between divine power and royal power. Cliff looked a little unnatural as he walked towards Raoul. He then turned his head to the side and grunted. I knew you'd come. Raoul stood up and smiled at Cliff. It was Cliff's angry words that they would be completely isolated from each other all their life. The problem between us has not yet been solved. Cliff grunted unhappily. Then let's slowly solve it. Raoul laughed, patted the hem of his coat, and stretched. It was all over. I'm tired too. I won't need to be the cream in the middle of the bread anymore. It hurts like hell. Cliff and Raoul looked at each other, then smiled. In the study room, the Pope was still staring at the ceiling. Impossible. The goddess decree can't be wrong. The Pope suddenly cried out crazily and shook off Lu Xueqing's hand that was supporting him. He laughed crazily, so much so that tears were about to fall down from his eyes. You guys are so unorthodox. You actually dare to challenge the goddess prestige, go die. The Pope screamed in madness as he cast his spell. Jean stood in front of Qi Yaoshuan, blocking the Pope's strike. Qi Yaoshuan's face was expressionless. With a slight shake of her hand, the giant flaming sword appeared. She waved her sword at the Pope, then took it back. She didn't even glance at Lu Xueqing, who was still in the room, but turned around and walked away with a cold face. Jean followed closely behind. White Emperor also silently turned around and left. Black Feather shrugged his shoulders and pursed his lips before turning around and leaving as well. In Qi Yaoshuan's eyes, Lu Xueqing was nothing, not even a clown. So there was no need to waste time on her. The Pope stared wide-eyed at the departing Qi Yaoshuan. Just as he was about to say something, a trickle of blood slowly trickled down his forehead, trickling down his nose. Following that, a crack appeared in the middle of his forehead, and the Pope's body was split into two. When the Pope finally calmed down, he didn't die yet and was shocked to see his body lying on the ground in half. Lu Xueqing watched everything in a daze. She didn't do anything to me? Lu Xueqing was stunned. Why? That woman clearly had the power to kill me. I didn't even have the value of being killed? She left me for the Dark Temple to kill? Long Lingyun looked at Lu Xueqing and said coldly, "Go." Lu Xueqing was stunned. She raised her head and looked at Long Lingyun in disbelief. He spoke to her. Asking her to leave? Why? Lingyun. A trace of hope and happiness flashed across Lu Xueqing's eyes. Could it be that he still had a trace of love for her? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 230. Stunning Edge, C230. Don't be wrong. Lun Lingyun glanced at Lu Xueqing with unconcealable disgust and said coldly, I didn't kill you because you took care of Xin Xin in the past. Regardless of whether you truly care for Xin Xin, you have taken care of her for a very long time. So today, I let you go. Whether or not you can escape the Dark Temple's pursuit will depend on your luck. After saying these words, Lun Lingyun turned around and followed behind Qi Yaoshuan. Lu Xueqing stood there in a daze as she stared at Lun Lingyun's back. Her heart felt as painful as if it was stabbed by a knife. It's all over. It turned out that from the beginning to the end, this man who made her crazy never had her in his heart. Never. Lu Xueqing didn't even look at the Pope, who was already dead, and hurriedly chased after him. A strange smile suddenly appeared on her face. Claire. Go to hell. Lu Xueqing shouted and rushed up. Lang Lingyun, who was at the back, suddenly turned around and cast a light magic without any hesitation. The blinding white light penetrated Lu Xueqing's body. To his surprise, she didn't use a weapon or any magic. In other words, she didn't intend to fight back? Qi Yaoshuan gently turned her head around and saw the bitter but satisfied smile on Lu Xueqing's face. She slightly frowned. Let's go. Qi Yaoshuan said lightly. She called back the thoughts of everyone behind her, leaving only Lang Lingyun behind. Lu Xueqing was not a noble saint at this moment, nor was she a hateful woman who was jealous. However, she was a pitiful woman who yearned for her love but could never obtain it. Blood started to gush out from Lu Xueqing's mouth. She couldn't stop bleeding. A bloody hole in her chest dyed her dress red. She laid on the ground and looked dazedly at Lung Lingyun. Lung Lingyun squatted down and looked at Lu Shueching quietly. There were no ripples in her eyes. He asked calmly, "Why?" Lu Shueching forced a smile on her face and said with difficulty, I just want you to remember me. I only want to die in your hands." Lu Shueching's eyes were filled with sadness. Even though she knew that he could attack her without any hesitation, she still felt great pain in her heart after it happened. Then, at this last moment, let him remember herself. Even if it's just for a short while. Lung Lingyun looked at Lu Shueching silently. Time seemed to come to a standstill. After a long while, Lung Lingyun slowly reached out his hand and gently closed Lu Shueching's eyes. Lung Lingyun withdrew his hand, turned his head, got up, and looked ahead, a bitter smile on his face. "Ao Shuang, if I leave, would you remember me?" Standing outside the radiant temple, Xiaoshuang looked up into the sky and took a deep breath. She slowly closed her eyes before opening them and slowly walked over. The road that she had once been very familiar with. Hill Mansion. Surprisingly, nobody was there. But everything was very neat and tidy, unlike the other mansions that were in a sorry state. There was a familiar figure standing at the entrance. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, and the green eyes were cold and resolute. "Razia. I've been waiting for you for a long time." She raised her head and looked at Xiaoshuang as she said coldly. Xiaoshuang raised her hand to stop the person behind her who was about to make a move. Jean and the others retreated. They understood that this was Xiaoshuang's own matter. "You are no match for me," Xiaoshuang said indifferently. "We'll see." Razia furrowed her brows and started to condense magic elements in his hands. Thunder! With a charming shout, a bolt of lightning condensed in her hands, chopping towards Xiaoshuang. However, the lightning only stopped in front of Xiaoshuang, causing a ripple to disappear. It was as if the rain had hit the surface of a lake. Xiaoshuang only formed a transparent barrier, but she did not take the initiative to attack. Thunder lightning flash. Razia stood still, her eyes shining, her hands flying in the air as she quickly chanted an incantation. Thick thunder and lightning descended from the top of Xiaoshuang's head, but it was still the same as before. They rippled a little before vanishing. "You've improved a lot," Xiaoshuang said softly. Razia bit her lips, put her hands together in front of her chest and chanted a complicated incantation. Following which, dense lightning appeared on Xiaoshuang's head. However, Xiaoshuang didn't raise her head. She only looked at Razia, who was still trying to hit her. Thunderstorm. Razia's eyes were wide open in fury as she unleashed her most powerful spell. A rumbling sound rang out, but the seemingly powerful lightning strikes just disappeared. "As I said, you are no match for me." Xiaoshuang walked away. The person she was looking for was not her, but the one whose hands were stained with her mother's blood. "Stop!" Razia stretched out her hands to block the path in front of Xiaoshuang, her eyes filled with stubbornness. Xiaoshuang slowly lowered her head to look at the stubborn young girl in front of her. Suddenly, she stretched out her hand and gently caressed Razia's head. Her face revealed a slight smile. "You have grown taller." Razia tightly pursed her lips, but her tears flowed uncontrollably. Finally, she cried out, extending her arms to hug Xiaoshuang, "Why? Why didn't you take me with you? Why did you leave me? Why did you have to leave?" Xiaoshuang sighed softly, but she did not say anything. I know I didn't stand up. But I've been regretting it. Sister. Woo 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 woo. I miss you. I miss you. Razia hugged Xiaoshuang tightly, refusing to let go. Xiaoshuang rubbed Razia's hair, smiling faintly as she said, "And, I understand." Razia cried until she was out of breath and refused to let go of her hand. Yixuan did not move. I have dismissed the servants, the hill mansion is empty now. My father had long since disappeared. My big brother had disappeared as well. There's nothing left in this house. After a while, Razia regained her senses, wiped her tears and said to Yixuan, "All right." She only said one word. She walked inside because she could feel that the person did not leave. "All of you, wait here." Yixuan did not turn her head around, only lightly throwing out those words. Everyone stopped walking. Razia wanted to follow, but she was stopped by Jean. Razia frowned and looked back at Jean's ice-cold face. He shook his head slightly. Yixuan slowly walked into the room she was most familiar with. It was here that her 15th birthday took place, in this grand and spacious hall. After passing through the corridor, Yixuan looked towards the greenhouse on the right and the training field far away. There were indelible memories. She used to drink tea in the greenhouse. The sudden appearance of White Emperor in a few training grounds, as well as her arduous battle with Jean. The formerly glorious hill mansion now was deathly silent. There were no more Catherine's warm laughter here. Yixuan slowly walked to her own bedroom and gently opened the door, staring at the bed in a daze. The first thing she saw when she opened her eyes was Catherine's worried face. It was here that she experienced the first rays of the sun. It was like a lifetime had passed, but it was also like yesterday. Ashwang closed the door gently, turned around, and walked towards the study room. Pushing open the door of the study, she saw the rose emblem on the wall. The flag of the rose will always fly, the Hill family will always remain. The old oath was still there, and now it was gone. Perhaps, from that moment on, Gutton knew that she was not the original Claire. "You finally came," an elderly voice suddenly sounded in Yixuan's ears. Yixuan did not turn her head. This voice belonged to Gutton. "I said, I will definitely come back." Yixuan laughed coldly, turning around and looking at Gutton, who was standing in front of the bookshelf. "I've wondered if I was wrong to do that to you." Gutton also looked at Yixuan and said slowly, after thinking about it many times, "I think I was right. There were always sacrifices. Somebody has to pay the price." Yixuan smiled faintly, showing a trace of ridicule on the corner of her mouth. This person was still stubborn. In his eyes, everything could be sacrificed. "But, your eternal Hill family no longer exists. Everything has been turned into nothingness." Yixuan smiled coldly as she watched the forced calmness of the Gutton's face slowly distort. The image of Catherine's tender and pained eyes appeared before her eyes once more. She hated the person in front of her even more. The Hill family? What else do you have now? You're like a lost dog. Not to mention no home, even the owner was gone. What else do you have? Yixuan laughed coldly. Finally, she could destroy everything of him. Gutton glared, his fists clenched. Suddenly, he let out a loud shout and rushed forward. His entire body burst forth with battle power, and he threw a fierce punch at Yixuan. His fist suddenly enlarged in front of Yixuan, and the scene of that day suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. This was the fist that struck the back of Catherine. Blood sprayed all over her body. It was this person that killed Catherine that she cared about the most. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 231. Stunning Edge, C231. Yixuan didn't dodge, but a bloodthirsty glint appeared in her eyes. She gently lifted her hand to catch Gutton's fist, but she didn't crush it. Instead, she grabbed the fist and slowly rolled it up. Gutton's hand was completely crippled. Terrifying screams filled the entire study. Gutton was twitching in pain. He could never have imagined that the person in front of him would treat him in such a cruel manner. "Demon, you demon!" Gutton was in so much pain that it was hard for him to say these words. His hatred for Qi Aoshuan deepened. Qi Aoshuan laughed mockingly, "You are not the first one to say that about me." Qi Aoshuan gently waved her hand and shook Gutton off. Gutton's body viciously slammed into the wall behind him. Then, his entire body slowly slid down. "The Hill family, that was originally standing tall," Gutton mumbled as he laid on the ground with dazed eyes. "From now on, this continent will no longer have the Hill family." Without a trace of warmth in the depths of Qi Aoshuan's eyes, she raised her hand and flicked her finger. The rose pattern on the wall suddenly burned and then melted. "I'll kill you!" Gutton screamed like a madman and struggled to stand up. "Do you think you are my match?" Qi Aoshuan asked with a sneer. "You sinner! To make that our Hill family would end up like this. You deserve to die. Even if you die 100 or even 1,000 times, 10,000 times wouldn't be enough to make up for the heinous crime you've committed." Gutton suddenly roared with a ferocious look on his face. His face was completely distorted and his eyes were bloodshot. Qi Aoshuan looked at Gutton quietly. This person had been completely corrupted by fame and wealth, and no longer had any human feelings. Sad or ridiculous? Go to hell! You slut of unknown origins! Gutton laughed crazily. Dazzling doqi once again burst out from his body, and he ferociously smashed down with his hand. Qi Aoshuan was startled, and a sense of foreboding rose in her heart. This feeling was exactly the same as when he was ambushed by the people in the Radiant Temple. Instead of hitting her, Gutton hit the floor. The people outside were all waiting patiently, because in this place, there was probably no one who could hurt Qi Aoshuan. Thus, no one was worried about Qi Aoshuan going in alone to face Gutton. However, the next moment, everyone's faces turned pale. A loud explosion resounded across the horizon. It was deafening. In front of them, the intense white light pierced so hard that it made it impossible for people to open their eyes. A violent blast of air rushed over and blew away everything in its surroundings. The debris of the building flew everywhere. At this moment, the White Emperor and Black Feather quickly opened their barrier, blocking this violent blast of air. Their vision was snow-white, and he could not see anything. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. As the scene became clearer, everyone's hearts sank as they saw the scene in front of them. The enormous hill mansion had been razed to the ground. "What's going on?" Yixuan's face was pale as he rushed forward. There was no one. There was no shadow of Ao Shuang. The faces of the White Emperor and Black Feather paled even more, because they had a contract with Qi Aoshuan. However, they could not sense the existence of Qi Aoshuan at all. What did this mean? They didn't dare to think about it or say anything. Impossible. How could this be possible? Lang Lingyun stared blankly at the ruins in front of her, his hands were trembling. How could this be? Could it be that they were the ones to intervene? Impossible. Since they wanted him to go with them and had already promised him, they wouldn't do anything to harm her. However, what was going on now? Jean's pupils had already lost their focus. Where is Miss? Razia rushed in like a madman. Elder sister. Elder sister. Where are you? Elder sister. Just as everyone was filled with fear and despair, a mocking voice came from the sky. Ayaya, it's really dangerous. If I was a bit late, you wouldn't be able to see the cute little Ao Shuang. The White Emperor and Black Feather were finally able to relax a little, because they could sense the existence of Qi Aoshuan through the contract. Everyone looked up and saw Camille with a gentle smile on her face floating in the air with Qi Aoshuan in her arms. As for Qi Aoshuan, she had already fainted. Camille slowly descended, and everyone began to surround him. Well, it's all right. Camille is smiling with narrowed eyes. However, I never thought that this old fox Gutton would actually use a magic crystal bomb. This thing has missed many years ago, yet he has it in stock. Razia looked at Camille in a daze. Wasn't Camille a scholar? Why did he suddenly appear here? Why fly? What was going on? A magic crystal bomb? What was that? The rest of the group looked at the unconscious Yixuan with lingering fear. So it was a magic crystal bomb, no wonder it had such destructive power. He didn't expect that old thing to have the urge to die together with Ao Shuang. Camille had appeared just in time to save Yixuan. This was not something an ordinary expert could do. Besides being worried for Yixuan, the crowd was also wondering who Camille was to actually be able to achieve such a feat. She's fine. She just fainted. Camille carried Yixuan as he said indifferently to the crowd, "Alright, it's over. You can do the aftermath." Everything seemed to be settled. 3 days after the occupation, the Emperor of Raga announced to the world that the Radiant Temple and Gutun Hill had conspired with each other to frame Clare Hill. He revealed all of the crimes of the Radiant Temple, causing quite a bit of chaos. The Order Temple was established very quickly. Everything was being made up by the people of the Dark Temple. The Dark Temple became the Order Temple, slowly permeating human life. The Emperor of Raga was wise. 3 months later Raga withdrew. This victory was all thanks to the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan had left. Amperland was originally a powerful country. It wouldn't be willing to become a servant of the lost country, so it was inevitable that it would retaliate. This war as an abuser is unjust. Rather than a country that is always afraid of being lost, it is better to have a subordinate state that can give the greatest benefit. 3 months later, the royal family of Amperland, Nancy Yardley, signed unequal treaties with Raga and Azari, and they paid reparations to both countries, paying tribute to Raga every year. For a long time afterward, Amperland did not escape the fate of becoming a subordinate state of Raga. It wasn't until a long time later that the situation changed. In the simple and elegant bedroom, on the pure white bed, Yixuan lay with her eyes closed. She still hadn't woken up. They temporarily stayed in Camille's house. At this moment, Yixuan felt like a lonely boat drifting in the vast ocean. It's over, it's all over. There was a warm feeling on his forehead. What was it? Lan Lingyun stood silently in front of Yixuan's bed, looking deeply at Yixuan's peaceful face. Slowly, Lan Lingyun reached out her hand and gently touched Yixuan's forehead, face, nose, and lips. Ao Shuang, take care of yourself. Lan Lingyun slowly lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on Yixuan's forehead. Lan Lingyun slowly stood up, his eyes filled with boundless longing. For the first time in a long time, he looked at his heart. So it turned out that Ao Shuang was already so important in his heart. However, it was too late. Lan Lingyun smiled sadly and rubbed his right eye. A purple crystal appeared in his hand. As for Lan Lingyun's purple eye, it turned into nothingness. Lan Lingyun looked at the purple crystal in his hand. Without hesitation, he gently pressed the crystal against Yixuan's right earlobe. The purple crystal seemed to have a life of its own as it gently embedded itself into Yixuan's earlobe, turning it into a beautiful purple crystal earring. It shone with a bewitching light. How generous of you! Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out. Lan Lingyun turned to look at the source of the voice. Camille was leaning against the wall with a smile on his face. Camille had a treasure cat perched on his shoulder, but the treasure cat was strangely quiet. A pair of amber eyes flashed with a dim light, silently watching everything in front of them. Camille, Lan Lingyun said these 2 words with a low voice and a complicated tone. When did you release your seal? When did you remember all of this? Camille asked with a smile, squinting his eyes. My seal has not been completely released. Lan Lingyun smiled bitterly and said, I remembered it not long after I got to Raga. Oh, have you finally remembered who you are? Camille casually stepped forward, looked at Lan Lingyun's empty right eye and smiled. Are you really going to give her half of this? Lan Lingyun did not say anything, but tacitly agreed. You remembered everything, so you decided to leave? Camille touches his pretty chin and smiles. My memory is broken, but I already know who I am. Lan Lingyun turned to look at Qi Aoshuan lying on the bed, his eyes filled with reluctance. Camille laughed softly. So, you think your identity make you impossible to be with her? Why don't you let go of her and give her to Feng Yixuan instead? Give her to an ordinary human, a human who can give her happiness? Lan Lingyun was silent again. A glimmer flashed in Camille's eyes. In the next moment, a person dressed in black appeared in the room. He didn't look at Camille but knelt on one knee in front of Lan Lingyun. The cold voice didn't have a trace of warmth in it. King, we should leave now. Come back often when you have time. Camille says with a faint smile. Impudent. That man in black stood up and was about to attack Camille, but in the next moment, his entire body trembled, and he laid on the ground, not daring to get up. Pay attention to the tone of your voice. I'll spare your life due to Xiaoyun today. Although Camille was smiling, his tone was extremely cold. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 232. Stunning Edge, C232. The man in black trembled, unable to say a word. Lan Lingyun sighed softly, turning his head to look at Qi Aoshuang's beautiful and tranquil face, and said lightly to the black-clothed man on the floor, let's go. It's Yao. The man in black answered shakily. He muttered something and a black space gate appeared in front of Lan Lingyun. The cold aura coming from the space gate was terrifying. Lan Lingyun looked away from Qi Aoshuang and let out a long breath. He stepped into the black space gate, and the man in black quickly followed. Just as the space gate was about to close, Camille's mocking voice entered Lan Lingyun's ears. Lan Lingyun, do you think Feng Qianqian is just an ordinary human? The show had just begun. He. Camille's voice had an evil quality that made one shiver. When Lan Lingyun heard this, his pupils dilated. He wanted to turn around, but he only saw the meaningful smile on Camille's face the moment the space gate closed. A black light appeared in one of his eyes, while a red light appeared in the other. The space gate closed just like that, isolating Lan Lingyun from this world. Camille smiled as he approached the bed. Looking at the still unconscious Qi Aoshuang, he smiled charmingly. He reached out his hand to touch Xiao Aoshuang's tranquil face, muttering to himself, I'm really looking forward to what kind of show you guys will put on for me. Camille's faint voice was like the sigh of a demon. In the main hall, everyone sat together, excitedly having their meals. It was all over. Qi Aoshuang had already woken up, but she was still a little weak. Why haven't I seen Lan Lingyun? Waldo bit a piece of meat and asked doubtfully. He has business to do. Camille explained with a smile. Is that so? Waldo was puzzled. However, Qi Aoshuang was worried. She hadn't seen Lan Lingyun ever since she woke up, and a purple crystal earring had mysteriously appeared on her ear. What did this have to do with Lan Lingyun? Ladies and gentlemen, it's over now. You can do what you want. Camille smiled at them. Thank you for your help. Qi Aoshuang also said with a smile. You really have nothing to say. Waldo's mouth twitched. He picked up the cup and took a sip of the sweet wine. Qi Aoshuang smiled. Indeed, she should not say this, and her gratitude towards them was unspoken. Everything is done. Now we can do what we want to do. The Black Dragon Ben laughed and said, I'm going back to the Dragon's Vein, we'll come visit you often. We? Everyone noticed Black Dragon's words. We were the last words, not me. Black Dragon Ben gave a vulgar smile, looking at Summer eating fruits beside him. He didn't say anything. Everyone looked at Summer, who raised his head to look at them and asked woodenly, What? Why are you guys all looking at me? Chu Xin and I are also leaving. I promised to take her to my hometown. Dong Fengho said with a smile. Dong Fengho, this enchanter-like handsome man, was with Chao Chuxin. In the later life, he was beaten up by Chao Chuxin all the time. Because of his peerless appearance, he would be a scourge no matter where he went. Chao Chuxin was jealous. Even though all this jealousy was unjustified and unjust, because Dong Fengho had never provoked anyone, it was all those women who had fallen for him on their own accord. The spirit prince Oscar also said that he would return to the forest of spirits. Camille had returned the killing sky to him. Right now, Waldo was the Grand Elder of the Elder Hall of the Order Temple. Shi Shaoqi and Shi Shaoxi were following him around, eating and drinking together. Naturally, the Li family's siblings wanted to bring Qi Aoshuang and Razia back to the Li family to live with them. Jin Yan would naturally follow. Lang Lingyun did not show up. Camille explained to Qi Aoshuang that Lang Lingyun indeed had something to take care of, and would come to find her after she was done. Although Qi Aoshuang was suspicious, she didn't know how to find Lang Lingyun. She could only believe Camille's words for the time being. Cliff and Raoul were going to travel around and then find a place to go into seclusion. From start to finish, Shui Wanma hadn't said a word. From time to time, his eyes would glance towards the summer horizon. Feng Yixuan had been silently accompanying him all the time. The White Emperor and Black Feather didn't say a word either. They only stared silently at all of this. The feast was over. They agreed to meet again in Camille's house 2 years later. Outside the city, Dong Fengho summoned a tall nun beast and sat on it with Chao Chuxin. They said their goodbyes and left. The black dragon Ben transformed into its original form, allowing Summer to sit on his back. After saying goodbye to the crowd, it also left. Shui Wanma did not come to send them off, but left alone to travel in all directions. The rest of them were going back to Raga. The carriage was already waiting. Razia, Jin Yan and Judy got on the carriage, waiting for Qi Aoshuang and Camille to say goodbye. Feng Yixuan stood not too far away absent-mindedly, still thinking about Shui Wanma who was leaving alone. Are you really not going with me? Qi Aoshuang looked at Camille who had a smile on his face and asked softly. He, we will meet again. Camille didn't answer. The treasure cat perched on Qi Aoshuang's shoulder and yawned in boredom. Well, then, come to Raga if you want. Qi Aoshuang nodded. Actually, what Qi Aoshuang wanted to know the most was what exactly Camille's identity was, but she knew it would be useless if Camille didn't want to tell her. Camille smiled but didn't reply to Qi Aoshuang. Instead, he turned to the White Emperor and Black Feather and said faintly, You two probably won't make it in time if you don't go now. What? Qi Aoshuang looked at the White Emperor and Black Feather with a puzzled expression. What did Camille mean? He. Camille smiled and said abruptly, Go, little Ao Shuang, grow up quickly. This is no longer suitable for your growth. What was he talking about? Qi Aoshuang frowned slightly. Camille's performance today was really strange. Just what was he talking about? Camille did not reply. With a flick of his finger, a white light enveloped Qi Aoshuang and White Emperor, Black Feather. No one reacted, and after a flash of white light, the three of them vanished. Not too far away, Feng Yixuan was greatly alarmed. He charged over, but Camille rose into the air, a strange smile on his face. Camille! What did you do? The Li family's siblings, Jin Yan and Razia also rushed over, glaring at Camille. She just went where she was supposed to go. And you no longer have the strength and qualifications to follow by her side. Live your life well. For her sake, I won't kill you. Camille's face returned to its previous gentle smile, but he spat out these words coldly. What do you mean? Everyone was shocked and angry. Feng Yixuan was already prepared to make his move. Camille let out a soft sigh. In the next moment, he appeared behind Feng Yixuan like a ghost. He gripped onto Feng Yixuan's wrist, preventing him from moving. Camille's voice was like a demon's as it rang in Feng Yixuan's ears. You should be waking up soon. This kind of action you're taking doesn't match your true identity. Don't worry, you'll see her again. I'll give you a gift in the end. Camille lightly tapped the back of his head with his finger, and then nothing happened. Yixuan was surprised by Camille's strength, and he was even more surprised by Camille's words. Just as he wanted to turn around to ask Camille, he couldn't see his shadow. Camille just disappeared. The change was too strange and abrupt. Xiao Shuang and White Emperor and Black Feather vanished just like that. Camille also vanished, and Lang Lingyun also vanished without a trace. Razia and the others were panicking as they searched for traces of Xiao Shuang. Yixuan stood there with his head lowered. A strange red light flashed across his originally dark eyes. Camille floated in the air far away, smiling and squinting his eyes. It was only then that the show began. Xiao Shuang and White Emperor and Black Feather had already arrived in another world. The White Emperor and Black Feather's eyes darkened as they stared at the scene before them. Back to this place again. Just as Xiao Shuang stood firmly on her feet, before she could take a closer look at the scenery around her, she was hit by a terrifying gust of cold wind, causing her to shiver. My luck is pretty good today. I can't believe there's a delicacy coming my way. A high-pitched laugh filled with insanity. Following that, a strong gust of cold wind blew, causing people to be unable to open their eyes. Xiao Shuang shuddered. This cold wind was too strange, so bone-chilling that even though she was a fire attribute physique, she still felt the cold. Astonishment flashed in the eyes of White Emperor and Black Feather. Could it be that their opponents couldn't sense their demonic auras? This demon wanted to eat them? The treasure cat let out an angry meow, and all the fur on her tail stood up. This was the sign that she was going to be angry. She hated the cold. Xiao Shuang looked at the scene in front of her in shock. A snow-white beautiful lady with snow-white hair, snow-white eyebrows and a set of snow-white clothes was floating in the air without a single wrinkle. Even her eyeballs were pure white. His pale, bloodless face was now filled with an arrogant and excited smile. She stared at White Emperor and Black Feather with her eyes wide open in excitement. She stuck out her tongue and licked her lips as she giggled, two high-level demons and a human. There's actually a human. I am so lucky today. That's great. She shouted proudly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 233. Stunning Edge, C233. A bone-chilling cold wind blew, and in the next moment, everything around them froze. Snow began to fly in the air, and the surrounding trees were instantly frozen into large sticks of ice, shining with a strange light. Snow Demon. Black Feather coldly spat out a sentence, revealing the identity of the demon clan member in front of him. Xiao Shuang's mouth twitched, looking at Black Feather disdainfully and said, "Aren't you two war generals? Why was he attacked when he just arrived here?" The fact that the two generals of noble status were attacked by a demon the moment they entered the demon sector was, of course, unbelievable. Black Feather's face turned black, and he said somewhat angrily, "I don't know either. Even if these lesser demons don't recognize us, they should be able to sense our demonic energy and actually dare to attack us. How reckless." The biting cold wind blew again, and Xiao Shuang shivered. For the time being, she did not want to pursue this matter. It was better for her to get rid of this situation. With a flick of Xiao Shuang's finger, countless red flames appeared in her hands, melting the ice in front of her, blocking the chilling wind. Gradually, it became warmer, and the treasure cat finally put down her tail slightly. If this coldness continued, she would go berserk. Snow Demon was stunned for a moment. Then, as she saw the flames in front of her becoming more and more intense, she realized that this flame was extraordinary. She secretly cursed in her heart and turned around to escape. "Where do you think you're going?" Black Feather let out a loud shout and floated in front of Snow Demon. He extended his hand and grabbed Snow Demon's throat. However, Snow Demon's face revealed a strange smile. In that instant, she transformed into a stream of snow water that flowed down from Black Feather's hand, then turned into countless droplets of water, preparing to escape. Yixuan formed a seal with her hands and chanted an incantation. She pushed her hands forward and a huge barrier covered all of the water droplets without missing a drop. Countless droplets of water clashed against each other inside the barrier. No matter how hard they tried, there was no way for them to escape this place. Come back! Yixuan let out a cold shout and the huge barrier returned to Yixuan. The barrier continued to shrink, compressing the water droplets inside. The water droplets gradually fused together and took the form of the human figure just now. However, at this time, the Snow Demon's face was full of fear as her body trembled non-stop. Right now, she was somewhat regretting her rash actions. The White Emperor frowned as he stared at Snow Demon, feeling that something was wrong. The Snow Demon was a kind of high-level demon. But the Snow Demon in front of them was different from the ones they had seen before. How dare you attack us? Do you know who we are? Black Feather's expression was extremely unsightly. The little Snow Demon in front of him was trying to devour them. If they were to speak of this, they would be ridiculed. After all, they used to be the two mighty generals. Snow Demon was stunned, then she shook her head and said, "I don't know him." There was no hint of pretense on her face. It seemed that he really didn't know White Emperor and Black Feather. Now, it was Black Feather's turn to be stunned. Black Feather snapped out of his daze, "If you don't recognize us, you should be able to sense our demonic energy. We are much stronger than you, and you actually dare to attack us?" At this moment, Snow Demon no longer had any fear. A trace of disdain flashed across her eyes as she coldly said, "Demons whose chi are stronger than mine can be found everywhere. Demonic energy is merely a mask to hide one's strength. What's more, if I don't succeed when I attack you, I will just run. I will turn into a droplet of water, and if even a drop of water escapes, I will successfully escape." Snow Demon's words fell. White Emperor and Black Feather came to realize what was going on. No wonder this little demon was so fearless. Countless water droplets splattered everywhere. It was indeed not easy to catch all of them. This little demon really had some tricks. However, when did the Snow Demon like this? Pay attention to your tone. You are my captive now. Yixuan let out a cold humph. The barrier immediately started burning, causing the Snow Demon to scream out loud and beg for mercy. However, Snow Demon's words caused Black Feather, White Emperor and Black Feather to feel suspicious. What do you mean by hiding one's strength with demonic energy? White Emperor and Black Feather glanced at each other, both seeing confusion and astonishment in each other's eyes. Demons with so powerful demonic energy could be found everywhere? The demonic energy was only covering up his strength, not evidence to prove it. What did it mean? It seemed that after they had left, this world had undergone some shocking changes that they did not know about. Where are you from? Haven't you been out for a long time? Snow Demon really wanted to say where they rubes came from, but the ice-cold eyes of Yixuan made her immediately change her tone. It's time. She was also surprised that these two beautiful males, who seemed to be of the high-level demon race, would actually ask such a retarded question. It's been almost 1,000 years since I've been out walking. White Emperor said lightly, "Tell us, what is going on here?" The Snow Demon revealed an understanding expression. Then, she cleared her throat and said, "I'll tell you guys, and you will let me go." In the next moment, Snow Demon screamed out in pain, because Yixuan had increased the temperature of the barrier once again. The Snow Demon had originally been snow, but what she feared the most was high temperature. Now that she was being roasted by Yixuan, the pain was indescribable. She was not afraid of ordinary fire, but the flame that Yixuan released was not ordinary. You still haven't figured it out. Your life is in our hands. Xie Shuanggang stared coldly at the snow demon in front of her, letting out a soft humph before saying, "Speak your mind. Don't bargain with me. I only know that there is chaos everywhere now." There were places where the demonic energy could be absorbed. Therefore, just the demonic energy alone was not enough to determine one's strength. Snow Demon's pale face became more pale. She looked at Qi Aoshuang carefully. In her eyes, this human was even more terrifying than the two monsters beside her. Then, Snow Demon whispered, "If I knew you guys are so terrifying, I've already run far away. Who would dare to provoke you guys?" Snow Demon added in her heart, if she had known earlier, she wouldn't have come to attack you alone. Why did this happen? White Emperor's eyes darkened, and an ominous thought arose in his mind. How would I know? Snow Demon looked at the White Emperor with fear and said, I'm only 500 years old. It is said that this happened after the Holy War some years ago. Furthermore, there won't be any other high-level demons coming here right now. So, that's why I did it. That's why I attacked you. Snow Demon didn't dare to say the following words. White Emperor and Black Feather glanced at each other and understood that the demon sector probably had a change after that. This led to some of the variations of the demon sector, and also caused some of the demons to undergo mutations. The snow demon in front of them was a very good example. In the past, snow demons would only innocently release snowflakes and freeze things. They wouldn't melt into countless water droplets and escape. Looks like we'll only know what's going on after we find him. White Emperor said in a deep voice. All right. Black Feather nodded lightly and turned to look around. Him? Which him? Could him mentioned by White Emperor and Black Feather was that the great demon king? Only then did Xie Shuanggang have the time to observe her surroundings. They were in the middle of a dark forest, but these trees were all black in color and looked dead. The branches of the village had black crystals on them, and they looked rather strange. Looking up, all he saw was a gray sky. Can you let me go? I've told you everything I know. Snow Demon looked at Xie Shuanggang cautiously and asked. What is the current situation in the demon sector? White Emperor asked in a deep voice. I'm not too sure either. Snow Demon was on the verge of tears. She knew now that these strange fellows in front of her were not easy to handle with. However, how could these powerful guys appear in such a desolate place? Where's the great demon king? What about the 4 protectors and the 8 demon kings? What were they doing? Didn't they take any measures to deal with the situation? Black Feather frowned and asked. These circumstances had clearly broken the balance of the demon sector. Why would such a situation occur? Don't those guys just ignore it? I don't know. I'm wandering at the edge of this forest. I didn't go too far. At most, I hung around the small nearby town, which I knew was where it came from. I don't know anything else. I really don't know anything anymore. Just let me go. Xie Shuanggang lifted her barrier, and Snow Demon turned around and ran. This forest seems to have been contaminated by some sort of power. That's why they all died. White Emperor looked around at the black trees and spoke in a faint voice. Let's get out of here first. Black Feather frowned. He really didn't like this place. Xi Aoshuang's face was solemn. Why did Camille send her here? The 3 of them walked side by side. White Emperor softly said as they walked, Aoshuang, this is our world. White Emperor didn't understand what Camille is trying to do either. He and Black Feather originally wanted to return to the demon sector, but why did Camille send Aoshuang over as well? Meow. The treasure cat, which was squatting on Xi Aoshuang's shoulder, was looking at the scene with her amber eyes. You can't go back for now. Black Feather pouted. The space gate to the human realm needs the power of the 3 of us to open. If you want to go back, we have to find him. Him? Xi Aoshuang said softly, Is the him you are talking about the great demon king? All right. Blackfeather nodded carelessly, then he raised his eyebrows, but I don't know why Camille was so crazy. He actually sent you here with us. Ao Shuang. White Emperor's expression did not look good at the moment. He said in a deep voice, "Listen to me first." Before Qi Aoshuang say anything, Blackfeather said mockingly, "What do you want to say? Tell her your true purpose in finding Ao Shuang?" What did they want to say? Looking at disdain on Blackfeather's face and the delicate expression on White Emperor's face, she understood that there might be a secret behind this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 234. Stunning Edge, C234. At that time, we lost all our strength, and we needed to slowly recover it. Before we fully recover our strength, our forms are more fragile. When I found you, my power was in a state of instability, and I was injured. White Emperor didn't finish his words, and Blackfeather replied sourly, "Not us, but you. It was you who first sought for Ao Shuang, because your fragile body must find a protector god. Thus, you set your sights on Ao Shuang, who had great potential, and forcefully signed a master and servant contract. In the end, the contract was reversed by Ao Shuang, and now it has become a contract of equals." White Emperor's face paled a little. Even though he had planned to do so at the beginning, his heart had unwittingly changed after staying with Qi Aoshuang. Looking at White Emperor's pale face, and then looking at Blackfeather's pleased expression, Qi Aoshuang smiled faintly and said, "It's about the same as what I expected. I've lost nothing. All of you have saved me before." White Emperor was stunned. He turned to look at Qi Aoshuang, wanting to see the anger and reproach in her eyes. However, he only saw calmness. Clearly, Qi Aoshuang did not care about White Emperor's original motive. Seeing this, Blackfeather scorned unhappily. "If I just disappear like this, my cousin and the others will definitely be worried. What does Camille want to do? Why did he send me here?" Qi Aoshuang bit her lips lightly, her eyes filled with doubt. Suddenly, Qi Aoshuang recalled Camille's last words, "Go, little Ao Shuang, quickly grow up. This is no longer suitable for your growth." He wanted her to grow faster? The mortal realm wasn't suitable for her to grow, so she was placed in the demon sector? But why would Camille do that? "I will send you back to the mortal realm." White Emperor looked at Qi Aoshuang and said firmly, "Ha, you really know how to boast." Blackfeather disdainfully said, "Without my cooperation with him, can the door to the mortal realm be opened? Even if you send her back, whether or not the mortal realm will still exist at that time will be a question mark." "What do you mean?" Qi Aoshuang's expression changed slightly, as she realized Blackfeather's hidden meaning behind his words. "It's simple. The holy war is about to erupt. The devil realm and the divine realm were about to begin another great battle. As for the demon sector, we are the fence-sitters. We'll help the weaker one. We had always helped the devil realm. Once the devil realm is destroyed, the next will be our demon sector. And vice versa. If the god realm fails and the devil realm rules over the god realm, the next targets will naturally be the demon sector and the mortal realm. The mortal realm was an inferior plane that was subordinate to the divine realm. It can be imagined that if the devil realm were to win, the mortal realm would naturally become a haven for the demons to eat." "What?" Qi Aoshuang's pupils contracted. She looked at Blackfeather in disbelief, trying to see some clues in Blackfeather's eyes. However, Blackfeather rather did not dodge at all. Qi Aoshuang turned to look at White Emperor, wanting to hear something from White Emperor. White Emperor remained silent with a serious face. Qi Aoshuang's heart sank. So what Blackfeather said was true. If the devils invade the mortal realm, the dragon race might still be able to survive by relying on their own power. The most vulnerable humans would most likely be reduced to the food of the devils. including your master, cousin, and that red-haired, stinky kid. Black Feather narrowed his eyes and grinned evilly. Each of his words was like a heavy hammer smashing into Qi Aoshuang's heart. Black Feather! Shut up! White Emperor finally couldn't help but let out a cold shout. Damn it! Do you think I'm afraid of you? Now that I had returned to the demon sector, my seal had been undone, and my power had returned. I don't need to depend on you anymore. Black Feather also refused to be outdone as he coldly shouted, speaking with disdain, could it be that you want to deceive your little Ao Shuang? Saying that even if demons invade the human world, they would still laugh at the peaceful coexistence of humans? Qi Aoshuang felt as if all the strength in her body had been drained away, and she stood there in a daze. If Black Feather said was true, the mortal realm would become the infernal realm of Azura. Blood flowed like a river, wailing and wailing everywhere. Despair and fear would envelop the entire world. Black Feather looked at White Emperor, fury that flashed in White Emperor's eyes as a complacent smile appeared on his face. As long as he saw White Emperor was angry, he would feel great. Black Feather's gaze shifted, and he saw that Qi Aoshuang's face was pale, but his heart tightened for no reason. Black Feather hurriedly turned his head away and said with a sneer, I don't want to repeat in this holy war. If you want to play, you guys can take your time. You! White Emperor frowned while looking at Black Feather. His face was unsettled, but he couldn't say anything. Before Qi Aoshuang could recover her senses, her face was still pale and she was still immersed in Black Feather words that Black Feather had said earlier, unable to extricate herself. She remembered that the young Lord of Devil Realm she had met in the Devil Domain had also said that he was going back to prepare for the Holy War. In that case, Black Feather's words were true. If it was true, then the Holy War. Ao Shuang, don't listen to him. The mortal realm will not perish. Because the demon sector will not allow the devil realm to succeed. White Emperor reached out his hand and grabbed Qi Aoshuang's shoulder and gently shook her, bringing her back to her senses. Qi Aoshuang looked at resolute White Emperor. White Emperor said in a deep voice, every 1,000 years, a war will break out in the three realms. The devil realm wanted to swallow the divine realm, and the divine realm wanted to rule the devil realm. The demon sector was a balancing act. In order to protect ourselves, we would choose the weaker side to help them. It had been like this for tens of thousands of years. As such, the mortal realm will not be destroyed. Don't be afraid. Before Qi Aoshuang could say anything, Black Feather's sharp words rang out once more, that was in the past, but this time, I am not sure. It wasn't certain if the demon sector would intervene. Didn't you see how much the demon sector has changed? We can't figure out what it's like now. Why did you make a promise to Ao Shuang? Furthermore, even if the divine realm won, the radiant temple would be completely destroyed. The goddess of light would not be able to gain power from the faith of humans, and she would still have to cleanse it. The radiant temple will be created again. There will be more troubles. White Emperor stunned, he didn't say anything for a while. Qi Aoshuang's face turned even paler. She had seen the young master of the devil realm's power. Although he had only revealed the tip of the iceberg, it had already shocked Qi Aoshuang. As for the goddess of light, she had fought with her before, so she knew exactly how terrifyingly powerful she was. No one could predict the outcome of the war. No one could. Black Feather looked at the pale-faced Qi Aoshuang and his heart became more and more displeased. Finally, he frowned and said fiercely, why are you look like crying? No matter how the demon sector changed, the demons would not let that side eliminate them. And do you think the god of darkness is an easy idiot to deal with? Will that bastard allow the power he built with great difficulty to fall apart? White Emperor's eyes flashed with a strange light. He turned his head to look at Black Feather's handsome face. Black Feather turned his face away with a hint of guilt in his heart. White Emperor narrowed his eyes. Black Feather, are you trying to comfort her? Could he actually comfort others? Black Feather walked quickly in front, not even turning his head as he shouted, "Quick!" White Emperor looked at the still pale face of Yixuan and said softly, "Xuan, you don't have to worry." Just like what Black Feather said. The demon sector would not let this war tilt towards either side, for the sake of their survival. Furthermore, after this war was over, even if the divine realm won, it would never be so easy for the goddess of light to sweep the earth away. At that time, the god of darkness had already developed his own power. Yixuan raised her pale face and looked at White Emperor, then slowly nodded. However, she secretly clenched his fists in her sleeves. No matter what, she had to do her best and definitely couldn't let the devil realm defeat the god realm to invade the mortal realm. Just as Yixuan thought of this, her entire body froze. At this moment, she suddenly remembered Camille's words. Was this why Camille had sent her here? Did Camille plan to involve her in this as well? Why was that? What was Feng Yixuan doing right now? He must be worried about her because she suddenly disappeared, right? Based on his fiery personality, would he fight against Camille? If that was the case, he was not Camille's match at all. Yixuan was in a mess. At this moment, the earring on her earlobe gave off a cool feeling. Long Lingyun. Yixuan touched the purple crystal earring on her ear, unable to relax. She felt that it was strange for Lang Lingyun to suddenly disappear. And on her ears, there was a purple crystal earring. This beautiful earring didn't pierce through her ear, but embedded itself in her earlobe, as if it was naturally formed, as if it was grown on her body. Would the god of darkness really be able to protect his temple of order? Can you strengthen your power? The black mark on the back of Qiao Shuang's hand had disappeared, and the god of darkness had secretly cancelled it for her. Now that he had replaced the goddess of light in the mortal realm, he naturally did not need to sacrifice Qiao soul. Just as Yixuan, White Emperor and Black Feather were about to leave the forest, a ruckus could be heard behind them. There were sounds that they seemed to have heard before. Quick, it's right in front. Snow Woman, are you sure you aren't mistaken? How could that be? There was absolutely no mistake. The power of the two demons is very strong. Then we will advance as long as we eat them? Hee hee, there's still a beautiful human. Wow, that can't be. There's actually a human appearing? Are they the playthings of the two monster race? Probably. In any case, it's going to be our plaything in a moment. We'll eat it after we've played enough, ha. An ear-piercing laughter rang out, causing people to feel uncomfortable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 235. Stunning Edge, C235. White Emperor frowned and looked backward. It seemed that the snow demon didn't understand that their strength was far above her own. She actually went to get help. In the demon sector, a human was extremely rare. Not to mention, a beautiful human like Yixuan would cause a commotion among the demons. Black Feather's handsome face was so black that water was about to drip out of it. This was because the following two sentences had clearly reached his ears. Black Feather didn't know why. The moment he heard those demons said Ao Shuang would be their plaything, he became so angry that he wanted to cut those demons into pieces. This bunch of ignorant low-level demons. Black Feather suddenly turned around and slowly walked to Yixuan's side. Not far in front of him, the snow demon had already brought quite a few demons with her. Some of them were high-level demons. When they saw the three of them, excitement appeared on their faces. The proud voice of the snow demon came. That's right, isn't it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Are there two high-level demons and a beautiful human being? Hearing the sharp voice of the snow demon, Black Feather's fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. His eyes shone with a cold light as he looked at the rapidly approaching demons. The leader of the group was the snow-white snow demon that they had released earlier. She was currently looking at White Emperor and the other two with a triumphant look on her face. As she knew, White Emperor and the others were already in their possession. "Wow, it's really a human!" A green-haired demon clan member cried out in alarm. His tone was filled with excitement. Behind the human-shaped body was a long tail. Clearly, this was an ordinary demon clan that hadn't evolved to the point where it could transform into a human-shaped figure. "Go away, this is not something you can think of. That human is mine. I'll give it to you after I play. Those two demons, we will eat them together, and then they will be able to increase our strength again." One of the brown-haired demon who stood beside Snow Demon slapped away that green-haired demon clan member with his palm. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Yixuan and laughed, almost drooling out of his mouth. This brown-haired demon's appearance could be considered not bad. Just like that snow demon, he is a high-level demon. "All of you go to the hell." Blackfeather kept his head down, but no one could clearly see his expression. After he spat out these cold words, a huge sickle as black as ink suddenly appeared in his hand, flashing with a demonic and deadly light. The next instant, Blackfeather had already moved, leaving only a blurred afterimage in front of White Emperor and Yixuan. Blackfeather already standing in front of the demons. "Ha!" The demons let out a surprised cry. No one could clearly see how Blackfeather had arrived in front of them. Blackfeather's beautiful face was ice-cold as she waved the huge black sickle in her hand. The demons were stunned as they stared at the gigantic sickle that was raised in the air. In their eyes, Blackfeather's movements seemed to be very slow. They could clearly see it, but what gave them fear and panic was that Blackfeather's movements seemed to be very slow, but they were unable to dodge it. Just like that, Blackfeather's black sickle chopped straight towards him. It split all the demons that were standing together in half from their waists. Blood splattered everywhere, forming many brilliant and bewitching flowers of blood in the air. All of the demons' eyes were bloodshot. Before they could die, their chests heavily fell to the ground. They watched as their lower bodies separated from their bodies and were neatly hammered in front of them. Terrifying auras of death and fear engulfed them. A deafening scream filled the air, filled with fear and despair. It was the low-level demon that was sent flying by the brown-haired demon. He looked at the scene in front of him with fear. Just like that, the black-haired man had instantly killed off a group of demons. And they did not resist at all. Too terrifying. Was this really the high-level demon that Snow Demon was talking about? The brown-haired demon frantically tried to escape. Right now, his only thought was to escape this terrifying place as soon as possible, leaving that black-haired demon far away. His long tail dragged a series of crooked marks on the ground. Blackfeather only let out a cold snort. He was already floating above the brown-haired monster clan. He waved his sickle without any hesitation. Screams filled the forest. Blackfeather's sickle firmly nailed the tail of the brown-haired demon to the ground. "Ah, please let me go, I don't know anything, please let me go." Beg for mercy? The demon desperately begged for mercy. He wriggled his body and even tried to lose his tail and flee. Blackfeather's eyes flashed with a cold light as he swung his sickle forward, slicing the demon's tail from head to head into two halves. Red or green things were strewn all over the floor. Terrifying. Blackfeather's face was cold and expressionless. Yixuan was still in a daze. The battle ended so quickly, and she and White Emperor had not even fought yet. Blackfeather retracted his weapon and walked back with a face full of frost. He coldly said, "Let's go." Yixuan glanced at the corpses on the ground, narrowed her eyes and did not say anything, turning around and following Blackfeather. White Emperor's eyes darkened, and he stared at Blackfeather's back without saying a word. He knew Blackfeather better than anyone else. Blackfeather was angry. But why was he angry? Was it because of those demons' insulting words to Ao Shuang? White Emperor frowned as he thought of this. If that was really the case, then... White Emperor stared at Black Feather's retreating back, his heart filled with terror. Black Feather, don't tell me that you, Tuao Shuang. Idiot. Black Feather retracted his weapon and snorted coldly at the group of corpses that had already lost their temperature. White Emperor let out a soft sigh. How many batches of demons were those who wanted to attack them? The 7th or the 8th batch? Every time these demons saw them, their eyes would light up. When they saw Qiao Shuang, their eyes lit up, and they drooled and then howled. It was no wonder why these demons had such a reaction when they saw Qiao Shuang. The fact that a human, a peerless beauty had suddenly appeared in the demon sector would definitely make them drool. Endless, annoying. Black Feather grunted in displeasure. At the beginning, the snow demon had wanted to devour them and take Qiao Shuang away, but later on, the demons only wanted Qiao Shuang. Before they reached the nearest town, they had already been attacked so many times. It was hard to imagine how many more such meaningless attacks would occur in the future. This situation could not be changed, because Qiao Shuang was a human being. The demon race's nose was exceptionally sensitive to the scent of humans. As a result, Qiao Shuang was discovered by the demon at the first possible moment, and the demon race had no way of knowing White Emperor and Black Feather's strength. With their strength there, they could deal with them as they came. However, this sort of succession was indeed annoying. There it is again. Black Feather frowned and grunted in displeasure. White Emperor pondered for a moment, then said lightly, "It's a group of demons, not weak at all. They came for Ao Shuang again." With a gentle wave of his hand, Black Feather held the weapon in his hand once again. "Wait, it doesn't look like it." White Emperor frowned slightly and said softly. Black Feather's toes lightly tapped on the ground as he leaped to the top of a nearby tree to take a look. He then jumped down and disdainfully said, "It's an old friend." "Who?" White Emperor was surprised to meet someone he knew in such a remote place. From the tone of the White Emperor and Black Feather, it should have been 1,000 years since they left the demon sector, and now they actually met each other. "It's Wan Fenglu, that idiot." Black Feather sneered. As Black Feather finished speaking, a frivolous voice came from the front, mixed with a faint smile. "Black Feather, you're actually still alive. I thought you were already dead." In the next moment, Xie Shuanggang felt a breeze blowing towards her, and a sweet fragrance assaulted her face. A handsome man appeared in front of the three of them. The man held a rose in his hand and gently raised it to his face. He had a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes and was looking at Black Feather with misty eyes. His smooth blonde hair was draped behind him. He wore luxurious clothes and had an arrogant aura. He was charming no matter how to look at him. But what about the mass of roses behind him? Qiao Shuang took a closer look and could not help but laugh. Behind the handsome man, a cluster of gorgeous roses seemed to have been conjured up to match him. Qiao Shuang immediately understood. This was a despicable demon, actually using magic like this. "White Emperor, you're here too." Her. Wan Fenglu laughed softly as his eyes fell on Qiao Shuang. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Qiao Shuang only felt a blur before her eyes, and Wan Fenglu had already appeared in front of her. Qiao Shuang was shocked by this demon's strength. "Aya, beautiful human lady, can I buy you a cup of scented tea?" Wan Fenglu elegantly revealed a charming smile and politely asked, "My name is Wan Fenglu, but Miss can call me Wan Feng." Qiao Shuang's mouth twitched. This demon was not simple. "Go to hell." Black Feather's black and huge sickle swooshed towards Wan Fenglu's back. Wan Fenglu turned around and stretched out 2 fingers to grasp Black Feather's weapon. He then revealed a charming smile. "Black Feather, we haven't seen each other for a long time, is this how you treat your old friend? You're still so shameless." Black Feather shouted with a cold face. "No, I'm romantic, not shameless." Wan Fenglu's smile was enchanting and full of bewitching charm. The bunch of roses on his back became even more colorful. Wan Fengxian became even more handsome and enchanting. Son of bitch. White Emperor calmly spat out a single word. White Emperor. He finished speaking, the White Emperor's beautiful face turned cold again, as if he hadn't said those earth-shattering words. Qi Aoshuang, what? She could tell that the relationship between the three was not that simple. At the very least, they were very familiar with each other. And quite well. Anyway, why are you two here? Why is this beautiful lady with you? Isn't this just flowers on the pig dung? The rose in Wan Fengliu's hand gently swayed, and he solemnly asked. What is the demon sector going on? What happened during the time we were not here? White Emperor frowned and asked Wan Fenghui's subordinate, who had just arrived. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 236. Stunning Edge, C236. This question. Wan Fengliuyan took a sniff at the rose in his hand but didn't reply. Instead, he smiled at Qi Aoshuang. White Emperor and Black Feather's mouth twitched, and White Emperor muttered in a low voice, She is our contractor, Qi Aoshuang. Aoshuang, this is despicable. Wan Fenglu. Black Feather turned to introduce him to Qi Aoshuang. Qi Aoshuang was a little embarrassed, and could only nod at Wan Fenglu and say, hello. Wow, a peerless beauty, even her voice is so pleasant to hear. Miss Aoshuang, if you don't mind, please give me some face to come my house and have a cup of flower tea with me. Wan Fenglu smiled, as he handed over the rose in his hand. Qi Aoshuang looked at White Emperor's eyes and accepted the rose. It's like this. When Wan Fenglu saw Qi Aoshuang accept the rose, he squinted his peach blossom eyes and laughed before commenting, Ever since the Holy War, the two of you have disappeared. The great demon king has sealed himself and disappeared as well. The aura of the demon sector to become chaotic for some reason. The protectors and the great demon king disappeared together. No one knew what was going on. The 8 demon kings were fighting amongst themselves, splitting up into several forces. They had been fighting for a long time, and everyone wanted to become the great demon king, but none of them were willing to submit to the other. The Holy War is about to come. That's why they agreed to have a competition. The victor will become the great demon king to lead the demon sector to participate in the Holy War. Black Feather and White Emperor fell silent. They never imagined that such a change would occur in the demon sector after they left. Then how many forces does the demon sector have in total right now? Black Feather asked in a cold voice, Which power do you belong to? They are divided into 3 groups, and they all call themselves the Great Demon King. A rose appeared in Wan Fengliu's hand, and there were no more bright red roses on his back. Wan Fenglu looked at Qi Aoshuang and said, I don't belong to any group. A powerful and handsome character like me is naturally the target of other forces, but I don't care about any of them. Miss Aoshuang, as long as you follow me, you will definitely be safe in the demon sector. Black Feather's huge sickle stabbed onto his head, hurting him so much that he almost started jumping up and down regardless of his image. Do you want to die? Black Feather, you actually dare to disturb my hairstyle. Wan Fengliu's delicate face didn't show much emotion, but his dark eyes and deep tones showed that he was very angry. It is you who want to die. Black Feather said in a creepy voice. Humph. Wan Fenglu smiled and slightly shook the rose in his hand. The rose instantly transformed into a long whip. It seemed to whip gently, but whipped towards Black Feather. Black Feather sneered, brandishing his weapon as he charged forward. In an instant, the two of them were engaged in a battle of attrition. The sky was dark and the earth was dark, and rocks and sand were flying everywhere. The moves of the Wan Fenglu were extremely gorgeous. With each wave of the whip, countless petals rained down in the air. It was extremely beautiful. He smiled elegantly, You still haven't changed, you're still so rude. Look at my rose whip, look at my rain of roses. Wan Fenglu turned his head and gave a charming smile to Qi Aoshuang. Naturally, he was facing even fiercer attack from Black Feather. As for the group of demons brought over by Wan Fenglu, they all stood aside and watched. Xiaoshuan even saw the demons whispering among themselves while handing over gold coins. It seemed like these demons were gambling whether their master won or Black Feather won. White Emperor stood calmly by the side, waiting for the fight to begin. Just let them keep fighting like this? Xiaoshuan frowned slightly as she looked at the two people fighting. Don't worry about them, White Emperor lightly said. However, his brows were furrowed as he thought about what Wan Fenglu had just said. The demon sector was already in such a mess. What exactly happened back then? He actually sealed himself? The four protectors had also vanished. Was it also because of his self-sealing? White Emperor was more than sure about the four protectors' loyalty to him. The treasure cat yawned and looked at the scene in front of it in boredom. It squinted its eyes and squatted on Xiaoshuan's shoulder. After fighting for a while, Black Feather and Wan Fenglu finally stopped. Wan Fenglu gracefully put away the rose whip and said with a smile, "Rough person, you seem to have regressed." Black Feather's eyes darkened, and he clenched the weapon in his hand tightly. "Alright, stop messing around. I still have a lot of questions to ask you." White Emperor's cold voice stopped the two people from attacking. "I don't know much." Wan Fenglu walked forward with a bright rose in his hand, looking at Xiaoshuan with a smile. "I am very curious, how could this beautiful lady, who looks like a rose, know two of your pig dung?" Actually, Wan Fenglu was most surprised that White Emperor and Black Feather were so close to each other, together with a woman. In the past, these two people were at odds with each other. Moreover, there was a shocking similarity between them, and that was that there had never been a woman by their sides. "None of your business." Black Feather walked up and stood in front of Xiaoshuan, cursing unhappily. "What are you doing here?" White Emperor asked coldly. He was well aware of Wan Fenglu. Wan Fenglu would never run to such a remote place if it wasn't for some reason. He would spend his time on beautiful female demons. "I came specially to pick you guys up." Wan Fenglu shook the rose in his hand with a faint smile. Black Feather sneered disdainfully. Naturally, he didn't believe Wan Fenglu's words. "What are you doing here?" White Emperor asked in a deep voice. "Oh, this place belongs to me. Recently, the demons here have mutated and are somewhat rampant." Wan Fenglu lowered his eyes and smiled as he smelled the rose in his hand. "So, I came to exterminate them. They should not cause any trouble when the competition is about to begin. This time, the four old monsters will also come back to host the event. They are the ones who provided the prizes. After consuming it, they will be able to greatly enhance their strength." "What do you mean? What the hell is going on?" After hearing Wan Fenglu's words, White Emperor and Black Feather's faces instantly turned serious. They both frowned and looked at Wan Fenglu. Wan Fenglu narrowed his eyes and smiled indifferently. He waved the rose in his hand and said, "Go deal with those arrogant demons first, then I will go back home and tell you the details." Xiaoshuan slightly frowned. From White Emperor and Black Feather's reactions, she could tell that this matter was not simple, and the four old monsters mentioned by Wan Fenglu were not simple at all. "The arrogant demons?" Black Feather blinked and then asked in confusion, "You asked your subordinates to go ahead and take a look. Is it those corpses lying on the ground?" Wan Fenglu's swaying rose suddenly stopped, then the corner of his mouth twitched. He turned to his subordinates and shouted in a low voice, "Go ahead and take a look." "Yes." The group of demons accepted the order and quickly ran ahead to check. However, Wan Fenglu already had an answer in her heart. Those mutated monsters were probably gone. In the hands of Black Feather, there would be no survivors. Wan Fenglu looked at Xiaoshuan from the corner of his eyes. The shock and doubt in his heart had yet to disappear. This human woman was very strong. How did she end up together with White Emperor and Black Feather? Why did she become their contracted partner? The demon race and the human race had become the contracted parties. A master-servant contract was very normal. Of course, the demon was the master and the humans were the servant. However, judging from the attitude of White Emperor and Black Feather, the contract between them was most likely not that of a master and servant. How strange. The relationship between White Emperor and Black Feather used to be so. But now, they had a common contract with a human. This human probably wasn't that simple. An indescribable glint flashed in the eyes of Wan Fenglu. It was a light for the prey. White Wan Fenglu was still confused. White Emperor and Yixuan were talking in a low voice. White Emperor, what is the old monsters Wan Fenglu spoke of? Yixuan asked the question in her heart. White Emperor paused for a moment. With a serious face he said in a deep voice, they are the ones who truly supports the demon sector. No one has ever seen their true faces, and even the previous great demon kings didn't know their true appearances. They always solve crises when the demon sector is in danger. No one knew their strength. The demons that wanted to know their strength were all dead. At this point, White Emperor's expression became even more unsightly. The meaning behind his words was very obvious. There had been people who had tried to test their strength, but they had never been able to find out. Only now did Yixuan feel really shocked. She originally thought that the supreme ruler of the demon sector was the great demon king, but she never expected that there would be such a hidden expert. We all call them sovereign. Not only the absolute power that stands at the peak of the demon sector, but also the order of the demon sector. Who would have thought that they would actually attack this time? The situation of the demon sector is indeed very problematic. Although Black Feather's tone was unwilling, there weren't any big waves in the depths of his eyes. It was obvious that even though he was unwilling, he did not disobey. After a while, the demons sent by Wan Fenglu came back. They all reported the same thing. The corpses of the mutated demons were everywhere. They were all dead. Wan Fenglu raised his eyebrows and smiled. He walked over to White Emperor and Black Feather and said, "It seems that you have saved me trouble this time. Let's go to my mansion. I'll tell you what happened." He followed Wan Fenglu out of the forest. He saw a group of strange horses tied to the edge of the forest. They had long and curly noses. Other than this, they looked more like horses from the human world. Wan Fenglu's three subordinates gave out their mounts. Yixuan and White Emperor and Black Feather rided on their mounts and followed Wan Fenglu. My territory is under martial law, so flying mounts are not allowed. Of course, I also have to comply. Wan Fenglu smiled as he explained while holding the rose with one hand and raising his pinky. Because you do not belong to any of these three groups, this competition will be arranged in your territories for the sake of fairness? And you are the host of this competition? White Emperor narrowed his eyes and voiced out his speculations. Ha, White Emperor is White Emperor. Wan Fenglu squinted his peach blossom eyes, smiled and complimented, "You are right, this time, the demon sector martial competition will be arranged in my territory, and everything will be arranged by me." You slut, did you make a lot of money? Black Feather said in a low voice. Black Feather, you are slandering my character. Wan Fenglu said in a wounded voice. What are the payout rates for the three groups? White Emperor suddenly said this. I have analyzed it thoroughly, so it's naturally. Wan Fenglu proudly said these words, then his face changed and he immediately stopped talking. Black Feather revealed a look of disdain, while White Emperor's face was cold. Wan Fenglu twitched his mouth, silently scolding himself for not being careful, and that White Emperor easily tricked him. Just like that, the group set off on their journey, and Yixuan was somewhat surprised. This demon sector seemed to have a similar pattern to the mortal realm. The settled lives of the demons in the town were orderly. Even though some of the demons were surprised to see that the human Yixuan, and some of them were so eager to do something, but they didn't find it strange at all when they saw her together with Wan Fenglu. In their eyes, it was normal for a demon of Wan Fengliu's status to have such a peerless human as his pet. Their mounts had good stamina and speed, so they soon passed through the town and galloped on the main road. In just half a day, they arrived at the city of Wan Fengliu. Fengliu City. The city gate was engraved with 3 flamboyant words. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 237. Stunning Edge, C237. Even without White Emperor and Black Feather saying anything, Yixuan could tell where the city lord's mansion was located. The splendor of the gold, huge door with a brocade rose on it had revealed the place's host. Such a slovenly-looking building was indeed in line with the style of Wan Fengliu. Entering the main entrance, there were 2 rows of beautiful female demons lined up orderly on both sides. They were all dressed in sexy and revealing clothing, and they bowed respectfully. Yixuan looked over, but she did not see any male servants. As for the demons that had followed behind them earlier, they all consciously stopped at the entrance. This place was simply a huge harem for Wan Fengliu. The city lord's mansion was not ordinary luxurious. It should have been extremely beautiful, but there were ugly big rose badges everywhere. The walls of the corridor were lined up with portraits of Wan Fengliu. In each of them, he held a rose with his pinky finger. His handsome face was full of smiles that he thought were elegant and noble. When they arrived at the study room, the beautiful female attendant served some tea before leaving the room. Wan Fengliu narrowed his eyes as he looked at Black Feather and White Emperor, and said slowly, "To be honest, I didn't expect you two to be here." He hadn't expected them to appear together. "Let's get to the point." Black Feather impatiently interrupted Wan Fengliu's words. "All right." Actually, White Emperor had more or less guessed it. It was that there would be a competition in the demon sector, and the winner would be the king. Anyone can participate. In the end, those old monsters would step in and help the winner become a true great demon king. If they were to step out, the identity of the winner would be confirmed. No one would object, nor would they have the ability to object. "I don't care. Of course, the competition venue will be arranged here." Wan Fengliu narrowed his eyes and looked at Yixuan, took a sip of tea and said, "Now can you tell me what happened between you and this beautiful lady?" "No comment." White Emperor spat coldly. "What?" Wan Fengliu's eyes widened as he shouted, "I've told you all. When did we ever say you were going to tell us this, and we're going to tell you what you want to know?" White Emperor asked lightly. Wan Fengliu's mouth twitched and he was speechless. Indeed, White Emperor had never said such words. He had subconsciously thought so himself. "Then take a rest first. I've got work to do. Wait for the competition. I will arrange the best balcony for you." Wan Fengliu's enchanting pair of peach blossom eyes were filled with laughter again. "Of course, if you want to participate, I can give you priority in registering." "TCH." Black Feather sneered unhappily. "Where did he sleep after he sealed himself?" White Emperor suddenly asked. "I don't know. You can go to the ruins of the palace and see if you can find anything. You can play on your own for the next few days. I don't have time to take care of you." Wan Fengliu replied absent-mindedly, and suddenly looked towards Yixuan and added, "You all better not bring this beautiful young lady around. Even though my territory is under martial law and the demons won't attack easily, once they leave my territory, it will be hard to say. There weren't many demons who have human pets. But of course, you are free in my territory. This is for you, beautiful Miss Ao Shuang. If you wear this, others will know you're from my mansion. Then you don't have to worry about being harassed if you're outside." Wan Fengliu walked to the side of Yixuan and took out an exquisite rose badge. With a wave of his hand, Yixuan didn't even make clear how Wan Fengliu's moved. The delicate rose badge was already pinned on her collar. "Got it," White Emperor replied. Black Feather looked at the rose badge on Qi Aoshuang's collar and gave a cold humph, a hint of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. Wan Fenglu lightly clapped his hands and a beautiful female servant entered. "Take my friends to rest and do not neglect them." Wan Fenglu smiled. "Yes, master." The beautiful female servant lowered her head and responded respectfully. Then, she raised her head and made an inviting gesture towards Emperor White and the others. "Everyone, please follow me." The servant maid led them to a quiet courtyard before leaving. There was a two-story building in the quiet courtyard. The top was the bedroom, the bottom was the living room, the study, dining room, etc. White Emperor and Black Feather sat on the sofa in the living room with serious faces. They were silent, thinking about something. Qi Aoshuang also sat there, deep in thought, not saying anything. The entire hall was completely silent. The treasure cat was so bored that it laid on Qi Aoshuang's lap and yawned. At that moment, the door was knocked gently. "Come in," White Emperor said lightly. The door was pushed open gently, revealing the face of the beautiful female servant from before. The beautiful female attendant said in a low voice, "You two lords, there are letters for you too." White Emperor and Black Feather looked at each other in surprise. They've only just arrived at the city lord's mansion and a letter already arrived? "This is for Lord White, and this is for Lord Black." The beautiful female servant handed over the letters with extreme politeness. There was a slight sense of fun in her actions, as well as a sense of fun in her words. However, the matter was not the least bit funny either. As the White Emperor was about to extend his hand to receive the letter, Black Feather snatched it and said coldly to the beautiful maid, "Who asked you to deliver it?" "It's master," the beautiful maid replied. White Emperor frowned, as did Black Feather. He waved his hand impatiently and said, "Got it, you may leave." She was just a maid, he would not ask her for anything. What was Wan Fenglu doing? He would know after reading the letter. After Black Feather handed White Emperor the letter to White Emperor, he opened the letter that belonged to him. When he finished reading the contents of the letter, his expression became solemn. Black Feather looked up and saw that White Emperor had just finished reading the letter. Looking at their expressions, Qi Aoshuang had a bad feeling about this. "Let's go. I also want to know what exactly is going on," White Emperor said in a deep voice. Black Feather remained silent. His eyes glanced at the rose badge under Qi Aoshuang's collar. In the end, he didn't say anything and only slowly stood up. Qi Aoshuang nodded, standing up with the treasure cat in her arms. Whose letter did White Emperor and Black Feather receive? What did the letter say that caused their expressions to change greatly? She also wanted to know what exactly the demon sector happened to the demon world. After following White Emperor and Black Feather out of the city lord's mansion, Qi Aoshuang gently touched the purple earrings on her earlobes as she thought of Lang Lingyun. Why did Lang Lingyu leave without saying goodbye? What was it all about? She was taken to the demon sector by Camille, wouldn't cousins be worried? Feng Yixuan. What about him? Was he in a hurry to find out where she was? When the three of them arrived at the entrance of the mansion, a carriage was already waiting for them. The driver respectfully informed them that the Lord had already given his orders. Black Feather helped Qi Aoshuang into the car with a sullen face. After he sat on the carriage, he said to White Emperor who followed behind, "It is obvious that the slut Wan Fenglu was about to make troubles. He won't be himself when he's just." White Emperor closed his eyes, coldly spitting out these words. Black Feather coldly snorted, no longer speaking. Qi Aoshuang could feel their emotions. As they did not say anything. Qi Aoshuang did not ask anything and just sat there quietly. She knew that if White Emperor and Black Feather didn't want to tell her, it would be useless to ask them. Finally, the carriage stopped in front of a grand entrance. The driver respectfully smiled and said, "We have arrived, my lords. It's the best hotel in town." White Emperor and Black Feather alighted from the carriage, followed by Qi Aoshuang, who was carrying the treasure cat. The driver left just like that, but White Emperor and Black Feather didn't step in. Instead, White Emperor turned to look at Xiaoshuang and said in a deep voice, "Aoshuang." Xiaoshuang looked up at White Emperor's sullen face, silently waiting for his next words. "The persons Black Feather and I know well have invited us to meet here. He hoped that we can assist him in this competition," White Emperor said in a low voice. "It's not the same person." Black Feather narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Xiaoshuang instantly understood what was going on. The persons who invited White Emperor and Black Feather were not the same person, which meant they were not from the same group. In that case, if White Emperor and Black Feather agreed to their invitations, they would become competitors, and might even turn hostile. Both are in the second floor's private rooms. "Aoshuang, come with me." Black Feather asked for Xiaoshuang to join him. White Emperor slightly frowned, but didn't say anything. Xiaoshuang was stunned. She had never imagined that after coming to the demon sector, White Emperor and Black Feather would develop to this extent so quickly. When they were in the mortal realm, she could already see that the relationship between the two wasn't good in the past. However, it didn't seem to be at the point where there was irreconcilable conflict between them. "You guys," Xiaoshuang said hesitantly, "aren't you friends? Do you have to choose different forces to assist?" "Friend?" Black Feather sneered disdainfully, "When did I become a friend of this fellow? What a joke. When I was in the mortal realm, I didn't recover my strength. Fighting with him will delay my recovery time." Xiaoshuang was stunned, recalling the first time White Emperor and Black Feather met. The two of them were indeed very unfriendly. But they had always been at peace. And they've worked together to protect her. Xiaoshuang's eyes flashed with doubt. White Emperor lowered his gaze, with his voice cold and indifferent. "He and I are indeed not friends." This time, Xiaoshuang was truly stunned. The usually calm White Emperor had said the same words. So the relationship between the two had never been harmonious? Xiaoshuang looked at the two people in a daze, unable to say a word. What Xiaoshuang didn't know was that both White Emperor and Black Feather were of equal strength. They were great demonic kings, two great generals. With his unyielding personality, Black Feather was not satisfied that the demon sector ranked the two of them side by side, so he had been targeting White Emperor. Although the two of them weren't enemies before, their relationship definitely wasn't good. However, the relationship between the two in the mortal realm had been greatly improved due to Xiaoshuang, but once they returned to the demon sector and faced with such a major problem, their relationship that they had painstakingly established in the mortal realm was now in danger. "Aoshuang, did you choose to be with him or me?" Black Feather frowned and glared at Xiaoshuang as he asked aggressively. White Emperor looked down coldly and said in a deep voice, "You mean, you've agreed to assist that person? Don't you agree?" Black Feather sneered, and White Emperor fell silent. Black Feather turned to look at Xiaoshuang and continued, "Speak, Aoshuang, you can only choose one of us." The three of them stood at the entrance of the luxurious hotel. White Emperor also had an ice-cold expression on his face and didn't say anything. For the first time, Xiaoshuang was at a loss. White Emperor and Black Feather were different existences in her heart. There was no one she could replace them. She was already used to White Emperor and Black Feather be with her, and was even more accustomed to viewing them as one. Now it came to be like this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 238. Stunning Edge, C238. Black Feather and White Emperor both stared at Xiaoshuang, and Black Feather's eyes were filled with worry and anxiety. From an outsider's perspective, these three people seemed to be three complicated triangles. Two men were forcing a woman to choose. However, the strange thing was that the two men were of the demon race while the woman was of the human race. The three of them were silent. Xiaoshuang moved her lips slightly, but before she could say anything, a voice came from behind them, "Wow. Big brother, look. Look. The little thing in that person's arms. Ah. So cute. White Emperor and Black Feather turned their heads and saw a group of unordinary demons standing in main hall, led by a handsome man with a calm expression. The man had a head full of black hair, brown eyes, and luxurious clothing, calmly looking at the White Emperor and Black Feather. Beside him was a pretty girl who looked a little like him. She was also very beautiful, but her arrogant appearance ruined this kind of beauty. King, it's Lord Wan's woman. The demon beside the handsome man whispered something into his ear. The handsome man's eyes glanced at the delicate rose badge under Qi Aoshuang's collar. He narrowed his eyes slightly and didn't say anything. He turned around and led the crowd to leave. He did not look at the cat, but thought it was a pet that a woman would like. White Emperor and Black Feather also recognized the handsome man in front of them. White Emperor said in a low voice, "It's Hams. I didn't expect the other group to be him." Black Feather gave a cold snort of disdain. It was obvious that this person was their common enemy. Looking at the rose badge under the collar of Qi Aoshuang's shirt, Hams realized that this human was Wan Fengliu's woman, so he naturally didn't want to cause too much trouble. After all, this competition was being held on Wan Fengliu's place. There was only a flash of cold light in Ham's eyes. What a man! Did he think he could stay out of the trouble just because he was Wan Fengliu and unruly? Humph. When he became the great demon, the first person he would subdue would be Wan Fengliu. Now, let him do it. Hams would not be at odds with Wan Fengliu at the moment, but that did not mean his sister Li Laura would not either. In Li Laura's eyes, her brother had already become a very important person in the demon sector. Not only that, he would be the great demon king, the highest ruler of the demon sector. What did a human count for? Wan Fengliu was only the lord of this small territory. When the time came, he would have to lower his head and submit to her brother. Right now, snatching a human from him was still something that he could afford. Whatever they wanted in the future, they just let him bring to them. The things that belonged to this land would belong to his brother, and that would also belong to her. It was no big deal for her to get her thing ahead of time. It was likely that the crafty old schemer Wan Fengliu wouldn't fall out with them over a human pet. Besides, what she wanted was not the human, but the cat in the human's arms. Naturally, the unruly and willful Li Laura did not follow behind Hams. Instead, she took a step forward, pointed at Qi Aoshuang and shouted, "Lowly human, I order you to immediately give me the cat in your hands." Hearing this, Hams slightly frowned. His eyes were filled with helplessness, but he did not blame her. Li Laura had always been a favorite of the family, and he doted on her. That was why this girl had such a willful personality. She had to get what she wanted. There was really no other way. It seemed that he would have to fulfill the request of Li Laura first and then symbolically talked it with Wan Fengliu afterwards. A crafty man like Wan Fengliu would never offend him for a human pet. As for White Emperor and Black Feather by the side of the human, they definitely wouldn't offend him either. These two had always been very indifferent. Thinking of this, Ham stopped and said in a low voice to the demons beside him, "Go, help Li Laura get that cat and quickly leave this place." Qi Aoshuang's gaze turned cold. It seemed like the demon sector was the same as the mortal realm. They both had such brainless and willful young misses. Before Qi Aoshuang could say anything, Black Feather had already changed his expression and yelled in a low voice, "Bitch, if you dare to say it again." After hearing Black Feather's words, Li Laura was stunned while Hams was slightly taken aback. Black Feather actually said such a thing to Li Laura for a human? White Emperor's voice was cold and low. "Apologize. The cat won't belong to you either." Li Laura felt it was unreasonable. She pointed a finger at White Emperor and Black Feather with her body trembling. Just as she was about to open her mouth and curse, she heard Ham's low voice from behind her, "Li Laura, come back." She turned her head and looked at Hams. Her lips were quivering, and her eyes were misty. When had she ever been insulted like this? She had always been well protected by her big brother, and she had everything she wanted. But now, she was being scolded like this by two unknown demons. The most infuriating thing was that her big brother actually didn't immediately help her, but rather called her over. "White Emperor, Black Feather, I'm sorry. My little sister doesn't know how to act." Hams calmly walked over and said these words. Lee Laura's eyes widened as she suddenly turned around to look at White Emperor and Black Feather. These two were the two generals who used to dominate the battle? Didn't they disappear after the last Holy War? And now they were here? The one to apologize isn't you, and the one you need to apologize to isn't us. Black Feather wasn't biting and said it with a dark expression of disdain. A trace of gloominess flashed across Ham's eyes, while astonishment filled his heart. White Emperor and Black Feather would actually fight with him over a mere human? Their attitudes were still as resolute as ever. It was impossible for White Emperor and Black Feather to not know of his current power. Why would they fight against him for the sake of one Funglio's playful pet? White Emperor was silent, but there was no expression on his face. Hams quickly weighed his options in his mind. Right now, it was not the right time to fight against the three of one Fenglu, White Emperor, and Black Feather. Although he didn't know what ability this human had to make White Emperor and Black Feather fight against him for her sake, it was still better to take a step back. "Come, Lee Laura, apologize to this lady." Hams knew that Lee Laura's willfulness and haughtiness, and it would really wrong her that letting her to apologize to a lowly human. But he had no other choice but to compensate her afterwards. Hams gave her a meaningful glance. When she came back to her senses, her eyes were filled with rage and humiliation. What a joke! Apologize to a human? Lowly humans were only fit to be pets to the demon. Just as Lee Laura wanted to say something, Hams's eyes became severe. Although Lee Laura was arrogant, she understood the importance of this competition. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, then abruptly opened her eyes and rushed in front of Yixuan, saying quickly, "Sorry." After saying that, she quickly ran to the second floor of the hotel without looking back. Hams looked at White Emperor and Black Feather coldly and said in a deep voice, "Apologize again for my sister's recklessness." "Excuse me." Hams left with a cold expression. Black Feather sneered with disdain. White Emperor squinted at the back of Hams. How could this man possess such skills and patience? He was extremely dangerous. Yixuan gently touched the treasure cat in her arms. From the beginning to the end, she did not even say a word and it was over. The end of the farce meant that the topic had returned to what had just been discussed. She was at a loss. Yixuan frowned and closed her eyes. As expected, Black Feather glared at White Emperor, before turning to Yixuan and saying, "Ao Xuan, come with me now." "She doesn't come with anyone." Suddenly, a familiar voice entered their ears. Yixuan turned her head around, looking at the person who had suddenly appeared behind her. It was Camille. Camille still had a warm and gentle smile on his face. He wore a white dress with gentleness and elegance. His golden hair was still as dazzling as ever, and his deep blue eyes were as enchanting as ever. He smiled as he looked at Yixuan, and said with smile, "Did you miss me, little Ao Xuan?" "I miss your ass." Yixuan suppressed the nameless anger in her heart. For some reason, Camille had taken her to the demon sector and made her to face such a strange situation. The culprit even had a nonchalant and playful expression on his face. White Emperor and Black Feather frowned. The demonic aura radiating from Camille was real. It seemed that Camille had disguised himself as a demon. "It's all right. I always thought my ass was perfect." Camille was not the least bit moved by Yixuan's vile attitude as he smiled and said to her, "Who the hell are you?" Black Feather's expression turned cold as he looked at Camille dangerously. It seemed that if Camille's reply didn't satisfy him, he would immediately take action. White Emperor and Black Feather both frowned and looked at Camille, their eyes filled with unconcealable wariness and hostility. Camille's identity had always been a mystery in their eyes, but he had unexpectedly appeared in the demon sector. What made them even more wary was Camille's power. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was unfathomable. "This doesn't seem to be the place to speak." Camille shunned their questions with a smile. White Emperor and Black Feather exchanged a glance, both remaining silent and unmoving. This was because the place they were going to was different. As for Yixuan, she hadn't chosen who to follow, so the two of them didn't take a single step forward. Seeing the situation, Camille raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly before saying softly, "I advise you two to participate in this competition." White Emperor and Black Feather's eyes narrowed, and they stared coldly at Camille. "What on earth do you know? In this competition, no matter who wins, he will become the great demon king of the demon sector and lead the demon sector participate in the holy war, right?" Camille asked in a low voice, narrowing his eyes and smiling. White Emperor and Black Feather didn't speak, only tacitly accepting Camille's answer. "Then, what if the winner is a devil or a member of the divine realm?" Camille smiled and threw a heavy bomb. "Impossible. Devils are unable to enter the demon sector, and members of the divine realm are also unable to pass themselves off as demons." Black Feather immediately denied it, but both Black Feather and White Emperor's expressions changed. "I can come in, but why can't others?" Camille spoke with a beaming smile, holding the treasure cat out of Yixuan's arms and gently stroking its ears. White Emperor and Black Feather's expressions changed. They looked at each other, unable to say anything. If devils or the divine realm had snuck into this competition, then the consequences would truly be unthinkable. If one of them became the great demon king and led the demon sector to join the holy war, the demon sector was the key to the outcome of the holy war. It was perfectly capable of helping one side wipe out the other. If they helped the devil realm defeat the divine realm, then. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 239. Stunning Edge, C239. "Is that why you sent me to the demon sector?" Suddenly, Yixuan's cold voice sounded. "Isn't it fun to be the great demon king of the demon sector?" Camille looked at Yixuan with an aggrieved expression, the smile on his face never fading. "Your joke isn't funny at all." Yixuan's voice became even colder. The eyes of White Emperor and Black Feather grew cold. "Well, I'm just joking. Of course, it's not bad for either White Emperor or Black Feather to become the great demon king." Camille smiles gently. "Ao Shuang, I've reserved a private room. Aren't you coming with me?" Yixuan frowned, feeling very bad in her heart. White Emperor and Black Feather's expressions also darkened. Black Feather was the one who was the most impatient. He said solemnly, "Ao Shuang, this guy is dangerous. Don't go with him. You guys better hurry to the place you should be going." Camille touched the treasure cat in his arms and spoke lightly without waiting for Yixuan to say anything. "Don't you want to see Feng Yixuan? Don't you want to see Lan Lingyun?" Yixuan's expression changed, not understanding what Camille meant by those words. Camille looked at Yixuan with a smile that was not a smile, and leaned close to her, speaking in a low voice that only the two of them could hear. "Don't you want to know where Lan Lingyun was after he disappeared? Lan Lingyun left without saying a word in order to save your life. Do you know what that is on your earlobe? Don't you want to see Feng Yixuan? Feng Yixuan is suffering because of you." Yixuan's pupils contracted. She turned around and stared blankly at Camille. Camille was still gently smiling, nonchalantly smiling. "What are you trying to do?" Yixuan almost gnashed her teeth as she asked. "Will you go with me, or with one of them, to get mixed up in that complicated competition?" Camille narrowed his eyes and revealed a warm smile. Yixuan looked down coldly and said with a low voice, "Let's go." Camille smiled at Black Feather and White Emperor while hugging the treasure cat. It is actually the safest for Ao Shuang to be staying with me. I hope that you or the forces you assist will come and pick her up when you become the great demon king. Ha, Camille said, and then he led the way while holding the treasure cat. Xiao Shuang gave White Emperor and Black Feather a complicated glance, but she did not say anything. Instead, she followed Camille and left. White Emperor and Black Feather didn't say anything to stop them, simply because they were thinking the same. In such a chaotic situation, it would be safer if Ao Shuang stayed with Camille. Although Camille's identity has always been suspicious, he won't hurt her. At least, not now. Just like that, Camille and Xiao Shuang went on the stairs, their backs disappearing from White Emperor and Black Feather's eyes. Black Feather snorted coldly at White Emperor, then rushed upstairs as well. White Emperor only let out a barely audible sigh as he slowly made his way to the stairs. Camille brought Xiao Shuang to a balcony on the second floor and instructed the waiter to close the door before handing the treasure cat back to Xiao Shuang. After that, he walked over to the side and elegantly poured a cup of tea for Xiao Shuang, then handed it over to her. Do you know why Long Lingyun left without saying goodbye? Do you know where Feng Yixuan is now? Tell me. Xiao Shuang did not reach out to take the tea from Camille, but stared at Camille and asked in a low voice. Camille smiled as he placed the tea on the table in front of Xiao Shuang, then sat down beside Xiao Shuang and slowly threw out a sentence. Both of them will participate in this martial arts competition. But I don't know if you'll recognize them. Xiao Shuang's hands tightened, and she only realized that she had lost her composure when she saw the treasure cat using its claws to scratch her arm in displeasure. What do you mean? Was this also caused by you? At this moment, Xiao Shuang was looking at Camille with a very unfriendly gaze, and her tone was even colder. My little Ao Shuang, how can you think of me like this? Am I that kind of person? Camille's tone was full of grievance, but there was no more expression on his face. He was still wearing a gentle smile. Xiao Shuang coldly snorted and did not say anything. Do you know that Lang Lingyun is not a human? Camille stood up, poured himself a cup of tea and spoke slowly. Xiao Shuang was stunned. She stared at Camille's back, unable to say anything. Feng Yixuan isn't a human either. Camille turned around and said with a sweet smile on his face, making Xiao Shuang's mind go blank. It's funny that Lang Lingyun thought that Feng Yixuan was just an ordinary human. He volunteered to leave, wanting Feng Yixuan to bring you happiness. Camille looked at Xiao Shuang and smiled like a picture. Xiao Shuang felt her mind blanking out as her thoughts completely stopped at this moment. Lang Lingyun was not a human? Feng Yixuan wasn't either? Camille seemed to find the stimulation given to Xiao Shuang insufficient. He put down the teacup and smiled, and that earring on your ear, it was given to you by Lang Lingyun. It's one of his eyes. At this moment, something seemed to explode in Xiao Shuang's mind. An eye, this purple crystal earring was one of Lang Lingyun's eyes? It was actually Lang Lingyun's eye. At this moment, the door was kicked open at the wrong time. The door revealed the sneer on Li Laura's face. Her beautiful eyes were filled with malice. Li Laura did not see Camille, her eyes were all on Xiao Shuang. She sneered, and with a light flick of her hand, the entire room was covered in a barrier, completely isolating itself from the outside world. She knew that both White Emperor and Black Feather were in other rooms, meeting with her older brother's competitors. Naturally, they had set up their own barriers, and didn't have the time to take care of Xiao Shuang. Therefore, she took advantage of this opportunity to snatch that adorable cat, and mainly to teach this lowly human a lesson. She still knew her limits. At least she couldn't take her life. Li Laura coldly snorted and slowly walked over to Xiao Shuang. She had to admit that Xiao Shuang was indeed pretty beautiful. As a human being, she was definitely a top beauty. No wonder one Fenglu would fall for her. Lowly human. Before she could finish her words, she was struck by a terrifying force. Her pupils constricted. She wanted to raise her hand to block the force, but she realized that she had no power to resist. With a stuffy groan, Lee Laura crashed into the door but didn't knock it open. Instead, she bumped onto the barrier that she had laid down. With a wah sound, Lee Laura's chest continued to churn and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her internal organs were actually all shaken to the point that they seemed like they were burning. Yixuan hugged the treasure cat in her arms as she coldly stared at the miserable Lee Laura. Suddenly, she revealed a bright and peerless smile as she gently said, "You have to remember, not every human is someone you can offend. Just now, it wasn't convenient to attack you outside. I didn't think that you would come to me by yourself." Lee Laura's eyes were filled with disbelief. Was it the human in front of her that had injured her? How was that possible? Did this human have the power to surpass her? Looking at the bright smile on Qiao Shuang's face, her heart shuddered. She didn't know why, but at this moment, a chill rose up from the bottom of her heart and expanded until it was almost able to seep through her entire body. Why did she feel that the human in front of her was dangerous? "My beautiful lady, are you hurt?" Camille slowly stepped forward with a gentle and elegant smile on his face. He reached out his hand to hold onto one of Lee Laura's arms and asked softly. Lee Laura was stunned. She raised her head and looked dazedly at Camille's handsome face. The pair of deep blue eyes on his handsome face were filled with gentleness, almost to the point of melting someone. It was charming, but also mesmerizing. For a moment, she couldn't say a word. She could only stare blankly at the charming face in front of her. "My Mississippi." Camille's gentle smile was like a spring breeze that warmed her heart. His gentle voice made her lose her mind. "What?" Only then did Lee Laura regain her senses. Looking at Camille, she somewhat nervously replied, I'm fine." "That's good." Camille smiled and withdrew his hand. He looked at Lee Laura and said softly, "Beautiful lady, my friend has a bad temper. I hope you don't mind." At this moment, what else could Lee Laura hear? Her eyes were only focused on Camille's handsome face and his warm smile. She hurriedly nodded, but she didn't know what Camille was talking about. "As for the cat, my friend cares a lot, so please don't make it hard for her." "Is that okay?" Camille's soft voice seemed to have a devilish quality to it. "All right." Lee Laura nodded with infatuation. She looked at Camille's face without shifting her gaze. "Then, miss, the door is over there." The gentle smile on Camille's face was devoid of any impurities, making Lee Laura's heart thrilled. "Okay." Lee Laura obediently walked to the door, obediently turned around and looked at Camille and said softly, "May I know your name? Will we meet again?" The corner of Yixuan's mouth twitched. What the hell was this? She knew Camille's intentions, and it was not wise to start a fight with this young lady. This was because this was in the demon sector. It was not good if a demon had been injured by a human in such a public place. What's next? Camille would gently tell her his name, and if he had the chance again, would he meet her again? And then get rid of the trouble? Yixuan originally thought so, but after hearing Lee Laura's words, Camille's face changed abruptly. The deep blue eyes instantly became abnormally cold and a trace of undetectable brutality flashed through them. Just like that, Camille silently walked in front of Lee Laura and grabbed her by the neck. Lee Laura's eyes widened as she felt the ice-cold hand on her neck. In that instant, her entire body was filled with fear. Her eyes reflected Camille's ice-cold face. She couldn't understand why the previously extremely gentle person would be so terrifyingly cold at this moment. Yixuan was also stunned. She did not understand why Camille's attitude had changed so suddenly. He had a smile on his face just a moment ago, but now he looked like a bloodthirsty ghost. "You don't deserve to know my name." Camille's cold voice was as suffocating as of a demon's imprisonment, circling around her ears. Lee Laura felt as if her body was on the verge of igniting into flames. Her life core was shaking inside of her body, almost as if it was about to burst out of her body. She tried to scream, but nothing came out of her mouth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 240. C240. Stunning Edge, C240. Camille's hand slowly moved from her neck to her abdomen. Just like that, it reached into her body and grabbed the life core from her body. Then, he abruptly pulled it out. Terrified, Lila's eyes slowly dimmed. Her body slowly weakened, and before she even fell to the ground, she had already turned into sand. Xiao Shuang stared at Camille in a daze. The Camille in front of her was so strange and strange. Not the Camille she knew at all. The person in front of him exuded an incomparably cold and terrifying aura. The tail fur of the Moneki Nico in Xiao Shuang's arms stood up, its eyes wide open as it let out threatening whooshing sounds. Chasing treasure cats is more sensitive to danger than any race. The person in front of him was very dangerous, very dangerous. Xiao Shuang was completely clueless as to what exactly was going on with Camille. Just a moment ago, he had wanted to take things easy and fend off the demi-human's eldest daughter, but now, because of a single sentence, he had killed that eldest daughter. Camille slowly turned around, and his gaze shifted to Xiao Shuang. Xiao Shuang stared blankly into Camille's eyes. There wasn't a trace of warmth in those deep blue eyes, but it was like the most beautiful sapphire in the world, as if it could suck in someone. Xiao Shuang's mind suddenly became a little muddled. Phew! Phew! The magic treasure cat suddenly chomped on the back of Xiao Shuang's hand, awakening her from the pain. Xiao Shuang suddenly woke up from her daze and looked away from Camille's eyes. She was shocked in her heart at what was going on. Just a moment ago, he was confused. Camille seemed to come back to his senses at this moment, frowning slightly. The coldness in his eyes vanished in an instant. He looked at Xiao Shuang and revealed a gentle smile, saying softly, "Little Ao Shuang, I'm sorry. I almost couldn't control myself. Don't look me in the eye when I'm out of sorts." Xiao Shuang slowly turned her head to look at Camille's handsome face. Her heart was filled with shock. Who exactly was Camille? Camille, is that his real name? Maybe not at all? Was his name a taboo? Indeed, no one had ever asked for Camille's name. Everyone knew Camille's name from others. Naturally, no one had asked. This demi-human's eldest daughter was the first to ask Camille's name. "Let's go, little Ao Shuang. This place is not suitable for us to stay in," Camille said with a faint smile. Xiao Shuang regained her senses, nodded lightly, and looked at the sand on the ground. The young lady who was showing off a moment ago completely disappeared just like that. Meow. The Moneki Nico hid in Xiao Shuang's arms with lingering fear. It covered its eyes with its little paws and peeked at Camille. Camille waved his hand gently, and a breeze blew past. The gravel on the ground dispersed, and nothing out of the ordinary happened. Camille pushed open the door and walked out with Xiao Shuang. The guard guarding the door watched in shock as the two of them walked out unharmed. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong and rushed into the room, but he didn't see her. After searching the entire room, there was no sign of her. The guard panicked and hurriedly chased after Camille and Xiao Shuang, trying to stop them from leaving. "Where is my lady? How can you ask us where your lady is?" Camille smiled in reply. "If Xiejie can't find the person you're looking for now, you have to ask the both of you." Although the guard was panicking, he did not dare to treat Camille too badly. The young mistress's whereabouts were unknown. Was it related to this person? As Ham's guards, they had naturally seen the world. Understand that one cannot judge a person by his appearance. Furthermore, the backing of this human was not something that a guard like them could afford to offend. Your family's young miss has gone out the window to chase after someone. You can go look for her. We can't hide her from a living person like that. Camille said faintly, alright, we still have matters to attend to. Please move aside. Camille's tone was polite, but cold sweat broke out on the guard's back. He could not bear to look at the power of the gentleman. The guard carefully stepped aside and watched Camille and Yixuan leave. However, he engraved Camille's appearance into his memory. He then hurriedly turned around to report to Hams, waiting for his decision. Camille and Yixuan left the hotel silently. Camille was beside him, still smiling softly. Camille, the two of them walked on the street for a long time. Yixuan finally raised her head and prepared to ask what she wanted to say, but a figure in front interrupted her words. The back of the person not far from the street in front was very familiar. Just like that, Yixuan froze, her eyes stung by her fiery red hair. Feng Yixuan. He was really in the demon world as well. Feng Yixuan. It really was Feng Yixuan. Yixuan's mind was completely blank. She stood still and stared at the person in front of her. Although his clothes and aura had changed, that was still Feng Yixuan. Yixuan saw that Feng Yixuan was about to leave, so she quickly stepped forward. Camille stood still, watching her with interest. Yixuan quickly walked forward, and without thinking, she reached out her hand to grab onto the corner of Feng Yixuan's clothes. Feng Yixuan turned his head. Their eyes met. The air seemed to have congealed. Surprise, joy, and pain flashed through Feng Yixuan's eyes. All of these complex emotions disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, Feng Yixuan's eyes became completely indifferent. Yixuan suppressed the joy in her heart. Looking at the person in front of her, she smiled and said softly, Yixuan. However, the next scene that happened caused Yixuan to be stunned. Feng Yixuan said coldly, Miss, you must have made a mistake. I don't know you. Yixuan was stunned. The person in front of her had fiery red hair, dark eyes, and a handsome face. This was Feng Yixuan, there was no mistake. However, Feng Yixuan's arrogant aura was ice cold at this moment. Even so, Yixuan was certain that the person in front of her was Feng Yixuan. Moreover, when her and Feng Yixuan's eyes had met just now, the emotions that flashed through his eyes had betrayed him. He must be Feng Yixuan. Yixuan, what's wrong with you? Yixuan frowned slightly. Just now, when he was walking over, he noticed that there was no one around with Feng Yixuan. Feng Yixuan was alone. It wouldn't be inconvenient for him to meet her, right? I don't know you. My name isn't Yixuan. You've got the wrong person. Feng Yixuan's tone was still as cold as before. After throwing those words, he turned around to leave. Yixuan. Yixuan reached out her hand to grab onto the corner of Feng Yixuan's clothes, but her hand was grabbed by a white hand. Yixuan was stunned. She turned around and saw that Camille's handsome face was filled with gentleness. Camille lightly shook her head at Yixuan. Yixuan did not understand. She turned her head to look ahead, only to see Feng Yixuan flying away without turning his head. Why? Yixuan struggled free from Camille's grasp, biting her lips gently as she asked in a low voice. It was unknown whether he was asking why Feng Yixuan didn't acknowledge her or why Camille had stopped her from chasing after him. He must have his reasons. Camille whispered back. Why is he here? Yixuan lifted her head to look at Camille and asked anxiously. You want to ask if he has demonic energy on him? You want to ask if he's a demon clan? Camille reached out his hand and gently rubbed Yixuan's head as he asked in a low voice. Yixuan bit her lip as she watched Feng Yixuan's back disappear from her sight. She nodded, wanting to chase after him again. All I can tell you is that he is not human, nor is he a demon. Camille patted Yixuan on the head with tender affection as she continued, It's better if he tells you himself. I stopped you because I felt that it was not appropriate for you to meet in such a situation. Why? Xiao Shuang watched as Feng Yixian disappeared at the end of the street, her heart empty. You'll know. Now, let's go back to the popular city. Camille sighed softly. If Feng Yixian wants to meet you, he will naturally come looking for you. If he doesn't want to meet you, what's the use of chasing after him? Xiao Shuang was stunned. Her eyes gradually dimmed, and she slowly lowered her head in silence. In the end, she slowly followed Camille back to the city lord's mansion. At this moment, all she could think about was Feng Yixian, and she even forgot why Camille knew Wanfeng Lu and why he also lived in his mansion. The night was as cold as water, silent and lonely. Xiao Shuang was stunned as she leaned against a huge pillar on the side of the corridor and looked up at the sky. A purple moon was hanging in the sky, giving off an indescribable demonic feeling. This was the demon's moon. Xiao Shuang was lost in thought as she stared at the purple moon. Her mind was filled with the cold mind of Yixian. Why would Feng Yixian appear in the demon world? Why not recognize her? Xiao Shuang recalled Camille's words. Feng Yixian was not a human, but neither was he a demon. What was Feng Yixian's true identity? Was it because of Feng Yixian's unknown identity that he had appeared here? Would she not recognize him? Miao the Maneki Nico squatted on Xiao Shuang's shoulder, and rubbed its furry head against Xiao Shuang's face. Xiao Shuang turned her head around, looked at the treasure cat, then carried her down, revealed a faint smile and said in a low voice, "Abo, are you comforting me?" Miao the chosen treasured cat waved its claws, then nodded its head vigorously. "Thank you." Xiao Shuang rubbed the cat's head and smiled bitterly. The Maneki Nico nestled in Xiao Shuang's arms. With its paws on Xiao Shuang's arm, it squinted its eyes. Xiao Shuang looked up into the night sky and sighed softly. He really wanted to find Feng Yixian and ask him what was going on. However, just like Camille had said, if Feng Yixian didn't want to say it, then it wouldn't matter even if they caught up to him. A wave of cold wind gently blew, and the air was moist and cold. The Maneki Nico's squinted eyes suddenly widened as it struggled out of Xiao Shuang's embrace. It let out a whoop and raised its tail, the fur on it standing up straight. Xiao Shuang was stunned. After which, she abruptly turned around and saw a silhouette flashing past behind a pillar. The figure that stung her eyes. Xiao Shuang did not hesitate and immediately gave chase. It was Feng Yixian, it was him. There must be no mistake. Feng Yixian quickly and silently left the city lord's mansion. Xiao Shuang also tiptoed up and followed closely behind. Feng Yixian seemed to want to quickly shake off Xiao Shuang, who was behind him. He sped up and leapt towards the city gate, with Xiao Shuang following closely behind. She wanted to find out what was going on. Feng Yixian pretended not to know her, but now he was secretly coming to see her. What did this mean? Could it be that Feng Yixian really had some unspeakable secrets? Thinking of this, Xiao Shuang became anxious and sped up to chase after him. The city gates were still open, and the guards were dozing off. The gates were always open during the time of the tourney. Feng Yixian and Xiao Shuang left in an instant. The guard only saw a light breeze pass by. He raised his head and saw nothing. He only thought that he was seeing things and continued dozing off. After leaving the city gate, they continued to chase to the west until they came to a forest. However, there was no sign of Feng Yixian in front of them. Xiao Shuang stood in the middle of the forest with her eyes closed, but she couldn't feel anything. Just like that, Feng Yixian disappeared. Yixian! Yixian! Xiao Shuang opened her eyes and called out to her in a low voice, but all that answered her was the rustling sound of the wind hitting the leaves. There was no one around, nothing. Xiao Shuang stood still, her eyes filled with disappointment. Miao the Maneki Nico, who had been crouching on Xiao Shuang's shoulder and hugging her neck, mewed softly, seemingly comforting her. Xiao Shuang stretched out her hand and gently stroked the cat's head. She let out a sigh, then turned around and prepared to go back. Just as he turned around, he met the pair of red eyes. The red eyes were bright and beautiful, and the red eyes were deep and deep. It was like a whirlpool that made one's heart palpitate. And the arrogance in her eyes and beautiful face was so familiar. Young chieftain! Xiao Shuang stared at the person who had suddenly appeared in front of her. The red-eyed girl in front of him was the young master of the devil realm that Xiao Shuang had met in the demon area. That young master with the transcendent strength. Just like that, she silently appeared in front of him. At this moment, she was wearing a set of black clothes. The sleeves and hem of her clothes were embroidered with a golden pattern. It was noble and cold, dressed like a man. The Maneki Nico let out a meow sound, and slid from Xiao Shuang's shoulder to behind Xiao Shuang, grabbing onto the clothes on Xiao Shuang's back and hanging it on her back. His body was trembling slightly. If you don't want to die, then don't come near him. The young master's tone was no longer as casual and cynical as before. At this moment, her tone was abnormally cold and there was no trace of warmth in her eyes. Him? Who? Xiao Shuang was stunned. The young lord of the devil realm actually appeared in the demon world, and suddenly said these words in front of himself. Xiao Shuang frowned. She could feel the killing intent emanating from the young master. This was not a disguise. The young lord in front of her really wanted to kill her. Who was the young master referring to him? Xiao Shuang frowned as she looked at the young master whose face was covered in frost. Suddenly, she came to a realization that she had been chasing after Feng Yixuan earlier. Could it be that the him mentioned by the young master was Feng Yixuan? Xiao Shuang was shocked by her own thoughts. So, Feng Yixuan was a demon? And he knew the young master in front of him? Why? Jin City asked in a deep voice. No reason. The young lord's tone didn't have a trace of warmth, but a hint of emotion appeared in his eyes. Xiao Shuang was stunned, because she could clearly see the intense hatred in the young master's eyes. The young master was hating her. Why? He suffered so much for you. I really want to kill you. I'll dismember your body into 10,000 pieces, and scatter your soul. The young lord's blood-red eyes suddenly became even redder, and the hatred in his eyes grew more and more intense. A faint blush gradually appeared on her body. The Maneki Nico behind Xiao Shuang trembled even more intensely. She was very sensitive to danger. She only knew that this guy in front of her was very, very dangerous. If she wasn't careful, she and her treasured treasure would lose their lives here. What a scary guy. Meow little Tian Tian, hurry and save me. The treasure chaser lay on Xiao Shuang's back, wailing in its heart. Heaven Breaker, of course, couldn't hear the howls of distress in the Maneki Nico's heart. As such, Xiao Shuang and the Maneki Nico had to face this extremely dangerous fellow before them. Wei Ao Xuan was a little puzzled, as he did not understand why the young master, who was very friendly towards him before, now hated him so much. Could it be that Feng Yixuan was someone from the devil world, and even more so someone the young lord loved? That was why the young master was so resentful towards him? Could it be like this? However, the young lord's eyes were different from Lu Shuijing's eyes. The young master's feelings towards Feng Yixuan was not the same as Lu Shuijing's feelings towards Leng Lingyun. Xiao Shuang was certain of this. The red light on the young lord's body was getting brighter, and he was getting closer to Xiao Shuang step by step. An immense pressure bore down on Xiao Shuang, and she subconsciously retreated backwards. Go to hell! A vicious light flashed in the young lord's eyes. He suddenly raised his hand, and a frightening red light condensed in his palm. Xiao Shuang's eyes darkened, and she immediately took precautions. In the next moment, the young lord's hand was grabbed by a large hand, and a cold voice rang out, "If you want that person to hate you forever, then attack her." Xiao Shuang froze, staring blankly at the person who suddenly appeared beside the young master. Humph! The young lord's eyes were filled with emotion, and then his gaze became distant, filled with indignation and unwillingness. Finally, he violently shook his hand free and turned around to leave in a rage. That person just stood there silently, looking at Xiao Shuang. Lingyun, Xiao Shuang opened her mouth and called out this name. There was no mistake. In this world, only Lang Lingyun had this sort of appearance, and this sort of temperament. She had a head full of silver hair, a handsome face, and charming purple eyes. However, at this moment, a strand of hair was hanging down in front of Lang Lingyun's forehead, obstructing one of his eyes, which no longer had eyes. This not only did not reduce his charm, but instead added a trace of indescribable charm. Ao Shuang. A trace of a smile appeared on Lang Lingyun's handsome face. Xiao Shuang's lips trembled. There were many things she wanted to say and many questions she wanted to ask. However, when the words reached her mouth, she couldn't even utter a single word. He could only look deeply at the person before him as he slowly approached him. Lang Lingyun did not move. She just stood there silently, waiting for Xiao Shuang to come closer. After what seemed like a long time, Xiao Shuang finally arrived in front of Lang Lingyun. Xiao Shuang extended her hand and slowly extended it towards Lang Lingyun's face. Lang Lingyun did not move, only looked at Xiao Shuang's bright and beautiful face. Xiao Shuang carefully brushed aside the hair that was hanging down from Lang Lingyun's head. In the next moment, Xiao Shuang's pupils contracted. She clearly saw that one of Lang Lingyun's pupils had lost its eyeball. It was a strange void. In other words, this purple crystal earring on his ear was really one of Lang Lingyun's eyes. Why? Xiao Shuang asked with some difficulty. Yuha, I thought that Feng Yixuan was just an ordinary human. And I'm not. Lang Lingyun's cold voice sounded out slowly, so, I think he can give you what I can't give you. But, I was wrong. Lang Lingyun's voice was faint and empty, yet it contained an indescribable determination. Xiao Shuang withdrew her hand, but her gaze didn't leave Lang Lingyun's eyes. He's not human. I'm not going to let go so easily. Lang Lingyun suddenly stretched out her hand, gently stroking Xiao Shuang's hair, and smiled. Ao Shuang, I will protect you. I will fulfill all your wishes for you. As long as you are happy, I will subvert everything for you. And what hurts your heart, I will destroy your mouth for you. Xiao Shuang looked at the determination in Lang Lingyun's purple eyes, an indescribable feeling welled up in her heart. She didn't even know what this feeling was. This earring is half of my strength. Even if I am not with you, it will protect you in my place. Lang Lingyun's hand slid towards Xiao Shuang's ear. She gently touched the purple earring and said those words that caused Xiao Shuang to be shocked. What? This earring was half of Lingyun's strength? Then, who was Lingyun? What was his true identity? Alright, let's go. Lang Lingyun looked around and said in a deep voice, Wan Fenglian, this person is not simple. Be careful of him. Of course, Xiao Shuang knew that. To be able to stay outside of any influence in such a chaotic world, just from this, one could tell that this person was definitely not simple. However, it was unknown whether or not he was as uninterested in power as he appeared to be. Lingyun. Xiao Shuang spoke softly. Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Lang Lingyun. Ao Shuang, I know you have many questions. Lang Lingyun's handsome face was filled with seriousness as she spoke slowly in a deep voice. Due to the disorder of the spatial tunnel, there were some people from the devil realm that came in. However, I'm not sure if anyone from the god realm came in. Yixuan is from the demon race, that's all I know. No one could predict what would happen during this competition. I don't want you to risk it. I'll take care of it. Was Feng Yixuan a demon? Although Xiao Shuang had already guessed this, but after Lang Lingyun confirmed it, she still had an indescribable feeling in her heart. If Feng Yixuan is a demon, then what about you? Lingyun, what about you? You're not human, then who are you? I am of the monster race. Lang Lingyun seemed to notice Wei Ao Shuang's confusion. A faint smile appeared on her handsome face. I've been floating in the mortal realm for 1,000 years, and my memories were slowly recovering. 1,000 years? In that case, are you the same as the White Emperor and Black Feather, having gone to the mortal realm after the Holy War? Xiao Ao Shuang said in a low voice. All right. Lang Lingyun's eyes flashed with an indescribable glint, as if she was hiding something. She only replied with a faint N. Before leaving. I have something else to do. I'll come back for you. When I'm not around, you have to take care of yourself and be careful of this Feng Lu guy. Lang Lingyun sent Xiao Shuang back to the city gate. Before she left, she repeatedly told Xiao Shuang to be careful of Wan Feng. Xiao Shuang stared at Lang Lingyun, but she didn't say anything else. In the end, the words that came out of his mouth only turned into one sentence, and you have to be careful. Looking at Lang Lingyun's figure disappearing from sight, an indescribable feeling arose in Xiao Shuang's heart. Fomixuan, Lang Lingyun, the young chieftain of the demon world, White Emperor, Black Feather, Camille, Wanfeng. Why did it feel so messy? However, there seemed to be a connection between them. What was going on behind all this? As Xiao Shuang carried the Maneki Nico and walked on the street in the darkness, occasionally a demonic beast would pass by, and upon seeing a human like Xiao Shuang walking on the street alone, they would be surprised and confused. After seeing the rose badge under Xiao Shuang's collar, they would all show understanding expressions and then leave. Xiao Shuang stroked the rose emblem as he thought in his heart, Wan Feng Lu truly wasn't a simple person with such deterrence. After Xiao Shuang returned to the mayor's mansion, the guards at the entrance and the beautiful female servants in the main hall all felt a little strange when they saw Xiao Shuang coming back. They did not see Xiao Shuang leave, but now Xiao Shuang came back. Ignoring the suspicious gazes of these people, Xiao Shuang walked straight to her own room. Tonight, the White Emperor and Black Feather did not return to the city lord's mansion. Instead, they sent word to Wan Fengliang to take care of Xiao Shuang, and also to Qiao Shuang. Both of them said the same thing, and came back to fetch her as soon as they were done. In the corridor, Xiao Shuang saw the white figure quietly leaning against the pillar, waiting for her. Camille watched as Xiao Shuang approached. He smiled faintly and said softly, "Have you seen them?" "All right." Xiao Shuang stopped, lowered her eyes and said softly, "N. What do you want to do?" Camille asked softly. I don't know," Xiao Shuang shook her head slowly. "I don't even know what the situation is right now. I saw the man. The young chieftain of the devil world. Let's go inside, it's cold outside." Camille stepped forward and gently rubbed Xiao Shuang's head as he spoke in an affectionate tone. Xiao Shuang looked at Camille with a complicated expression. In the end, she nodded lightly and walked with Camille to his room. Entering the room, Camille poured a steaming cup of scented tea for Xiao Shuang. It was obvious that she had just made it not long ago. The reason why the young lord of the oasis world killed me was because of Yixuan. Lingyun suddenly appeared and saved me. Xiao Shuang held the teacup in her hands, but she did not take a sip. She lowered her head and said softly, "Hee, little Ao Shuang, I won't let others kill you." Camille sat beside Xiao Shuang and said those words lightly. Xiao Shuang was stunned, turning to look at Camille's gentle smile. Could it be that Camille was here as well? Did he follow me out? But Lingyun made his move, so he didn't make his move? Xiao Shuang did not relish Camille's words. "I won't let anyone kill you." Then, isn't it fine if you're not someone else's person? Who else could it be? This is Yixuan is a demon. Why did he come to the demon world? Xiao Shuang seemed to be asking Camille, but she also seemed to be asking herself. Lingyun is from the monster race. He went to the mortal realm after the Holy War, and now he has returned to the demon realm. Don't think too much about it. You don't have anything to think about right now. Camille comforts gently, so think of nothing. You'll always know what all this is about. You'll know when you know. Looking at Camille's dark blue eyes, Xiao Shuang's heart was filled with complex emotions. In the end, she nodded gently. After a cup of scented tea, Xiao Shuang said goodnight to Camille and returned to her room. Lying on the bed, Xiao Shuang felt an indescribable sadness in her heart. Why did it always feel like people who were very familiar with the surroundings had become so unfamiliar? What was going on with all this? Early the next morning, Camille knocked on the door, smiled and said to take Xiao Shuang for a stroll to see the prosperity of the demon world. What he didn't know was that he was in trouble the moment he stepped out of the door. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 241. Stunning Edge, C241. Xiao Shuang was not in high spirits, but she could not bear to brush away Camille's interest. Looking at Camille's gentle smile, Xiao Shuang understood that Camille was looking at her downcast and wanted to take her out to relax. After hurriedly washing up, Camille didn't even let Xiao Shuang eat breakfast before leading her out the door. He said that they were going to the streets to eat good food and have a taste of the demon world's delicious food. When it came to food, the treasure cat would meow excitedly. She had no resistance to food. Just like that, Camille and Xiao Shuang left the house. Without any attendants following them, the two of them went out on the street alone. In a tall pavilion in the city lord's mansion, Wan Fenglu stood by the window, looking at the figures of Camille and Xiao Shuang. His eyes were deep and profound. She held a beautiful rose in her hand and gently shook it. After Camille and Xiao Shuang left, Wan Feng's gaze gradually turned cold. He threw the rose out of the window, turned around and left. The food of the demon realm was not as strange or bloody as humans imagined. On the contrary, the food of the demon realm was incomparable to the food of the human world. Xiao Shuang sat in the elegant and quiet room, looking at the delicious table in front of her, feeling a little surprised. She had never seen these ingredients before. There was also a strange-looking fruit that emitted a tempting fragrance. The waiter carefully cut the fruit into thin slices before following Camille's instructions. The calling treasure cat used its claws to dig this, touching that, and then gave Camille an innocent look. To her knowledge, this golden-haired blue-eyed fellow was actually extremely dangerous. He was even more dangerous than the red-eyed ferocious woman from last night. This terrifying fellow had bought all the delicious food on the table. Naturally, he had to get his approval first before he could move his mouth. Camille smiles gently, placing some delicacies on a clean plate and pushing it in front of the Maneki Nico. The Maneki Nico meowed and glanced at Camille carefully. When it saw Camille smiling and nodding, it felt relieved. He mewed happily and was about to start. Looking at the greedy look on the Maneki Nico's face, Xiao Shuang could not help but reveal a faint smile. Little Ao Shuang, you still look cute when you smile. Camille looked at the smile on Xiao Shuang's face and spoke softly. Xiao Ao Shuang was stunned. Looking at Camille's gentle face, she smiled. He picked up the knife and fork by his hand and smiled, "Thank you." Camille smiled, not saying a word. He also picked up his knife and fork, preparing to cut a piece of grilled fish for Xiao Shuang. The Maneki Nico squinted its eyes happily, opened its mouth wide, and was about to bite down on the delicacies on the plate in front of it. However, at this moment, the phenomenon suddenly appeared. Xiao Shuang suddenly felt the killing intent in the air retreat quickly. With a loud boom, the table in front of him vanished into nothingness. A long cloud of dust filled the entire room. A huge axe was nailed to the floor, and all the delicacies were naturally destroyed. The door to the box had been destroyed. Camille was still sitting at the same spot with an indifferent expression on his face. However, he didn't even get a bit of the juice. He still had the perfect, aloof look. His eyes were calm, without any signs of joy or anger. The only thing going crazy was the treasure cat. The Maneki Nico retreated to Camille's side. Looking at the mess on the ground, its amber eyes gradually turned red. It was a harbinger of her anger. With great difficulty, he was finally able to taste the delicacies of the demon world. However, the calamity that came flying at him completely overturned him. Xiao Shuang looked at the mess in front of her, the axe still glowing with a faint black light, and then at Camille with an indifferent expression. Who attacked them? And in such a public place? That Hams? Impossible. Hams was not such a brainless man. Even if he found out that his sister had disappeared, he wouldn't act so rashly. With such a high-profile attack, it seemed more like a test. There was a thick iron chain on the handle of the axe on the ground. A tall and muscular demon clan member stood at the entrance, a sneer on his face as he looked in this direction. His four limbs were entwined with a thick iron chain. It was extremely strange. Beside him stood three demons with different appearances. One was a beautiful woman in revealing clothes. She held a whip in her hand, which was wrapped around her arm. The other two were both males. One of them had a cold and indifferent expression, his face full of disdain. On his back was a huge blade, and the other was wearing a long robe, holding a pitch-black, shiny scepter in his hand. Camille looked at Xiao Shuang, a faint smile appearing on his face. He said softly, "My warm breakfast with my Xiao Shuang has been ruined just like that." Xiao Shuang looked at the monsters at the door, her eyes turning cold. In such a sensitive period before the martial competition conference, the monster race dared to cause trouble in front of such a large crowd. Even the three forces were wary and would not do such a thing. However, this was a demon's courage. Furthermore, up until now, the manager of this hotel had yet to appear. What exactly were the origins of these demi-humans? Go to hell! The tall demon clan member suddenly pulled the iron chain in his hand and pulled the axe that was nailed to the ground up. The heavy axe seemed weightless as it was easily grasped in the hands of the monster race. The other party clearly wanted them dead. Without further explanation, the other three demon clans all grasped their weapons and prepared to move forward. The demon clan member holding the pitch-black scepter began to mumble, chanting an incantation that Xiao Shuang was completely unable to understand. Camille did not move, nor did Xiao Shuang. Looking at Camille's calm face, Xiao Shuang knew very well that Camille was angry. What would the angry Camille do with these few monsters? Xiao Shuang was not in a hurry to fight with these monsters. She knew that Camille would simply finish this. The few monsters at the entrance rushed in viciously. However, before Camille could do anything, the treasure cat did something that surprised everyone in the room. The lucky cat let out a whooshing sound as it hopped in the middle, blocking the way of the few demi-humans. The few demi-humans were stunned for a moment before their faces revealed expressions of ridicule and disdain. Even the demon clan member who was chanting stopped chanting and looked at the adorable kitten in amusement. A little demon like this who didn't even have a human form, and didn't even have a clear mind, actually dared to stand in front of them and block their way. Xiao Shuang was stunned, and was about to call out for the treasure cat. Camille thought for a moment, then narrowed his eyes and watched the scene before him with interest. He had no intention of taking action. Meow. At this moment, the Maneki Nico's eyes were abnormally red. Her heart was filled with resentment. Those delicacies were so close to her mouth just a moment ago, but they were all destroyed by those guys who didn't know what was good for them. Humph. The demon race member holding the axe sneered in disdain. He brandished his axe and directly smashed it towards the position of the spirit treasure cat. Xiao Shuang's heart tightened, but just as she was about to take action, Camille gave her a look, signaling her not to act rashly. Xiao Shuang was stunned for a moment. After hesitating for a moment, she chose to follow Camille's instructions. Camille would never do anything without confidence. From the beginning to the end, he had never even given these few demi-humans a second glance. The huge and heavy axe smashed towards the lucky cat, but Camille didn't move at all. A cruel and disdainful smile appeared on the tall and sturdy demon clan member's face. In his eyes, this kitten had already become a pile of meat sauce. In the next moment, his smile froze on his face. The few monsters beside him were also completely stunned. Just like that, the huge and heavy axe stopped above the Maneki Niko's head, not falling down for even half a minute. Xiao Yixuan was not surprised. With Camille here, how could these monsters be able to harm Abao? Naturally, Xiao Yixuan understood this as being caused by Camille. However, the next moment, even Qi Yixuan was stunned. Meow! The Maneki Niko let out an angry cry. Suddenly, a gale arose in the room and everything was blown away. Qi Yixuan formed a barrier to block this strange wind. Camille sat where he was with an indifferent look on his face. He did not move. He was not affected by the wind in the slightest. He did not form a barrier, nor did he fight back. He just sat there quietly. The gale seemed to deviate away from him, automatically circling around him. The few demi-humans frowned. This wind was a little strange. What shocked them even more was that the aura of the little kitten on the ground was suddenly strengthened rapidly. Xiao Yixuan looked at the Maneki Niko on the ground and then at Camille. She instantly understood that the scene before her eyes had nothing to do with Camille. This was the power of a treasure cat. Camille's unfathomable power did not have to be so painstaking. He had always enjoyed the supreme beauty when he killed people, and never acted in such a crazy way. There is no beauty in such a wild Camille definition. The gale grew stronger and stronger. Several of the demi-humans were unable to open their eyes. In the next moment, in front of Qi Yixuan's astonished gaze, the small body of the Maneki Niko gradually grew bigger, and her furry tail also changed at the same time. From 1 to 13 in an instant. 13 huge snow-white tails danced in the room, shocking everyone. All of a sudden, the Maneki Niko had changed from the harmless kitten from before to its current state. Its body was as big as a small elephant, its blood-red eyes had snow-like fur, and its 13 tails were wildly flying in the air. The demonic aura emitted from its body made one's heart palpitate. It could be said to be a killing intent. Meow! The Maneki Niko let out a low growl, and a few of its tails already moved. With lightning speed, he swept his gaze towards the few demi-humans. The four monsters were entangled by the tail of the Maneki Niko and did not have any time to react, let alone struggle. With a few popping sounds, their four bodies turned into a bloody mist and disappeared into the air. Not even the life core remained. Qi Yixuan looked at the Maneki Niko in shock. This was the true appearance of the Maneki Niko? Was this her true strength? Camille stroked his smooth and beautiful chin, looking at the Maneki Niko thoughtfully. Before Qi Yixuan could recover, the Maneki Niko suddenly turned around and glared at Xiao Yixuan and Camille. His blood-red eyes were filled with bloodlust and malevolence. The Maneki Niko was actually attacking Qi Yixuan and Camille. The infernal energy has rushed out. She doesn't recognize you anymore. Camille explains quietly to Qi Yixuan why the treasure cat wants to attack them. Baleful aura? Qi Yixuan was surprised. Not bad, her body is filled with a heavy killing intent. Once it's released, it will attack any living creature in the surroundings. In the end, it will die because it can't take it anymore. Camille stroked his chin and said calmly, it was someone who sealed her killing intent. Heaven Breaker? Did Heaven Breaker seal her killing intent? Was it to save Pa that her killing intent was sealed? However, for the sake of the destroyed food in front of him, Pa had automatically broken the seal and released his killing intent. You already knew. In that case, why did you stop me? Isn't Abao in danger this way? Qi Yixuan asked anxiously, her tone tinged with reproach. As soon as she said that, the Manekiniko brandished its sharp claws towards Chiao Shuang, and with a light flash, everything behind her was destroyed. I wasn't sure before, but now I am, Camille said, looking at the ferocious expression on the Manekiniko. Chiao Shuang bit her lip, feeling anxious. The Manekiniko had followed Heaven Breaker, but had left with him. If she were to die here, not to mention being unable to explain things to Heaven Breaker, even Chiao Shuang wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. What should we do now to save Abao? Once again, Xiao Shuang evaded the lucky cat's deadly attack and asked urgently. Try sealing it again. Camille threw up his hands helplessly. I won't do that. Camille's eyes flashed with a strange light, as if he was mocking himself, as if he was sad. Seal the infernal energy? The baleful chi in his body was probably the strongest in the world, so how could he seal the baleful chi of others? Chiao Shuang looked at the Manekiniko that had lost control, and her heart was filled with anxiety. How could he seal the killing intent in the treasure cat's body again? If Camille can't do it, can I? The Manekiniko did not manage to injure Chiao Shuang and Camille even after a few consecutive attacks. Clearly, it was getting a little impatient. She let out a low growl as her 13 tails danced wildly behind her. Her eyes were so red that it seemed as if blood was about to drip out. Ah, Bao. However, she could not bear to use her fire magic to harm her. All she wanted to do was get close to her, and see if she could use her power to calm her down. The lucky cat opened its mouth wide, revealing its grim teeth as if it wanted to swallow Chiao Shuang whole. Chiao Shuang flew in front of the Manekiniko, and with a tap of the tip of her feet, she flew directly to the front of the Manekiniko's head. The Manekiniko stretched out its claws towards Chiao Shuang. Chiao Shuang extended her hand and pressed it onto the Manekiniko's forehead. In that instant, everything around her seemed to come to a standstill. Camille froze as well. A blinding white light stung Camille's eyes. This white light enveloped Chiao Shuang and the Manekiniko within. Camille looked at the white light, unable to speak for a moment. However, there was a trace of a deep look in his eyes. After a long while, the white light finally disappeared. Camille no longer had the shadow of a Manekiniko in front of him, and only Chiao Shuang remained standing on the floor, somewhat at a loss. Chiao Shuang looked down at the floor, but did not see any sign of the Manekiniko. Looking around, he still did not see any sign of the Manekiniko. Camille, on the other hand, looked at Chiao Shuang with a strange expression on his face. Where's Abao? How did Abao disappear? Xiao Shuang asked urgently with a frown on her face. You touch your head. Camille's expression was no longer strange, but there was a hint of contemplation in his eyes. Chiao Shuang reached out her hand to touch her head, feeling puzzled. It was impossible for Abao to be crouching on his head. If he was crouching on his head, how could he not feel the weight of the treasure cat? As Chiao Shuang touched her head, her expression changed. He quickly reached out his other hand and touched his head. A pair of big, furry, fleshy ears appeared on her head. Big ears like a treasure cat. What's going on? Chiao Shuang rubbed her big ears, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, feeling even more confused. Camille stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before replying, if my guess is correct. The bounty cat is now housed in your body to resolve its own infernal energy. What? Chiao Shuang was confused. Abao is in her body now? I remember you mentioned to me that the treasure cat came with you. Camille narrowed his eyes, a strange light flashing in his eyes before he slowly said, the instinct to recruit a treasure cat is more sensitive than any other creature's. Maybe she subconsciously thought you were a treasure, so she followed you. Maybe the subconscious she doesn't know herself is that you can help her get rid of her bad breath. Huh? Chiao Shuang was dumbfounded. She pinched the big furry ears on her head, feeling a little pain. It was as if he was really a part of his body. I'm so dizzy. That's not bad either. Hee hee, you're a kitten demon now. Now that I have demonic spiritual energy on me, it's much more convenient for me to travel around the demon world. Camille looked at the lovely furry ears on Qiao Shuang's head and could not help but reach out to touch them. Stop messing around. Xiao Shuang slapped Camille's hand away and frowned. When can I return to my original state? Why can I resolve Abao's infernal energy? I also don't know how you were able to resolve her infernal energy. To return to her original state, of course, it will wait until the baleful qi in her body has been neutralized. Camille smiled at the large ears above the head of Qiao Shuang. Xiao Shuang scratched her head in annoyance. Earlier, he wanted to test if he could subdue Abao by force, but who would have thought that such a thing would happen the moment he touched Abao's forehead? Was there a mistake? How baffling. I will shatter your heaven. When he saw Heaven Breaker, he would definitely blackmail him. Now, let's have breakfast at another place. Camille was in good spirits. He smiled and said, also, the people who ordered those demi-humans just now should have come looking for us. Do you know who it is? Xiao Shuang asked curiously. You'll know soon enough. Camille had a smile on his face as he stroked the quivering ears of Qiao Shuang before retracting his hand with a satisfied expression under her furious gaze. Then, he took Qiao Shuang's hand and walked out of the room, teasing her as he walked. I wonder if you have a tail behind you. Xiao Shuang was shocked, and she quickly turned her head to look. After reading it, he relaxed. Fortunately, there was still no tail behind him. If not, he would die of embarrassment. Camille watched Qiao Shuang's movements, a knowing smile on his face. Just like that, the two of them left the hotel one by one. Unexpectedly, no one came forward to stop them, and no one bothered to talk to them about what had happened in the room just now. Everything seemed to be an illusion of Qiao Shuang. Walking on the street, Qiao Shuang no longer attracted the attention of others like before. At this moment, she was a true demon, and a lower-level demon. A demon clan with low magic power that even the ears on its head could not change. Camille and Qiao Shuang sat down at a hotel on the other side of the street. As soon as the delicate dishes were served, Qiao Shuang widened her eyes. Qiao Shuang almost couldn't control her urge to stutter. She instantly understood that this was the reason why the treasure cat was in her body. Xiao Shuang gave a bitter smile. This little brat, he is still so restless living in her body right now. Camille saw the look of embarrassment on Qiao Shuang's face and couldn't help but smile. He picked up the knife and fork for Qiao Shuang to take a portion of each of the items and placed it in front of her. Looking at the delicious food in front of her, Xiao Shuang felt a little hungry after not eating anything from morning till now. He picked up the knife and fork on the table and started to move. At this moment, Xiao Shuang no longer had her usual calm demeanor. She looked completely like a gluttonous cat. The smile on Camille's face did not change. Do you have a reason for coming here? Didn't you say someone would come? Xiao Shuang asked with her mouth full of food. The people who came were very polite. They knew to let us finish our breakfast first. Camille smiles and graciously pours a cup of her favorite rose tea. Qiao Shuang took the cup of tea and drained it in one gulp. Then he recalled Camille's words. Was this the character of the person who came? What was the point of sending people to attack them? To Camille or to me? Or perhaps, it was all the same? Xiao Shuang was puzzled, but Camille had an indifferent look on his face as he elegantly drank his tea and ate his food. He waited quietly. Who could it be? After Xiao Shuang finished eating, she put down her knife and fork and a white scarf appeared in front of her. He looked up and saw Camille's gentle smile. Xiao Shuang took the handkerchief and wiped her mouth, then sat up straight and said in a low voice, I finished my meal. He should be here soon. Camille narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. Just as Camille finished speaking, there was a light knock on the door. Come in. Camille leaned back in his chair and casually said. The door was pushed open, revealing a smiling face. Looking at the person at the door, Xiao Shuang felt a little surprised, but she also felt that it was only natural. It was actually him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 242 Depressions and Measures of Young Master. Stunning Edge, C242, Depressions and Measures of Young Master. The person standing in front of the door made Xiao Shuang shocked. He had a handsome face, charming peach blossom eyes filled with laughter, a rose in his hand gently shaking. He was dressed in noble style, had long hair with a little roll, and behind him was still a big bouquet of rosy background. Who else could had such vulgar attire? It was no one but Wan Fenglu. Xiao Shuang looked at the man walking towards them with a smile on his face. She frowned. Was it Wan Fenglu who had sent people to attack them? Why? To probe? Probe her or Camille. However, the latter probably had more ingredients. Good morning, City Lord Wan. Camille smiled elegantly in greeting, but showed no intention of getting up. There were no ripples in the depths of his eyes. Clearly, Camille had known for a long time that the newcomers would be all the rage. Camille's attitude made Xiao Shuang confirm her conjecture. It was obvious that Wan Feng had come for Camille. Wan Fengxian didn't mind and walked in with a smile before sitting down. The door of the room was closed at this moment. With a flick of his finger, he formed a barrier. Completely cut off from the outside world. Good morning, gentlemen. Is the breakfast here more appetizing? Wan Fengliang asked casually with a smile. Not bad. Camille also answered with a smile. It felt like two foxes were laughing, but one of them was a 10,000-year-old fox, while the other was a little fox that had just formed from cultivation. Xiao Shuang stared coldly at Wan Fenglu, as she recalled Lang Lingyun's warning. This Fenglu was not simple. Miss Ao Shuang, what's going on over your head? Your demonic energy? Wan Fengliang looked at the slightly trembling pair of big ears above Xiao Shuang's head and asked in surprise. Your memory crystal isn't clear? Xiao Shuang smiled and asked back. Since those demi-humans were sent by the 10,000 wind to probe them, how could they not have a way to transmit those images into his hands? What is Miss Ao Shuang talking about? Wan Feng played dumb and asked with a smile. It seems like City Lord Wan doesn't understand what we are saying. Perhaps we are mistaken. Camille smiled faintly and interrupted, since City Lord Wan has come early in the morning to ask if breakfast is to our liking, I have indeed troubled myself. Now that we know the answer, we're out of it. I still want to go around with my little Ao Shuang. Camille stood up as soon as he finished speaking, and Xiao Shuang stood up with an indifferent look on her face. Wan Fengxian's peach blossom eyes, which had been squinting all this time, finally lost their previous carefree look. A trace of darkness flashed across his eyes as he coldly spoke, What do you want? Camille smiled faintly, I don't understand what City Lord Wan is talking about. Let's make a deal. You're a smart man, so I don't need to go around the corner. Wan Fenglu slowly stood up, turned around, and said in a deep voice to Camille. You made a deal with me? The smile in Camille's eyes was devilish and faintly funny. No matter who it is, they all have their own prices. No one could be an exception. What do you want? Wan Fenglu narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. What does City Lord Wan want me to do? Camille didn't answer. Participant. Wan Fengliang coldly spat out two words. Ha, Camille smiles lightly. You don't have to say we will go. How could he let go of such a fun matter? Wan Fengliang slightly frowned. He wanted to say something, but Camille lightly raised his hand to stop Wan Fenglu from speaking. He only said lightly, Wan Changyao, anyone in this world can have their own price, but I am the only one who doesn't. So, stop the nonsense. Wan Fengxian's beautiful pupils contracted. She opened her mouth to say something, but an invisible and terrifying pressure came from the front. This pressure directly entered into his body, causing the life core in his body to almost shatter. Wan Fengxian used all of his strength to stabilize his throbbing life core, and resisted the urge to spit out blood. Wan Fengxian's eyes were filled with astonishment. He finally understood that this handsome man in front of him was not someone he could control. The strength he had just displayed was probably only the tip of the iceberg. Now that Wan Feng finally believed this person in front of him, perhaps he really didn't have a suitable price. Who exactly was he? Why would such a character come to the demon realm? Xiao Shuang and Camille walked out of the inn, strolling along the street. Xiao Shuang asked softly, "Wan Feng, what do you wish to do with me?" "I almost forgot to ask how you got to know Wan Feng. Ling Yun had warned me to be careful of this person, saying that he is not simple." "Ha, little Ao Shuang." Camille smiled faintly, looking at the adorable pair of big and fluffy ears on Ao Shuang's head. He couldn't help but stretch out his hand to touch it. A displeased expression appeared on his face before Camille retracted his hand and continued, "You are right, this fellow is not as calm as he seems." "What does he want to do?" Ao Shuang said with a frown. "Guess." Camille asked leisurely. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a building on the other side of the street. A man stood behind the heavy curtains in the upstairs window, watching them without looking away. Could it be that Wan Fengxian wants to become a great demonic king? Ao Shuang frowned as she pondered, connecting all the clues together and coming to this conclusion. "Maybe, her." Camille answered casually. Ao Shuang said slowly, "He knows that you are very powerful, and he wants you to join the martial arts competition to attract everyone's attention. It can also be seen that you have no interest in the Demon King's position, so I hope to borrow your hand to help him eliminate those powerful competitors." Lose to him in the end? In his heart, Ao Shuang found it funny. Wan Feng was a man of his word, and his plan was not bad. His insight was also not bad. It could be seen that Camille had no interest in this Demon King's position. He also insisted that everyone had their own price. If this matter were to be left to others, then perhaps they would be able to succeed. After all, there must be a reason why he had a place in the demon realm. He should also have some materials that could move a person's heart. It was a pity that the one he had his eyes on was Camille. Camille. No one could see through Camille, not even himself. Ao Shuang turned to look at Camille, who had a warm smile on his face. This person was not really happy when he smiled. Perhaps this was just his habit, or perhaps he was just trying to hide it. What did a person like him want? Or he didn't want it at all. Little Ao Shuang, in a few days, the martial competition will start. You should prepare as well. Let's go participate in this gathering. Camille said with a beaming smile. All right. Ao Shuang agreed straightforwardly. Her purpose in coming here was now clear. To preserve the world, no matter what. In the world of humans, there were those who cared about themselves and those who cared about themselves. He had to go back, he had to go back. The back of Ao Shuang and Camille gradually disappeared from the end of the street. Behind the heavy curtains, a pair of black eyes filled with reluctance was still fixed in the direction where Ao Shuang's figure disappeared. The person behind the curtain was none other than Feng Yixuan. With everyone gone, what the hell are you looking at? An unhappy voice came from behind Feng Yixuan. The speaker was the young lord. The young master swallowed a fruit and spat it out. Feng Yixuan did not turn around. Instead, he said faintly, "Girl, don't be so rude. This is how Lousy likes to talk, what's wrong?" The young master bit down on the fruit in his hand angrily, his eyes burning with rage. Feng Yixuan slowly turned around and stared coldly at the young master, not saying a word. The young master looked at Yixuan with a guilty look in his eyes. The chewing slowed, then unnaturally turned away. Yixuan remained silent, still coldly staring at the young master. I was wrong. The young lord pursed his lips and murmured weakly. He had already changed his self-proclaimed title from I to I. At worst, he would just stop calling me father in front of you. Yixuan retracted his gaze and walked towards the door. As he passed by the young master, a cold voice floated into his ears. Remember, don't think about harming her. You should know my temper. After saying this, Yixuan turned around and left. What? The young lord sprung up as if his buttocks had been set on fire. I don't have any, I didn't do anything. Why are you being so mean to me? You should be glad that it was he who stopped you that night. Yixuan's cold voice floated over. He had already disappeared. It was just that the dangerous aura in his tone was so obvious. The young master stood alone in the room, biting his lips. She was well aware of Yixuan's words and she was even more clear of his character. And at this moment, the young lord's heart was filled with fear. So that night he did not go far, he saw everything. He had seen her threaten her, and he had seen how close he was to taking action against her. The young lord shivered. Yes, that night, he was truly glad that the monster race had intervened to stop him. This was because if Yixuan had made a move, he would not have only given him a warning. His relationship with Yixuan would also. The young lord grabbed his hair, wanting to gloomily shout towards the sky. Damned little toy, it was actually so annoying. Had he known that she could affect him in such a way, he would have evaporated her at that crappy place. However, it was too late to say anything now. How annoying, how irritating, how depressing. The young lord rolled his eyes in displeasure. Since he had seen what he had done that night, there was nothing he could do about it. Then that was the only thing he could do. The young lord let out a long sigh in his heart. Then he walked out the door in a very dejected manner. Second. There were only a few days left before the martial competition. Camille had already finished registering. The competition was very simple. Just pay a gold coin and take a plate. On the night before the competition started, Xiao Shuang welcomed an acquaintance that she hadn't seen for a long time. It was that strange old man, Sicom Lin. Perhaps it was another of her nominal masters. Just like that, this strange-looking old geezer appeared at the head of Xiao Shuang's bed and floated there quietly. Beside him was the super beauty dressed in gold. Xiao Shuang, who was in a deep sleep, felt something strange. She abruptly opened her eyes and saw Sicom Lin floating on top of her head expressionlessly. He was still floating there cross-legged. This scene was extremely strange. Xiao Shuang stared at the old man floating above her head, cursing in her heart. Too despicable. It wasn't shameful to appear so openly while others were sleeping. After all, his gender was still female. Very well, I admit that you are my disciple. Sicom Lin was practically humming these words through his nose. Oh. Xiao Shuang looked at the old man floating above her head and snorted. You should be moved to tears and say that you pay your respects to master. Sicom Lin said sinisterly. Oh, master, woo-woo. Xiao Shuang let out 2 dry howls, but she still didn't sit up. Right now, she was only wearing a thin nightgown under the blanket. Of course, she wouldn't get up and hug Sicom Lin's legs in tears. However, this old man's strength was terrifying as well. He couldn't afford to offend him, so it was better for him to cooperate a bit. Sicom Lin's face turned a little green. It was obvious that Xiao Shuang's perfunctory manner made him very unhappy. Master, why have you chased me all the way here? Looking at Sicom Lin's unfriendly expression, Xiao Shuang quickly changed the topic. At least you're my only disciple. Of course in the future, only you can kill others. You can't be killed by others. Scorned Lin coldly snorted and said in a domineering and vicious manner. Upon hearing this, Yixuan was overjoyed. The meaning was so obvious. This strange old man, Scorned Lin, was clearly a super protector. The meaning behind his words was that regardless of whether he was right or wrong, he could only bully others by himself and not by others. Master is wise, master is powerful. Yixuan's flattery didn't have any skill. In any case, a person like Scorned Lin wouldn't have any reaction to flattery. This is for you, it can raise your magic. Scorned Lin did not care about Yixuan's useless flattery. With a flick of his finger, a small red pill shot into Yixuan's body. He did not feel anything unusual about the pill entering his body. Scorned Lin did not wait for Yixuan to react. He waved his hand again and threw out a piece of metal that almost smashed onto Yixuan's body. What is this? Yixuan reached out her hand and held the strangely shaped piece of metal in her hand as she asked curiously. Whatever you think it is. Scorned Lin coldly snorted and said with disdain, You seem to have a broken sword on you, take it out. Yixuan had some doubts in her heart, but she still did as she was told and took out the navy-tied sword from her spatial ring. Who knew that once she took it out, that piece of scrap metal would pounce on it and stick tightly onto San Lan's sword's body. Following that, the piece of scrap metal gradually changed its shape, slowly changing, and wrapped San Lan Jian within it. And the navy-tied sword was slowly disappearing. This piece of scrap was devouring navy-tied sword. What is this? Yixuan asked in shock. She wanted to remove the strange piece of metal, but it was useless. Yixuan was getting anxious. What kind of joke was this? Just like that, navy-tied sword was destroyed. It would be weird if his cousin didn't chase him around when she saw him in the future. Whatever you think it is. Scorned Lin still said this in a baffled manner, then he narrowed his eyes and coldly said, You have already reached the 12th layer. My only inspiration to you is that borrowing the power of the sun is your next step in cultivation. That's the most scorching power. After Scorned Lin said that, he disappeared into thin air. Just like when he had come without a sound, he had also left without a sound. Yixuan was dumbfounded. She looked at the piece of metal that was still devouring San Lan's sword without a care. She couldn't stop it from doing so. What the hell was this? Very quickly, that piece of pig iron completely devoured the navy-tied sword, and it once again laid there quietly like it was before. Yixuan picked up the piece of scrap metal, feeling displeased in her heart. What did this damned old man Scorned Lin give me? The navy-tied sword had actually disappeared just like that. Just as Yixuan thought of this, the scrap metal in her hand began to change, and very quickly it changed into the original state of navy-tied sword. Yixuan was stunned, looking at the navy-tied sword in surprise. Why did scrap iron change into the appearance of the navy-tied sword? Yixuan flicked the sword in her hand. The sword in her hand made a melodious sound. The blade emitted a faint golden glow. A good sword. However, this sword was absolutely not the original navy-tied sword. Because this sword was even better than the navy-tied sword from before. Yixuan suddenly thought of Scorned Lin's words, Whatever you think it is what you think it is. Could it be? Could it be? Yixuan stared at the sword in her hand, a thought appearing in her mind. Could it be that the unremarkable piece of scrap metal just now could transform into various forms according to his master's wishes? Then why did he swallow navy-tied sword? Yixuan looked at the sword in her hand as she pondered. Yixuan closed her eyes, and with a thought, the sword in her hand changed its shape quickly. It turned into a long whip. Yixuan opened her eyes and looked at the whip in her hands. After a moment of thought, the whip in her hands turned into two lightweight two-handed swords. No matter how it changed, the power of the weapon still left Yixuan speechless. Good stuff. Absolute good stuff. But why did he swallow navy-tied sword? Could it be that this piece of scrap is a growth-type weapon, and it devours other weapons to increase its strength? At the thought of this, Xiao Shuang was shocked. But in his heart, he was overjoyed. If that was the case, then the person he was fighting with wouldn't be in a miserable state. Once close combat fighters clashed with their own weapons, they would basically be declared as having lost their weapons. A warrior who had lost their weapon was no different from someone who had lost it. It was no longer a surprise to her. She was an anomaly. 3 days later, the competition officially began. The demon realm was bustling with noise and excitement. On this day, a large amount of the monster race flooded towards the center of the Windstream city. They were all the monster race members that participated in the martial competition. In the center of the city, there was a huge, tightly guarded circle of light. That was the entrance to the martial competition assembly. No matter how excited the demons were, they all lined up in an orderly fashion to show their competition plates. One by one, they walked into the huge circle of light before disappearing into it. There were too many of them, and they were bustling with activity. Xiao Shuang tried her best to find the figures of Feng Yixin and Lang Lingyun in the crowd, but she couldn't find anything. Even the White Emperor and Black Feather weren't able to see their silhouettes. Camille and Xiao Shuang walked into the circle of light with calm expressions. Wan Fengliang narrowed his eyes as he watched the demon race enter the ring of light. His eyes flashed with a trace of darkness. With so many demi-humans going in, how many would be able to come out alive? After a long time, when all the contestants had entered the circle of light, Wan Feng led his people into the circle of light. After the last batch of contestants entered the circle of light disappeared. What awaited them was a crisis that no one knew of. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 243 Young Lord's intention was actually this? Stunning Edge, C243, Young Lord's intention was actually this? The circle of light disappeared. The eyes of everyone who entered the ring lit up as they arrived at an empty space. Xiao Shuang and Camille were standing on the spacious land. Welcome to this competition. The rules of the competition were very simple. Everyone, please take a look at the map in front of you. A voice filled with energy rang out. Although it wasn't very loud, it clearly reached everyone's ears. Of course, it was due to the magical amplification process. In midair, a magic map appeared out of nowhere. On the map, there were mountains, rivers, and at the end of the map, there was a green sign. Everyone, please write down the map. Green is your destination. When he got there, he would naturally announce the victor. As I said before, the rules of the competition are very simple. There are no rules. No matter what you do, you just need to get there. But remember, only one winner. After passing through the cave ahead, the competition officially began. You can't fly in the competition area. A vigorous voice announced the rules of the competition. The meaning behind these words was very simple. He would be able to get there by any means he could. On the way, the elimination of competitors is a very supportive practice. Let's begin. When the sound died away, the map vanished. Those who hadn't memorized the map and were cursing at Lula had already begun attacking the surrounding demons that were weaker than them. Let's go through that cave first. Wei Ao Shuang said to Camille in a low voice. Camille nodded. The scene in front of him was getting more and more chaotic. There was going to be a big melee here before they got into the cave. Go to hell! An arrogant bellow rang out. The voice was very familiar. It was the young master. Xiao Shuang turned to look at the source of the voice, and saw the young master's black clothes flying around randomly. Her face was fierce and arrogant. In front of her, the many demi-humans on the T-line all collapsed one by one like dominoes. When he fell, he didn't get up again. Feng Yixin wasn't beside her. Let's go! Camille said in a low voice. He didn't want to be entangled with these low-level demons here. Yixuan nodded. The demons in front of the young chieftain were exterminated just like that. This kind of scene caused many of the demons to tremble with fear. Some of the demons ran with all their might. As long as they passed through the cave in front of them, they would arrive at a very wide area. Moreover, that area was a no-fly zone, giving them a much better chance of survival. Some of the more powerful demon clan experts flew up on the spot and also headed towards the cave. Get off me! After an explosive shout, the densely packed monster race members in the sky were like fairies scattering flowers in the sky as they incessantly descended. And this shout was Black Feather's. After clearing a path in the sky, Black Feather leisurely flew towards the cave. Xiao Shuang and Camille had already arrived at the entrance of the huge cave. Without saying anything further, they entered the cave and quickly rushed forward. With their speed, they soon passed through the cave. What appeared before him was a dense forest. The land in front of him was indeed restricted, making it impossible for him to fly. More and more demons followed. As soon as many demons passed through the cave, they immediately scattered and went into hiding. It would be fine if they met a weaker opponent in a head-on battle, but if they met a stronger opponent, then they would have to wait for death. So the wisest thing to do is to find a hideout as soon as possible. Xiao Shuang turned around and looked at the dark cave, and raised her eyebrows. He slightly lowered his body and raised both his hands, aiming at the hole. He shouted in a low voice. Raging dragon flames! Just like that, a huge fire dragon rushed into the deep cave. A wave of heat rushed into his face. The huge fire dragon made the dark cave even brighter. But it was only for a moment. Following that, cries of pain and curses could be heard continuously, as well as curses and curses. Camille looked at the brilliant smile on Xiao Shuang's face. This was really the character of little Ao Shuang. She was good at Yin. However, he just liked this little Ao Shuang. After Xiao Shuang was done, she said to Camille, "Let's go." Just like that, Camille and Xiao Shuang's silhouettes disappeared into the dense forest before them. The monsters behind them also rushed forward, all of them hiding into the dense forest. Within the dense forest, danger lurked everywhere. There were all sorts of dangerous plants of all shapes and sizes. Ah! From the depths of the jungle came a cry that pierced the sky. The shrieking demon clan member rolled around on the ground in pain, while his demon clan friend beside him was frantically trying to help him. Both his body and the ground that had rolled away had been dyed red with his blood. These few demon clans were not ambushed by other demon clans, instead, they were attacked by a single vertebra. When they had just set foot on this side, one of the demons had already felt a strange movement in the air. In front of them was a slowly swaying vertebra. The long black tentacles swayed slowly in the air without wind. They didn't care too much about it. They only prepared to continue on their way through this place. Who would have thought that just as the demon clan member who was walking at the front walked in front of the vertebra, the plant's tentacles no longer had the same sluggish speed as before. Instead, it quickly attacked the demon clan member in front of it. The black tentacles wrapped themselves around the demi-human in front of him and ruthlessly pierced into his skin. What was shocking was that the tentacle transformed into a straw, continuously absorbing the blood of the monster race. The black tentacle gradually turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Astonished, the monsters behind them rushed forward to chop off their tentacles. There were even more monsters who had already used magic to set the vertebra on fire and set it on fire. However, what was even more shocking was that the tentacle that was stuck in the arm didn't fall off. It continued to continuously drain the blood from the demon's body. Blood unceasingly flowed out from the half-suckling tentacle, staining the clothes of the monster race and the ground red. In the end, there were the anxious howls of the monster race that caused the rolling monster race members to cut off their own arms, thus preventing them from being whipped into meat jerky. Such dangerous spines could be seen everywhere in the forest, and cries of agony could be heard from everywhere. And dangerous animals are even harder to guard against. Giant and terrifying animals are often harmless, but insect-sized animals are deadly. There were even dangerous animals that could create illusions. Such a dangerous animal appeared in front of Xiao Shuang and Camille's eyes. In a large village, an elegant beauty and a beautiful man sat on top of it, looking lovingly at Camille and Xiao Shuang. The beautiful woman was dressed very elegantly and wore a thin, light gauze that exposed her graceful body. It was more tempting to be in such a veil than to be naked. Her beautiful face didn't show the slightest flaw, and her long golden hair gently wrapped around her arm and flowed down. Her dark blue eyes were bright and intelligent, her small cherry lips were bright and alluring, extremely enticing. A pair of small and fair feet were moving around playfully. It was enough to make anyone want to spurt blood. She was playing with a silver harp in her hand, but her eyes were full of love as she looked at Camille. Beside the pretty girl was a beautiful man who was extremely pleasing to the eye. He had a head full of soft brown hair, and a gentle gaze that could drip water was full of love as he looked at Xiao Shuang. Her beauty was unparalleled, even prettier than the Eastern Wind Marquis that Xiao Shuang had seen before. He was also wearing a white muslin dress, exposing his muscular body. The majesty beneath him was even more stunning. Two unspeakable beauties drifted down from the village and landed in front of Xiao Shuang and Camille. "Beautiful lady, can you come with me? I will stand by your side and protect you forever." That incomparably handsome man stood in front of Xiao Shuang, speaking in an extremely gentle manner. He was even about to grab hold of her hand, preparing to kiss the back of her hand. The super beauty stood in front of Camille and said gently, "A powerful and handsome person. Are you willing to protect me?" At this moment, Xiao Shuang's expression changed, because the words of these two people reminded her of a person. A person who had once said that he would forever stand by his side, a person who had always been silently guarding his side, Jin Yan. "Go to hell! Ugly spider beast!" Xiao Shuang's eyes were cold. Lifting her hands up slightly, a bright golden light appeared in her left palm. A sword hilt appeared in her left palm. Xiao Shuang coldly took out a great sword. This treasured sword looked exactly the same as the death sword that Jin Yan had used. At this moment, Xiao Shuang thought of Jin Yan. The weapon she had drawn was the treasured sword in his hand. Xiao Shuang did not hesitate to strike out at the super pretty boy in front of her. A faint barrier enveloped Xiao Shuang's body, which was formed by Camille. The green, stinky liquid sprayed onto the barrier. That was the so-called blood of the super pretty boy in front of him. However, Xiao Shuang's weapon didn't have a trace of blood on it. Xiao Shuang let out a strange scream, and without any hesitation, she hacked towards the terrified super beauty in front of Camille. An ear-piercing poochie sound rang out. This was the sound of a treasured sword slashing into flesh. Camille let out a cry of surprise and hurriedly wrapped his own body in a veil. He was afraid that the disgusting green liquid would splash onto his body. Two unspeakably beautiful assassins fell to the ground, twitching. The stench of green liquid was everywhere. The next moment, the two supreme beauties on the ground disappeared. In front of Xiao Shuang and Camille, two ugly octospiders were twitching in pain on the ground, slowly unable to move anymore. The ugly spider was covered in green liquid, completely unlike the two unspeakable beauties from before. Camille's mouth twitched as he looked at the two disgusting and ugly monsters on the ground. Suddenly, a strange smile appeared on his face as he turned to look at Xiao Shuang and asked, "Little Ao Shuang, what do you think those confused demons will look like if they hug these spider beasts?" Xiao Shuang shuddered when she heard this, a chill rising from the bottom of her heart. Kiss the ugliness in his arms. Ugh! Let's go, don't delay any longer. Xiao Shuang put away her weapon and said softly. As soon as Xiao Shuang said that, the ground shook violently. Just like that, a gigantic 8-legged spider appeared from the ground in front of Xiao Shuang's Camille. The pair of lush green eyes stared viciously at Qiao Shuang. From the looks of it, this spider beast was here to take revenge for the two spider beasts earlier. However, the results would be the same. Just as Xiao Aoshuan was about to draw his weapon, a black shadow flashed in front of him. Qiao Shuang remembered this black shadow. And the shadow's breath, she remembered. The person who appeared was the young lord. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 244. Stunning Edge, C244. Yes, the person who appeared was the young lord. The young lord soared into the air, with a sphere of black light condensing in his hand. With a low shout, he launched an attack towards the gigantic spider beast. In the blink of an eye, the black sphere hit the gigantic spider beast, turning it into ashes. The ground was still littered with potholes, but there were no signs of the existence of the spider beast. The young lord turned around and landed steadily in front of Qiao Shuang. Qiao Shuang looked at the young lord cautiously. Although Qiao Shuang had never hated him, nor hated him for wanting to kill her, it did not mean that Qiao Shuang could relax in the face of such a dangerous person. Even if the young master had wanted to kill her, she couldn't hate him. All along, Qiao Shuang had liked the young lord's personality. Furthermore, the young lord had helped her in the infernal domain, as well as helped her master, Cliff, break through. Qiao Shuang clearly remembered all of this kindness. Camille smiled at the young master before him, standing to the side in silence. The young lord stared at Qiao Shuang, staring straight at her, not saying a word for a long time. Qiao Shuang did not say anything, only looking at the young master silently. They stared at each other. Xiao Shuang didn't even understand what the young lord was trying to do. If the young lord's purpose was the same as last time, then he wanted to kill her, but now he didn't have any killing intent on him. On the contrary, Qiao Shuang saw a trace of embarrassment in the young lord's eyes. The young master was embarrassed? How is that possible? Had he seen wrongly? Was it his imagination? Qiao Shuang thought helplessly. Hey! Finally, the young lord spoke up, snorting towards Qiao Shuang. What? Xiao Shuang asked curiously. You! Did you see it just now? The young master's eyes flickered. What? Xiao Shuang was even more puzzled. Why did the young master in front of her feel so strange? Didn't you see that I saved you just now? The young lord was so anxious that he almost jumped up and asked angrily. Huh? Oh, it seems so. Qiao Shuang was confused, and nodded her head. Actually, she didn't need the young lord to help her. She could deal with a low-level demon beast like this herself. What did the young master mean by saying this? What do you mean it seems to be? I was the one who saved you in the first place. The young lord got up and pointed at Qiao Shuang's nose as he growled, I saved you valiantly just now, otherwise you would have been attacked by that stupid demon beast. No, you would have been attacked by that ferocious demon beast and would not have been able to keep your life. Xiao Shuang was completely confused, not knowing which way the young master sang. Seeing that Xiao Shuang did not say anything, the young lord became anxious. He asked anxiously, why aren't you speaking? I just saved you, didn't I? Huh? Yes, I am. Xiao Shuang still didn't understand what the young lord was trying to do, but after seeing how anxious he was, she nodded her head in agreement. Even if he didn't need her to save him just now. However, the young lord had indeed taken action and killed that spider demon beast, so this was understandable. Camille was squinting his eyes as he watched the farce in front of him. He was intrigued, but he remained silent. So, I saved you, you can't hate me. Do you know? The young lord's gaze became more distant as he unnaturally turned his head to the side and said something that caused Xiao Shuang to be stunned. What? What do you mean? What did the young master mean by this? Do you hear me? Don't hate me. I am your savior, though I was a little hard on you that day. But, the young lord was embarrassed as he glanced left and right, not daring to meet Xiao Shuang's surprised eyes. Xiao Shuang blinked her eyes. After being confused, she seemed to understand a little more. Could it be that the young master was doing this for Feng Yixuan? Thinking of this, the young master's awkward behavior could be explained. Well, that's it. Remember, don't hate me. The young lord gritted his teeth and angrily threw down these words before turning around and running off. His figure quickly disappeared into the forest. He left behind Xiaoshuang, who didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Shuang looked at the messy ground, then looked at the direction the young master's back had disappeared in, an annoying smile appeared on her face. Young master was truly adorable. The young lord of the devil world actually had such a cute personality. Let's go, little Ao Shuang. Camille's voice interrupted Xiaoshuang's thoughts. Xiao Shuang turned around, looked at Camille and nodded gently. However, he was still thinking about the relationship between the young master and Feng Yixuan. Why did the young master care so much about Feng Yixuan's attitude? The young lord's actions today should be influenced by Feng Yixuan. In other words, Feng Yixuan hadn't left that night. He hadn't come out to meet him. Thinking of this, Xiao Shuang felt a sense of loss. Why was Feng Yixuan unwilling to acknowledge him? Why do you pretend to be cold even though you care so much about yourself? The two were on their way again. Xiao Shuang's extraordinary memory had a clear memory of the map's location, and she headed straight for her destination. Woo! Phew! A strange sound came from the front, and it got louder as it went forward, the temperature getting higher and higher. At the end of the dense forest, what appeared in front of Xiao Shuang and Camille was a strange scene. Before his eyes, the lake water was abnormally vast, as if it had been burned. The bubbles started to bubble, and the drops of water released by the bubbles started to emit a scorching heat. On the surface of the lake, there were fiery red lotus petals of different sizes floating. To reach your destination, you must cross this strange lake. Within the lake, a few demi-humans were carefully walking on the fiery lotus leaves. But they all had one thing in common, and that was that they were all red, like steamed shrimp. Every demon clan member was drenched in sweat as they carefully stared at the red fire lotus leaf beneath their feet. Clearly, the temperature of the lake was quite high. Xiao Shuang picked up a leaf from the ground and threw it into the lake. In the blink of an eye, the village leaf started to burn. It was a strange scene. In the water, the village leaf suddenly began to burn. This lake was very strange, and the lotus leaves floating above the lake were even stranger. What a high temperature! It seemed that the first demons had found a way to cross this weird lake. They had to step on those even weirder lotus petals and leave this place. As it was a no-fly zone, no one could pass through the air. Xiao Shuang formed a barrier around her, taking the initiative to step on the closest fiery red lotus leaf. However, something strange happened. Just like that, the barrier around Xiao Shuang's body disappeared, and the lake water around Xiao Shuang started to boil even more violently. A scorching heat swept towards Xiao Shuang. Camille stood where he was without moving, with no intention of helping Xiao Shuang. Xiao Shuang was slightly shocked, and was about to resist this strange heat, but her hand stopped. Xiao Shuang stood there silently without moving. Xiao Shuang was also stunned, because this was not her doing, but an instinctive reaction. A frenzied aura gushed out towards Xiao Shuang, gushing into her body. Xiao Shuang could not dodge, she thought she would turn into a cooked prawn. In the end, Xiao Shuang felt an indescribable sense of comfort. Just like that, the fiery energy entered Xiao Shuang's body, but it was completely absorbed by her. Xiao Shuang widened her eyes in shock. She could clearly feel her magic continuously increasing, and her entire body seemed to be filled with power. That scorching aura hadn't stopped yet, but it was still continuously flowing into her body. Camille narrowed her eyes as she looked at Xiao Shuang. A faint layer of golden light slowly rose from her body, giving her a mysterious and beautiful appearance. The heat of the entire wide lake was steadily drawing towards them. Those monsters who were carefully walking on the lotus leaves on the lake gradually discovered the abnormality. The scorching heat beneath his feet was slowly reducing. The suffocating heat was almost gone. The fiery red lotus petals beneath his feet started to fade, turning from a fiery red color to a normal green color. Xiao Shuang felt that the burning energy was getting more and more violent, faster than her body could absorb, and faster than her limit. However, this scorching force did not show any signs of stopping. Slowly, Xiao Shuang felt like her body was about to explode. That scorching energy was getting more and more violent. It swam around her limbs and bones, as if it wanted to burn her body and consciousness to nothingness. Pain. Endless pain hit him like this. At this moment, Xiao Shuang remembered what Sikon Lin said. It must be because of that small, fiery pill. Xiao Shuang cursed in her heart, this damn old man, he really did not have a normal mentality. The power of ascension is the power that devours the outside. However, who was going to tell her how to stop the heat that was still gushing into her body? Camille finally moved. Camille stepped forward and lightly tapped on Xiao Shuang's forehead. The violent heat stopped abruptly. Xiao Shuang's vision went black, and she fell limply to the ground, falling into a cold embrace. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 245 Abnormal Camille. C245 Abnormal Camille. Camille frowned slightly as he looked at the unconscious Xiao Shuang, who had fallen into his embrace. On Xiao Shuang's forehead, a small and exquisite golden lotus was faintly discernible. Camille reached out his hand to touch the golden lotus on Xiao Shuang's forehead, and a scorching pain made him quickly retract his hand. Camille spread out his hands, checking his fingers, which had already been scorched black. Mutations. Mutations. Little Ao Shuang, perhaps, you can change my fate. Camille let out a soft sigh, held Xiao Shuang and lightly rose and fell on the lotus leaves before disappearing from the surface of the lake. Those demi-humans didn't even have the chance to clearly see the appearance of the person next to them, much less attack him. When Xiao Shuang woke up again, she felt an indescribable sense of comfort in her body. Endless power filled his entire body. He even had a feeling that he was omnipotent. When he opened his eyes, he saw a tranquil night sky. A purple moon was above his head, and he was used to the cool wind. A faint, rough smell floated beside his nose. Xiao Shuang sat up abruptly and saw Camille with a bonfire by her side. Seeing that Xiao Shuang had woken up, Camille smiled faintly and said, "You're awake? How do you feel?" "I'm fine." Xiao Shuang nodded, sitting up straight and continuing, "To be precise, it is very good. I feel like my body is filled with energy." "Of course, almost all the heat in the entire lake has been absorbed by you, your body is about to explode." Camille smiled. "Then, you saved me," Xiao Shuang said softly. She looked at Camille with a complicated expression. She was saved by Camille once again. "Camille, why have you been following me?" "You could say that." Camille smiles disapprovingly. "You saved me again, how should I repay you?" Xiao Shuang looked at the blazing bonfire and asked softly. Camille was deep in thought when his eyes suddenly flashed with an indescribable glint. He seemed to want to say something, but he lightly smiled as he said, "Repay. Don't tell me little Ao Shuang wants to repay you with her body?" Xiao Shuang rolled her eyes, coldly snorted, and said in a calm voice, "You only love yourself, do you still need me to repay you with my body?" Camille laughs and says nothing. A trace of sadness flashed in his eyes, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only love himself? From birth, I have already lost the qualifications to be a lover. That included loving himself. Love? What is it? What about you? Little Ao Shuang, Feng Yixuan, and Lang Lingyun, who do you like? Camille suddenly threw out a sentence that completely stunned Xiao Shuang. Xiao Shuang's heart trembled violently. She looked at Camille with a gentle gaze, but was unable to say anything. Feng Yixuan and Lang Lingyun. Xiao Shuang had never thought about how to deal with this. When Feng Yixuan confessed to her, when Lang Lingyun confessed to her, she didn't know how to deal with it. Now that Camille asked, she didn't know how to answer. You don't have an answer in your heart right now, because you don't even know it yourself. But time might tell you the answer. Camille gently rubbed Xiao Shuang's head and comforted her, time can prove everything. Don't think too much about it now. Camille. How long have you lived? How long have you lived alone? Looking at Camille's expression, Xiao Shuang suddenly asked in a daze. Camille shook his head gently, his smile still the same as before. He said gently, "I don't remember." Xiao Shuang looked at Camille's expression. She was right, Camille had an undetectable sadness in his eyes. "I'm sorry," Xiao Shuang lowered her head and said in a low voice. "Why should I say I'm sorry?" Camille looked at the bonfire, added a few pieces of firewood, and asked with a smile. "I don't know. If you want to say it, just say it." Xiao Shuang said in a low voice. "Let's sleep. We'll continue tomorrow." Camille lay back, squinting into the night. His heart was empty. "Thank you, Camille." Xiao Shuang said softly, "Thank you for staying with me all this time." Camille slowly closes her eyes, but in her heart, she laughs faintly. "If you knew why I was always by your side, would you still thank me?" The next morning, Xiao Shuang finally saw their position clearly. This was a boundless plain. At first glance, it was completely blue. No wonder there was a rough smell when I woke up at night. As they walked forward, they constantly encountered demons that were attacking each other. Clearly, many of the demi-humans had done their best during this martial competition. Xiao Shuang was not worried about the White Emperor and Heiyu at all. Back then, the two of them were great demonic kings, two great generals, and there was no one who could do anything to them. As for Feng Yixuan, Xiao Shuang fell into deep thought. What would Feng Yixuan's current strength be like? To be able to sneak into the monster race without being discovered, his current strength should be quite extraordinary. Moreover, with the abnormally strong young master here, Feng Yixuan would be fine. What worried Xiao Shuang the most was Lang Lingyun. That was because the cold earrings on Xiao Shuang's earlobes reminded her that these were Lang Lingyun's eyes, and also half of his strength. Lang Lingyun, who had lost half of her power, what would her strength be like now? Just when Xiao Shuang was a little distracted, Camille stopped in his tracks. He narrowed his eyes, beaming with smiles as he said softly, "Xiao Shuang, we are surrounded. Facing a fight like this is very rough, I don't have any sense of beauty, I'll leave it to you." Xiao Shuang came back to her senses, turned around and looked at Camille, who had a carefree expression on his face, and laughed. He didn't know why, but seeing how Camille was feeling right now, he actually felt a little relieved. This was the Camille she knew, the Camille she knew. She could see the sadness in Camille's voice and eyes. Even though she did not know who Camille was or what he had experienced, Xiao Shuang had already treated Camille as a friend and family member. Naturally, she didn't want to see him suffer. Xiao Shuang slowly raised her hands, the palm of her left hand released a strong golden light. The divine artifact was unsheathed. Golden light shot in all directions, terrifying one's heart and soul. Camille stood behind Xiao Ao Shuang with his eyes half closed, leisurely waiting to see Xiao Ao Shuang's performance. The surrounding demons gradually surrounded them. Looking at the surrounding demons, Xiao Shuang raised her eyebrows. It was an old acquaintance. It was Lila's brother, Hams, and his men. With a cold expression, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and silently looked in their direction. The group of demons surrounding Xiao Shuang and Camille were all of extraordinary strength. They stared at Xiao Shuang with covetous eyes. "Where's my sister?" Ham said in a low voice. Xiao Shuang was silent. What was the point of saying so much now? What could she say if she didn't even have a skeleton? "I'll make you say it." "Let's go." After a cold sentence, Ham stepped back. The demons surrounding Xiao Shuang and Camille moved quickly. Xiao Shuang only smiled faintly as she held her long sword and slashed down on the spot. In an instant, the golden light was blinding, making people dizzy. Just like that, a vicious, ring-shaped flame attacked the group of demons in front of them. Without a scream, the demons were cut in half. Their eyes were still blank, and their bodies fell to the ground in two halves. Soon after, the raging flames engulfed their bodies, instantly burning them to ashes. This scene caused the other demons to turn pale with fright, and the expression on Ham's face also changed greatly. He did not know when this human had transformed into a demon. Furthermore, he had the strength to do so. "All of you, leave." Hams waved for the other demons to leave. He knew that no amount of demons would make a difference if this continued. It would only cause him to lose more subordinates, which would not benefit him in any way. Ham slowly walked forward. With a light wave of his hand, a snow-white longsword appeared out of nowhere in his hand. The sword was suffused with a faint white light, exuding a rich magical element. A good sword. At this moment, Hams immediately made his decision. He waved his hand and shouted in a low voice, "Retreat." Before many of the demi-humans could recover their wits, Hams had already taken the initiative to leave. Only then did the demons realize what had happened, and they hurriedly followed behind him. Despite his confusion, he obeyed Ham's order and immediately retreated. Wei Ao Shuang didn't chase after him. He just stood there, watching the sword greedily devouring Ham's sword. At this moment, Holmes finally understood why Yixuan Feng would be so courteous to this human, and gave her the rose badge. He also understood why the White Emperor and Black Feather would offend him for her. This human was definitely not simple. Her strength was actually on par with his, no. Her strength was actually above his. Now that she had demonized herself, why had she come to this martial competition? Becoming a dire monster king? Impossible. Was there such a weird thing? A human who, after demonizing, participated in the martial competition and eventually became a great demonic king? A human becoming a great demon king and ruling over the demon world? Is that possible? Let alone the disagreement of all the demi-humans in the demon sector, perhaps the four supreme experts of the demon sector would never agree to such a decision? However, with the power of the four martial saints, they must have discovered the identity of the young girl. Why would they allow her to participate in the competition? Why all this? Hans suddenly couldn't make heads or tails of it. The treasured sword in Xiao Shuang's hand devoured the evil demonic spirit without restraint, and finally fused together. Xiao Shuang strangely brandished the sword in her hand, but did not discover the increase in the power of the sword. She could not help but flick the blade of the sword with her finger, muttering to herself, "Strange, I don't feel anything." No feeling? Camille stepped forward to look at the sword in Xiao Shuang's hand, looked at it with rapt attention, then suddenly smiled and said, "Next time, try to find a demon clan sword." "Ha?" Xiao Shuang looked at the sword in her hand, still unable to see the difference. "That sword just now, it's called the Sword of the Demons. It's Hamza's weapon. This treasured sword can directly absorb the power of the demon's life core." Camille explained with a smile. Ah, that Hams used such a sinister weapon? Xiao Shuang said in shock. Once the life core lost its power, this demon clan member would be basically crippled. Camille smiled gracefully and said softly, actually, I think Hams is quite pure compared to you. You. Xiao Shuang looked at Camille angrily. Camille smiles like a peach blossom and walks in front. Xiao Shuang put away the sword in her hand and followed. The two of them walked together, and after passing through the rough terrain, they entered a mountain range. All the monsters he met along the way were easily dealt with by Xiao Shuang. She didn't even need to draw her treasured sword and used magic to easily deal with them. He didn't run into any experts like White Emperor Blackfeather, nor did he see the figures of Feng Yixuan and Lang Lingyun. After a night of rest, they passed through the mountain range unimpeded. He was close to the position indicated on the map before the start of the match. However, when they saw the scene in front of them, they were stunned. For what lay before them was a great maze of gardens. All sorts of plants were planted, and the huge trees were green and glistening. The winding passages were all so blurry. Maze? The big ears on Xiao Shuang's head quivered slightly, and Camille almost wanted to pinch them again. Due to Xiao Shuang's fierce glare, he finally stopped. Looks like it. Let's go. Camille looked at the vast and complicated maze and said blandly, this maze is not difficult to describe. We only need to make a mark at the intersection when we enter it. If there is a dead end ahead, we can return, or we can identify a wall and walk on it. Camille doesn't say anything, just boom. Xiao Shuang unleashed a golden flame towards the huge tree in front of her. The tree fell and was then burned to ashes by Xiao Shuang. The space in front became empty. What you said is so troublesome, isn't it good to burn a path out? Xiao Shuang raised her eyebrows as she looked at the huge maze in front of her. Camille watched Xiao Shuang's brutal actions silently, just like that. For the first time, Camille felt powerless. Look, it's much faster now. Just go straight ahead. Xiao Shuang laughed and continued to release the fire to open up a path in front. Camille followed silently behind, and for the first time he felt that his intelligence was not as good as Xiao Shuang's. Just like that, Xiao Shuang advanced with her hands on her legs. Her speed was also fast, and the most important thing was that she would not get lost. In this gigantic maze, there were countless monsters whose minds were completely fixed on this. The majority of the demons were obediently walking through the maze, seriously marking it and trying their best to get it back and forth. Phew! With a loud sound, the golden flame burned another green tree. A scream passed into the ears of Xiao Shuang and Camille. There was someone behind the green tree. Oh, no, there was a demon. After the green tree was burned to ashes, what was imprinted in front of Xiao Shuang and Camille was a cute little loli who looked no older than 7 or 8 years old. She had big watery eyes, a delicate and pretty face, fair skin, golden curly hair, and a snow-white princess dress. What a cute little loli! Sister, brother, are you guys going to pass through this maze? The little loli's voice was as sweet as the sounds of nature itself. She timidly asked. She even looked at them innocently with her big watery eyes. There was a trace of fear in her eyes. Xiao Shuang looked at the cute little loli in front of her and nodded. This child is so lovely, so lovely. There was even an urge to pick her up and kiss her. Then can Big Sis bring me along? Little loli, are you alright? Xiao Shuang nodded, smiling faintly as she said, sure. This big brother is so scary. The little loli looked at Camille, and a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. She slowly moved towards the side of Xiao Shuang, as if seeking protection. Xiao Shuang smiled as she reached out to touch the little loli's head. Don't worry, this big brother is not scary. No, he's so scary, I don't want to go with him. The little loli kept shrinking beside Xiao Shuang. Then she kept her big, pretty eyes fixed on Pride Frost's, as if pleading. Camille never spoke, a gentle, graceful smile still on his handsome face. What do you think I should do? Qiao Xuan's eyes suddenly became a little blurry. I want you to kill him, so you can only lead me out of this maze. The pretty little lowly's voice was still as sweet as ever, but the words she said were abnormally terrifying. Her big watery eyes in Qiao Xuan's eyes stared straight ahead, and her heavenly sweet voice continued to lower her voice. Big sister, I think you are very willing to do this, right? Yeah. Qiao Xuan looked as if she was possessed by a devil. Qiao Xuan revealed a faint smile on her face. She took out the unique-looking treasured sword from her left hand. When the little lowly saw the sword thrown out by Qiao Xuan, her eyes were filled with shock, then with ecstasy. Qiao Xuan slowly drew her sword, her eyes no longer focused. Yes, big sister, kill this person and then bring me along to the road. The little lowly's sweet voice had an indescribable enticement, making people unable to bear to reject her request. Her innocent mind made one's heart ache even more. The little lowly looked at the sword held high in Qiao Xuan's hand, feeling extremely happy. He really didn't expect that his harvest today would be this many fish. This woman's strength was really not bad. However, he was still bewitched by his own charm, and obediently obeyed his orders. Just rely on this woman's power to get out of this damn maze and order her to commit suicide. But perhaps she should be left to protect herself until the end of the game. Camille narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the triumphant smile in the little lowly's eyes and silently smiled. What are you laughing at? He was still laughing even when he was about to die. Just as the little lowly was about to ask, she felt a piercing pain in her chest. The little lowly stared with her eyes wide open as she stared at the treasured sword in Cha's chest. She was stunned. Qiao Xuan's eyes didn't seem to be blurry at all. Instead, she coldly smiled at the little lowly's shocked face. As for Qiao Xuan, her eyes were filled with a mischievous glint. The little lowly widened her eyes as she looked at the ice-cold-looking Qiao Xuan in front of her in disbelief. How could this be? This girl actually didn't fall for his charm spell. She really wanted to ask how this cold-faced woman had gotten rid of her charm, but she could no longer finish her words. She straightened her back and her body slowly turned into ashes. What was left on the tip of the sword was a glowing nucleus of life. What is this? Qiao Xuan picked up the life core from the tip of her sword and asked curiously. It's the core of this fox demon's life. The evil demon sword from before will completely absorb it, but after being merged with your treasured sword will be very picky and won't eat this kind of thing. Camille said indifferently. Oh. Looking at the nucleus of life in his hands, Qiao Xuan did not mind at all and was about to put it away. Who would have thought that something shocking would happen at this time? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 246. Stunning Edge, C246. The glowing life core suddenly jumped out of Qiao Xuan's hand and flew into her body before disappearing. What's going on? Qiao Xuan touched her chest, but she did not feel anything strange. The life core disappeared from her body just like that. Camille looked at Qiao Xuan and smiled. It's the Maneki Nico in your body. Ha! Qiao Xuan blinked and immediately understood. Maneki Nico was a true demon, so did Bao absorb this life core? Yes, it should be. Camille nodded. I didn't feel any power from that little fox's life core just now. Qiao Xuan was puzzled. That beautiful little lowly from earlier, Qiao Xuan did not feel any powerful magic from her body. That's not a little fox, she's a charm fox that has lived for at least 5,000 years. What do you think she attacked you in? Camille narrowed his eyes and smiled gently, reminding him softly. Qiao Xuan came to a realization. That's right, that little lowly had used a spiritual attack to charm her mind. Just now, he was indeed in a daze, but he quickly came back to his senses and understood that the other party was using a spiritual attack to entice him to lose his consciousness. Charm. Xiao Shuang said with a soft voice. Stop. Camille said in a deep voice, don't use it on me. In a while, try and catch a demon clan member. Don't put up such an act in front of me. This way? What does it look like? Xiao Xuan was puzzled by Camille's words. If Xiao Xuan could look in the mirror at this moment, she would know what Camille meant by his words. When Xiao Xuan focused her attention on her charm, she looked extremely alluring, so much so that it would cause others to feel pity for her. Her limpid eyes were filled with innocence, and her beautiful face was so beautiful that it was as if she wanted someone to kiss her. With a slight pout, she made people do everything they could to satisfy her demands. This was the power of charm. Evidently, Xiao Shuang's magic was far superior to that of the fox race, and with the Maneki Nico in her body, she was able to fully display this spell. Alright, let's go. Camille reminds me. Alright. Xiao Shuang continued to release her flames, creating a path to advance. Just like that, the two of them continued forward in a straight line until they finally arrived at an empty flat ground, and the surrounding walls were still made of trees. There was a clear fountain in the middle of the field, happily spurting cool spring water, shining a beautiful white light in the sunlight. This is the center of the maze? Xiao Shuang looked around at her surroundings. Probably. Camille touched his beautiful smooth chin and said lightly, the problem is, this seems to be the destination? Xiao Shuang furrowed her brow, because she also remembered that the destination marked on the map seemed to be here. This fountain in front of him was his destination? Something didn't seem right. Xiao Shuang stepped forward and looked at that extremely ordinary fountain. It was rather big, with a stream of cool spring water falling down from the middle. Nothing unusual. And there weren't any other demon clans that had arrived. Could it be that they were the first ones to arrive here? But why is there no other hint here? Just as Xiao Shuang was feeling confused, a rustling sound could be heard. Xiao Shuang turned around and saw a person who almost made her heart stop beating. With fiery red hair and pitch-black eyes, a handsome face was printed in front of Xiao Shuang's eyes. Too many emotions instantly flashed through Feng Yixuan's eyes. He was also stunned on the spot, staring blankly at Xiao Shuang. And beside him was the young master. The young lord slanted his eyes and pursed his lips, not saying a word. Both men stood there without moving. At this moment, a voice came from the other side. Someone familiar appeared at another entrance. Silver hair, purple eyes. Lan Lingyun's snow-white clothes were spotlessly clean, and her handsome face was filled with coldness. When he saw Xiao Shuang, the cold lines on her face gradually softened. He was accompanied by a man in a gray coat and a cloak. The man's face was obscured by a wide hat. Lan Lingyun and Feng Yixuan's gazes stopped on Xiao Shuang. Before either side could speak, the sounds of fighting could be heard. Go to hell, White Emperor, do you really think I'm no match for you? He Yu's irritable voice sounded very familiar. There was silence in response, so White Emperor didn't say anything. You bastards, you pretend to be cool. It had been thousands of years. The victor would definitely be decided this time. I am stronger than you, stronger than you. He Yu's explosive shout mixed with the intense sounds of fighting came closer and closer. With a loud rumbling sound, the trees in front of Xiao Shuang all collapsed. A black and white figure flew into everyone's line of sight. They were precisely the White Emperor and Black Feather, who had been fighting to the point of being unheard of. White Emperor, Black Feather. Xiao Shuang said in a low voice. However, He Yu only replied in a hurry, Ao Shuang, you stay here too. Wait for me to finish him off first. Xiao Shuang felt a headache coming on. Did this fellow not know that the three of them were contractors? Or was it deliberately ignored? If this continued, no one would get a shred of advantage. The White Emperor was silent, only blocking Blackplum's attack. He didn't fight back. White Emperor, you bastard! You dare to tease me? You only need to be on your guard from now on. Hey, you cursed angrily. The White Emperor remained silent. The four forces met in this kind of environment and looked at each other, not knowing what to say. The White Emperor and Black Feather were still fighting. At this moment, the vigorous voice from before the competition suddenly rang out again. Everyone, I'm glad that you've come here. The two over there stopped for a moment. As soon as the words left his mouth, an invisible and powerful force struck towards Black Feather and White Emperor without a trace of politeness, separating them. All right, everyone quiet down. The vigorous voice spoke in an indifferent tone, and just like that, it resounded in the air. Not a single person could be seen. Everyone here, I think there is a purpose for all of you. And this goal isn't to become the Demon King to command this holy war. Everyone's goal here is to end the holy war. The expressions of everyone present changed. No one thought that this voice would actually say such a thing. Am I wrong? Those two from the devil world? There was a hint of mischief in the pompous voice. Feng Yixuan and the young lord's faces suddenly changed. Feng Yixuan was silent, while the young master growled in the air in displeasure. What proof do you have that we are demons? If it's the demon race that wants to cause trouble, do you really think that we will let you enter our demon world? And will I let you participate in this year's martial competition? The voice was smiling. Xiao Ao Shuang's heart tightened, instantly understanding that her human identity should not have been hidden from the Supreme Being realm. They should have already known that they were human and that they were harmless to the demon world, so they let them participate in this martial arts competition. This power of a martial saint was truly unfathomable. You! What do you want? The young lord angrily shouted as he put his hands on his waist. It's my turn to ask all of you here. What do you all want? The vigorous voice slowly said, I don't know how long the holy war has been going on for. Every time, countless lives have been lost. The demon world was like a rootless duckweed. Right now, we old fellows are tired and don't want to participate in this holy war anymore. TCH, Bullshasterisk T, who's willing to fight? No matter how you fight, there's no end to it. If you guys aren't tired, then I'll just feel tired. The young lord spat out unhappily. You are unwilling to fight, but that does not mean that the supreme ruler of the divine realm and the supreme ruler of the devil realm are unwilling to fight. His voice carried a hint of helplessness. So, Xie Oxuan looked at the fountain in the middle and asked in a low voice. So I think some of you can stop this pointless war. Let the holy war cease. The vigorous voice said slowly, so we held this competition. It's up to you to stop the senseless jihad from continuing. I believe you can do it. Why should I help you fulfill this wish of yours? Won't you do it yourselves? It's not a bad thing to keep fighting? Black Feather carried his huge, pitch-black sickle as he spoke sarcastically. Is that so? He then threw out a meaningful sentence. Do you really think that way? The person you're worried about, will you be willing to stop? Hey, you furiously roared, and hurriedly stopped the voice from continuing. If he continued, he would be exposed. Damn it! Black Feather was extremely furious. The paragons of the demon realm, these old monsters, seemed to know everything. Let him continue. So, you are willing to participate in this mission? There was a hint of mockery in his voice. Hey, you remain silent. With a smelly face, he did not say anything and tacitly agreed. Then, if everyone has no objections, please head down from the fountain. You'll know what to do when you get in. Perhaps you will act separately. However, you must remember that you have only one goal in mind, and that is not only to stop this war, but also to make this holy war, which only happens once in 1,000 years, completely stop it.